I'm Jiang Qian, and today was supposed to be the start of a new chapter in my life, an arranged engagement. Instead, it turned into an absolute disaster. This morning, I sat quietly across from Wang Hasung, the man I was meant to marry tomorrow. He began a long, dramatic speech about how we weren't meant to be, apologizing and calling our relationship a mistake. At first, I was too shocked to react. Then it hit me, this guy was canceling our engagement just like that, after everything had been planned. Wang Hasung isn't terrible on paper. Decent looks, a stable job in town, and the beloved only son of a big family. His mother even adored me after I helped her cross the street once. But now, I couldn't believe I'd been so wrong about him. He tried to justify his betrayal with cliches, saying, forced love isn't sweet. But I snapped back, it might not be sweet, but it quenches thirst. I wasn't about to let him off that easily. When he smugly announced he was here to inform me of the cancellation, I lost it. I slapped him hard. Twice. He just stood there, shocked and playing the victim, but I made it clear. The engagement was cancelled on my terms, not his. As I walked away, I felt both furious and strangely relieved. Let him deal with his tangled mess. Turns out he's already involved with another woman, Jiang Yu, and she's pregnant with his child. Good riddance. I'm done with this nonsense. Time to focus on myself and what I truly deserve. Life has taken an unexpected turn. One moment, I was a food blogger living a carefree life, and the next, I woke up in the 1960s, in a world both familiar and strange. My name, my appearance, even the birthmark on my chest, all the same, but the era? Completely different. In my past life, I spent my days cooking, reading novels, and building an audience of millions. Then, a mysterious storage space appeared out of nowhere. Sensing something big was coming, I filled it with everything I could think of: food, tools, medicine, even gold for emergencies. When I woke up in this new life, I was ready. Adapting wasn't easy, but I found purpose teaching at a local school. The kids are simple and kind, and their bright smiles make the struggles of this era feel lighter. The job may not be glamorous, but it's fulfilling. As for my supposed fiancé, Wang Hasung, he turned out to be a cheater, fooling around with my cousin Jiang Yu, who's now carrying his child. I should be furious, but honestly, I'm relieved to be rid of him. What's more interesting is Jiang Yu herself. She's not just anyone. She's from a novel I read before waking up here. She thinks her insider knowledge gives her the upper hand, but she doesn't know I've read thousands of stories like hers. For now, life is steady. Teaching keeps me busy, and I'm slowly building a comfortable life here. But if Jiang Yu or anyone else tries to disrupt my peace, I'll be ready. This might be a small village in a tough era, but I refuse to let anyone control my future. My life took an interesting turn after I somehow ended up in this body, in this era. Thankfully, my health has improved, probably because my soul feels whole now. I don't overthink it. Feeling strong and healthy is all that matters. On my way home, chatting with some of my students, I spotted a tall, striking man. His posture, build, and sharp features screamed, soldier. He had to be at least 1.85 meters tall, which would stand out in any era. His presence was commanding, with an air of strength and resilience that caught my attention. When our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. Not for any romantic reason, just the natural reaction to seeing a truly handsome man. Sisters, you know the feeling. But he was likely married with kids. Men his age usually are in this time, so I didn't dwell on it. Admire from afar, no harm done. When I reached home, drama was already brewing. I heard the infamous matchmaker, Madame Zhang, talking with my mother and sisters-in-law. Apparently, the Wang family, who had arranged my upcoming match, decided to back out. My eldest and second sisters-in-law, true to their fiery reputations, weren't having it. Their threats to Madame Zhang were so intense, I had to stifle a laugh outside the door. My mother wasn't about to let this insult slide, either. The Wang family had pursued this match relentlessly, even offering a generous dowry. And now they wanted to cancel last minute? My family wasn't one to be disrespected, and everyone in the village knew it. As Madame Zhang stammered through her explanation, the truth came out. Wang Hesong, my supposed fiancé, had been fooling around with my cousin Jiangyu. My father, standing guard at the door, looked worried about how I'd take it. I reassured him with a smile. Don't worry, it's no big deal. Truthfully, I wasn't surprised. Jiangyu has always been jealous of me and my family's better circumstances. Still, the situation made me curious. Jiangyu already had a fiancé, a soldier from a nearby village. How did she get herself into this mess? It's typical of her, really, always scheming. But I'm not bothered. Let her play her games. I have more important things to focus on than a cheating ex-fiancé and a jealous cousin. When I got home, things were already chaotic. I overheard from outside that my cousin Jiangyu had been sneaking around with Wang Hesong, the man I was supposed to meet for an arranged engagement. My mother and sisters-in-law were furious, especially since Jiangyu has been engaged to someone else for 3 years, a soldier named Han Shibua. Her decision to back out of that marriage to pursue Hesong was causing a massive scandal. I walked in and told them I already knew about the situation. Honestly, I wasn't upset. A man who can be swayed so easily isn't worth keeping, I said. My calm response seemed to cool everyone's tempers, but I could tell my mother was still seething. She wasn't about to let this insult to our family slide. After the matchmaker left, my parents went straight to Jiangyu's house. What followed was pure chaos. My mother slapped Jiangyu's mother, and even Jiangyu herself. They both tried to defend themselves, claiming they didn't know about my connection to Wang Hesong, but I didn't believe them. Jiangyu has always been jealous of me and my family's better circumstances. I wasn't surprised by her actions, but I couldn't help feeling a bit of satisfaction watching my mother handle the situation. Jiangyu can keep Wang Hesong. I'll move on, he's not worth the trouble. Life has more to offer than scheming relatives and unfaithful men. The day was a whirlwind of drama, and though I kept my calm on the surface, the betrayal and chaos Jiangyu caused stirred something deep inside me. For years, my family has supported hers, bending over backward to help them during hard times. My parents even gave them money to secure Jiangyu's job at the supply co-op, and this is how they repay us? By scheming behind our backs to steal my fiancé? The nerve of it all. My mother didn't hold back today, and for once, I was glad to see her lose her temper. Jiangyu's smug attitude melted the moment my mother called her out for being pregnant with Wang Hesong's child. Her parents, my uncle and aunt, were caught completely off guard, stammering and scrambling to explain. It turns out they knew the truth, but chose to support her anyway, claiming she was misled by Wang Hesong. Misled? She knew exactly what she was doing. Then Jiangyu had the audacity to suggest I should take over her engagement with Han Shibua. She painted it as an act of kindness, but I could see through her act. She wasn't trying to make amends. She was trying to insult me, to push me into a life she had discarded. She talked about Han Shibua's great prospects as if she wasn't fully aware that he wouldn't survive long, based on what she knows from her special knowledge. It wasn't just cruel, it was calculated. What infuriates me most is her complete lack of shame. Even after being caught, she still tried to turn the situation to her advantage, manipulating her parents and using that fake, sweet tone with my mother. But my mother wasn't fooled. She made it clear that Jiangyu's opinion about my future was neither needed nor wanted. As we left, I could see Jiangyu standing there, red-faced and humiliated, but still plotting. I know her type. She won't let this go. She thinks she's the star of the story, the center of the universe, and everyone else is just here to support her. But I'm done playing along. If she thinks she can control my life or ruin my reputation, she's mistaken. This situation has only strengthened my resolve. Let her have Wang Hesong. They're perfect for each other, both selfish and disloyal. I deserve better than a man who could be swayed so easily, and I'll find someone who values me for who I am, not someone who comes running at the first sign of trouble. For now, I'm focused on moving forward. My family's support means everything to me, and I'm grateful to have them by my side. Whatever Jiangyu tries next, I'll be ready. She may think she has all the power, but I'm not the same person I was before. I've learned to navigate this world, and I refuse to let anyone, especially her, dictate my story. Jiang's father and Zhou Guiyun met his nephew, Jiang Shiliu. As the eldest son of the second wife, Jiang Shiliu took his wife and children to visit relatives in his mother's house today. He just came back and greeted his uncle and aunt when he saw them. Zhou Guiyun and Jiang's father would respond in the past, but now they were not in the mood. They just said and left. Jiang Shiliu didn't know what was going on and was stunned for a moment. Shiliu's wife's eyes flashed, and she immediately whispered to her about what she overheard last night. I told you yesterday, and you said I heard it wrong. Look at the faces of your uncle and aunt now. Am I wrong? When she got up last night, she heard her sister-in-law crying and saying something in her parents-in-law's room. She was curious and leaned over to listen. She heard that her sister-in-law was actually dating Jiang Qian, her cousin's blind date, and she was pregnant. Such a big melon made her eyes light up, and she ran back to tell Jiang Shiliu in a hurry, but Jiang Shiliu didn't believe it. But at this moment Jiang Shiliu could not help but frown, and hurriedly took her home. He saw the family in a mess, and his mother and sister both had a slap mark on their faces. Oh, what happened? Why do you and your sister have slap marks on your face? We just saw the uncle and aunt walking over here, and they didn't respond to us when we called them. Shiliu's wife blinked her eyes and asked knowingly, Dad, what's going on? Jiang Shiliu couldn't help but ask. This time we have offended your uncle and aunt. Jiang's second uncle smiled bitterly. Sun really looked down on her man as cowardly look, but she also poked her daughter's head with her finger. This is all your fault. Although she was angry after being slapped, the first house has taken good care of the second house for so many years, and the first house will not stand idly by no matter what happens. This time the first house was really offended. Dad, Mom, I will take it if you want to beat or scold me. Jiang Yu just didn't want to wait for Han Shihua anymore. She couldn't bear it anymore, so she got together with Wang Hasong. She didn't say a word about her transmigration into a book. After all, she wasn't stupid. How could she say such a thing? But Uncle Jiang and Sun didn't say anything else. Now that things have come to this, what's the point of beating and scolding her? She's still pregnant with the Wang family's child. The Wang family is also a family in the town. Wang Hasong is also an officer in the unit. It's not bad to say. Not worse than the Han family. Besides, Wang Hasong fell in love with his daughter and rejected Jiang Qian. Isn't it because his daughter is more attractive? Their eldest daughter is useless and can't win over men, and she blames others. This is what Sun thought in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. On the eldest side of the house, except for the fourth brother Jiang Shouchuan who worked in the county town, the eldest brother Jiang Shouhai and the second brother Jiang Shoutao have already transported a cart of firewood back home. Today, the two brothers went into the mountains to collect firewood. As for the third brother Jiang Shouha, he went to the county town with his third sister-in-law Su Jiro today, and they just got home. They all arrived at the same time. As soon as they got home, they heard that Jiang Yu, their cousin, had stolen their younger sister's boyfriend and that the old Wang family had betrayed their faith. All the brothers clenched their fists. Brother, second brother, third brother, don't be impulsive. I don't need you to vent my anger. Wang Hasong has been slapped twice by me. If you do it again, you will take that Wang guy too seriously. Jiang Qian knew his brothers well and said quickly, Jiang Shouhai, I know, don't worry, we won't go to him to argue. Otherwise we will think that you really have to have him, and you will make him happy to death? Jiang Shoutao also nodded. He doesn't deserve a girl like you as his wife. Jiang Shouha just smiled slightly, and Jiang Qian felt helpless. The eldest and second brothers were fine, but the third brother, a smiling tiger, would never let Wang Hasong go. But he deserved to be beaten. Third sister-in-law Su Jiro also understood her man and smiled gently. Wang has no eyes to recognize gold and jade. That can only be said that he is not blessed. Qian does not take it seriously. You don't need to do anything unnecessary. She was a female educated youth who went to the countryside at the beginning of this year. After the summer harvest in the middle of the year, she married Jiang Shouha directly. Jiang Shouha also liked her very much. He didn't say much about his younger sister's matter and instead reported to the family that he was safe. "Mom, we went to the hospital for a checkup today. The doctor said that the baby in Aru's belly is very healthy. She was just tired a while ago. There will be no big problem if she rests well later." Zhou Guiyun was also happy and looked at Su Jiro take advantage of the winter and farming slack to rest well. Pregnancy is not easy, especially for you. This is your first child. Su Jiro smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Mom. I have heard the sisters-in-law talk about their experience." Jiang Qian also looked at her third sister-in-law's belly, which was not yet showing. It was said that it was more than 2 months, but it was still small. It would take at least 4 or 5 months to show pregnancy. It really couldn't be seen now. It was already late, and dinner was ready. It was very simple, just a steamed bun with mixed flour and boiled Chinese cabbage. That was all. But this was already a pretty good meal, as most people in the village would just eat porridge. The whole family ate very deliciously. Jiang Qian was also very calm about this. There were a lot of things in the space, but apart from letting the hens at home occasionally lay a few more eggs, there was nothing else she could do. She ate whatever was eaten at home and would just nourish herself in her own little house. After all, she was smart and she bought a lot of delicious cooked food and asked the boss to chop it up and take it away. Whenever she was craving for meat, she would close the door of her little room and then choose what she wanted to eat from the space, such as lobster, steamed fish, roast goose, or roast chicken, or braised pig's trotters, etc. Time does not change in the space, and things will not deteriorate. Whatever taste you put in, you will taste the same when you take it out, and even the temperature is not a fraction different. You can start eating as soon as you take it out. Unless the family can't make ends meet, she won't take out the things in the space. And the family conditions are pretty good. She really doesn't need to expose her space, there's no need. After a simple dinner, Jiang Qian began to tutor her eldest nephew. Jiang Shouhai and Zhao Aiying had 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest nephew Jiang Weigua is 8 years old and in the 2nd grade of elementary school. He will be in the 3rd grade next year. The second child Jiang Weihong is 6 years old, and the third child Jiang Weidang is 3 years old. Jiang Shoutao and Zhao Eifeng had 2 children, 1 son and 1 daughter. The eldest Jiang Weijun is also 6 years old. He will be in the 1st grade with the eldest niece Jiang Weihong next year. The youngest Jiang Weimin is also a 3-year-old carrot head. On weekdays, he and Jiang Weidang like to follow their brothers and sisters to catch cabbage worms and dig earthworms to feed the chickens at home. Jiang Weimin and Jiang Weidang, the 2 younger ones, play freely, but Jiang Weihong and Jiang Weijun are already 6 years old and will be in the 1st grade next year, so Jiang Qian will tutor them and teach them to count and write their own names. Jiang Qian's focus of tutoring is Jiang Weigua, the eldest nephew. Because of her aunt's special treatment, Jiang Weigua has been ranked 1st in the class for a long time. He is also the class monitor. It can be said that except for the 2 younger ones, the remaining 3 have to study with Jiang Qian, the younger aunt, every night. Jiang Weimin and Jiang Weidang, the 2 younger ones, do not need to study and tutor, but they also like to go to their younger aunt's room. Jiang Qian was also generous and promised with a smile that she would give each of the 5 of them a milk candy to eat when they wake up tomorrow morning, but she also made a hush sound, indicating that they were not allowed to say anything. The 3 boys and 2 girls nodded. Eating milk candy is a secret between them and their younger aunt. No one is allowed to tell anyone. Whoever tells others is a traitor. Traitors and traitors are the most despised identities. Even when playing games, none of the children are willing to be traitors, and they will keep the secret. But how can the adults not know? They just pretend not to know. Jiang Qian tutored his nephews and nieces in their homework in his own room and acted as the king of the children. In the main room, her father, Captain Jiang, was called back by her mother to talk. "What do you think of the old Han family?" Zhou Guiyun didn't need to beat around the bush with her man, and she got straight to the point. Jiang Yu's words did remind her, and she couldn't help but have some thoughts. "What do you want to do?" Jiang's father was stunned and asked. Zhou Guiyun whispered, "What do you think, let my younger sister go and ask again?" Since Jiang Yu doesn't wanna, I think it's really good to let Qian take a look. At the beginning, the Han family was able to settle this marriage with the second house, and it was her sister-in-law who married to Han Jiaden who took the lead in matchmaking. The sister-in-law married the Han family's relatives, all relatives. She had asked Jiang Xiaogu privately before. Jiang Xiaogu was almost raised by her. As the eldest sister-in-law, Zhou Guiyun knew her character. She was very honest, but the other men also asked her to praise her. Jiang Xiaogu only said one sentence, "If it's not good, I won't introduce it to my niece. It won't hurt to see each other." Jiang's father did not object. "Okay, I'll go talk to Qian." After finalizing it with the head of the family, Zhou Guiyun came to her daughter's room, without saying a word. "Grandma has something to say to your aunt, you all go out." Zhou Guiyun sent them away. A group of little kids reluctantly put down the picture books in their aunt's room and went out. After the grandchildren left, Zhou Guiyun smiled and said, "Qian, are you going to take a day off as usual tomorrow?" "Yes." Jiang Qian smiled and asked her mother to sit down. Zhou Guiyun sat down and asked, "Do you want to go to the city for a walk tomorrow? I heard from your fourth brother that the movie is quite good." "No, it's a rare holiday. I want to stay at home and sleep in." Jiang Qian was not interested in going to the county town because she had been there in the past 2 years and watched movies and stuff, and there was really nothing good to see. It would be better to just lie at home and do nothing. But she knew her mother meant well. "Mom, don't worry about me, I'm fine." Zhou Guiyun was relieved to see that she was not affected at all. When the daughter was just born, she was not much bigger than a mouse. She and the head of the family were afraid that they could not raise her, not to mention how carefully she was raised. The whole family spoiled her and did not let her suffer any grievances. She did not expect that the boy from another family would suffer such a great grievance from her daughter. This made Zhou Guiyun very angry, but it is a good thing to see the other party clearly as soon as possible. Zhou Guiyun said, "Jiang Yu gave up the marriage in Han Jiaden. Your father, and I meant that we should ask your aunt to go there and see what the attitude is over there. Your aunt married into Han Jiaden. I heard her say before that the Han family is very well off. There is also a daughter who married in the city and lives in the county party committee compound." Jiang Qian knew what her mother meant when she heard it and smiled. "Why didn't my aunt introduce me before? Your aunt can't be blamed for this. Jiang Yu is 2 years older than you. When this marriage was arranged for her, you were still in high school." Zhou Guiyun smiled. Jiang Qian didn't take it too seriously and just said it casually. She thought for a moment and said, "What's the man's name?"
Han Shigu.
Although she had never seen him, Zhou Guiyun still knew his name. Jiang Qian also asked, "Did your aunt tell you what Han Shigu looks like?" Zhou Guiyun saw that her daughter was interested and smiled. "Your aunt told me that he was very tall and handsome, a rare appearance of a military talent. There's nothing to say about it, but he's too busy, so he hasn't come back to get married. But he's coming back soon. Would you like to meet him?" Don't think that this is Jiang Yu breaking off the engagement and picking up her leftovers. They haven't even met each other. Zhou Guiyun is a person who doesn't stick to conventions. This matter clearly shows that her niece is hooked up with the boy from the Wang family and even got her pregnant. Both Han Shigua and her daughter are victims. Moreover, Zhou Guiyun had heard about it from her sister-in-law before. The other party was already a deputy battalion commander in the army, and that was before. Jiang Yu was blind to reject such a good candidate. Why can't her daughter meet him? Jiang Qian didn't think so. She knew that this marriage was arranged by her aunt. After meeting Jiang Yu, the Han family was satisfied and decided on this marriage. The Han family planned to let their son come back and get married as soon as he was free. This is how it is these days. You can get married after meeting once, or even without meeting each other. Jiang Qian saw that her mother obviously wanted to keep the benefits within the family. After thinking about it, she said, "Second uncle and his family have come to cancel the engagement. Will the Han family feel ashamed? Let's talk about it again. It will be embarrassing if the Han family refuses. Don't worry about this. Mother knows what to do." Of course, Zhou Guiyun would not let this happen. Jiang Qian hesitated and said, "But I'm only 20 years old. Can't you wait 2 more years?" Mother wanted to tell you 2 years ago, but you said wait. Mother loves you and wants to keep you for 2 more years, but now Mother dare not keep you any longer. Zhou Guiyun touched her daughter's head with love in her eyes. If possible, what if her daughter never gets married? But there is no such thing in the world. A girl still has to get married. Only after getting married can she have her own family, her husband, and her children. A daughter can't be kept when she grows up. Keeping her for 2 more years is her selfish wish. Jiang Qian, who grew up in an orphanage in her previous life, enjoyed such care very much. She smiled slightly and said, "Okay, Mother, you can do it." Although she is only 20, people in this era marry early. Many people get married at the age of 17 or 18. 20 years old is not early. Okay. Mother will go to find your aunt tomorrow. Zhou Guiyun smiled. You should also rest early. Watching her mother go back, Jiang Qian thought of the soldier she met on the way home today. If the soldier in Hanjiatan looks half as good as the one she saw, she would marry him with her eyes closed. She is going to get married anyway, and she must find someone who is tall and handsome and suits her taste. Zhou Guiyun was very happy and planned to go to Hanjiatan to find her sister-in-law tomorrow. But before she could find Zhang's sister-in-law's house, Zhang the matchmaker could wait to come to her house early the next morning. Zhou Guiyun had something else to do today and didn't want to listen to Zhang the matchmaker's nonsense. Why did you come here so early in the morning? What's the matter? Time was precious, and Zhang the matchmaker didn't waste time. After I left your house yesterday, I went back to find my son and asked him to send me to Hanjiatan to find the old Han family. Zhou Guiyun thought, isn't this a pillow sent just when you're sleepy?
Sit down.
Zhou Guiyun invited Zhang the matchmaker to sit down, and then smiled and said to the eldest daughter-in-law on the side, "Make Zhang the matchmaker a cup of brown sugar water, and add more sugar." Zhao Aiying went to make a cup of brown sugar water. And put a lot of brown sugar in it. When matchmaker Zhang saw Zhou, but as she said, time is precious. She didn't even have time to drink the brown sugar water. She told what she had heard about yesterday. Your second uncle and his wife went to the old Han family yesterday to cancel the engagement. They said that Han Shigwa was too busy and they were worried that their daughter would be wronged in the future, so they wanted to cancel the marriage. The old Han family wanted to retain him, saying that Han Shigwa was coming back and asked them to meet him first. But your second uncle's family was determined to cancel the engagement. Although the old Han family was reluctant to give up the marriage that had been discussed for 3 years, they also knew that they were in the wrong and were not the kind of people who would make trouble. Seeing that your second uncle and his wife were so determined, they could only agree to cancel the engagement. These were the details of Zhang's second uncle and his wife going to the old Han family to cancel the engagement. But Zhou Guiyun was not interested in this. She just said, Han Shigwa is coming back? Speaking of this, matchmaker Zhang was even happier and said with a smile, he is already back. Just as your brother-in-law and his family broke off the engagement, Han Shigwa came back. You don't know, I went there to see him yesterday. He was really amazing. I have been a matchmaker for so many years, and I have seen good ones. But this is the first time I have seen such a manly young man. If I were 30 years younger, these girls wouldn't have their turn, and I would have gone it alone. At the end, matchmaker Zhang made a joke. Zhou Guiyun laughed and scolded. That has to be something that he likes. Zhao Aiying, Zhao Eifeng, and Su Jiro and other sisters-in-law were all at a loss whether to laugh or cry. As for the brothers Jiang Shouhai, Jiang Shoutao, and Jiang Shouha, they had already taken dry food into the mountains to collect firewood early in the morning to save for the winter. None of them were at home. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, matchmaker Zhang took a sip of the sweet brown sugar water. Really, I'm not kidding you. I'm not looking at him as a matchmaker, but as a mother-in-law. I guarantee that Sister Ho Hot will be satisfied with a young man like Han Shigwa. If I have a daughter, I will let her marry him immediately. I don't need any betrothal gifts, and I can even give him money. You re-exaggerating, Zhao Eifeng said with a smile. That's right, giving him money. I've never seen a mother like you. Are you trying to trick your daughter or not? Zhao Aiying also said. It's true. The betrothal gift can be a token of appreciation, but giving away money is too much. Which girl needs to pay away money to get married? How shabby would that be? No exageración. Matchmaker Zhang said quickly. Compared with Han Shirgua, the kid from Old Wang's family has nothing to show for himself. He is average in height and appearance. He is just an errand boy at work, not a big official. But Han Shirgua is already a battalion commander. His future is limitless. And his sister lives in the county party committee compound in the city. Even if she retires in the future, she will definitely have arrangements. But when I see him like that, I know that his future will definitely be good. If Qian marries him, she will have a life of happiness. This time you listen to me. I will arrange a meeting, just one meeting. I'm betting on my reputation as a matchmaker for decades. If you are not satisfied with Han Shirgua, I will no longer be a matchmaker. Zhou Guiyun was originally more satisfied when she heard that he was already the battalion commander, but when she heard matchmaker Zhang dare to make such a boast, she couldn't help but have some thoughts in her heart. At the beginning, Jiang Xiaogu couldn't wait to go back to her parents' home early to marry her niece, for fear that someone would get the first chance. But she didn't speak, and Zhao Aiying, the eldest daughter-in-law, spoke up. You matchmakers are deceiving people. You said so much, but you didn't see how old the man is now. If he is too old, no matter how good he is, we don't want him. Not too old, only 26 this year. Matchmaker Zhang said repeatedly. As a mother-in-law, Zhou Guiyun would of course be a little picky at this time, because only those who complain about goods are buyers. She said, already 26? She is 6 years older than my Qian. The difference is a bit big. Not too old, only 6 years old, not too old at all, and besides, an older man will know how to love his wife, right? Matchmaker Zhang said quickly. Sister Guiyun, you really have to listen to me this time. I'm not exaggerating. There is no other young man as suitable for your Qian in the surrounding area. Only such an outstanding young man is worthy of a beautiful girl like Qian. Really, when I saw him, I felt that he deserved to be your son-in-law. Otherwise, how can I be a matchmaker? Your eloquence in praising people is rare. Zhou Guiyun couldn't help being moved when she heard it. She was originally going to Hanjiatan to talk to her sister-in-law today. But no matter what she thought in her heart, Zhou Guiyun didn't show it on her face. My second uncle's family just broke off the engagement with a Han family yesterday. Sisters-in-law Zhao Aiying and Zhao Aifeng both understood their mother-in-law. Seeing that her mother-in-law didn't say anything, they immediately started the conversation. Matchmaker Zhang knew the concerns of the Jiang family. As a matchmaker, how could she not dispel other people's concerns when arranging a marriage? She would not fight a battle without confidence. She immediately said, "Don't worry about this matter. When I went to their house yesterday, the sister of the Han family treated me very warmly. She was also anxious to find a marriage for her son. I heard her say that Han Shirgua had a 10-day holiday this time, and there was not much time to waste, but her son had high standards and didn't look down on ordinary people. As soon as she heard me mention your Qian, the sister of the Han family's eyes lit up, and she immediately grabbed my hand and asked me if I was the teacher Jiang from the eldest wife of the Jiang family who taught in the town primary school. I was surprised when I heard it and asked her if she had seen your Qian. When the Han girl heard that it was really your Qian, she was so happy. She said that she had seen Qian before. She came to the town to visit relatives during the slack season, and she twisted her ankle because she was not paying attention. No one paid attention to her at that time. Only teacher Jiang from the town primary school helped her. Is there such a thing? Zhou Guiyun and the three sisters-in-law all looked at Jiang Qian, who had just woken up and was about to brush her teeth and wash her face. Jiang Qian, who had just come out, of course heard what they were talking about. She was stunned for a moment, and then she thought about it, and it seemed that there was such an incident. Helping an old lady cross the road is risky, but she was not afraid at the time, because there were 2 students with her. So when she saw the aunt like that, she stepped forward to help. The aunt asked her about her identity, and she was upright, even for this. She also briefly introduced herself as the daughter of the Jiang family of the Five-Star Brigade, and she came to teach in the town's elementary school. When Han's mother heard this, she was very happy and pulled her aside to greet her, saying that her son was engaged to her cousin, and they would be relatives in the future. However, her relationship with Jiang Yu was very ordinary, and she didn't take this future relative in a roundabout way to heart at all, and just smiled politely. But she didn't expect that in the end it would be her and her son who would meet. The world is really unpredictable, and the big intestine is wrapped in the small intestine. Thinking of this, Jiang Qian also smiled. There is this thing, but it's been a long time. Matchmaker Zhang was all smiles. It's been a long time, but your Aunt Han has always remembered it. When she heard me say that she wanted you to meet Shirgua, she immediately agreed. If it wasn't for being too late yesterday, she would have wanted to ask me to talk to her overnight. But it doesn't matter. There's still time today. I came here early in the morning to ask what you think. If you are willing, then you can meet each other, right? Qianqian has a day off today, right? You can meet each other and see if Qianqian is satisfied with Shirgua. If she is, all 48 legs will be included. Shirgua also promised that in addition to the 100 betrothal gifts, 3 turns, and 1 ring will also be prepared. Oh, look at this kind of betrothal gift, and Han Shirgua is such a talented and handsome man. Don't mention how satisfied he is with you, Qianqian. When these words came out, not only Zhou Guiyun and her 3 sisters-in-law looked at them sideways, but even Jiang Qian could not help being surprised. The 3 turns and 1 ring are radio, bicycle, sewing machine, and watch, which are terms that did not appear until the late 1950s. They are usually used in marriages between men and women as gifts. But only in big cities. Wealthy families may have the 3 turns and 1 ring, but in 1968, the famine had just ended not many years ago, and how many families were so poor that they could not even afford to wear pants? As for the 48 legs, they are 4 legs for a double bed, 4 legs for a dining table, 16 legs for 4 chairs, 8 legs for 2 boxes, 4 legs for a flat cupboard, and 4 legs for a large. The wardrobe has 4 legs, the small wardrobe has 4 legs, and the small coffee table also has 4 legs. It is very respectable to have 36 legs when getting married. But before, because the Jiang family didn't want to marry into the Wang family, the Wang family gave them 48 legs and promised a sewing machine with a gift of 50. This is actually a lot of money. It proves that the Wang family is really satisfied with Jiang Qian and sincerely wants to marry her. Because of this, and the fact that the conditions of the Wang family are indeed good, they agreed to the blind date. However, the conditions offered by the Wang family were immediately crushed by the Han family. Did you hear about the betrothal gift offered by the Wang family and want to outdo them? Zhao Afeng couldn't help but say. Did matchmaker Zhang tell everyone that the Wang family almost arranged a blind date with my younger sister?
No.
Matchmaker Zhang said quickly, I don't have that many mouths to say all this. I promise not to say anything, and even if you use a hammer, you can't pry my mouth open. These were all proposed by Han Shirgua himself. When he heard that I was talking about Qianqian, he told me to add the 3 turns and 1 ring. Such sincerity can be said to be very sufficient. However, Zhou Guiyun, the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law all looked at Jiang Qian. They were all good at grasping the key points. Han Shirgua is satisfied with my Qianqian? Just because Qianqian helped his mother? Jiang Qian didn't say anything, but the handsome soldier from yesterday unconsciously emerged in her mind. Could he be Han Shirgua? However, this is the fact. Matchmaker Zhang smiled and said, Yes, Shirgua has seen Qianqian. He said that on the way back yesterday he happened to see you. He heard the elementary school students calling you Teacher Jiang. He described your appearance to me and asked if it was you. When he heard that I was, he said that in addition to the 48 legs, he would also buy 3 turns and 1 ring as a betrothal gift. These were all added when he heard it was you. Jiang Qian was not very interested in big items like watches.
But she was really surprised.
She didn't expect that the soldier she met yesterday was really Han Shirgua. She was still wondering which sister would get such a handsome soldier. In the end, maybe it would be her. Well, Jiang Qian decided to meet him. If he is a good person, she will marry him. Little sister, do you still remember what Han Shirwa looks like? He saw you, have you seen him? Su Jiro asked with a smile. When she looked up and saw that everyone was looking at her, Jiang Qian blushed and said insincerely, I seem to have some impression. Then what do you think? Matchmaker Zhang said quickly, such a young man is not easy to find. Thinking of the handsome soldier yesterday who spent a lot of money to marry her because he was very satisfied with her, Jiang Qian's face flushed even though she was a lazy fish. In addition, her mother and others also wanted to hear her attitude, so she said the classic words from ancient times to the present, I will listen to my parents on matters of marriage. Well, if they are satisfied, then the parents will decide all the matters concerning her life. If they are not satisfied, then they can say that their daughter wants to serve her parents for another 2 years. Zhou Guthian knew what her daughter meant when she saw her daughter like this. She was also happy that the man had such good taste, and her face showed some smile. She smiled and said to Zhang's father, who was keeping watch at the door, Boss, why don't you let the Han family come over to take a look? And take advantage of Qian being free today.
Okay.
Zhang's father listened to what Zhang the matchmaker said and nodded. Then can you trouble Zhang the matchmaker to make another trip? Go over there and talk. Zhou Guoyin smiled. Of course, the matchmaker was happy that things went so smoothly. Zhang the matchmaker was also full of smiles immediately. Okay, then I'll go to the old Han family again, and you guys should get ready too. As she was about to leave, Zhou Guoyun hurriedly said, What are you in a hurry for? Drink the brown sugar water before you go over. Matchmaker Zhang drank the sweet syrup with a smile. She was very satisfied in her heart and left without further ado. As soon as the matchmaker left, Zhou Guoyun asked her daughter, Did you see Han Shirga yesterday? What did he look like? Judging from her daughter's appearance, he should be a good guy. Before Jiang Qian could speak, the second sister-in-law Zhao Eifeng said with a smile, Mother, you asked this question. If I was not satisfied, I would not agree to let him come to our house to meet me today. I just don't know how good he is. I have fallen in love with him so much. The eldest sister-in-law Zhao Aiying also smiled. Although Jiang Qian's face turned red, she was not afraid of the sisters-in-law's teasing. When he comes to our house, you will see him. His appearance is really handsome to her aesthetic point. But to live a good life, it is not enough to be handsome. You have to look at everything, and only if there are no major problems can you get married. But this girl's delicate appearance fell into the eyes of the eldest and second sisters-in-law. Of course, the younger sister-in-law liked her, and they couldn't help laughing. Su Jiro, the third sister-in-law, couldn't help laughing, but she didn't tease her younger sister-in-law, but asked the most practical question, if you like him, does Qian have to follow the army after she marries? The matter of following the army is indeed something that should be thought of first. It's too early. Zhang's father was a little reluctant at this time, and said, Zhou Guoyun didn't say anything because if it works, his daughter has to go to follow the army. What's the point of separating young couples? It's not that there are no conditions. If there are conditions, go to follow the army. Jiang Qian also said, If it works, I will definitely go to follow the army. I don't want to live with the life of a long-distance couple. It's just that my job may be freed up. Third sister-in-law, do you want to take over? She is not the type of person who is indecisive, and she feels that if she misses Han Shirgua, it may be difficult for her to meet someone more handsome and more suitable for her eyes in her current circle. So if there is no big problem with his character, she really wants to marry herself. But her words of eagerness to get married made the whole family very happy. Zhang's father shook his head helplessly, saying that girls should not be kept at home when they grow up. Jiang Qian also reacted, her face flushed and muttered, Let's talk about business. Aru, you have a high school education, can you take over? Zhao Aiying stopped teasing her sister-in-law who was worried about her, and asked the three sisters-in-law with a smile. Zhao Eifeng also hurriedly asked her sister-in-law, Aru, can you do it? They are just literate, so they definitely can't take this job. But if they sell it, it won't be worth it. Although the salary in the town primary school is not high, it's still 15 yuan a month. Don't think 15 yuan is not a lot, for them it is an enviable income. Because they are really poor. For example, after their family distributed the food this year, the money they finally got was only more than 100 yuan. This is because of the team leader Zhang's father, as well as the strong laborers Zhang Shouhai, Zhang Shoutao, and Zhang Shouhe. There are also Zhao Aiying and Zhao Eifeng, two good workers, and they all got full work points for female workers. Su Jiro was a little worse, but she didn't fall behind, and she was considered qualified. Although Zhou Guiyun didn't do as well as she did when she was young, she still went to the fields to earn work points and got her own share of food rations. Even so, it was just this income, and it was already the income that only a few families in the village had. But there are many places where money is needed, which of food, clothing, housing, and transportation doesn't cost money. Let's talk about eating first. The food rations distributed by the brigade are only basic food rations, but many people will finish eating before the next year's grain comes. At this time, you have to pay to buy from the brigade. Those who can't pay can only buy on credit from the brigade. So some families even owe money to the brigade, not to mention sharing the money. Let's talk about clothing. How expensive is cloth? Not only is it expensive, but the quantity is also limited. How many cloth coupons are issued to each household? Although there will be urgent needs in the village, they will borrow from each other and barely gather enough to make clothes, but even the cheapest cloth costs 80 cents per foot. A set of clothes for an adult costs 8 or 9 yuan. Not to mention the family with children, it is very wasteful. And the cotton used for winter at home is not included. Which one doesn't cost money? How can the money in hand withstand spending? This is not to mention the expenses of going to the health center to get medicine when sick and fever, as well as some other daily necessities and interpersonal relationships. At the end of the year, only 1/3 of the money distributed by the brigade can be saved, and that is all because of the thrifty housewife of the family. Take the old Jiang family, for example. In fact, if you rely solely on farm work, you can't save much money. Most of the family savings come from the salary of the fourth brother Jiang Shouchuan as a shopping mall buyer in the city. His salary is 32 yuan, which is twice as high as Jiang Qian. In addition, in the past 2 years, Jiang Qian has also generated income for the family. As an elementary school teacher, she has 15 yuan in cash a month, which means 180 yuan a year. With such a salary, how can the villagers not be jealous? There are also many families who want to marry Jiang Qian home. However, Zhou Guiyun in the village doesn't like it. It's not that she is arrogant. She doesn't dare to expect her daughter to be rich, but she can't look down, right? If she looks down, it would be fine if she meets someone who will cherish her. The risk of losing both the wife and the army is too great, so Zhou Guiyun never makes this assumption. In addition, Zhou Guiyun and his wife let Jiang Qian, their daughter, go to high school in the city with the fourth son Jiang Shouchuan in the early years. This matter also made many people in the village whining, saying what is the point of a girl reading so many books? In the future, she'll get married and become someone else's daughter-in-law. But Zhou Guiyun and his wife didn't care what others said. They just wanted to provide a college student. If their daughter and son have the ability to pass the exam, they will support them even if they have to sell everything they have. In fact, Jiang Shouchuan accompanied the prince to study because he knew that his youngest son was capable and could return to his hometown, even if he did not take the college entrance examination. However, his daughter was weak since childhood and could not do it. The couple wanted their daughter, who could not do farm work, to earn a living by writing so that she would have no worries in the second half of her life. However, things did not go as they wished. The college entrance examination was cancelled. However, there was a twist in the road, and there was a bright future. It happened that the town primary school was recruiting teachers. The daughter passed the exam and became a teacher in the town primary school, and she also held this job firmly. Bringing that salary back to show filial piety made Zhou Guiyun and Jiang's father very proud. It was because Jiang Shouchuan and Jiang Qian, the twin brother and sister, took a salary home every month, so if you really compare, the conditions of the old Jiang family can be ranked first in the village. I won't say more about these for now. At present, regarding the arrangement of Jiang Qian's job, whether it is Zhou Guiyun or the two sisters-in-law Zhao Aiying and Zhao Eifeng, they all support Su Jiro to do it. Although the job can be sold, such a job is worth about 500 yuan. 500 yuan seems to be a huge sum of money, but working for 15 yuan a month can be recovered in 3 years. But the job can be done for a lifetime. It would be best if someone in the family can take over. This is the characteristic of this era, that is, the job in Jiang Qian's hands can be arranged in this way. Of course, Su Jiro also has to take an interview and let the school test her level. Only if she passes can she go over to take over.
I can.
Su Jiro also took the responsibility. She is an educated youth who went to the countryside and graduated from high school. Her grades were also among the best in school. If she went to teach in the 3rd grade of elementary school in the town, it would not be a big problem. And to be honest, Su Jiro is really afraid of doing farm work. She put all her strength into it, but she just barely didn't drag her feet and reach the passing line. If she could teach, she would definitely do it well. Hearing what her 3rd sister-in-law said, Jiang Qian smiled. Okay, let's do this first. Zhao Aiying and Zhao Aifeng knew that their sisters-in-law could not do much work, so they were happy to teach and generate income for the family. Zhou Guoyun was in a very good mood and said with a smile, Qian, you should have breakfast first and clean up after eating, because they will come to the house later. You, the head of the family, should also change your clothes, because their parents will come to the house later. Matchmaker Zhang had already come to the old Han's house with a reply from the Jiang family. This is how matchmakers are. They have to run to both families. After all, it is not so easy to collect matchmaker money, especially for matchmakers like Zhang who have a good reputation and specialize in finding the right person, so they are more dedicated. However, both the old Jiang family and the old Han family were willing to entertain. After drinking brown sugar water at the Jiang family, they came to the old Han family to drink sweet white sugar water. Looking into the enamel cup, they could still see the thick layer of white sugar. Matchmaker Zhang's smile deepened by 3 points, and she said to Han's mother, Don't worry, the eldest branch of the Jiang family is a connoisseur. When they heard that I was talking about a good family, like your Han family, they were also very happy. She looked at Han Shigua, who was sitting next to her. Han Shigua just sat there and listened, without saying anything. But he was born from Han's mother's belly. How could a mother not know what her son was thinking? Very satisfied, Han's mother asked the question that Han Shigua, her old son, was most concerned about. What did the Jiang family say about the matchmaking today? Han's mother was also satisfied with Jiang Qian. She had been helped by Jiang Qian, but at that time her son already had a blind date, and the other party was waiting for her son to come back and get married. The old Han family couldn't let them down, otherwise she really wanted to ask someone to say it. But now that the second branch of the Jiang family came to cancel the marriage, her son could of course remarry. As for the fact that Jiang Qian was Jiang Yu's cousin, Han's mother didn't care at all. Her son had never met the other girl. Now that the target has changed to Jiang Qian, who is more to her liking, how could she not be happy? And the girl also suits her son's taste. Look how much he cares about her. He is willing to give such a big item as Sanguinixiang. When matchmaker Zhang heard her ask, she smiled and said, Qian was surprised to hear me say that Shirwa had seen her yesterday and asked me if I was the soldier I saw on the way home from school yesterday. When she heard me, her face blushed, and it can be seen that she is also satisfied with Shirwa. Really? After saying this, Han's mother was very happy and looked at her son Han Shigua. Han Shigua's face was expressionless. How could it be false? Sister Guoyun is also a straightforward person. Seeing that the young people have met each other, let me take you to my house to sit and have a cup of tea. Matchmaker Zhang smiled and glanced at Han Shigua, who was pretending to be calm. She had seen a lot of people like him. When she heard that the girl also had a good impression of him, he looked calm on the surface, but he must be very happy in his heart. Okay, let's go home and have a cup of tea. Han's mother was very happy when she heard that the Jiang family's main room was so bright. She quickly looked at her son and said, Quick, change your clothes, put on your best clothes for me, and bring me some candies and snacks. Han Shigua did not delay at all. Although he went back to his room to change clothes calmly, his movements were not slow at all. After changing his clothes, he was a spirited young man. Not to mention, in addition to candies and snacks, he also brought cigarettes and alcohol. It was the first time they met, and bringing candies and snacks was considered thoughtful, but he even brought cigarettes and alcohol. Needless to say, he was very thoughtful. Han's eldest brother Han Shimin didn't say anything. But his wife Li Xia couldn't help but curl her lips when she saw these things. Matchmaker Zhang didn't care about that. She was very satisfied. Han's mother was also smiling and said to Han's father, "Master, you should come with us." Asking the father to go together shows that they value this marriage. Father Han nodded and said to his son, "Remember to behave well." "I know."
Han sigurarli responded.
The group went out. However, they did not go to the 5-star brigade immediately, but first came to the home of Jiang Xiaogu in the same village. Jiang Xiaogu was so angry yesterday because her second brother and sister-in-law came to cancel the engagement. She also came to apologize to the old Han family. After all, she was the one who took the lead in this matter. As a result, the second brother and sister-in-law came to cancel the engagement. How could she not apologize? Although the niece was delayed for 3 years, the man did not hang on to her because he was too busy. The old Han family also talked about this when the engagement was arranged. Her second brother and sister-in-law also knew about it. As a result, when it seemed that they were about to get married, they came to cancel the engagement. She had reason to suspect that her niece Jiang Yu had a lover. Otherwise, she would not do such a thing at this juncture. The daughter is ignorant. Are the parents also ignorant? Fortunately, the old Han family was also reasonable and didn't take it to heart. But Han's mother also knew Jiang Xiaogu's character. Jiang Xiaogu had been married for more than 10 years and had a good reputation. Moreover, the person to be discussed this time was her niece from her mother's family. So Han's mother came to find her again. Jiang Xiaogu was stunned for a moment, but when she learned that Zhang the matchmaker had already talked to her sister-in-law and that her sister-in-law had personally agreed, she was also happy. I quickly handed over the family affairs to my son and daughter and followed them. On the way, I said to Han Shirgua, "Qianqian is better than Jiang Yue. Qianqian has been well behaved since she was young. When I arranged for you to marry Jiang Yue, she was only 17 years old, still young and still studying. Otherwise, I would definitely introduce Qianqian to you, Shirgua." Han Shirgua listened to Jiang Xiaogu's words and thought of the girl he met yesterday. She had a small face as big as a palm, big watery eyes, curved eyebrows, and a delicate appearance. Her voice was soft when she spoke to her students. After returning home and knowing that he was rejected, he didn't feel any loss at all because he didn't even know whether Jiang Yue was round or flat, let alone any feelings. It was just that his mother was anxious and worried that he would be single when he was old, so she hurriedly decided on it. I really didn't have any other emotions in my heart when the marriage was rejected. On the contrary, I was quite happy. Without thinking, I wanted to ask the matchmaker to inquire about the teacher Jiang in the town's primary school. As a result, the matchmaker came to the door and said it herself. If this isn't fate, what is? Han Shirgua really fell in love with her at first sight. When he heard Jiang Xiaogu talking about her niece, he was very humble. It was also a coincidence. I met Qianqian on my way back from vacation yesterday. Have you met Qianqian? Jiang Xiaogu said happily when she heard him say that she had met her.
Yes, Han Shiganu did.
That's really fate. Jiang Xiaogu smiled. It can be seen that Han Shirgua fell in love with his niece. Now it depends on what his niece thinks. They went to the 5-star brigade. But some people in the old Han family were not happy. Li Xia, the eldest sister-in-law, who was standing at the door watching them walk away, came back to the house and couldn't help saying to Han Shimin, "The Jiang family is also funny." The second wife came to cancel the engagement, and the first wife fell in love with Shirgua again. Han Shimin, the eldest brother, said, "What are you talking about? The first wife of the Jiang family has good taste." Li Xia snorted coldly. Of course, she has good taste. Shirgua promised 100 gifts, 48 legs and 3 turns and 1 ring. The girl of the Jiang family is made of gold. Even gold is not worth so much money. In the final analysis, she was jealous. Because when she entered the house, it was only 20 yuan of betrothal money and 36 legs. Although it was also quite glorious and decent, it was incomparable to the conditions that the younger brother-in-law offered to the woman when he got married. How could she balance it in her heart? What kind of betrothal gift Sherwa gave when he got married is his own business, and the money is also earned by him.
Han ser min fråvnid.
What do you mean by his own earnings? We haven't divided the family yet, and his earnings should also be included in the public property. Li Xia gritted her teeth and said, I don't care, I also want to make up the betrothal gift. If you don't make up for it, I will never let you go. How can this time be compared with that time? It wasn't long before the founding of the country at that time. Han's father and mother are older than Zhang's father and Zhou Guiyun. They have 3 daughters and 2 sons in total. The eldest daughter is the oldest, followed by the second daughter, and after 1 or 2 daughters, the eldest son Han Shimin. There is also a third daughter, and finally the youngest son Han Sherwa. Han Shimin is 7 years older than Han Sherwa, but he is not only 7 years older, he also got married very early. He got married when he was 20 years old. Counting it as 13 years ago, this year is 1968, which means he got married in 1955. When Li Xia got married, she hadn't even started eating the big pot meal yet. The betrothal gift that the old Han family gave her to marry her was already quite generous. But Li Xia didn't care. Why can't we compare? They are both daughters-in-law of your Han family. She can have it, but I can't, right? You all favor her before she even gets married. If she gets married, will I still have a say in this family? Han Shimin listened to her getting more and more excited and warned, I tell you, my parents are looking forward to Sherwa getting married. This matter is almost a knot in the hearts of the 2 elders. If you dare to make trouble, your parents will not forgive you. He is already 26 years old, and children of the same age can help with soy sauce, but he still has no place to go. Which parent would not worry about him? As for the fact that the second son was satisfied with the girl and gave her such a generous betrothal gift of 3 turns, 1 ring and 48 legs, although Han Shimin was a little surprised, he didn't have the confidence to say it. Because the family has the conditions and can afford to live in a brick and tile house, it is all the money earned by Han Sherwa, the second son. Otherwise, relying on this little bit of land, the whole family will have a hard time. Now it is rare for the second son to have a satisfactory girl, and it is his own business if he is willing to give such a heavy gift. The matchmaker said that the girl is 6 years younger than him, and she is also very beautiful. She is also a teacher, young, beautiful, and educated. Since the second son has the financial resources to pay the gift, what does it matter if he does? The main thing is that this marriage can be successful. Let the girl be married and brought to the army before the end of the holiday. This is the key. Li Xia was so angry that her face was crooked. On the way to the 5-star brigade, Zhang Xiaogu asked Han Sherwa a lot in a chatty way, such as whether the army is very busy. What is your current position? How much is your monthly salary? And other questions. Knowing that Zhang Xiaogu would tell her eldest brother and sister-in-law, Han Sherwa would answer every question. The army is very busy, otherwise he would not come back so rarely, but that was before. Now he is the battalion commander, which is much better than before. Of course, he doesn't come back much. So, if he gets married, he must bring his wife to the army. As for the salary, he did not hide it. Now it is 70 yuan a month. Hearing that the monthly salary is 70 yuan, Zhang Xiaogu and Zhang the matchmaker were both amazed. They knew that the salary of a battalion commander would not be too low, but they did not expect it to be 70 yuan a month. How much money can a large family in the village get after a whole year? Han Sherwa only gets 70 yuan a month. Zhang Xiaogu was even more satisfied after smacking her lips, but she couldn't help but ridicule her second brother and sister-in-law for being blind. Such a son-in-law actually came to break off the engagement? Not to mention that the previous 3 years of waiting were in vain, but also missed a very good son-in-law. Zhang Xiaogu decided that she must talk to her eldest brother and sister-in-law later, and she must not be as confused as her second brother and sister-in-law. Such a son-in-law is hard to find even with a lantern. He is suitable for Jiang Qian, the niece. Han's mother did not interrupt her son to talk about the salary, because as a mother, she knew her son too well. It was obvious that he had his eyes on the girl, but was afraid that she would not like him, a rough man. So, he was trying to show off his advantages like a peacock spreading its tail. But she was also satisfied with the girl, so not only did she not stop him, she also cooperated with him and said to Jiang Xiaogu with a smile, "My old man and I have also planned that when Shirwa gets married, we will decide to divide the family property between the two brothers. At that time, we will invite the old branch secretary and your father to come as witnesses." Jiang Xiaogu was happy when she heard this and said, "Even if the family property is divided, we still have to respect our parents. This is the responsibility of children. Yes, I think it is best to divide the family property for the children who have their own families." It was still me who divided the family property in a fit of anger and let them take care of their own affairs and live their own lives. Now their relationship has eased. Matchmaker Zhang took over and said, "This is also the truth." Aunt Jiang smiled and said, "It's the same in my family. My father-in-law divided our family long ago, saying that big birds have different nests and big trees have different branches, so we should live our own lives. If there is any problem, just shout and they will come, right?" Matchmaker Zhang nodded. There are very few families that are as harmonious as your nieces and nieces' wives. It's also because your sister-in-law has a sharp eye. When she was choosing wives for your eldest nephew and second nephew, she directly said buy one get one free, and she chose someone's cousin. They have a very good relationship after they got married. And the educated youth's wife is the same. I think she is sensible. Yes, if she wasn't sensible, my eldest brother and sister-in-law would have divided the family for them long ago. But I heard my eldest sister-in-law mention it last time. She also has plans in this regard. I guess she is waiting for Shouchuan to get married. When talking about Jiang Shouchuan, who works in the city, Matchmaker Zhang introduced the girl's fourth brother to Han's mother. He is a regular employee of the purchasing department of a large shopping mall in the city. He and Jiang Qian are twins, a boy and a girl. Of course, Han's mother also praised him, but she was praising him from the bottom of her heart. A rural hooker who could get a formal job in the city and in the procurement department must be an extraordinary talent. They chatted all the way, and with Zhang the matchmaker interjecting, they chatted like this. The eldest sister-in-law Zhao Aiying was mending clothes for the children in the yard, and the second sister-in-law Zhao Aifeng was also there. The two sisters-in-law were busy and chatting at the same time, but they did not forget to look in the direction of the door. When they saw Jiang Xiaogu, Zhang the matchmaker, bringing Han's mother, Han's father, and Han Shirgua's family of three, the two sisters-in-law immediately shouted into the house, "Mom, my aunt and the others are here." Zhou Guiyun and Zhang's father came out of the house. Zhang's father smiled and shook hands with Han's father, and the two started chatting directly. While Zhou Guiyun warmly entertained Han's mother, she also greeted Han Shirgua with smiling eyes. "You are Shirgua, right? You are a soldier, you can tell at a glance." Han Shirgua smiled and said, "Aunt, this is a little gift for me." He handed over the gift. Zhou Guiyun took it and said with a smile, "Come here. Why do you bring things?" "Aunt, can't you drink a cup of tea?" That's what she said, but seeing Han Shirgua holding things in both hands, not only candy and snacks, but also cigarettes and alcohol, such a sincere heart, Zhou Guiyun couldn't reduce the smile on her face. It's not for the gift. Her Jiang family doesn't lack this gift, just because of the heart of Han Shirgua, the prospective son-in-law who made her satisfied at first sight. Yes, he is already a prospective son-in-law. After seeing the real person, Zhou Guiyun knew why Jiang Xiaogu hurried back 3 years ago to take the lead and let her niece, who was of marriageable age, get engaged to him, and why Zhang the matchmaker came in the morning and almost praised him to the sky. In fact, this person's appearance and talent are really impeccable. If you still don't like this, what else do you want to choose? Anyway, Zhou Guiyun doesn't have such high standards. She is really satisfied. After asking the daughter-in-law to make sugar water, they were invited to sit in the main hall. Zhao Aiying also made several cups of sugar water quickly. Each cup of sugar water was thick with sugar, especially the kind that makes people choke. When Han's mother saw the sugar in the enamel cup, her smile deepened. As the saying goes, whether people like you or not depends on how much sugar is in the cup. Without the help of Zhang's sister-in-law and Zhang the matchmaker, Zhang's father, the team leader, talked to Han's father about this year's harvest. This opened the conversation. Zhou Guiyun was also chatting on the side, and Han's mother would also interrupt. This generation of people is like this. If they can chat for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping, there will be no topic? That's impossible. Sister-in-law Zhao Aiying was also chatting on the side and explained to Han's mother that Jiang Shouhai and his brothers went to the mountains to collect firewood early this morning, so they were not at home at the moment. It has to be explained, otherwise people will think that their family is rude and none of their sons came out to entertain them. Han's mother expressed her understanding. If it weren't for this incident today, she would have asked her sons to collect firewood. As they chatted, they would occasionally ask about Han Shigua's military camp affairs, and Han Shigua would answer them one by one. There was no need to say anything else, just sit upright for the Jiang family to see. After staying for a while, the second sister-in-law Zhao Eifeng came to her sister-in-law's room with a smile. The third sister-in-law Su Jiro was with Jiang Qian, and Jiang Qian was instructing her on how to prepare lessons and some teaching experience. But they were not deaf, and they had heard it a long time ago. When they saw Zhao Eifeng, the second sister-in-law, come in, Jiang Qian's face turned red again. After all, she was still a young girl. The handsome soldier she had met came to her house for a blind date, and she would still feel a little shy and nervous. Su Jiro smiled and asked Zhao Eifeng, second sister-in-law, how is the other party? No choice. Zhao Eifeng gave such a high evaluation without any hesitation. Let's go out and take a look. Su Jiro smiled and looked at her sister-in-law. Although Jiang Qian blushed, she still wanted to confirm whether it was the one she saw yesterday. So she followed her second and third sisters-in-law out. Jiang Qian knew that they would meet yesterday, so she soaked red beans in advance. Today, she specially made red bean cakes. Now Jiang Qian brought a plate of red bean cakes to entertain the guests. Aunt, this is the red bean cake I made this morning, you try it. Although she was shy, Jiang Qian was very confident when she brought the snacks. Aunt Jiang smiled and said, okay. She also introduced Han's father and mother, as well as Han Shigua to her niece. This is your Uncle Han, Aunt Han, and this is Shigua.
Hello, Onkel Han, Aunt Han.
Jiang Qian smiled slightly and called people. Of course, she also glanced at Han Shigua. Seeing that he was looking at her, she felt a little embarrassed to invite them to have snacks. Qian, do you still remember me? I twisted my foot last year, and you helped me. Han's mother said happily. I remember. Auntie, is your foot okay now? Jiang Qian smiled. She wanted to laugh in her heart. She helped the old ladies cross the road to get 2 marriages. It seems that if conditions permit, she should do more good deeds. Of course, she didn't think about these things before doing good deeds. But do good deeds and don't ask about the future. Well, the doctor you introduced to me is very good. I had no problems that day. Han's mother was obviously in a very good mood. That's good. Jiang Qian smiled and nodded. Jiang Xiaogu also tried to find a topic. Is the school busy on weekdays? Are the students very naughty?
Not too busy.
The students are all good. There are a few naughty ones, but it makes sense. Jiang Qian smiled. Jiang Xiaogu smiled at her gentle niece. That's because you have a good temper, patience, and never hit students. There is no such thing as corporal punishment in education nowadays. Students are disobedient? The teacher will directly use the bamboo stick to reason with you. But Jiang Qian doesn't know how to hit. She can't do it, but when the teacher in the next class hits the students, she will take the naughty students over to watch and tell the students if you don't behave, the teacher can't teach you and can only send you to the next class. Under this threat, no one is disobedient, and they all choose the gentle teacher Jiang who doesn't hit people. If you can make sense, then don't hit them. Jiang Qian smiled and said to Han's mother and others, I have to go back to prepare for class, you guys chat. Okay. Han's mother looked at Jiang Qian, who was full of book fragrance, and she was more and more satisfied, and nodded with a smile on her face. After showing her face, Jiang Qian went back to the house. Su Jiro followed her back, smiling and whispered, It's no wonder that you fell in love with him at first sight. His appearance is really 1 in a million. Jiang Qian blushed, but also hit back. Isn't my third brother handsome? She was not bragging. The genes of her Jiang family were impeccable, and there were really handsome men and beautiful women in the family. Even in the second house, Jiang Yu and Jiang Shiliu are both good-looking. Of course your third brother is also handsome, but to be honest, he is still a little inferior to you. She married Jiang Shoha after going to the countryside, not only because she was afraid of doing farm work, but also because Jiang Shoha was really tall and handsome. He was 1.8 meters tall, handsome, and responsible, and the Jiang family's family tradition was really good, so she married him without hesitation. When third brother comes back, I will tell him that you, my third sister-in-law, despise him and are worse than others, and see if he doesn't teach you a lesson. Jiang Qian bluffed. Su Zhiro smiled. Aren't you allowed to tell the truth? Come on, tell me, are you satisfied or not? I don't know. Jiang Qian blushed. Although she didn't look at Han Shigwa much from beginning to end except for a glance when her aunt introduced him when she just brought the snacks into the door, she still felt her heart pounding. Seeing a handsome guy like this, it's a bit unpromising. But forgive her, because Han Shigwa is really handsome, and he hits her aesthetic mark accurately. As a grown-up girl, she hasn't cultivated her mentality to that level yet. She really can't bear it. Zhou Guiyun and Han's mother, Zhang's father, and Han's father outside all had a lot to talk about, but after staying for more than an hour, Han's father and Han's mother also asked to leave. As for the gift brought by Han Shigwa, the Jiang family pushed it a little, but it was the sincerity of the old Han family, so they left it in the end. Leaving Han Shigwa's gift means that there is no need to say anything more. Although the two families didn't talk much about Han Shigwa and Jiang Qian from beginning to end, they all understood each other tacitly. And this still requires the matchmaker Zhang to run around, convey each other's wishes, and give each other room for maneuver. Look, Zhang matchmaker followed out. She asked Han's father, Han's mother, and Han Shigwa to wait for her at the entrance of the village, and she stayed. It's too late today. How about letting Shigwa take Qian for a walk in the city tomorrow? After the Han family left, matchmaker Zhang asked Zhou Guiyun with a smile. Zhou Guiyun was in a good mood at the moment. She had a very good impression of the old Han family. She could see that Han's father and mother were not the kind of mean and sarcastic parents-in-law. Jiang Xiaogu knew this best. She had been married to Han Jiatan for more than 10 years. If Han's father and mother were the kind of treacherous and cunning people, no matter how good Han Shigwa was, she would not go back to her parents' home to tell them. But it was obvious that Han's father and mother were both good. That's why Jiang Xiaogu dared to take the lead in this matter. Since the elder was a good one, and Han Shigwa was so suitable for her as the future mother-in-law, Zhou Guiyun agreed on behalf of her daughter, without thinking twice. Okay, let her third sister-in-law substitute for the class tomorrow, and let Qian and Shigwa go to the city for a walk, and you can ask Shigwa to pick them up. The Iron Lady was a person who kept her word, and this straightforward promise made Zhang the matchmaker smile even more. I'll ask Shigwa to come around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? Sure. After Zhou Guiyun agreed, Zhang the matchmaker came to the village entrance, without saying a word. Han's mother hurriedly asked, "What's the matter?" No problem, Shigwa, come to Lao Zhang's house at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to pick up Qian to go around the city. If you can't borrow a bicycle outside, you can come to my house to borrow one. You know where my house is, right? Han Shigwa, my uncle has one. I will come to pick her up on time tomorrow. This neat and straightforward look made Han's father and mother look at each other with smiles in their eyes. I thought he was not in a hurry to get married. No matter how much he was urged, he would not come back and said he was busy. In the past few years, Han's mother tossed and turned for a while and couldn't sleep because she was anxious about her youngest son's marriage. Several times she wanted to send a telegram directly. Mother is critically ill. Come back quickly. The reason why she didn't send a telegram to trick him back in the end was because she was told that she was on a mission twice when she called him, which shows that she was really busy. But no matter how busy he is, he can't be so busy that he doesn't even marry a wife. So they were very anxious, but it was useless. He didn't take it seriously at all. Now look, it's not that he is not anxious, right? Look, when I see something I'm satisfied with, I care more about it than anyone else. Han Shirgwa was not afraid of being laughed at by his parents. He glanced in the direction of Zhang's house with a smile in his eyes. A man would never want to get married. He just hadn't met the one who was in his heart. After seeing her this time, he was of course eager to marry the obedient girl home. He followed his parents back. The Han family left first, but Jiang Xiaogu didn't come back so quickly. Although she came back to accompany guests today, it was rare for her to come back to her parents' home. Zhou Guiyun, the eldest sister-in-law, would let her have lunch before leaving. Jiang Xiaogu was not polite to her eldest sister-in-law. She had a good relationship with her eldest sister-in-law. She was raised by Zhou Guiyun, the eldest sister-in-law. Even when she married to Han Jiatan, which had very good conditions, it was her eldest sister-in-law who asked the matchmaker to say it. She also personally inquired about the husband's family and found out that it was really good, so she let her marry with confidence. Outsiders said that Zhou Guiyun, as the eldest sister-in-law, cared more than other people's mothers, which was absolutely true. The people that Jiang Xiaogu was most grateful to in her life were her elder brother and his wife. Now that she had the opportunity to repay her brother and his wife, she was of course happy. After the Han family left, she smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, what do you think of Shirgwa? Are you satisfied?" Zhou Guiyun smiled. His external conditions are good, but whether he is suitable for Qianqian or not, Qianqian has to look around for herself. Seeing her sister-in-law like this, Jiang Xiaogu knew that the marriage was inevitable. She also told her sister-in-law about Han Shirgwa's situation. Sister-in-law has seen this man with her own eyes, so I won't go into details. I'll tell you about other things. Han Shirgwa is 26 years old this year, at the battalion level, with a monthly salary of 70 yuan. The most important thing is that once he gets married, the old Han family will split up. Really? Zhou Guiyun said in surprise. She already knew his age and military rank. A salary of 70 yuan was indeed very high and very touching, but what Zhou Guiyun cared about most was the separation of the family. Son-in-law has such a high salary, so of course it is best to split up the family. And as a mother, who doesn't think about her daughter? As long as her daughter is fine, she doesn't care whether she will be talked about or not. She doesn't care. Jiang Xiaogu, I just heard Aunt Han say it on the way here today, but I think the meaning is that after getting married, Qianqian has to go to the army. Zhou Guiyun had no objection to this. If it can be done, it is only right for Qianqian to follow Shirgwa to the army. How can a couple live separately after getting married? It's good to go to the army. You can be the master of your own house there, and there will be no conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and sisters-in-law. Seeing that her sister-in-law was very optimistic, Jiang Xiaogu was also very happy, and she didn't need to waste her breath. After she finished speaking, she saw her niece standing at the door and called her niece over. "Qianqian, you should look after Shirgwa in everything. Auntie is really optimistic about you." Jiang Qian blushed. "Let's go to the city tomorrow and have a good look around. If it's a good match, the Han family will probably come over to propose marriage. They'll find a suitable day and marry you." Zhou Guiyun was a little reluctant, but happy. Jiang Qian had long since adapted to the local customs, including the speed of getting married in this era. If she liked someone, she wouldn't hesitate and would just get married. But she still said in a pretentious tone, "Isn't it too fast? We have only known each other for a few days, and we don't know what kind of person he is." That is absolutely impossible. The old Han family does not have such a tradition. Shirgwa's father listens to his mother, and his eldest brother also listens to his wife. Don't look at Shirgwa's tall and strong appearance and bravery. According to my experience in observing people, 9 out of 10 times he is also henpecked. Besides, how satisfied is he with you? Look at the gifts brought to the door. I also heard from matchmaker Zhang that in addition to 100 gifts and 48 legs, he will also prepare 3 turns and a ring, right? There is no other person who can give such a betrothal gift in the surrounding area. Just tell me, does Shirgwa value you? Jiang Qian also admitted this point. Han Shirgwa was indeed very satisfied with her. So if she feels good tomorrow, she can get married. When she was distracted, she saw her mother and aunt looking at her, and her face turned red. "Let's talk about it when I come back from the city tomorrow." After that, She turned around and went back to the house. After Jiang Qian returned to the house, she heard the laughter of her mother and her aunt. She took out a small pink mirror and looked at herself. Her face was really red. She spat softly, "What a loser." She blushes when she sees a handsome guy. But she quickly put her mood together and called her third sister-in-law to go to the town primary school together. She had to go to the city with Han Sherwa tomorrow, and her third sister-in-law would have to go there to take the class, so she had to go and say hello first. If the marriage is successful, will Aru take over the job? Seeing the aunt and sister-in-law go out, Jiang Xiaogu remembered and asked, "Yes, let Aru go and teach her." Jiang Xiaogu nodded. "I think Qianqian is also satisfied with Sherwa." "Sister-in-law, have you prepared the dowry for Qianqian? If they like each other, the old Han family may come to propose marriage soon. Sherwa only has 10 days of vacation, and we don't know when the next vacation will be. I guess they won't wait for the next time. Sherwa must be in a hurry to marry." Zhou Guiyun didn't want to wait either. Once this person has made up his mind, the marriage must be cut off quickly. If it is dragged on, it will easily fail. Isn't Jiang Yu the best example? But Zhou Guiyun had already prepared everything for her daughter's dowry. She brought Jiang Xiaogu in to see it. In the cabinet in her room, there were 4 brand new quilts. In addition to the quilts, there was also a new kettle, wash basin, towel, 2 new sets of clothes, and 2 pairs of new shoes. In this era, such a dowry can be said to be generous. "Oh, sister-in-law, you are all ready." Jiang Xiaogu was also happy when she saw it. She originally wanted to remind her sister-in-law to hurry up and prepare because there was a nephew working in the city, and it was not too late to prepare now. Zhou Guiyun had a good relationship with his sister-in-law, so she told her about the original matter between Jiang Qian and Wang Hesong. It was because of this matter that when the 4th brother Jiang Shouchuan came back a while ago, Zhou Guiyun asked him to help his sister prepare the dowry. Jiang Shouchuan was of course concerned about his younger sister's affairs and had asked for a lot of connections. Otherwise, even if he worked in the city, these 4 quilts, new clothes, new shoes and socks, and daily necessities such as wash basins would not be gathered so quickly. Of course, Zhou Guiyun mentioned the matter of the old Wang family to Jiang Xiaogu only in passing, and the focus was on Jiang Yu stealing. After hearing this, Aunt Jiang's face darkened and she understood. "I said you've been waiting for 3 years. Now Sherwa has come back. How can you cancel the engagement just because of this? It turns out that you're having an affair with someone else, and you're so shameless that you hooked up with your cousin's blind date?" Although Jiang Yu kept saying that she didn't know, Zhou Guiyun didn't believe it. She was sure that Jiang Yu did it on purpose and had bad intentions. "I don't think I've ever treated her badly. It's about the job she has. Your second brother and his wife came to us at the beginning, but what could they afford with their little money? To be frank, your eldest brother and I could have bought it directly, and there was no need to give it to the second wife. But your eldest brother, and I thought that your second brother and his wife's family was not well off, and they were not very capable. If they had this iron rice bowl, their lives would get better day by day, right? I hope they are doing well, and I dare to say this to the sky with my conscience. How much have your eldest brother and I helped the second wife over the years? But we have never asked for any credit, nor asked them to return anything. As a result, this time, when Jiang Yu did such a thing, they didn't even tell us at the first time, and they wanted to conceal it. Can such a thing be concealed? They want to embarrass us and want Qianqian's reputation to be damaged, right?" Zhou Guiyun really couldn't help finding someone to complain to. As long as she thought of the chilling behavior of the second wife, she couldn't stop her anger. In her mind, the second house is an ungrateful wretch. In the future, the second house will never get any favors from the first house again. As for the money owed to the first house, she will ask her daughter-in-law to collect it every month. Collect as much as possible. The sooner it is collected, the better. After the money is collected, everyone will live their own lives in the future, and everyone will go their own way. She doesn't want to suffer such a backstabbing for the second time. Jiang Xiaogu can certainly understand her eldest sister-in-law's anger. Her second brother, second sister-in-law, and niece Jiang Yu are simply inhumane. But she can also comfort people. As the saying goes, bad things don't go and good things don't come. This one is not a good thing, but God has replaced Sherwa to be your son-in-law, which is also a prophet. Zhou Guoyin has lived for most of her life, and she has a good eye for people. Today, she has a particularly good impression of Han Sherwa, the prospective son-in-law. He said with a smile, "You are right, if the bad ones don't go, the good ones won't come. As long as the young people don't have any objections, your eldest brother and I have no objections either." The matter of the second house was only mentioned to the sister-in-law, and she was too lazy to say more. Anyway, it was not a good thing. What happened in the Jiang family's first house, of course, can't be hidden in the village. Now that it's the slack season for farming, even the old things of last year can be brought out to grind the tongue, not to mention this excitement. Sun was too embarrassed to come and see, but Jiang Shilia's wife would not miss such a big excitement. After being told by the neighbors that the old Han family went to the eldest uncle's house for a blind date, she hurriedly hung the children's clothes and followed immediately. Shilia's wife also went into the first house, so she saw Han Sherwa's tall and strong body, as well as his handsome and masculine face. But no one in the first house paid attention to her, and they didn't even bother to introduce her. Shilia's wife knew that the first wife was angry with the second wife, but she didn't care. After seeing Han Sherwa, she came out, but she was also questioned by other curious villagers. They all asked her, "Isn't Han Sherwa the blind date of your sister-in-law Jiang Yu? Why did you come to the first wife for a blind date with Jiang Qian, your cousin?" In the village, there are still people who married from Hanjiatan, and they have long known that Jiang Yu and Han Sherwa are engaged. Now seeing Han Sherwa enter the first wife of the Han family, and Zhang the matchmaker and Jiang Xiaogu also came together, anyone who is not a fool knows that it is obvious that they came to have a blind date with Jiang Qian. But what everyone is curious about is, why did they change the person? Blind dates are not uncommon, but what makes everyone curious is, why did they change the person? Shilia's wife wanted to share the gossip she knew with everyone, but she was strictly prohibited from doing so. If she really told anyone about it, not only would her mother-in-law not forgive her, but the eldest wife would also skin her alive. So she had a hard time holding it in, but she could only say that she didn't know. Why not ask my mother-in-law or my aunt? So those who knew about the gossip came to ask. Sunday Sun pouted a little. When her daughter talked about this yesterday, Zhou Guoyun looked disapproving. She thought she was so noble and great, but she just wiped her face and asked someone to tell it. But again, since it concerns her daughter's reputation, she can't leak anything, otherwise her daughter will have to live in other people's discussions for the rest of her life. Getting pregnant before marriage, maybe she will be dragged out to shave her head or parade in the streets. But this incident had a limited impact on Jiang Qian because she was a victim in her opinion. So Sun's answer was impeccable. She announced directly to the public that their second branch had already canceled the engagement with the Han family because after thinking about it, she still felt that forget it. She was so busy before the marriage, how would her daughter live after the marriage? So the couple went to cancel the marriage yesterday. Unexpectedly, her eldest sister-in-law took a fancy to the old Han family. After hearing Sun's explanation, some people understood and said, "Don't say that. Soldiers are indeed busy. Those who can go with the army are fine, but those who can't can only be separated from their husbands. There is also a soldier in my mother's family who is retired now, but before that women raised several children by themselves, being both fathers and mothers, and I don't know how difficult it was." But some people questioned, "That's impossible to go with the army, but the rank of the Han family is battalion commander. Not only is the treatment good, but he can also take his wife to the army. And you have waited for 3 years, and now the person is back, but you cancel the engagement? Then these 3 years have not been in vain? I just saw it with my own eyes. The talent and appearance are all first class. Such a good marriage is hard to find even with a lantern. You just say you don't want it?" Sun's heart was bleeding. Of course, she knew that the Han family was a top marriage, otherwise she wouldn't have given up for 3 years. Her daughter waited from the age of 19 to 22. Seeing that it was about to be a happy marriage, her daughter failed at this critical moment. What could she do? As for Sun, she was very satisfied with the marriage introduced by Jiang Xiaogu, Otherwise, she would not have let her daughter wait for 3 years. She had always thought that Han Shirwa had to work hard so that she would have a son-in-law who was a high-ranking official. At that time, it would be a great success for all the family members. She dreamed of standing up straight in front of the eldest wife. But her daughter was not working hard. What you think is good may not be what my family thinks is good. After all, my family now has a job. If you go to the army, who will do the job? Sun could not find any other explanation, so she could only say that her family had a stable job. Because of the job in the supply and marketing cooperative that Jiang Yu is currently working, the monthly salary is 22 yuan, which is higher than Jiang Qian's salary. The salary of a teacher is not much higher now or in the future. Because of this job, her family is no longer interested in this once rare marriage. Everyone suddenly understood, but some people were jealous. They didn't say anything in person, but turned around and left and couldn't help curling their lips. What are you proud of? If it weren't for the support of the Jiang family's eldest wife, what would they be? Who said it wasn't? Another jealous sister-in-law also said, wouldn't it be the same if the job was given to the daughter-in-law? Letting the daughter marry and follow the army is the best of both worlds, but her family actually refused the marriage because she had a job. This is simply picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. They are all born in the year of the rat, and they can only see that little bit of light. In the future, when Jiang Qian becomes an officer's wife, they will regret it to death. Their voices were not concealed at all. Shilia's wife heard a lot and came back to tell her mother-in-law. Sun's face turned black. But Shilia's wife also had something in mind, because she had been coveting the job in the supply and marketing cooperative for a long time. Mom, when my younger sister gets married, our family will have to do this job ourselves, right? Shilia's wife said. Sun scolded, let's talk about work later. Why are you in such a hurry? It's not your turn to make the decision in this family yet. Shiliu's wife pouted, Mom, if you are angry, don't take it out on me. She turned her face away and walked away, and even took her out on her. Sun was so angry that she couldn't stand it, and one by one, they all came to make her angry. The people in the village who were just watching the fun didn't care about it, and came to Zhou Guoyun to inquire. Zhou Guoyun also learned from everyone about Sun's lame excuse. She snorted in her heart, but also went along with it. I've advised my second uncle and his family. They've waited for 3 years. What's the point of waiting just a little longer? But they didn't listen and insisted on backing out.
But my sister-in-law promised.
She praised the Han family's good family tradition and Shirwa's good character. It just so happened that Qian didn't have a partner yet and Shirwa rarely came back for vacation, so I might as well let my aunt bring her over to see if the young people like each other. If they like each other, I have no objection. If the reputation of the Jiang family's 2 daughters competing for one man spreads out, the old Jiang family will have to be talked about by other people for decades to come, and they can forget about it. So the first and second wives are a united front in this matter, and they must not let people laugh at them. It's more appropriate to say this. Jiang Xiaogu was also concerned about her family's reputation and said to the neighbors in the village, anyway, Jiang Yu and Shirwa have never even met. Since my second brother and his wife are reluctant to let Jiang Yu go to that job, and Jiang Yu is afraid that Shirwa will be too busy to take care of her after marriage, it's okay to worry so much. Everyone can get married separately. But I will definitely introduce a good young man like Shirwa to Qian, so don't worry about it. It was just a joke at the end. But don't say it, everyone accepts this statement. They are not blind. They can see Han Shirwa's appearance, height, and temperament. Moreover, the salary and benefits of being a soldier are well known to be good. The most important thing is that he has a future. Han Shirwa is a battalion commander at such a young age. It's not an exaggeration to say that he has a bright future. No wonder Jiang Xiaogu is thinking about her niece from her mother's family. After all, good things should be kept in the family. Jiang Xiaogu is very concerned about her little niece. There is no doubt about that. However, some people who were eyeing Jiang Qian were disappointed, knowing that they would definitely not be able to compete with Han Shirwa whom they met today. But they soon cheered up again, because Jiang Yu broke off the engagement and she was not young anymore. Look, those people have set their sights on Jiang Yu again. Jiangyu heard the news when she was still working in the supply and marketing cooperative. A girl in the village who had a good relationship with Jiangyu came to buy matches and salt. When she saw Jiangyu, she pulled her to gossip about this matter and couldn't help but said, "Why are you so stupid? Although this job is rare, the money will not go to you. It will all be taken away by your family, and it has nothing to do with you. But you have waited for 3 years, and now you are about to get through it, but you actually backed out again? Isn't this a waste of money for your cousin?" This really confirms that she was born with a good fate. There used to be an old blind man in the village who is no longer alive. He had calculated Jiang Qian's fortune and said that Jiang Qian had a good fate and was born to enjoy a happy life. Everyone was envious and jealous of this. If Jiang Qian hadn't been lucky, how could she have never worked in the field since she was a child? It was a luxury for them to even attend literacy classes. Their families would say, "What's the point of a girl learning to read and write? If she had that much free time, she might as well do more work for the family." But Jiang Qian went directly to the county town to attend high school. That was something they didn't even dare to think about, and it was something that made them envious. Because of this, Jiang Qian actually didn't have many friends in the village, but Jiangyu was very popular in the village and had many girlfriends. This was also a kind of isolation. But whether it was Jiang Qian, whose main soul had not returned, or Jiang Qian who had returned, they didn't care about it at all. She had a warm family, so what friends did she need? Besides, they really couldn't talk to each other. Because of Jiang Qian's unpleasant behavior, everyone isolated and rejected her even more. Later, Jiang Qian graduated from high school and the college entrance examination was cancelled. The jealous girls were gloating over it. Now she couldn't go to college and she couldn't become a college student. She had studied in vain, and she had to work in the fields like them. But Jiang Qian was hired as a teacher in the town primary school with her ability, and she had a stable job. So how much does God favor her? The food is already at her fingertips. They were also dumbfounded by the college students who were waiting to laugh at her. Not to mention this time, she met an officer on a blind date, and he was a battalion commander at a young age. The key is that they have all seen Han Shigua's appearance and figure, who wouldn't praise him. The aunts and the ladies love such a son-in-law, and he is also their unattainable ideal son-in-law. As the saying goes, the good ones are reserved by God for Jiang Qian. Now whoever talks about the little girl of Captain Zhang's family can't help but praise her good fortune. Now when she came to the supply and marketing cooperative and saw Jiangyu, the girl in the village couldn't help but nag. Jiangyu pulled the corner of her mouth, with disdain in her eyes. Jiang Qian was not born with a good life. She just picked up a man she didn't want. But if the reputation of 2 women fighting for 1 man really spread, she would also be in trouble. So she didn't say a word about changing people and just said, "I just thought it over. The treatment of being a soldier is good, but you have to endure it. I am really scared of these 3 years. Now I have this job. I can't get away. No one in my family can take this job. My sister-in-law has no education at all, and the family can't do without me. As for this marriage, since Qian Qian is willing, let her have it." The girl in the village said, "Don't regret it. I met the officer of the Han family today. He looks very heroic. It really makes people jealous. How can Jiang Qian have such a good life?" Although Jiangyu had not seen what Han Shigua looked like, she had expected it. In the book, Han Shigua was a person who could compete with the male protagonist. He was no worse than the male protagonist. The 2 of them were tied for the javelin in the military camp, and they were always competing for the first place in the assessment. Sometimes Han Shigua won, sometimes the male protagonist won. In the military camp, the only one who could compete with the male protagonist was Han Shigua, and he was really outstanding. But the supporting role is the supporting role, and they are all cannon fodder to set off the male protagonist. The male protagonist lived a happy life, but no matter how good and capable he was, it was useless. He still lived a mess. Jiangyu smiled and said, "What regrets or not, I can only say that it is not my fate. I can see it." She sneered in her heart. Regret? How could she regret it? Jiang Qian is smiling now, but she will become a widow in the future, and she will have time to wash her face with tears. Jiang Qian and Han Shihua were on a blind date. Jiang Yu came to tell Wang Hasong as soon as she got off work. I am not free during work, but I have to meet him after work. If Jiang Yu wants to get Wang Hasong, the future leader of the town, in her hands, doesn't she have to be careful? Wang Hasong was stunned when he heard this. So soon? Of course. Jiang Yu was quite happy at first, but when she heard his tone, she couldn't help but look at him. My aunt has always wanted to marry a good family. Han Shihua is now an officer with such good conditions. How could my aunt let him go? I just heard that both families are very satisfied. I guess Jiang Qian will marry him soon. It means that I gave up such a good marriage for you. You are getting married just after meeting each other. Isn't it a bit hasty? Wang Hasong didn't hear this meaning, and he couldn't help but say, Jiang Yu, it's a bit urgent, but Han Shihua can't afford to delay, and he doesn't have much vacation. If the two of them fall in love, of course they will get married. Wang Hasong stopped talking. He felt that Jiang Qian was getting married so quickly, probably to anger him. She hated him so much for being let down by him, so she was in such a hurry to marry herself off. He had to find an opportunity to go over and persuade her not to be so reckless and just marry someone just for him. Seeing his distraught look, Jiang Yu was a little angry, but now she hadn't married him yet, so she could only suppress her anger, but she couldn't help complaining. Hasong, tell me, does your mother dislike me? She used to send eggs, milk, candy, and biscuits to Jiang Qian, but when it came to me, she didn't even look at me. I'm pregnant with your Wang family's grandson now. My mother was so angry about what happened between us that she was lying in bed. How could she have the time to come and see you? Besides, you're different from Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian was the one my mother fell in love with at first sight, so of course she liked him. What Wang Hasong didn't say was that his mother especially looked down on her for getting pregnant before she even got married, and said that she was not a serious person. She even wanted to pay Jiang Yu a sum of money for an abortion, but still wanted him to marry Jiang Qian. Because Jiang Qian is a good and decent girl, and the old lady likes her from the bottom of her heart. Teacher, kindergarten teacher, and nurse are the three most popular professions for Chinese grandpas and aunts. Jiang Qian just happens to be a teacher. Of course, there is only one position, but the most important thing is that old lady Wang likes Jiang Qian's personality and temper. The girl is gentle, polite, and has a temper like water. The more she contacts her, the more she likes her. So she is really reluctant to let her go. But now she has changed, and she has changed to someone who is so shameless and got pregnant by hooking up with a man before marriage. Old lady Wang doesn't like her from the bottom of her heart. She didn't come to scold her for being shameless because of her son's reputation and work, and for the sake of the child in her belly. Why did she come to see her and bring her food? But of course, Wang Hasong couldn't say these things directly. But Jiang Yu was also very angry when she heard his words. What do you mean by this? I am her daughter-in-law. She doesn't like me, but she is still thinking about Jiang Qian? What's so good about Jiang Qian? She is just a pretentious, two-faced, hypocritical person. Okay, you are still pregnant. Don't get angry when you get married. My mother will definitely like you. She just hasn't changed her mind yet. Wang Hasong quickly comforted. Jiang Yu heard this, and then he calmed down, but began to try to brainwash him again. For you, I gave up Han Shihua, who has a bright future. Wang Hasong wanted to say that you didn't do it for me. You seduced me from the beginning. He was also bewildered at the time. When he met this female salesperson who took the initiative to show his kindness to him, he just wanted to tease her at first. After all, if you don't take advantage of it, you are a rascal. He was thinking this. As a result, she was so bold that time in the grove that she took off her pants directly. Good man. How could he resist this excitement? It was because he couldn't help it that time, and the young man had just tasted this taste, and there were several more times later. Then, she became pregnant. When he heard this news for the first time, he was actually a little shocked. He just wanted to get it for free, and didn't want to be responsible. The one he was really satisfied with in his heart was always Jiang Qian. But Jiang Yu was not a good person. He just revealed a little bit that the child should be aborted first, right? Of course, Wang Hasong quickly pulled him back and said it was a joke. Wang Hasong didn't want to think about these things, but it didn't mean that he was so easy to fool. After dealing with Jiang Yu for a few words, he went back. Jiang Yu stared at his back and snorted coldly. If she didn't know that he would achieve great success in the future, she would not look down on him. After returning to the 5-star brigade, she came directly to the big room to find Jiang Qian. She hasn't come to see Jiang Qian since the incident, but she has to come to see her. No one in the first wife's family likes her now. What are you doing here? Seeing her come in, only the eldest sister-in-law Zhao Aiying sneered and glanced at Jiang Yu's belly with a smile. It's definitely not allowed to be told to the outside world, but they all know it. It's really bold, getting pregnant before getting married. Jiang Yu is not afraid of seeing it. The first wife's family will never tell her about it. Now that the matter is done, Wang Hasong is hers, and she doesn't bother to care about anything else after getting the benefits. She said, "Sister-in-law, I'm here to see Qian." Zhao Aiying snorted coldly. "You still have the nerve to come to see Qian? Sister-in-law, I just want to talk to Qian." Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Qian and said. Although Jiang Qian didn't like Jiang Yu, there was no need to make a fuss, so she got straight to the point. "Is there something?" "There are too many people here. It's not suitable to talk. I'll go to your room and talk," Jiang Yu said. Jiang Qian glanced at her and took her to her room. Jiang Qian's room was not big, but it had everything it needed, including a bed, a cabinet, and a desk. Even the curtains hanging by the window were a piece of beautiful satin. Seeing Jiang Qian's independent little room, Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with disdain. All the girls in the village who had seen Jiang Qian's room were jealous. To have a room of her own was something other girls dared not even think about, especially since everything was complete in the room. This was a room full of the scent of books, and it didn't look like the environment in the countryside at all. No wonder everyone said Jiang Qian was lucky. But Jiang Yu didn't care at all. She was not from the local area, and she didn't care about the things that other girls envied. Although she also rents a house in modern times, she has seen many big villas and so on. She really doesn't care about such a small mud house. Jiang Qian was also a little surprised. In the past, she would be envious and jealous when Jiang Yu came into her room. What did she see on Jiang Yu's face this time? She actually saw disdain? What's the matter? Although she was puzzled, Jiang Qian has never been a very curious person. She doesn't want to know more about Jiang Yu, her cousin. "It's okay. I just want to apologize to you. Whether you believe it or not, I really didn't mean it." Jiang Yu sighed. "I always have to get rid of the suspicion on myself so that I won't become a widow and say that it was her fault." Jiang Qian glanced at her. "It's okay. I didn't suffer any loss, but you, just make sure you don't regret it in the future." She fell in love with Han Shihua. Compared with just wanting to see Wang Hasong everywhere after meeting him, she really had a throbbing of love at first sight for Han Shihua. To put it bluntly, she is just lustful and has taken a fancy to his male beauty. But this is also human nature. Who would still be so arrogant? Just pack up and get married. If you delay for a second, you will enjoy the handsome guy later. Aren't you the one who suffers? Of course, this is the restless little yellow man in Jiang Qian's heart. She is still very restrained in this image outside. Jiang Yu smiled when she heard her say this. "Since I have chosen it, I will not regret it. All those things in the past are in the past. Now I am here to bless you. I wish you and Han Shihua a happy marriage." Although she was smiling, Jiang Qian still keenly felt an inexplicable malice from the other party. Jiang Qian glanced at her and said lightly, "I will give you the same blessing." "Thank you. There is nothing else. I will go back first." Jiang Yu smiled. Jiang Qian did not stay for long to see her out. "Little sister, you have to stay away from her. This girl is very cunning and will trick you if you are not careful," sister-in-law Zhao Aifeng said. But Zhao Aiying and Sun Jiro also agreed, "This is not a good person." Jiang Qian smiled. "I know." She used to think that Jiang Yu was too aggressive. Although the life of the second house was not as good as their first house, it was not bad, and the life of the first house was managed by their own ability. But it was upright and had a good family background. But Jiangyu liked to compete with her. If she could win, she would smile happily, but if she couldn't, she would look sad, as if someone owed her a few hundred yuan. But things have changed recently. Every time she met Jiangyu was very proud. Like a proud phoenix, she raised her chin and glanced at people with the corner of her eyes, as if everyone was drunk and she was the only one sober, a sense of superiority over everyone else. Especially towards her. Just now in the room, although Jiangyu did not show anything, Jiang Qian could still feel her pride. She didn't know what she was proud of before, but now Jiang Qian seemed to understand. Maybe she was proud because she stole her girlfriend and felt that she was not as good as her? But why did she think that Wang Hasong was better than Han Shibua? But if she was happy, let her be. She would go with the army in the future, and she would not have much interaction with Jiangyu. She really didn't plan to have much contact with Jiangyu. Although Jiangyu's arrival spoiled the fun, it did not disturb the Jiang family's mood for meat tonight. Where did the meat come from? Didn't Jiang Shohai and his brothers go into the mountains to collect firewood today? They were lucky and brought back a very fat pheasant from the mountain, as well as a nest of pheasant eggs, more than a dozen in total. Zhou Guiyun waved her hand and ate them all, leaving no one behind. This was really generous. The daughters-in-law Zhao Aiying, Zhao Eifeng, and Su Jiro were all very happy and smiled and praised their mother-in-law. Mom saw that we worked hard in the autumn harvest, so she gave us some tonic. You know what? Zhou Guiyun meant it. After an autumn harvest, who doesn't shed a layer of skin? Although her daughter was willing to do so and often brought back meat to make braised meat for the whole family, she was still tired. Now that it was white meat from the mountains, there was no need to keep it, just eat it. After boiling the water, the sisters-in-law quickly plucked the pheasants, and Jiang Qian smiled and cooked with her mother in the kitchen. During the busy farming season, although Jiang Qian could not do farm work, she was the one who took care of the family. But she cooked delicious food for the whole family in different ways. I don't know how she did it, but all the meals cooked by her hands were really delicious. Zhou Guiyun was very satisfied with this, because she felt that her daughter was very much like her. In the early years of the big pot meal, Zhou Guiyun was one of the chefs who would not praise the meal she cooked. Cooking is really innate, and Jiang Qian was born with it. You have to know how to cook. Otherwise, how can you become a food blogger with millions of fans after only doing it for a year? Not only does it require operation, but also real skills. Because of her good cooking skills, Jiang Qian would come to help whenever the family wanted to eat meat or drink stewed bone soup. She called it learning from you, mother. Zhou Guiyun was coaxed with a smile. This pheasant was actually not big, only about 2 pounds, and was used by Jiang Qian to stew black fungus. There are also a lot of dried mushrooms and black fungus at home, all saved in the summer. When boiling water and killing the chicken, the black fungus had been soaked in warm water. After the chicken was cleaned, the black fungus was almost done. So it was stewed in the pot. It was a simple black fungus stewed chicken. Zhou Guiyun didn't have to intervene. Just watch her daughter do it. It didn't take long before the overbearing fragrance came out. The nephews and nieces couldn't help but breathe in big gulps. Even the neighbor aunt next door came over and asked, "Are you eating meat again?" There was a sour taste in her tone. The Jiang family's conditions are really good. During this autumn harvest time, there is always a smell coming out of the house. It is said that it is braised pork offal and pig ears or something like that. But the autumn harvest is too tiring. Other families in the village who have the conditions are also willing to go to the town to cut some meat and take it home to make up for it. But the autumn harvest has just passed, and now there is no need to work. Who doesn't start to tighten their belts to make ends meet? Unexpectedly, the smell of meat is coming out again. Zhou Guiyun is actually a low-key person in her life. She doesn't like to show off, but her daughter's cooking skills are so good that she smiled and said, "Today, the brothers went into the mountains to collect firewood. They were lucky enough to catch a pheasant, and they stewed it now." The neighbor lady became even more envious when she heard it. Speaking of the skill, it has to be these guys in your family who are capable. Zhou Guiyun also praised the other son, picking out the things that could be praised, and the neighboring aunts were all smiling in the end, hoping to make her very satisfied. But she did not forget to ask Zhou Guiyun if he had gotten married with the old Han family. Zhou Guiyun felt that it was almost certain, and she was very satisfied with Han Shigua, but she was a person who always left a way out when speaking, so she just said that it depended on the young people themselves. If the young people themselves were satisfied, then there would be no problem. Qianqian will definitely be satisfied. She is not as blind as Jiangyu, who would not want such a fiancé, said the neighboring aunt. After this incident, the villagers were saying that Jiangyu is blind and that Jiang Ershu and his wife's son were also blind, letting their daughter act recklessly. The daughter was ignorant and the parents were also ignorant? She didn't want an impeccable officer like Han Shigua. Was she going to marry a god? Zhou Guiyun said. She is not blind, she just doesn't have that fate. Maybe there is someone better waiting for her? After all, she is her niece. She can beat and scold her, but she is unwilling to gossip about her outside. No matter how good it is, can it be better than the Han family? I saw it with my own eyes. That momentum. Oh, I felt that they were going to be high-ranking officials. Your Qianqian is blessed. No wonder the old blind man calculated for her and praised her for being born with a blessed life. The neighbor lady's words touched Zhou Guiyun's heart. It would be fine to praise other things, but Zhou Guiyun was happy to praise her daughter for her good life. After laughing and nagging with the neighbor lady for a long time, she went back to the house. Jiang Qian, who was busy in the kitchen, saw her come in with a smile and looked at her with a loving smile. She also smiled. Mom, what's wrong? This is the reason why she didn't feel uncomfortable after crossing over. She really felt unprecedented love in the Jiang family. Her mother loved her especially. Although her father couldn't express it, he loved her with practical actions. Mom is just thinking that after I get married, I will rarely eat the meals cooked by my daughter, Zhou Guiyun said with a smile. Jiang Qian blushed. Then I won't get married. I will cook for you for the rest of my life. Zhou Guiyun was very pleased and said with a smile, I don't want that. I just hope you can find a good partner and get married quickly and give me some grandchildren. While the mother and daughter were chatting and laughing, the pot of pheasant stewed with black fungus was also served. In addition to this pot of meat, Jiang Qian also took out the cold cucumber and finally a tomato egg drop soup, which was eaten with corn rice. It has to be my little sister's cooking. The fragrance is simply amazing. The eldest sister-in-law Zhao Aiying praised. Zhao Eifeng also praised, but I can't eat it many times. The teasing words were the same as her mother-in-law. Jiang Qian quickly picked up a piece of meat for her second sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law, eat the meat quickly. Are you trying to use meat to shut the second sister-in-law's mouth? Zhao Eifeng said. The whole family laughed. Jiang Shouhai, Jiang Shoutao, and Jiang Shouwen, the three brothers, of course heard about what happened today after they came back. When they heard the neighbors praising their future brother-in-law, they all planned to meet him tomorrow.
Eat, eat.
Zhou Guiyun came to her daughter's rescue. Under the distribution of Zhou Guiyun, the mother-in-law, everyone can have a bite of meat. In her place, there is no such thing as daughters-in-law eating thin food and grandchildren eating thick food. Everything is distributed evenly. But they, as parents, are reluctant to eat and give the meat to their children, so she doesn't care. After dinner and cleaning up, the family gathered together to talk. Jiang Qian talked about how her third sister-in-law went to school today and passed the school assessment very easily. The third sister-in-law has a rich cultural background, and she is from a big city. The school is also very satisfied. It would be best to let the third sister-in-law come to take over in the future. When Jiang Qian said this, it was equivalent to agreeing to the affair with Han Shigua in disguise. The whole family laughed. But Jiang Qian had already taken a fancy to her, so there was nothing to refute. However, she still felt a little embarrassed and ran back to her room. Zhou Guiyun, who was reluctant to part with her daughter, looked at Jiang's father. The couple smiled and sighed. Girls can't be kept when they grow up. They really couldn't keep this pot of flowers at home. The next morning, Han Shigua, who wanted to come to the Jiang family with the pot and flowers, arrived on time on his bicycle. But he didn't come empty-handed. There was a basket hanging in front of the bicycle, and the bottom of the basket was covered with oil paper, and most of the basket of meat buns were placed on it. "Aunt, I went to cut some meat this morning and came back to make buns. Bring some over for you to try. See how my buns are." Han Shirwa came bathed in the morning light, and when he saw Zhou Guiyun, he handed the basket to her with a hearty smile on his face. Zhou Guiyun had always felt like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, and the more she looked at him, the more satisfied she was. Seeing him coming over with a basket of buns early in the morning, Zhou Guiyun smiled even more and asked enthusiastically, "Did you make the buns by yourself? Do you know how to make buns?" "Yes, I stayed in the kitchen camp for a while before, and I basically know everything," Han Shirwa said immediately. "Show Hai and the others can't do it. They are not as good as you in this respect." Zhou Guiyun smiled and asked him, "Have you eaten it?" "I've eaten at home." "Okay, then wait for you to come back from the city and stay for dinner. You can go back after dinner," Zhou Guiyun said. Going to the city for a stroll is just a formality. This marriage is inevitable, and there is no need to be so unfamiliar. You have to show your attitude to the future son-in-law. Han Shirwa is a smart man. He smiled and said, "Then I won't be polite to you, Aunt." "Why should I be polite to you, Aunt?" Zhou Guiyun was very satisfied. As they were talking, Jiang Shouhai, Jiang Shoutao, and Jiang Shouhe came out of their rooms. They stayed here, specially to see Han Shirwa. Needless to say, the three brothers were also satisfied. While Han Shirwa was talking to his three uncles, Jiang Qian had already changed her clothes and came out. It was the linen suit that girls in this era liked to wear. There was no makeup on her face, just a little clam oil. It was just that Jiang Qian was good-looking, and even with such simple clothes, it couldn't cover up her face full of collagen.
White.
Her whole body looked like a natural beauty. Her watery peach eyes looked at Han Shirwa, which made Han Shirwa, who had been single for 26 years, beat his heart 3 times faster. At this time, the whole family was there. Knowing that Jiang Qian, their little sister, had gotten up early in the morning to dress up, the brothers and sisters-in-law all had smiles on their faces, and there was a sense of pride in their eyes. Their little sister was not only good-tempered and good at cooking, but also a famous beauty in the surrounding area. With black braids, big watery eyes, and white skin, which boy would not be confused? It was the first time for Jiang Qian to go shopping with her boyfriend in front of her family. Her face was red, and she said, "Dad, Mom, let us go for a walk in the city." "Okay, you guys go." Zhou Guiyun smiled. Jiang's father said to Han Shirwa, "Drive slowly on the way." Han Shirwa agreed, "Uncle, don't worry, I will." Jiang Qian followed him out, and the whole family watched her sit sideways in Han Shirwa's car. After Han Shirwa picked up his girlfriend, he said to his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, "Uncle, Aunt, don't worry, I will take good care of Qian." "Okay," Zhou Guiyun said with a smile. After Han Shirwa and the three brothers Jiang Shouhai, as well as Zhao Aiying and other sisters-in-law nodded, they rode their bicycles with Jiang Qian away. "Hey, what you said just now, it seems that you have already taken my younger sister to his home." The second brother Jiang Shoutao laughed. Zhou Guiyun scolded with a smile. "Then what do you want Shirwa to say?" "TSK mother, you're starting to protect him now? He is not your son-in-law yet." This witty remark made the whole family laugh. However, the brothers also expressed their opinions. Jiang Shouhai said, "Dad, Mother, this brother-in-law is not bad." Jiang Shoutao and the two brothers Jiang Shouhe also gave unanimous affirmation. "He is far better than that kid surnamed Wang." Don't Zhao Aiying, Zhao Aifeng, and Su Zhiro and other sisters-in-law think so? If this marriage can be accomplished, it would be great. Zhou Guiyun and Captain Jiang and his wife were also in a good mood. They had a great impression of Han Shirwa. And looking at their daughter's coquettish look, it goes without saying what she was thinking. Seeing Han Shirwa driving Jiang Qian into the city, the neighbors in the village were envious. They knew that the marriage was almost certain. Of course, the news also reached the second house. Second Uncle Jiang didn't have any objection. Things had already come to this, and Jiang Qian was also his niece. This was indeed a good thing for outsiders. But Sun had a different view, and Shilia's wife, She heard about this early in the morning and couldn't help but bring it back to Sun and said, Shilia and I had some free time yesterday, so we secretly went to see the guy named Wang. He was just so in appearance. He looked like he couldn't lift anything, like a weakling. How could he be with Han Shirgua? Han Shirgua has an air of style all over his body. He looks like someone who can become a high-ranking official. He is also very capable. He has become a battalion commander at the age of 26. What will happen in the future? My little sister is really making trouble. She doesn't want such a partner, but chooses such a weakling. Sun has seen Han Shirgua before. It can be said that Han Shirgua is really the kind of young man who meets the aesthetic standards of his mother-in-law. Everyone who sees him will be satisfied. Even Zhou Guiyun is satisfied, let alone her. She tossed and turned all night last night and couldn't sleep. She also had a vague dream. She dreamed that Han Shirgua became rich, Jiang Qian became the wife of an officer, and the couple drove back in a military car. They returned home in glory and attracted the attention of thousands of people. All she could hear were people's congratulations and compliments to Zhou Guiyun, the eldest sister-in-law, as well as sarcasm and ridicule towards herself. They said that her family was unlucky and her fate was shallow. That's why the marriage didn't happen. She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and even dreamed that she had just learned that her daughter was pregnant with Wang Hasong's child, so she quickly asked her daughter to have an abortion. After the abortion, no one would know, and she could still marry him. But she dreamed that she asked her daughter to have an abortion, and she bled heavily, which scared her and woke her up. Anyway, the whole night was full of messy dreams, so she was in a bad mood this morning. Hearing her daughter-in-law talking about it, Sun glared at her and said, "How do you know that she is a weakling? She is an officer of the unit department. If she does a good job, she will be promoted in the future. She may not be worse than Han Shirgua." Shiliu's wife pouted. She didn't think Wang Hasong would have a promising future, but she didn't dare to say anything. Who knows, maybe she will really need him in the future. Mom, my younger sister is getting married, so do I have to do that job? Shiliu's wife asked this question. Sun certainly disagreed. You want to do it? Well, people want you to do it when you can't read a single word. Shiliu's wife. Her face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Jiang Qian came out of her home in Han Shirgua's car, and everyone in the village saw it. At this moment, Jiang Qian was sitting in the back seat of Han Shirgua's car, and her face was still a little red. There was nothing she could do. The neighbor aunts and aunties were very enthusiastic, especially the aunt and cousin's wife from her second grandfather's family, who she had just met. They specifically called her to come down and chat for a while. But it was Han Shirgua who was chatting with them, and she was only responsible for being a decoration. You can't really tell. He looks aloof and doesn't want to be approached by strangers, but he is actually quite talkative. In fact, Han Shirgua is not talkative. As the saying goes, if you want to marry someone's daughter, you have to have the awareness of being a son-in-law, right? These are his father-in-law's family and relatives, not his soldiers. But the more he saw her relatives, the happier Han Shirgua was, because this was tantamount to recognizing his identity. He was in a good mood coming out of the village. While pedaling his bicycle, he tried to find a topic and said, "Did you go to the city to study with your fourth brother?" Han Shirgua is 26 years old this year, but Jiang Shouchuan and Jiang Qian are twins, a boy and a girl, and they are only 20 years old this year. Han Shirgua is 6 years older. But if he can succeed with her, then he has to call her fourth brother. Because it is a matter of seniority. If he marries her, they will be of the same generation. But now is the only time, and he really dares to call her that. Jiang Qian murmured artificially in her heart and said on the surface, "Well, my fourth brother and I went to the city to study in high school together. It's not easy to say. We walked from the village to the city and then walked back from the city. We came back once a week to get food. We usually lived in school. But the brother and sister were also the few people in the surrounding area who went to the city to study in high school. These days, no one really values education. Besides, with the city's educated youth going to the countryside, the city's cultural educated youth can only go to the countryside to do farm work. What's the point of studying? Anyway, they all have to go to the fields in the end. Who would be willing to let their children go to school to waste time? It's better to work in the fields and earn work points. This is the real thinking of most families nowadays. Jiang Qian felt that she was really lucky to have parents like her parents. She had the opportunity to go to school and come to the county to attend high school. Han Shihua said, "You are really amazing. I only studied in junior high school before, and I found that my cultural level was not enough after I joined the army, so I taught myself high school knowledge and got a high school diploma. So you are telling me that you also graduated from high school, and you are not unworthy of me, right?" Jiang Qian smiled in her heart and gave a positive feedback. "Really? You are so self-disciplined that you can find time to improve yourself even when you are so busy with training. I wonder if it would be too awkward to say this? She has no experience in dating." "Obviously not." Han Shihua smiled when he heard the praise. "I am still reading books. If there is a chance, I would like to raise my academic qualifications to university." Jiang Qian was really surprised at this time and gave a thumbs up from the bottom of her heart, saying, "You are right. If you have the opportunity, study more and strive to get a university diploma, which will be of greater benefit to your future. I have saved a lot of books in the army. You can read them if you want in the future. We can take the exam together," Han Shihua said. Jiang Qian smiled when she heard this. This guy didn't say a word about getting married, but every 2 or 3 sentences were hinting at marriage. Hearing her laughter behind him, Han Shihua's mouth corners also rose. He could feel that she had a good impression of him. Because he was happy and didn't pay attention to the road for a while, he bumped into a stone that was not too big or too small. A bump made Jiang Qian subconsciously hug his waist. Although it was cold now, Han Shihua was in high spirits and didn't wear much. Look, she felt it clearly. Tight abdominal muscles. Jiang Qian looked calm, but was shouting in her heart. Han Shihua looked down at her white hands holding him, and his heart was also filled with joy. Of course, he did not forget to explain, "I didn't notice just now. There are some potholes on the road, hold on tight." Jiang Qian was nostalgic for the feeling just now, but today was the first time they met, so how could she dare to hold his waist tightly? After letting him go, she grabbed the back seat and whispered, "The road is not easy to walk on. You ride slowly." The girl's soft and tender voice made Han Shihua's heart soften. Although he felt a little regretful, he knew that she was embarrassed, so he said, "Then I'll ride slowly." Jiang Qian changed the subject and asked about his military affairs. When you're dating someone, you have to talk more about the other person and let the other person talk more. You can see how the other person handles things from what the other person says. Although Jiang Qian's boyfriend is also a first-time girl getting married, she is also a person who has read 3,000 novels. Although her practical foundation is 0, her theoretical knowledge is still very rich. Our army is quite busy, and daily training is also a project we must carry out. The body is like a sword. No matter how sharp the sword is, it will rust if it is not sharpened. Han Shihua was also willing to tell the little girl about the army. He wanted her to know more about the army so that she would like it more. So he told Jiang Qian a lot. Jiang Qian listened to him talking about the training and asked softly, "Are you tired?" Han Shihua was stunned for a moment, and a warmth emerged from the bottom of his heart. But what he said was, "I'm not tired. People are not machines. Even if they are machines, they occasionally need to stop and rest, apply some oil and replace parts, not to mention flesh and blood." Jiang Qian's voice was gentle. When realizing your own life value, you should also pay more attention to your body. The body is the capital of the revolution. Okay, I'll listen to you, and I will pay attention to it in the future. Han Shihua was in a good mood and said with a smile. He heard the voice in his heart very clearly. He must marry this girl. Jiang Qian blushed after flirting with the man. After all, she was inexperienced and was too shy to say some things. But everything is difficult at the beginning. I believe that you will get used to it after talking more. Jiang Qian thought so and looked at his back again. Such a back really made her feel safe. I heard that you Hanjiatan moved here from the south. How come you are so tall? Maybe I look like my uncles. My uncles are very tall. Han Shihua said. The people in Hanjiatan moved here more than 50 years ago. Originally, there was wasteland there. Later, it was reclaimed and became Hanjiatan. Jiang Qian smiled and said, "My mother is from the south." Her mother, Zhou Guohyun, also fled from famine in her early years. Her father is a real local and is considered tall. Although her mother is a southern girl, she is also tall and slim. Because of this, their generation has benefited in name only. Her eldest and second brothers were at a slight disadvantage, being about 1.75 meters tall, but her third brother was very tall, 1.80 meters tall, and he was the tallest in the family. Her fourth brother was not as tall as him, but he was also 1.78 meters tall, which was considered very tall in those days. Her brothers were not short. Although Jiang Qian was a girl, she was also 1.65 meters tall and almost 1.67 meters tall with shoes on. Among the girls of that era, she was considered tall and slim. But when she stood next to Han Shihua, the difference was quite large. Because this guy was 1.85 meters tall even with bare feet, and this was just her estimation, but now it seemed that he was taller than that. "How tall are you?" Jiang Qian was also very direct and asked the answer she wanted to know. 1.87 meters.
Han Shihua also said.
Sure enough, he was more than 1.85 meters tall. Jiang Qian sighed inwardly and praised. "It's really high. Isn't the air fresher up there?" Hearing the girl's cute words, Han Shihua smiled and said, "I wasn't that tall before. I was less than 1.8 meters before I joined the army, but I grew taller after I joined." "How old were you when you joined the army?" 17. Han Shihua answered every question. Jiang Qian was really surprised. "You joined the army so young?" Han Shihua smiled. 17 is not young. Jiang Qian understood what he meant. In the village, boys of 17 could get married. At the age of 17, there was also an opportunity, so I grabbed it. After joining the army, I realized that I was like a frog in a well.
Han Shihua said.
He also talked to her about when he first joined the army. Jiang Qian couldn't help but admire her after hearing this. "You are really amazing. Your willpower and self-discipline are really rare. A farmer's son with no foundation, to be noticed by the leader and accepted as a disciple. Even if she didn't see his efforts with her own eyes, she could feel how much he paid. There is no such thing as a pie in the sky that falls into your hands for nothing. Without that ability, the hot pie in your hands will feel hot, and you will subconsciously throw it away. To put it bluntly, without that effort and ability, you can't catch the opportunity that falls." Han Shihua listened to the girl's words with a smile on his face. "You are also amazing. I heard that many people went to participate in the school recruitment assessment, but they only took 2 places, and you are one of them." After talking about a lot of her own things, he also wanted to hear about hers. Jiang Qian was also very humble and said, "I'm just lucky. There is no luck without strength, and strength is the prerequisite for luck." As a person who has been through it, Han Shihua knows this very well. Jiang Qian smiled and said, "It's not bad. I didn't embarrass my parents. How can it be embarrassing? You brought honor to my uncle and aunt." Han Shihua said. He could see that the Jiang family had a good family tradition better than his family, because his eldest sister-in-law was not a good person. She had already turned her face yesterday, saying that she only got 36 legs for 20 yuan when she got married. But Han Shihua was not ashamed of this at all. More than 90% of the savings of the old Han family were earned by him. What's wrong with him marrying a wife and giving her 3 turns and 1 ring? Why did she turn her face? Han Shihua didn't intend to spoil her. He also talked about this with Jiang Qian at this time and said, "My parents meant that after I got married, they would divide the family property between us 2 brothers, just because I am not at home all year round, and I have to give the family 100 yuan for retirement every year." 100 yuan a year, less than 10 yuan a month, is not much for Han Shihua, who earns 70 yuan a month. Of course, it is definitely not a small amount. Supporting parents is the obligation of children, and it's what we should do. Jiang Qian knew that he was telling her in advance, so, of course, she expressed her opinion. Han Shihua smiled. "Let's discuss all the family affairs in the future? Routine, all routine." Jiang Qian is not so easy to fool. Although she is satisfied with him, it is not possible for him to be theirs so soon. She is not trying to keep him hanging, but as a girl, she cannot be fooled so easily. She did not answer the question and changed the subject. I don't know if my fourth brother is at the unit today. Let's go over there and take a look later. How did my fourth brother stay in the city to work? The trap fell through, and Han Shirgwa was not in a hurry. He rode his bicycle leisurely while chatting with her. My fourth brother is lucky. Jiang Qian smiled when talking about her twin fourth brothers. She felt that the smartest person in the family was her fourth brother, Jiang Shouchuan. The brother and sister went to high school together, but Jiang Shouchuan, the fourth brother, was very cunning. She graduated in accordance with the rules, but he got his diploma early, graduated first, and got a temporary job. In just 1 year, he was promoted from a temporary worker to a formal purchaser, a lucrative position. Now he is doing very well, which is really awesome. Han Shirgwa laughed when he heard her words. You're lucky, and the fourth brother is also lucky. You attribute everything to luck. The girl is really modest. Jiang Qian smiled and said, I am telling the truth. Although we also worked hard, we were lucky to be arranged. Having strength is the basis of good luck, but there are often people who are talented but not appreciated. Luck is really important. The two chatted and went into the county town. The road was not close, and Han Shirgwa did not ride fast. It took them about 2 hours to reach the county town, but because they chatted all the way, it felt like time passed unknowingly. Are you tired? Do you want to find a place to rest first? Jiang Qian finally reacted and asked him. We have just arrived. I can't be tired.
Han Shirgwa looked at her.
She is so considerate and caring for him. He will be blessed in the future if he marries this good girl. But although he is carrying Jiang Qian, it is equivalent to nothing to Han Shirgwa. It does not create any burden at all. She still has no idea how good his physical strength is. I will let her know in the future. Jiang Qian knows that soldiers have good physical strength, but she didn't expect it to be so good. He has been riding a bicycle with her for such a long time, and he really hasn't been out of breath. With his physical strength like an Iron Man, she is afraid that he will suffer a lot in the future. Thinking of the adjectives she saw in the previous life, such as perpetual motion machine, pile driver, and so on. No, can't think about it anymore. Jiang Qian quickly got rid of the idea of the shameless little yellow man deep in her heart and sealed the little yellow man temporarily. Let's go to the unit to see if the fourth brother is there. If so, ask the fourth brother to come out for a meal together? Han Shirgwa asked.
Okay.
Jiang Qian had no objection. She would definitely introduce her fourth brother to her marriage partner. Han Shirgwa asked her to show the way, so Jiang Qian taught him how to go, and the two of them came to Jiang Shouchuan's unit. Not long after, they arrived at her fourth brother's unit. Jiang Qian had come to see her fourth brother before, and the security guard recognized him at once because Jiang Shouchuan had greeted him, and Jiang Shouchuan was also very tactful, and from time to time, he would give the security guard a cabbage or a few radishes. So, when the security guard saw Jiang Qian, he smiled and said, Are you here to see your fourth brother? Yes, Uncle Wu, is my fourth brother here? Jiang Qian smiled. It's an unfortunate thing to come this time. Your fourth brother and his group set out early in the morning. The unit needs to buy a batch of food, so they're all busy and they will probably be back tomorrow. The security guard said. Jiang Qian didn't always come when her fourth brother was free, so she smiled and nodded. Okay, when my fourth brother comes back, tell him to come home for dinner when he's free.
Okay.
Jiang Qian didn't stay any longer and sat on the back of the bicycle and followed Han Shirgwa around to have a look. Let's go meet my old classmate. Her family arranged for her to work at the mall. Coming to the city to study, Jiang Qian also has good friends who she has a very good relationship with. Although there are not many, there is only this one, but they get along well and have a good relationship.
Okay.
Han Shirgwa had no objection. The two also came to the mall. Jiang Qian's good friend is Su Lily, who is selling goods at the counter selling high-end silks, and there happened to be 2 customers.
Lily.
Jiang Qian called her with a smile. Su Lily's eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Qian. Qian, wait a minute. After collecting the cloth coupons and money from the customer, she quickly took the piece of cloth they had chosen for the customer. After finishing the work, the customer left and she was free. I was telling you that you haven't been to the city for a long time, and I wanted to write to you and ask you to come in and have a look when you are free.
Su Lily said.
I'm not free either. I was busy with the autumn harvest a while ago, and now I'm back to school after school. I'm busy every day. Jiang Qian smiled and did not forget to introduce her. Lily, this is my boyfriend, Han Shihua. This is my high school classmate, Su Lily. Jiang Qian also introduced Han Shihua. Han Shihua and Su Lily got to know each other briefly, and then Han Shihua was asked to rest on the bench over there. Su Lily whispered to Jiang Qian, "Oh my God, is this a soldier? Where did you find this top-notch guy? He is so handsome, isn't he? My family introduced him to me." Jiang Qian was embarrassed but also fought back. "You dare to say that other people's men are handsome? I'll tell your family's Fu Ge." Su Lily's boyfriend is Qin Fu, who used to be the monitor of their class. They are also neighbors and childhood sweethearts. They were not allowed to fall in love when they were in school, but Jiang Qian knew their situation very well. Now that they have graduated, of course they are officially dating. Both families are happy to see them. Su Lily pursed her lips and smiled. "I'm not afraid of Qin Fu coming. Don't you allow me to tell the truth? But to be honest, he is really good. He is a perfect match for you, a talented man and a beautiful woman." Obviously, she was very happy for Jiang Qian, her good sister. In fact, before this, Su Lily wanted to introduce her brother to Jiang Qian, but before she said that, her brother had a girlfriend of his own, so she gave up the idea. Otherwise, she really wanted to kidnap that person home to be her sister-in-law. Jiang Qian smiled. "How long have you been together? When are you going to get married?"
Su Lily asked.
"He doesn't have much vacation time, and he took leave this time. If we have no problems, we should be getting married in a few days." Jiang Qian had nothing to be embarrassed about. "Marry if you're sure."
Su Lily agreed.
This is also the general environment of this era, and everyone is like this. If you are sure that there is no problem, then get married. Dating for a few years before talking about marriage? That is impossible. Are you free then? If you are free, come and see me off. Jiang Qian smiled. Yes, your fourth brother must go back by then, right? I'll call Qin Fu, and we'll go back with him. Su Lily said immediately. Okay. Jiang Qian was of course happy, but she didn't forget to care about her good sister's marriage. When will you and Qin Fu have the wedding? You can get married at any time, but his house is too crowded. If I marry there, I won't have a place to live.
Su Lily said.
Jiang Qian certainly knew that the housing conditions in the city were very tight. If you can buy one, buy one. Su Lily thought so too. Qin Fu wants to rent, but I prefer to buy one. But it's hard to find, and it's very expensive. We went to see one the other day. That small shabby house costs several hundred yuan, which is almost like robbing money. That can't be helped. Jiang Qian knew this. If that doesn't work, you can rent one first. Well, I guess we'll have to rent one by then. Su Lily muttered softly. I absolutely don't want to live in his house. It's too crowded, not to mention his two sisters-in-law are not easy to get along with, and there's a group of nephews and nieces. My God, if I move in, my head will explode. Her boyfriend Qin Fu wanted to marry her as soon as possible, saying that she could only look but not eat, and that he would only taste a little, which made him so greedy. In fact, he was not the only one who was greedy. She was also greedy and wanted to eat him. But there was no home yet, so there was nothing she could do about it. The two of them always had endless things to talk about when they got together. After chatting for a while, Su Lily smiled and said, Okay, it's getting late. Go accompany your soldier brother. Don't neglect him. Jiang Qian smiled and said, When the time comes, I'll ask my fourth brother to come to you and tell Qin Fu that if he can get leave, he can come. If not, then don't. I know your intention. Okay. Su Lily did not guarantee that she could get leave, but she still had to ask her boyfriend Qin Fu. Jiang Qian waved goodbye to Su Lily and came to find Han Shihua. I'm sorry, I haven't seen Lily for a long time. I talked a little more and kept you waiting. Jiang Qian smiled. It's okay. Han Shihua was very happy that she was willing to bring him to meet her friends. Coming out of the mall, Jiang Qian looked at him. Where are you going now? Let's eat. It was not early at this time. It was past 11 o'clock, and Han Shurwa drove her to the state-owned restaurant. The waiter brought the menu, and Han Shurwa showed it to her directly. "What do you want to eat?" Jiang Qian took a look. "I just want some pork and cabbage dumplings." It's so rare to have pork dumplings. But it's obviously not enough for Han Shurwa. "This is our first time going into the city together. I didn't ask you to just eat dumplings. How about I have some?" Jiang Qian was very pleased and let him do it. "Do you want this braised pork trotter?" Han Shurwa started to order dishes and, of course, asked her.
Sure.
"What about the braised pork?" "That's fine." Han Shurwa ordered 2 more vegetarian dishes and a soup and asked her opinion on all of them. After she had no problem, he asked the waiter to place the order. 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, with rice as the staple food, were served soon. Jiang Qian had been to a restaurant for 2 years, but it was just noodles or dumplings. It was her 4th brother's treat, but she had never eaten such a meal before. However, she was used to the good food in the space, so easy things could not impress her tongue. It was just the taste of the food in the state-owned restaurant, which was indeed delicious. Jiang Qian didn't hesitate to eat 2 bowls of rice, some meat dishes, and then a bowl of soup, which was her limit. Seeing that she couldn't eat any more, Han Shurwa finished all the rest. Although Han Shurwa had a big appetite, he didn't smack his lips while eating, nor did he have the bad habit of turning over the dishes. After Jiang Qian finished eating, she watched him eat, and the more she watched, the more she liked him. Han Shurwa felt that she was looking at his smiling eyes, and he smiled at her. They were both very satisfied with the meal. When the 2 came out of the restaurant, Han Shurwa smiled and said, "Let's go to the movies." "Okay." Of course, Jiang Qian had no objection. A date for lovers means shopping, eating, watching movies, and getting a room. But it is impossible to get a room. After watching the movie, Jiang Qian prepared to go home. But she was very satisfied with today's date. Han Shurwa was also satisfied. It was his first time to date a girl, and he realized how good it felt to do these things that he used to think were boring with the girl he liked. But he was not in a hurry to go home. It was still early when he came out of the cinema. He pushed his bicycle and walked with Jiang Qian and asked, "Let's go take a look at watches?" "I have already ordered the bicycle and sewing machine, and they will arrive in 3 days. But the watch is what you want to wear, so I will accompany you to choose it in person." After this day, she should have a general idea of what kind of person he is. So she has to hurry up and ask her about her attitude. Although he looks like a normal inquiry, even Han Shurwa is a little timid and inferior when facing the girl he likes. He is afraid that the girl will look down on a rough guy like him. Jiang Qian will not look down on him. On the contrary, after this day of getting along, she has basically confirmed her feelings. Since she likes him and wants to marry him, she might as well be straightforward. Facing his expectant eyes, she blushed and said, "Then go and see?" "Okay." Han Shurwa's heart suddenly brightened up, and his legs pedaling the bicycle were cheerful and powerful. Watches are sold at the counter of the mall, but tickets are required. Han Shurwa brought Jiang Qian here with him, of course, prepared. Jiang Qian chose a more popular women's watch because she didn't have much desire for these big items. And even if it was just such a popular women's watch, if she wore it back home, it would make people envious and jealous. Because there are only 2 watches in the entire 5-star brigade. One is on the old branch secretary's hand, and the other is on her father, the brigade leader. So popular women's watches are also rare. However, Han Shurwa felt that this watch was more ordinary, and his vision was obviously higher. "Take out this one and try it on." The salesgirl saw that he had an extraordinary temperament and knew at a glance that he was a soldier. Moreover, the watch on his hand was a standard Heischer watch. Of course, she was very polite and took out the Heischer watch for Jiang Qian to try. It looked particularly good on Jiang Qian's wrist, but compared to the previous one, this one was 30 yuan more expensive, a total of 150 yuan. "Wrap it up." Han Shurwa just said this and took out the money and tickets. Soon they came out of the mall. Han Shurwa didn't let Jiang Qian take off the watch. "Wear it, it looks good." Jiang Qian shook her head and blushed. "When I come to propose formally, you can bring it together." Han Shurwa's eyes were gentle.
Okay.
He took her watch and put it away. He brought Jiang Qian to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things. He bought 2 kilograms of milk candy and 1 kilogram of brown sugar. On the way home, Jiang Qian said, "Big items like bicycles are not so easy to buy. My mother said that if we can't buy it, we can make up for it later. There is no need to rush. My third sister's family has many connections, and she has already made arrangements." Han Shigwa said. Jiang Qian also knew the situation of his third sister's family. Her aunt had told her about it. This third aunt is a legendary figure in the old Han family. She got married 10 years ago and married directly into the county party committee compound. It was her who introduced Han Shigwa to join the army. "Is it rude if I don't go over to sit when I come to the city today?" Jiang Qian said. Han Shigwa looked at her with a smile. "No, it will be the same if we come in tomorrow and go over to sit." He also wanted to take her to see his third sister, but because today was the first day in the city, it was mainly a date, and the most important thing was to confirm the relationship between the two as soon as possible. Going to his third sister's house as a guest was a small matter. But now she agreed, and next time she went to the city, she would definitely go to the county party committee compound to sit. The two chatted on their way home, but because they were in a good mood and didn't pay attention to the road, they accidentally stepped into the pit again. Jiang Qian subconsciously hugged his waist again. Han Shigwa raised the corners of his mouth and said, "Hold tight. This road is not easy to walk." Jiang Qian couldn't help but stretched out her hand and poked his waist, thinking that I couldn't see your little thoughts, right? Han Shigwa's eyes softened after being poked, and he said softly, "Qian Qian, I will treat you well, and treat you well all my life." Jiang Qian used to sneer at this kind of confession of love, but when it came to her turn, she blushed and her heart beat fast. "Let's get off the car and walk around?" But Jiang Qian was not vague and wanted to make a final confirmation with him. Han Shigwa knew what she meant, so he stopped the bicycle. After he got off the car, Jiang Qian followed him. After the two walked in silence for a short distance, she stopped, and Han Shigwa also stopped. Jiang Qian looked at him very seriously. "Han Shigwa, are you really sure you want to marry me?" Han Shigwa looked at this girl who met his aesthetic standards. Yes. He didn't even have to think about this question. Jiang Qian looked at him. "What do you like about me?" "Good looking." Han Shigwa was very honest and very gentle. "She is beautiful, speaks softly, and is very considerate." He has made up his mind to marry this girl and have children. These direct words made Jiang Qian blush slightly, and she said, "You were originally going to marry my cousin. Would you feel bad if you changed the person? My parents arranged it for me. I don't even know what the other person looks like. How can I feel bad?" Han Shigwa shook his head. These were also true in his heart. He didn't feel anything at all. On the contrary, he was very happy to be broken off, because if it wasn't for the breakup, he would not have been able to meet this girl who he fell in love with at first sight. "I'm very glad that your cousin came to break off the engagement." He added this. Jiang Qian looked at his burning gaze, turned her face slightly, and said, "Then you filed a marriage report, but the person you are marrying has changed. Does this have any impact?" "No impact. I had a blind date with you yesterday, and I went into the city in the afternoon to report it to my leader by telegram. Your name and information have been reported," Han Shigwa said. Jiang Qian grumbled lightly. "Are you so sure that I will agree?" Han Shigwa laughed. "I'm not sure that you will agree. I'm sure of my own sincerity." As he said, he handed her the passbook he took out of his pocket. "Qian Qian, this is my passbook. I'll give it to you for safekeeping in the future." Jiang Qian took it subconsciously, and only reacted after taking it and simply opened it and took a look. The balance was so large that she was stunned for a moment. She couldn't help but ask, "Is this yours or your family's?" "This is my private money." Han Shigwa looked at him. He did send his salary back home. Otherwise, where did the Han family get that brick house? The reason why the Han family was well off was because of the money sent back by his son, who was a soldier. But Han Shigwa was not a fool. On the contrary, he was very thoughtful and had saved enough money for his wife early on. He sent back a part of the salary, and he said that he would use it for expenses, which was true. There were indeed some personal connections, but other than that, there was basically no expense and 80% of it was saved by him. There were also bonuses for completing tasks and some subsidies, which were a lot, but he basically didn't spend them. They were all here. Over the years, he had saved about 2,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan in 1968 was not the same as 2,000 yuan 60 years later. 2,000 yuan at this time was a veritable huge sum of money. Marry me. You can spend the money here however you want, and you can spend my monthly salary as you like in the future. Han Shigwa looked at her and said. Jiang Qian's face was really hot. This man didn't know how to say sweet words, but such honest words were really tempting. Han Shigwa looked serious. Qian, this passbook is my token of my wish to marry you. As long as you are willing to marry me, you have to give me some face outside in the future, but as long as we are at home, I will listen to you. You have the final say in our family. The man's expression was serious and sincere. Jiang Qian's face was so red that she didn't dare to look into his burning eyes. She turned her face away and said, You're just giving it to me. Aren't you afraid that I will cheat you of your money? You will be ruined by your extravagance? No, it's natural for men to make money and women to spend it. Han Shigwa said this. How could Jiang Qian, a girl who had been single for 2 lifetimes, withstand such an attack? She was really moved by the pie he painted. Han Shigwa looked at her and waited for her answer. Jiang Qian was moved, but she did not forget her original intention. She said, I cannot tolerate any grain of sand in my eyes. If you want to regret not getting married now, it's not too late. But if you choose me, you have to be loyal to me from now on. If you dare to do something unfair to me behind my back, unless you have the ability to hide it from me for the rest of your life, then it's fine. But if I find out, there will be no turning back. I don't. Han Shigwa was about to retort. Jiang Qian interrupted him. Wait for me to finish.
You say. Han Shigwa listnet to her.
If it really comes to that, it means that you are tired of me and have no feelings for me. But don't worry, I won't pester you. As long as you say you want a divorce, I will pack up and leave. But I have one request. The child must be mine. Jiang Qian decided to tell him the ugly words in advance. If it really comes to that, the marriage can end, but she wants to take the flesh that fell from her body with her. Han Shigwa's forehead throbbed as he listened. This little girl was getting more and more excited. They hadn't even gotten married yet, but she was already planning the issue of who would take care of the child after the divorce. If they got married, he would definitely drag her into the woods next door and teach her why the flowers were so red. Let's see if she still dared to think about divorce and taking the child away. But at this moment, he could only suppress his thoughts, looked at her deer-like eyes, and said seriously, I know your concerns, but I also tell you very seriously that I am not the kind of man who is fickle and changeable. I am very serious about marriage. Either I don't get married, or if I get married, I must be responsible for the family, my wife, and children. If we get married, I, Han Shigwa, will only recognize you, Jiang Qian, as my wife in this life, and I will only have you as a woman, and there will never be a second one in this life. I also swear in the name of the party, if I, Han Shigwa, dare to do anything outside to let down my wife Jiang Qian, then I will. Jiang Qian interrupted him. Don't say the rest. Han Shigwa wanted to continue, I will. Jiang Qian quickly covered his mouth and glared at him. Don't say it. Han Shigwa had a smile in his eyes, and he waited until she put down her hand before looking at her. Then, do you believe me? I do. Jiang Qian blushed and looked at him, but remember what I just said. Han Shigwa looked at the delicate appearance of the little girl, and his heart softened. Don't worry. He, Han Shigwa's wife, he would only love her with his life. How could he do anything to let her down? That's impossible. After this topic was revealed, the atmosphere between the two of them was further improved on the road. However, Jiang Qian was bold for once on the road. When there was a small bump on the road, she cried out and hugged his waist. She had been thinking about it for a long time. 8-pack abs, the touch was simply terrible. But now that the relationship has been officially confirmed, it's okay to hug her, right? Han Shigwa looked down at the hands that were hugging her waist. His eyes were very gentle, but he knew that the girl was shy, so he didn't dare to say anything. When she was embarrassed to let go, he deliberately walked into the small pit. At this time, the girl would continue to hug him naturally. When there was no one around, Jiang Qian didn't mind taking advantage of him in advance, but when there were people around, she would let go. When I entered the city, I didn't feel far away. This time when I returned to the countryside, I felt it was also very fast. Han Shigua was riding leisurely. I didn't want to get home so quickly, but I still arrived at the commune very quickly. I met two people when I passed by the commune. Han Shigua didn't know Jiang Yu and Wang Hesong, but Jiang Qian glanced at the two people and secretly shouted bad luck and turned her face away as if she didn't see them. Seeing Jiang Qian being taken away by Han Shigua, Wang Hesong stood there for a long time without coming back to his senses. He felt that a big piece was missing in his heart. Jiang Yu also didn't come back to his senses for a long time. She knew in the original book that Han Shigua's appearance was impeccable, but she didn't expect him to be so handsome. This made her wonder and indignant, but when she thought of Han Shigua's ending, the jealousy and sourness in her heart subsided a lot. What's the use of being good-looking and having good conditions? Won't he soon become a sacrifice? Thinking of this, she felt comfortable. But when she turned around and saw Wang Hesong's distraught face, she couldn't help but sneered. See, that's Han Shigua. Look at Jiang Qian's happy face. How obsessed is she with him? Don't think about her anymore. What are you talking about? Wang Hesong retracted his gaze and frowned. Jiang Yu didn't know why, but she was a little angry. Do you regret not choosing Jiang Qian but choosing me? Wang Hesong frowned and said, Don't be unreasonable. I'm being unreasonable? Look at your own face. If you don't know, you would think you are heartbroken, but you'd better give up that idea. Looking at Jiang Qian's expression, it's obvious that she cares about her. Jiang Yu said angrily. Wang Hesong didn't want to hear her go on. Okay, it's getting late. You should go back too. I won't send you off. Don't let the villagers see you. Jiang Yu glared at him.
What do you mean by that?
Am I so embarrassing? If you're not afraid of what others will say, then I'll send you back. Wang Hesong said indifferently. If he sends her back now, the villagers will basically know why she broke off the engagement with Han Shigua. Jiang Yu planned to go back later and ask the Wang family to invite a matchmaker, but she didn't want to do it at this time, as it would affect her reputation, so she had to give up. After rolling her eyes at Wang Hesong, she went back. Wang Hesong also turned around and went home, but he couldn't stop feeling disappointed. He just took a look and saw that the man was big and strong. He knew at a glance that he was a rough soldier. How could such a person know how to be considerate? He had to find an opportunity to meet Jiang Qian and persuade her. He couldn't just marry her off just to make him angry. Jiang Qian didn't know what he was thinking, or else she would have asked Han Shigua to get out of the car and talk to him with her fists. But on the way back to the village, Han Shigua still asked, Qian, who were those two people just now? Did they know you? Jiang Qian was very single. My cousin Jiang Yu. The man's name is Wang Hesong, and he almost became my partner. This sentence made Han Shigua break immediately. Almost became your partner? Jiang Qian briefly told him about this bloody drama of changing husbands. There was nothing to be said about these, because she and Han Shigua were both victims, and she and Wang Hesong were innocent. There was no need to hide it, and don't wait for Han Shigua to hear it from others, as if it was really something shameful. Han Shigua suddenly realized, and the corners of his mouth rose. You and I have a deeper fate. Jiang Qian saw that his attention was here, and asked, Aren't you angry? Han Shigua knew what she was asking, and shook his head and said, Everyone has their own fate. There is nothing to be angry about. He didn't care at all, so how could he be angry? What about you? Han Shigua cares about her thoughts.
Me?
Jiang Qian was stunned for a moment, and then laughed after reacting. I don't care either. Han Shigua was satisfied. Although he just glanced at her, he was taller than Wang Hesong, looked better than Wang Hesong, and had a better future. It was normal for his wife to choose him. Yes, that's right. In his heart, the girl behind him is already his wife, the wife who will accompany him for the rest of his life and have children with him. Han Shirgwa was in a good mood and slowly drove his wife into the 5-star brigade. Seeing them coming back, the familiar neighbors also greeted them. Qian, are you back from watching a movie in the city with your boyfriend?
Yes.
After talking to Han Shirgwa, Jiang Qian also openly admitted that this is her boyfriend. Han Shirgwa, who was riding a bicycle, smiled and greeted the neighbor aunt. On the way, they came to the old Zhang's house. Zhou Guiyun also calculated that they should be back soon. Sure enough, she heard the sound of bicycles and came out to see them.
Aunt.
Han Shirgwa greeted with a smile.
Okay.
Zhou Guiyun smiled, and of course, she did not forget to look at her daughter with a smiling look. She didn't need to ask much. She knew that her daughter was satisfied. Zhao Aiying, Zhao Eifeng, and Su Zhiro, the 3 sisters-in-law, as well as Jiang Shouhai were also there. They are all experienced people. How could they not know the little sister's feelings? Jiang Qian felt that he really couldn't stay here any longer. It was really stinking. Han Shirgwa was not afraid of stinking. What was there to be afraid of if he wanted to marry a wife? If he was afraid of stinking, he would not be able to marry a wife. He smiled and unpacked the milk candies he bought and asked his nephews and nieces to come and eat the candies. Are you our uncle? Jiang Weigua, the eldest nephew who was already in the 2nd grade, did not move, looking at him and asked. Next came the 2 6-year-old nieces and nephews, Jiang Weihong and Jiang Weijun. There were also 2 3-year-old little radishes, Jiang Weidang and Jiang Weimin. These 5 were the 3rd generation of the Jiang family. Although they wanted to eat milk candies, they were not as greedy as the children outside, because with their aunt, what good things could they not eat? After eating milk candies, the aunt would also make maltos every year. There were also mung bean cakes, red bean cakes, chestnut cakes, peanut crisps, etc. The aunt would always make them in different ways when she had time. These little radishes were really experienced and could still resist the temptation. Zhao Aiying, the mother, answered this question first. Not yet, but soon. Knowing that her sister-in-law was willing, it was harmless for the eldest sister-in-law to tease the newcomer. Zhao Eifeng also laughed and said, "Call him uncle now, and you will have to call him uncle later." Jiang Shouhai is still older than Han Shirgwa. Although the 2nd brother Jiang Shoutao is the same age as Han Shirgwa, he is also older than him. So there is no problem in calling him uncle. After the mother spoke, the children took the candy from their future uncle. What should you say to someone when you accept a gift? Your aunt taught you. Zhao Aiying said. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Weigua took the lead in thanking him. The other little rascals followed suit. Han Shirgwa smiled. You're welcome. He gave the remaining candies to his 3 sisters-in-law, but they only took one for their own sake. Han Shirgwa sat down to chat with Jiang Shouhai and the others. Jiang Shouhai and his brothers were obviously very satisfied with his brother-in-law, and of course they had something to talk about. As for Jiang Qian, she was in the kitchen at this time, helping her mother. Ever since Han Shirgwa and Jiang Qian came back, Zhou Guiyun's smile has never faded, and now she whispered, "Have you made up your mind? If you have, I will tell matchmaker Zhang that it is true. After all, Han Shirgwa has few holidays, so he has to seize them. I will listen to you, mother." Jiang Qian's face was red. It is true that she has made up her mind, so let's get married. Zhou Guiyun was very happy and whispered again. Mother is still good at judging people. Shirgwa is definitely a man who loves his wife. If you marry him, your life will not be bad in the future. Zhou Guiyun was also a drifter in her early years, but she was very accurate in judging people, and she immediately judged Zhang's father. It was also because she married Zhang's father that she had such a solid life today. Jiang Qian was also willing to tell her mother, and whispered that Han Shirgwa had given her the passbook with his private savings today, wanting to keep it for her. Save some private savings? Zhou Guiyun's eyes lit up. He said that was his daughter-in-law's money. Jiang Qian blushed. Zhou Guiyun was so satisfied when she heard that. Okay. I knew at first glance that he was a man who knew how to live, and he had planned for his own family a long time ago. Zhou Guiyun was very satisfied, and she didn't ask how much money it was. But don't tell anyone about this. Just keep it to yourself. I just mentioned it to you, mother. I won't say anything to others. Jiang Qian smiled. Zhou Guiyun knew her daughter. Of course, like herself, she could keep things secret. While the mother and daughter were talking, the aroma of the stewed chicken in the pot had already wafted out. Zhou Guiyun had invested a lot today. If she wanted to invite her son-in-law to dinner, she had to kill a chicken, and it would not be important enough if she didn't. Zhou Guiyun did not live up to the sacrifice of the chicken, and directly made the chicken into braised chicken nuggets. But today's ingredients are really rich. In addition to braised chicken, there are also fish. These two fish are really big and fat. These ingredients were prepared by the sisters-in-law, waiting for Zhou Guiyun, the mother-in-law, to show her skills. The two fat fish were also made into braised fish. This was made in a pot, and there was another pot next to it. Zhou Guiyun used it to fry eggs. After the eggs were fried, she stewed cabbage, scooped a spoonful of lard, and there were some oil residues. The taste of the stewed cabbage is unique. In addition to the stewed cabbage with oil residue, there is also a sour potato shreds. Finally, the pot was washed and a shrimp skin and kelp soup was cooked. Braised chicken nuggets, braised fish, fried eggs, oil residue cabbage, sour potato shreds, and shrimp skin and kelp soup are not many dishes, but not a few, and the portion of each dish is very good. If it were an ordinary family, it would be impossible to entertain guests like this, but the conditions of the old Jiang family are counted in the village. Moreover, this was the first time that the Jiang family invited their son-in-law Han Shigua to dinner at home, so it was impossible for the Jiang family to serve pickled vegetables and bangzi to the table. Aunt Li, the neighbor next door, smelled the fragrance and came in to take a look. Then she went out to praise him. The Jiang family is really satisfied with the son-in-law. You don't know that today they killed chickens and stewed fish and fried eggs. Oh, the food is simply amazing. I can't even eat such a rich meal at a banquet. Is it true? Of course it's true. If you don't believe it, go and see it. I went in and took a look and I almost drooled. Of course, the news also spread to the second room. If it was at this time in the past, Zhou Guiyun, the eldest sister-in-law, would definitely ask the children to come over and ask Uncle Jiang to come over to eat together. After all, it was a big occasion, and inviting them to come together was also a way to keep in touch. It was just because of the previous incident that Zhou Guiyun would never come to call him again. Uncle Jiang was of course a little upset, and Sun pouted. The eldest wife got a good son-in-law, and she is really afraid that the villagers don't know. What a pity! He was originally our son-in-law. Shulia's wife said this sarcastically. She was also holding a grudge because she didn't get the job in the supply and marketing cooperative today. What kind of culture is needed? It's just selling things. It's not that she can't count. To put it bluntly, she just can't bear to give the job to her daughter-in-law. Her daughter-in-law has become an outsider. How can Shulia's wife not be angry? Say less. Jiang Shulia was not happy. Shulia's wife was not so obedient. She looked at Jiang Yu. Little sister, don't regret it in the future. What should I regret? Jiang Yu didn't admit that she was jealous.
There was no way.
Han Shigua's conditions were really too good. If he was not a short-lived ghost with such external conditions, she would not give up. But unfortunately, Han Shigua is just a male supporting role, specially used to set off the happy life of the male protagonist. She snorted coldly. Let the eldest wife laugh first. They are laughing now, but they will cry later. They really thought Han Shigua was a good son-in-law. The Jiang family didn't know about the outside comments. Of course, they were having a good meal now. This meal also let Han Shigua know that the Jiang family treated him as a son-in-law. So, at the dinner table, when Jiang's father took out the wine, he also accompanied his father-in-law and uncles to drink a glass. When leaving, Zhou Guiyun was still worried. Shigua, are you okay? No problem, Aunt, I'll go back first. Okay. Then you go slowly. Zhou Guiyun smiled. Han Shigua smiled and nodded. He also said goodbye to his uncles and finally looked at Jiang Qian. Qian, I'll go back first.
Yeah.
Jiang Qian nodded with a red face under everyone's gaze. Although he was reluctant to leave his wife, but thinking that he would marry her soon, Han Shigua didn't stay for long and rode his bicycle back to Hanjiadan. The old secretary of Hanjiatan was his uncle, his dear uncle. Although he was his dear uncle and loved him, he came to borrow his bicycle for a day, so as his nephew, he had to show his appreciation. The bag of brown sugar he bought was brought as a thank you gift. The old secretary Han asked him to take it back. What brown sugar? You have already taken it when you came back. This nephew was thoughtful. Although it was rare for him to come back, he would come to visit him every time he came back and always give him a pack of good cigarettes or a bottle of good wine. Han Shirgwa smiled and said, "This is for my aunt to replenish her health, but you have to lend me this bicycle again. I want to take Qian to the city tomorrow, but I don't have enough time today, so I haven't gone to my third sister's house to visit her yet. It's the slack season now, so there's nothing wrong with leaving the bicycle there. You just come and push it." Before the old secretary Han opened his mouth, and Han was already smiling, and then asked, "What's it like?" Did the girl agree? Of course, they also knew what happened to the second branch. The engagement was broken off, but the first branch of the Jiang family was willing to meet again. It was said that this girl was better than the previous one. Han Shirwa smiled and nodded. Qian agreed. Okay. Aunt Han also nodded repeatedly. Old party secretary Han was not too surprised. His nephew was so outstanding that people with vision would definitely like him. Only those who were lacking in talent and were not blessed enough would come to break off the engagement. Well, old party secretary Han was talking about the second branch of the Jiang family. It was obvious that they were not blessed. Han Shirwa went home after staying for a while. His family was waiting for him. When he came back, he also smelled alcohol. Han's mother, who was anxious about her son's marriage, quickly asked, "Why did you come back at this time? Why do you smell like alcohol? Did you drink? Where did you drink?" There was anxiety in her eyes, fearing that her son was rejected, and went out to drink alone. "Aunt stewed chicken and fish for me, and Uncle Jiang opened a bottle of Maotai from his collection. I couldn't refuse, so I accompanied him to drink a little," Han Shirwa said to his mother so modestly. After saying this, Han's mother's eyes and eyebrows were also bright. "Are you staying at Zhang's house for dinner?" Han's father, who was sitting over there, also had a smile on his face. He knew that the marriage was done.
Yeah.
Han Shirwa smiled and nodded. Okay. Han's mother responded repeatedly, obviously very happy, but got back to the point. "Your vacation will not be long. The marriage must be settled quickly. I asked matchmaker Zhang to go over and tell her before. 48 legs and 3 turns and 1 ring. Is your third sister ready? Did you go to ask when you went to the city today?" Han Shirwa said while washing his face. "We didn't go there today, but we have to go to the city tomorrow. I'll take Qian with me and ask her then. But if my third sister dares to agree to it, she can do it." He had a blind date yesterday morning and went to the city to find his third sister that afternoon. His third sister agreed directly. He knew his third sister's temper. She would not agree if she couldn't do it, but since she agreed, she could do it. Han's mother was very happy, okay? The eldest daughter-in-law Li Xia said jokingly at this time, "Mom, Shirgwa married a wife with 48 legs and $100 in gifts. When Shimin married me, it was only 36 legs plus $20. Do you have to make up for it to me?" But Han's mother knew that she was not joking and said directly, "When Shimin spent money to marry you, it was my old man and I who paid for it. Now that the second son is getting married, it's all his own money. If you have any objections, you can ask the eldest son to go and earn money. The eldest son will give you a certain amount of dowry when he makes money. I won't say a word." She knew that the eldest daughter-in-law was very dissatisfied this time, and she was always sarcastic, but she thought she had never treated her eldest daughter-in-law badly. She said it again, and it was really endless. Han's mother didn't intend to spoil her. "Mom, what are you talking about? We haven't divided the family yet, and the money we earn is all public. How can we tell who earns what?" Li Xia couldn't help but say. "It's because we haven't divided the family, otherwise you wouldn't be able to live in this bright brick house, which was expanded for you, and there are also expanded rooms for the children. Whose money was spent? Don't pretend to be confused when you know the truth," Han's mother warned. With just one sentence, Li Xia was speechless. But she was not convinced. "Let us put this one thing first. Please stop talking. Han Shimin was annoyed and directly pulled her back to the house. Li Xia, who was pulled back to the room, exploded. Han Shimin, what do you mean? When we got married, we had nothing, but now they are married, with 48 legs and 3 turns and 1 ring. Why do they have it, and I don't? I am the eldest, so I should suffer, right? We are all daughters-in-law of the old Han family. Why should I be shorter than them? Han Shirgwa and Han's father frowned, knowing that this was said to them. But Han's mother was angry. Since we have to settle it clearly, let's settle it thoroughly. Jiadong, go and invite your great-grandfather and the team leader and others over. Tonight, I will divide this house for them. Han's mother said directly. Han Jiadong is the eldest son of Han Shimin and Li Xia, and he is 12 years old this year. But he is already a grown-up boy, not a child anymore, and hurriedly said, Grandma, don't be impulsive. My mother is just talking nonsense. Why is mother talking nonsense? It's not fair. The 10-year-old eldest daughter, Han Jiua, said, Why doesn't our mother have it? The young aunt who is not yet married has everything? At the age of 10, of course she knows what 3 turns and 1 ring means, because she has been to the third aunt's house in the city as a guest with her mother. The third aunt lives in the county party committee compound, which is so magnificent. The third aunt's house has 3 turns and 1 ring. Bicycles, sewing machines, radios, watches, and so on. So much money. Shut up, how can you say this? Han Shimin, who came out of the house, heard it and said angrily, Jiadong, are you going or not? If you don't go, I will go myself. But when Han's mother saw her eldest granddaughter saying so, her face turned black. She had wanted to divide the family originally, but the eldest daughter was restless. Since she had a tantrum tonight, and even her granddaughter said so, it was obvious what she thought on weekdays. Just get this done. I'll go and shout. Han Shirgwa wanted to divide the family, so he stepped out directly. Second brother. Han Shimin's face changed drastically, and he shouted at him. However, Han Shirgwa ignored her. He couldn't control his wife's troubles, so there was nothing to say. Han Shimin quickly said to his parents, Dad, Mom, don't divide the family, don't divide the family. That's it now. If you don't divide the family, you won't be brothers in the future. It's better to divide it among you. Han's father also agreed with his wife's approach. Tonight, he would sort out all the household accounts for the 2 brothers and divide them up. Li Xia in the room was stunned. She really didn't expect that the fuss would lead to the point of separation. But she didn't want to separate the family. She is not a fool. After the separation, what will she have to do with the second son's salary in the future? Dad, Mom, I am. Li Xia came out hurriedly, trying to save the situation. But Han's mother didn't want to listen to her nonsense. Since the separation of the family had been proposed, of course it was impossible to take it back. Glancing at her coldly, What's the matter? I let you decide on the separation of the family, and you have another objection? From now on, you can live your own life. No one can take advantage of you or wrong you.
Li Xia.
Han Shirgwa soon called his uncle, Secretary Han, and Secretary Han's eldest son, who is Han Shirgwa's eldest cousin, called Han Shijun, and the captain of the brigade, Jiang Xiaogu's father-in-law. Han's father explained the situation to the 2 elder brothers himself, and Secretary Han glanced at Han Shimin and Li Xia. Since Shimin wants to divide, then it's okay to let them divide it. Han Shimin hurriedly said, Uncle, I don't want to divide the family. It's my parents who want us to divide the family. Please help persuade them. Li Xia also hurriedly said, Yes, Uncle, please help persuade my parents. We may quarrel, but we have never thought of dividing the family. Han's father did not speak. But Han's mother laughed coldly. The eldest son's wife thinks that we 2 old people have treated her badly. She said that we spent 20 yuan and 36 legs to marry her. Now Shirgwa is marrying his wife 48 legs, 3 turns, and 1 ring. She will make a fuss at home tonight, but as far as this matter is concerned, I am not afraid of anyone saying it. It was we old couple who paid for Shimin's wife. At that time, it was 20 yuan plus 36 legs. We didn't treat her badly, did we? We gave this betrothal gift back then, because my family was willing to give it. It is also a rare high betrothal gift. Other families give at most 10 or 5 yuan. It is very decent to have 20 or 40 legs. Now it is Shirgua's turn to marry a wife. We old couple didn't spend a penny. These 48 legs and 3 turns and 1 ring are all earned by Shirgua himself. He spent his own money to marry his wife. Is this what you call a disadvantage? Have you ever thought that all these years, the money you used to live in, wear, and raise your children was all spent on the money Shirgua sent back? You didn't say anything when you were taking advantage of it, but were secretly happy. Now that Shirgua wants to marry a wife, you feel that you are at a disadvantage and are unwilling to do it. Okay, since you feel that you are at a disadvantage, the old man and I will simply separate the 2 brothers, and from now on, everyone will live their own lives, and whether they are rich or poor is entirely up to themselves. Otherwise, why do they say that even an honest judge cannot judge family affairs? It can be said that every household in the village has its own problems. Old Party Secretary Han and Team Leader Han did not say anything, but looked at Han Shimin with dissatisfaction. Because what Han's mother said was all the truth. Over the years, the Han family has been able to live in a brick house and have raised several children so well because Han Shimin took advantage of his younger brother Han Shirgua. Now that his younger brother wants to give more gifts to Mary, and it is not their money that is being spent, but he still lets the woman make a fuss? Han Shimin cried, "Mom, don't be angry, don't get angry at yourself, it's our fault." Li Xia couldn't say a word, and she didn't want to split up the family, so she quickly said, "Mom, it's my fault. I just thought too much. Don't take it to heart. What happened tonight is also my fault. I won't dare to do it again." How could Han's mother not know what she was thinking? But whether they wanted to or not, the family was going to be divided now. She sneered, opened the cabinet, and took out all the account books at home. "Shijun, all the accounts at home are here. I asked Shimin to write them down one by one. Did you bring the abacus? Come and calculate for us." The account books at home were given by Han's mother to Han Shimin, the eldest son. So, without looking at these account books, Han Shimin knew how much he had taken advantage of over the years. The sources of income for the family were clear. One was the brigade labor, and the other was the money sent back by Han Shirgua. Among them, the money sent back by Han Shirgua accounted for 90% of the family's total income. He knew very well that it was not an exaggeration to say that the money sent back by Han Shirgua accounted for 90% of the family's total income. Han Shijun, the eldest cousin of the old branch secretary, took the account book from his second aunt with a smile and took out the abacus behind him. "Aunt, you trust me? I will calculate it carefully." He didn't hesitate, sat down and took the abacus beads to calculate the accounts, and reported the accounts while calculating. Shirgua was in the army for the first year, and the money he sent back was not much, but he also sent 80 yuan around that year. Han Shirgua had forgotten these accounts a long time ago, and he sent them back when he sent them back. He didn't calculate how much money he sent back. But Han's father and mother are both experienced people. They also experienced the separation of the family in the past, and they had been prepared for this. So Han's mother asked Han Shimin to write down every account personally and remember it clearly. After Han Shijun finished calculating the first year, he began to calculate the second year. In Shirgua's second year in the army, he sent back 15 yuan in the first month and 15 yuan in the second month. In the third, fourth, and seventh months, he sent back 20 yuan. From this month on, he sent back 20 yuan every month. Han Shijun counted and said, in the second year, he sent back a total of 230 yuan. In Shirgua's third year in the army, he sent back a total of 300 yuan. The money sent back in the first 3 years was not a small amount, but starting from the fourth year, the money sent back could be said to be very considerable. In the fourth year, Shirgua sent back 45 yuan every month. This year, Shirgua sent home a total of 550 yuan. In the fifth year, Shirgua sent back a total of 550 yuan. In the sixth year, it was also 550 yuan. This year, Shirgua also sent back 50 yuan every month. As of last month, he sent back a total of 450 yuan this year. In 9 years, let me calculate, 80 plus 230 plus Shirwa sent back a total of 3,810 yuan. As the eldest cousin reported the accounts, except for Han Shirwa, there were also Han's father and mother who knew about it, and Han Shimin, who were all shocked. Even though the old secretary Han and the team leader Han knew that it was definitely a lot, they were also shocked. This amount was really terrifying. Li Xia was the same. She had lived a very comfortable life over the years. Sure enough, the second son sent back a lot of money. Han Sherwood didn't say anything. He didn't remember much in the first few years, but in the last few years, he had planned to start saving money for his wife. So the money he sent back was fixed. He still knew how much money he had sent back. After counting the money he sent back, Han Shijun began to count the money distributed by the brigade. This was very easy to calculate, because compared to what Han Sherwood earned, the money that the old Han family got from the brigade added up to about 300 yuan. When this number came out, Han Shimin lowered his head in shame, and even Li Xia was speechless. But they all knew that this number would not be wrong, because this year, the family barely got 20 yuan from the brigade. And over the years, Li Xia has also gotten used to it. With the income sent back by Han Shirgua, it is absolutely impossible for her to work hard. At the end of the year, let alone the money, a lot of work points have to be deducted to get her share of food. If Han's father and mother were not diligent and Han Shimin was not lazy, he might not have earned the 300 yuan in these years. Because Han Shimin and Li Xia raised 4 children. The oldest Han Jiadong is already 12 years old. But who has been raising the children all these years? Just relying on the 2 of them? It's the money sent back by Han Shirgua, the younger brother. Han, the old secretary, knows them best. He smokes a pipe and says calmly, "This is the income over the years. What about the expenses?" I'll continue to calculate. After calculating the 2 incomes, the eldest cousin Han Shijun nodded and began to calculate the expenses. The expenses in the account book are also written very clearly, and these expenses are also recorded by Han Shimin over the years. Han's mother just wants him not to forget, so she asks him to record the expenses himself. The biggest expense was that the old house leaked a few years ago. After Han Shirwa got the news from his third sister, he called back directly and asked the family to renovate it into a brick house. This expenditure was the largest, costing a total of 600 yuan. All these accounts were recorded by Han Shimin, the eldest brother. Although this expenditure was the largest, other expenditures should not be underestimated. For example, 2 rooms were added at the request of Han Shimin and Li Xia the year before last. 2 sons and 2 daughters each had a room, which was very rare in this era because many people were squeezed into one room. But the family had money, so they added it. Which of the beds and cabinets would not cost money to ask someone to make them? There were also quilts and cotton-padded clothes for winter. Oh, yes. There were also the expenses of eating meat twice a month and the expenses of tuition and miscellaneous fees for all 4 children to go to school. Each amount was not very large, but the numbers after calculation were very scary. Of course, there were other interpersonal relationships and some invisible expenses. After the calculation, Han Shimin was ashamed and Li Xia was silent. There were accounts to follow, and even if they wanted to deny that they spent so much, they couldn't. After seeing the account book clearly calculated, Han's mother said, "This time when Sherwa got married, he promised the woman 48 legs and 3 turns and 1 ring. This is a bit expensive, but the money in the family is basically earned by him. He finally got married at this age. You, the eldest of the family, acted as a hermaphrodite at home and said that we were unfair. Not only did you say it at home, you also cried outside, saying that we old couple were biased. Now we will settle the account with them and see how much unfair treatment you have suffered over the years. Otherwise, how could you be so wronged?" Han Shimin hurriedly said, "Mom, there is no grievance, it is. We took advantage of it." "Then, do you know that you took advantage of it?" Han's mother looked at the eldest grandson Han Jiadong, the eldest granddaughter Han Jieyue, and the other 2 grandchildren. The eldest grandson Han Jiadong lowered his head in shame. But Han Jieyue was a good talker. She was not convinced. "Grandma, what are you talking about? What do you mean we are taking advantage? The family hasn't been divided, so of course we can use the money that the younger uncle sends back. As for the two younger ones, one is 7 years old and the other is 4 years old, they are still ignorant, and seeing that the eldest brother didn't say anything, they didn't say anything either. You really gave birth to a good daughter. Han's mother glanced at the eldest couple, and the focus was on Li Xia, the daughter-in-law. Li Xia had an ugly face and scolded her daughter, who was adding fuel to the fire. What nonsense are you talking about? But she also felt that her daughter was right. Why couldn't they use the money earned by the second son since the family hasn't been divided? The account book was sorted so clearly, it was just to favor the younger one, and she wanted to make up for it. Brother, you have all seen it. We have given them food and drink. Not to mention remembering Shirgua's kindness. Look at this, they still owe them. Han's mother looked at the old branch secretary and the team leader. Even so, they still think we are unfair. Then we will fulfill their wish and divide the family for them. In the future, they will go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. But before the division, the expenses for Shirgua's wedding should also be divided out. This is what he deserves. Han, the old branch secretary, nodded. It is reasonable for a big tree to branch out, and for a big bird to separate its nests. Shirgua's child-raising cannot be counted as public money, but the expenses for his marriage should be counted as public money. What about you two? Do you have any objections? Team leader Han also felt that this was fair and looked at the eldest son and his wife. Han Shimin hurriedly said, "It was the money earned by the second son himself. He can spend it however he wants to marry a wife." Although Li Xia was holding her breath, she also knew that she could not object to this matter, no matter what. Seeing that they had no objection, the eldest cousin Han Shijun continued to calculate the accounts. After deducting the family expenses from the total family income, there was still 2,400 yuan left. The 2,400 yuan had to be deducted from Han Shirgua's wedding expenses. The 100 yuan gift money was obvious. The cost of 48 legs and the cost of 3 turns and 1 ring. 48 legs are about 200 yuan. The 3 turns and 1 ring are a watch, a sewing machine, a bicycle, and a radio. This expense is huge. It takes about 400 yuan to buy a set. A total of 700 yuan is here. It has to be said that Han Shijun was a little surprised. He felt that his cousin Han Shirgua was really willing to give a betrothal gift. It cost so much money to marry a wife. Li Xia's face was pulled when she heard it. But this is not over yet, there are still some other things to buy, and there are also banquets for guests, so a total of 800 yuan has been set aside. Do you have any objections? Father Han looked at the eldest couple and asked, "Dad, we have no objection." Han Shimin said quickly. Li Xia stopped talking. She felt that this was outrageous. 800 yuan for a wedding. Mother Han looked at her. "If you have any objections, just say it. Why are you so upset?" Li Xia said stiffly, "I have no objection." The account was remembered so clearly. Even when she asked for 2 yuan to visit relatives, she remembered it clearly. What else could she do? Han Shijun smiled and clacked the beads on the abacus to calculate the account. 2,400 yuan minus the 800 yuan for Shirgua's wedding. There is still a total of 1,600 yuan left. 1,600 yuan is divided into 3 parts, one for Han's father and mother, one for Han Shimin and Li Xia's family, and one for Han Shirgua himself. Each part is about 533. Hearing this number, Li Xia's ugly face improved a little. There is no other reason 533 yuan, that is an unimaginable huge sum of money. However, the money was not divided at the first time because the division of the family was just confirmed tonight, and it would be officially divided after Han Shirgua got married. At that time, even the pension issues, the food at home, and the pots and pans, etc., would be divided clearly. Now that good things are about to happen, it is not suitable. Han Shimin had a sad face, and a good family was divided. Li Xia did not sigh. Although she still had some opinions about the result of the division of the family and was not 100% satisfied, she knew that this was the most. Moreover, the division of the family could get 533 yuan, which was a lot. Over the years, their family's total income from the land was only more than 300 yuan. Because of this, she couldn't say anything. If they told others, everyone would say that they got a great deal. They didn't spend a penny to raise 4 children, and they could get so much money after the division of the family. Han Shigwa didn't have any children yet, but he would have to spend money to raise the children in the future. But Li Xia didn't think her brother-in-law was at a disadvantage. Because it seems like a loss, but don't forget that Han Shigwa, the brother-in-law, is a soldier and has such a high salary. This job was introduced by the sister-in-law. At that time, the family had not yet been divided, but from now on, it will be his. There is no share for my family anymore. Thinking of this, Li Xia's originally very good mood was gone. She felt that she had suffered a great loss and was very suffocated. But she didn't know that Han Lao, the old branch secretary, Han Shijun, and the Captain Han went back that night and told their wives about this matter. They were all shocked. It doesn't cost a penny to raise 4 children so big, and after the division of the family, they can still share more than 500 yuan. This is simply a big profit. It's also enviable. Whose family can share so much money when the family is divided? It's because Han Shigwa went to the army and has been sending money home for so many years. Otherwise, he still wants to share so much? Don't even think about it. Like that person in their village, the couple with a child were separated from their family, and they were divided into 2 broken bowls and half a bag of food, and they didn't even have a thatched house to live in. Compared with this, Li Xia and Han Shimin are simply in a blessed nest. Although Secretary Han and the others had told them not to tell anyone, how could a woman bear such a thing? So much so that when Li Xia, the eldest sister-in-law, cried outside, no one paid attention to her, and some even couldn't help but sneer, saying, "That was originally the job that his 4th sister gave to Shigwa, the younger brother. What does it have to do with you? She raised 4 children for you for so many years in vain, and you got so much money from the division of the family. What else are you not satisfied with? It's really greedy, and you even want other people's jobs." Li Xia was choked to death. Of course, these are all later stories. The old Han family finalized the division of the family overnight, and Jiang Xiaogu only learned about it from her mother-in-law the next day. After knowing this, she quickly went back to her parents' home to tell her. When she came, Han Shigwa had already taken Jiang Qian to the city for a date again. Jiang Xiaogu was very happy when she heard it, and then smiled and told her eldest sister-in-law about it. So anxious? What happened? Zhou Guhyun was surprised when she heard it. Shigwa's sister-in-law said that the 2 elders were unfair and partial to the younger one. When they married her, they gave her 36 legs and 20 yuan. Now she married Qian, and the gift money was 148 legs and 3 turns. How can she feel balanced? But she didn't think about who earned the money of the old Han family. Even if there was no division, whose money did her 4 children have over the years? Whose money was used to build the grand brick house they live in? Because of the money earned by Shigwa over the years, she has been slacking off at work. It's a problem to even earn enough food for herself, let alone the children. Jiang Xiaogu married there, so how could she not know who Li Xia was? And she knew everything that Li Xia said outside after she knew that she had to give a dowry to her niece. This is just someone who can't get enough of taking advantage. Zhou Guiyun didn't comment, just said, "Shigwa's parents are very efficient." She was very satisfied with the division of the family. Jiang Xiaogu said, "I have had this idea for a long time, just take advantage of the situation to do it. But now it's all right, everything on the account has been divided, just wait until the wedding to divide it completely. But Shigwa will go to the army at that time, and he won't be able to take care of the 2 elders, so I guess I have to pay more money." This is also reasonable. Zhou Guiyun is also a parent, and she can empathize with this. And let alone other families, even their Jiang family themselves. Zhou Guiyun and Jiang's father have certainly thought about the issue of division. They want to wait until the 4th son gets married and then divide the family. The land for the sons' houses has been applied for, but for now, let's just live like this. Just after these words were finished, Zhang the matchmaker came with a smile. Zhou Guiyun smiled and asked the eldest daughter-in-law to make a cup of brown sugar water to entertain, and also asked Jiang Xiaogu to go to the old secretary's house to call Jiang's father back, because they were going to talk about the marriage of the two families. Soon, Jiang's father came back with Jiang's sister-in-law. Matchmaker Jiang was also happy, and she chatted with Zhou Guiyun and Jiang's father with a smile. She had asked the old Han family, and the 48 legs that were ordered could be shipped back tomorrow. As for the big items such as the 3 turns and 1 ring, they would have to wait until the day after tomorrow. So how about arranging the wedding the day after tomorrow? There is not much vacation in the country, so we have to leave a day for Qian to go with the army, right? Matchmaker Zhang said. Zhou Guiyun had already talked with Zhang's father last night and knew that the time was tight. This was really thanks to the untrustworthy and fickle old Wang family. Otherwise, how could Zhou Guiyun prepare such a decent dowry for her daughter in advance? But because everything was prepared, it didn't matter even if she was in a hurry, so she agreed to Zhang's request directly. Okay, the day after tomorrow. Okay, then I'll go to the old Han family to reply. Matchmaker Zhang was very happy. After drinking the brown sugar water, she came to the old Han family without stopping. Father and Mother Han divided the family last night, and they were actually quite happy and slept well. Today, Matchmaker Zhang came to announce the good news, and of course they were happy. The marriage of their youngest son was the biggest thing in the hearts of the old couple. The two old people changed their clothes and came over in person to talk to Zhang's father and Zhou Guiyun about the details, because Han's father had someone check the time, and the day after tomorrow was indeed a good day. This was also considered the final confirmation. After all the problems were resolved, the marriage was settled. Han Shigua and Jiang Qian didn't know that both parents had finalized the marriage. But they were not stupid, and both parents had informed each other. So, Han Shigua revealed to Jiang Qian on the way to the city, "My parents should come to our house today to arrange our marriage." Yes. Jiang Qian replied with a red face. Although it was a little unbelievable that she would get engaged or even married to a man she had only known for a short time so soon, she would not regret it. Since she liked him, she would marry him. Han Shigua was of course happy to have a wife, children, and a warm bed, and his face showed some smile. But he also told her about the rough division of the family last night. Jiang Qian didn't think it was a big deal. She had asked her mother about the division of the family. Her mother said that it must be divided, and it was impossible to live like that for the rest of their lives. It was probably when her 4th brother got married, then she would decide to divide the family property among the brothers. Han Shigua just wanted to give her an idea, so he mentioned it briefly and didn't talk much. After this topic was brought up, he said, "Is there anything you need to buy? I have tickets for everything. Just go to my 3rd sister's house and sit there. You don't need to buy anything. My mother has prepared my dowry for me. I have quilts, clothes, shoes, towels, wash basins, and kettles." Jiang Qian also said. She also revealed a little about her dowry to him. Her family was very generous to her. Han Shigua thought of the fact that she almost had a blind date with Wang Hisong. This was obviously prepared as well, so he stopped talking immediately. Well, he was jealous. But he soon recovered because the man surnamed Wang was making wedding clothes for him. Thinking of this, he was resurrected on the spot. "Think about if there is anything missing?" Han Shigua said in a good mood. Jiang Qian didn't know that he had so many thoughts, but she had obviously planned it out. "I won't be living here for long after marriage, because I will have to go with you to join the army. By then, you will definitely have a lot of luggage. If you really need anything, you can buy it there, so you don't have to carry a lot of bags on the road, which is a burden." She had obviously planned for the future. After marrying him, she estimated that she would live in the army most of the year. She might only come back to her hometown to stay for 10 days or half a month during the Chinese New Year and other holidays, so why would she need to buy more? When she goes to join the army, she can see if she needs anything and then buy it. Han Shigua was of course happy that she was so aware of joining the army. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Jiang Qian smiled when she heard this and gently poked him on the back. "You said that you will listen to me at home after marriage. Is this true or false? Really, you have the final say in all matters at home.
Han sigunuded vigorously.
Aren't you ashamed? Who is your wife? Jiang Qian's face was so hot that her legs went limp when he called her wife. She couldn't even imagine how terrible it would be if they got married, and he whispered in her ear and called her wife. The little minion in her heart started to act rashly again, but was quickly suppressed by Jiang Qian, who quickly changed the subject. The two chatted all the way into the city. Compared to the unfamiliarity they felt yesterday, they were much more familiar with each other today, like a typical young couple of this era. They went to the supply and marketing cooperative together to buy milk candy, brown sugar, and biscuits. They brought these things and came to the county party committee compound. The management of the county party committee compound is still strict, and you have to register before entering. After registering, the security guard asked them to wait and went in to pass the message. Third sister Han Shijia was very happy when she came out because she heard from the security guard that her brother brought a girl. When she thought about asking her to help buy a bicycle and a sewing machine, as well as 48 legs as a gift, what else could she say? It must be the girl her brother liked. If he could bring her home, it must be a success. When she came out, she also saw the girl standing next to her brother. The girl was very beautiful, delicate, and fair, with a literary air. She came from the countryside, and such a girl didn't look like she would grow up in the countryside at all. Han Shijia was very happy and smiled at Jiang Qian. This is Qian, right? Han Shijia said the name when he came in that day. Yes, my girlfriend, Jiang Qian. Han Shijia introduced her formally, and the pride made Jiang Qian blush when she was standing next to him. But he didn't forget to introduce Jiang Qian. This is the third sister. Jiang Qian was embarrassed, but she was also generous. Third sister. Okay, go in quickly and don't stand outside in the cold wind. Han Shijia said with a smile. Jiang Qian and Han Shijia followed her in, pushing their bicycles. At this time, there were not many people at Han Sanjia's house. Her brother-in-law went to work, 2 of the 3 children went to school, and the other was still young. After breakfast, they ran to play with the neighbors' children and basically didn't go home until dinner time. There was only her and her mother-in-law, Old Lady Zhao, at home. Old Lady Zhao was very happy to see Han Shijia, her brother-in-law, coming over. Shijia is here?
Hello, aren't she?
Han Shijia introduced her with a smile. This is my girlfriend, Auntie. You can just call her Qian. Jiang Qian also shouted, hello, Auntie. Hey, aren't you the girl who helped me cross the road? When Mrs. Zhao saw Jiang Qian, her eyes suddenly lit up. She had a very good memory and remembered it immediately. After all, the girl was pretty. Jiang Qian, who loved to help old ladies cross the road. She had helped so many people. She had helped 2 marriages before and after, but they were in the past 1 or 2 years and in the countryside, so she remembered them relatively clearly. But she didn't remember much about Mrs. Zhao. When you were in your 2nd year of high school, I went to buy vegetables that day and ran into those disrespectful rascals making trouble. I didn't pay attention and sprained my waist. It was you who helped me, girl, on the East Street. Mrs. Zhao said happily. Jiang Qian also slowly remembered that it was indeed the case. She immediately smiled and said, It turned out to be you, Auntie. I had forgotten about it. I didn't expect that you still remembered it. That year it happened to be the time for the event, and she not only helped this one, there was another one with a more serious case. She went straight to the hospital with her 4th brother to help send the person. Of course I remember it. Later I went to your school to look for you, only to find out that you had graduated and returned to your hometown. Old Mrs. Zhao said happily, holding her hand. Han Shijia and Han Shijia, brother and sister, did not expect this to happen. But after reacting, Han Shijia was even more satisfied with his sister-in-law and said with a smile, It turned out that it was you, Qian, who helped the person at the time. Mom kept talking about it after she came back. As for Han Shijia, the look in the eyes of this rough man looking at his wife is beyond words. Not only has she helped his mother, but she has also helped his aunt-in-law. What kind of fate is this? And it can be seen from the small details that she usually does good deeds every day. How can there be such a beautiful and kind-hearted girl? She is really the embodiment of truth. goodness and beauty, an angel-like girl. If you marry him, he will love you very much. Jiang Qian was a little embarrassed. Anyone who sees it will lend a hand. But because of this incident, the scene is so familiar that there is no sense of strangeness at all. Old Mrs. Zhao was really happy and praised Han Shirhua. Shirhua, your vision is impeccable. If you want to find a wife, you have to find someone like Qian. It was because I didn't find anyone in the school when I went there, otherwise it would not be your turn. I introduced Qian to the cafeteria as a temporary worker, and now she must have been married to someone else. Han Shirhua smiled and said, this shows that Qian and I are destined to be together. Old Mrs. Zhao also heard her daughter-in-law, Han Sonjia, say that his previous fiancé broke off the engagement, so she agreed. It's fate, it's your fate. You'll have more blessings to come after marrying a girl like Qian. Of course, she didn't forget to praise Han Shirhua to Jiang Qian. Shirhua is a good man, he always keeps himself clean, and he has a good personality, is motivated, and is a man who loves his wife. You will definitely not be wronged if you marry him. Old Mrs. Zhao had a very good impression of her brother-in-law Han Shirhua, who was really promising. At this age, he has reached the level of battalion commander, and he will definitely have a good future in the future. She also hopes that Han Shirhua will spread his wings. This is the uncle of her grandchildren. If her uncle is successful, her nephews will be taken care of in the future, right? Jiang Qian smiled and glanced at Han Shirhua. Annie, are you so optimistic about him? Of course not. I thought you were a good girl at first sight, so I wanted to introduce you to the cafeteria as a temporary worker. In fact, Shirhua was engaged to your cousin at that time. I heard from Jejia that it was your aunt who introduced you, right?
Yes.
If you were not engaged, I would have wanted to introduce you to Shirhua. Old Mrs. Zhao said, but it's not too late now. It's your destiny. After all these twists and turns, you are together. I don't know if this is true or not, but it's very pleasant to hear. Han Shirhua smiled and asked his sister about the 48 legs, sewing machine, bicycle, and radio. He didn't need the watch because he had a ticket and there were goods at the counter. He had planned to bring Jiang Qian in to choose by herself. Don't worry, I won't delay you for the things I promised you. The day after tomorrow, you'll get 48 legs and 3 other big items. I'll ask someone to send them back together. Han Shirhua said. Her younger brother is getting married, so she will definitely go back, and she will go back with the car. Han Shirhua nodded with a smile. They stayed at the Zhao's house for lunch. Old Lady Zhao would not let them leave at all. She would definitely be angry if they left. She went out to buy vegetables, meat, fish, and eggs, so the lunch was very rich. The third brother-in-law Zhao Shushu came back relatively early. When he entered the house, he saw Han Shirhua and Jiang Qian. He had obviously heard about it from the third sister Han and smiled. Shirhua, you're here? Brother-in-law. Han Shirhua nodded and introduced the third brother-in-law to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian also called people. While cooking, Old Lady Zhao came out to introduce Jiang Qian to Zhao Shushu as the girl who helped her at the beginning. I couldn't find her, and Shirhua brought her here as a guest. Isn't it a coincidence? Zhao Shushu smiled when he heard it. What a coincidence. Not long after Zhao Shushu came back, his 2 nephews and nieces who went to school also came back. The elder sister is in the 3rd grade. Her name is Zhao Yushu, and the younger brother just started the 1st grade this year. His name is Zhao Yuhong. Although Han Shirhua hasn't been back for several years, didn't he just come to the house last time and went back after dinner? These younger ones all know his uncle. Uncle, is this your aunt? Zhao Yushu said with a smile. Yes, your aunt. Han Shirhua responded with a smile and introduced to Jiang Qian. This is Yushu and Yuhong. Hello, aunt. Zhao Yushu greeted immediately, and Zhao Yuhong followed suit. Moreover, Zhao Yushu, the elder sister, is very good at talking. She looked at Jiang Qian with shining eyes. Aunt, you are so beautiful. Thank you, Yushu is also very beautiful. Jiang Qian smiled slightly. This compliment made Zhao Yushu blush. The last one was the naughty 3rd child, the little nephew Zhao Yusheng who hadn't started school yet. He played like a mud monkey. He really wouldn't come back until dinner time. As soon as he got home, He was scolded by Han Shijia. "You little brat, you haven't been seen since this morning. Where have you been? And you're covered in dust." The gate of the compound was closed, and they couldn't go out. They played inside the compound, so there was no need to worry about the children getting lost. Even this dust was a very unusual achievement. Playing marbles. Zhao Yusheng didn't care at all. He was very honest and let his mother pat the dust off his ace. He was just 5 years old this year, which was the age when cats and dogs hated him. But when he saw his uncle, his eyes lit up. "Uncle." The reason why I saw my uncle so happy was that he brought back 2 wooden rifles, both of which were made of discarded bullet shells, one for each of them. The little guy Zhao Yusheng was overjoyed and took them out to show off that day, which made his friends envious. But when he came back, he put them in his treasure box and didn't let anyone touch them. Han Shijia smiled and waved for him to come over. Zhao Yusheng rushed into his uncle's arms like a little cannonball. Han Shijia picked him up and said with a smile, "Uncle hasn't seen you for so long. Where have you been?" "At Monkey's place." Monkey was particularly envious of my bullet barrel. He chattered in his uncle's arms. Han Shijia was very patient and touched the little guy's chubby forehead. He felt that he was probably old enough, and looking at his nephews and nieces at home, as well as these nephews and nieces, he really liked them from the bottom of his heart and wanted to take them home to raise. But don't be afraid. Now he has a wife, and when he brings her home, he will work harder, and next year he will have his own baby. Jiang Qian noticed the way he looked at her. What did he say about that look? Very gentle. And from the way he holds the child and his attitude towards the child, she feels that this man will be a good father in the future. Han Shijia took his son with a smile and took him downstairs to wash his face and hands. Zhao Shushu, the third brother-in-law, had a lot to talk about with Han Shijia. But it will be time for dinner soon. When Mrs. Zhao is free, she likes to cook and so on. Han Shijia, the daughter-in-law, will take over the work of cleaning the kitchen. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law get along very happily. After having lunch at old Zhao's house and sitting for a while, Han Shijia said goodbye and wanted to take Jiang Qian to the movies. Mrs. Zhao said to him, "Don't buy anything next time you come. You bought it last time and you bought it again this time. I don't come back for a long time. Shouldn't I buy some candy for you, Shu, and the others?"
Han Shijia smilade.
"You just love them." Mrs. Zhao smiled and pulled Jiang Qian. "Qian, come to my house when you have time. Auntie is always at home, and she goes out to the neighbors on both sides. I think I like Jiang Qian very much." Jiang Qian agreed with a smile. "Carry Qian. Go slowly." Han Shijia instructed his brother.
Okay.
Han Shijia waved his hand, and Jiang Qian followed him, and only when they walked far away did they put down their waving hands. Jiang Qian was not a curious person, so she didn't ask much about how Han Sanjia married into the county party committee compound. But she was not blind. She could see that old lady Zhao was very satisfied with Han Sanjia, and that Han Sanjia had a good relationship with Zhao Shushu, and they raised their 3 children very well. It was not until she became pregnant after following the army, and when Han's mother came to take care of her, did they talk about why Han Sanjia was able to marry into the old Zhao family. Judging from Zhao Shushu's current state, it is hard to tell that he had an accident and became a vegetable in bed. When he was lying on the bed, old Mrs. Zhao almost didn't make it back then, and she managed to get through it with the help of her neighbors. So she started looking for someone to take care of her son, because old Mrs. Zhao was also very sick at that time and couldn't take care of him. Third sister Han accidentally learned about the recruitment of people to take care of vegetative patients, so she came here to apply for the job. It was under her careful care that Zhao Shushu miraculously recovered. Old Mrs. Zhao determined that third sister Han's horoscope would bring good luck to her son, so she asked someone to do a fortune-telling. It was so lucky. So he didn't care about the rural household registration at all. In addition, Zhao Shushu's original marriage was cancelled, so he was directly married home. Facts have proved that Han Sanjia's horoscope is indeed good. After these years, she gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter for the Zhao family. All of them are lively and cute. And Zhao Shushu, not only did he get better miraculously, his career was also booming, and he even moved into the county party committee compound. Who among the neighbors would not praise Han Songjia for her good horoscope? So even though Han Songjia was married in from the countryside, she was not angry at all. She is not shy, but she is confident. Especially third sister Han is talkative and outgoing and has a good relationship with Zhao Shushu. She is also very motivated. Because her child is older and her mother-in-law helps take care of him, she has taught herself accounting. Zhao Shushu supports her very much. He has helped her a lot and taught her a lot of things, but third sister Han is also very competitive. She just passed the exam a while ago and is planning to work as a temporary accountant in the unit recently. Such a prosperous and motivated daughter-in-law will not be afraid of being looked down upon wherever she goes. This daughter is also the proudest of Han's mother. Of course, these are all later stories. It was still early after leaving the county party committee staff quarters, so there was no rush to go back. Let us watch a movie first. Han Shigwa queued up to buy soda and popcorn like he did yesterday, and when the time came, he took her in to watch a movie. They really didn't do anything yesterday, but now that the relationship was settled, Han Shigwa was a little dishonest. While watching the movie, Han Shigwa held her hand and walked hand in hand with her when no one was noticing. Jiang Qian glanced at him. It was obviously the first time he did such a thing, and he was a little embarrassed. Although Jiang Qian had no experience and her heartbeat was much faster, she was very considerate and interlocked her fingers with him. This was her response to him. "Man, feel free to take advantage of me. I am not afraid of being taken advantage of by you." The fanatical little yellow man in her heart emerged again. Jiang Qian quickly used thundering means to suppress it with a pure and shy face, not to mention being unpopular. Han Shigwa was very happy. Seeing her embarrassed look, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. After interlocking their fingers, his thumb was not very honest and rubbed the back of her hand. It was the first time in her 2 lives that she was rubbed by a man's rough fingertips. This feeling really made Jiang Qian blush. Obviously, they just held hands and did nothing else, but her delicate little hand was held in his rough, strong and well-defined big hand, as if she had been electrocuted, numb, making her blush and heartbeat. You know, although she has never eaten pork, she has seen pigs run. She feels that these are small scenes, not that kind of thing, just holding hands. It shouldn't be that serious. But when it really comes, she is so innocent. A bit useless. Jiang Qian thought so in her heart. Her face was like a little quail, but the feeling on her hand kept coming. This deadly friction. I wonder what it feels like to have real guns and real bullets. Oh, the minions have appeared again. Suppress them. Jiang Qian's face absolutely can't show any of it. She just let him do his little tricks. She just enjoys it and is shy. But after watching a movie, holding hands, and having physical contact, the 2 people were in a good mood. After coming out of the movie, they had dinner in the city and came here to eat mutton. The mutton of this family is particularly delicious, with a smooth and tender taste. The satisfaction of taking a bite is simply amazing. The most important thing is that it is nourishing, especially suitable for eating at this time. Jiang Qian also felt that it was delicious. Every year, she would prepare 2 meals of mutton for the family. The taste of the mutton in the state-owned restaurant was similar to hers, and it was really delicious. The 2 of them were quite satisfied when they came out of the restaurant. Because it was almost time, Han Shigwa slowly drove Jiang Qian back. "Qian, it's getting dark. Hold me for a while, don't fall." Han Shigwa said very considerately when driving her home. Jiang Qian muttered in her heart, "I almost believed you," but her hands couldn't help but hold him. "Aren't you cold?" The temperature was not high during the day, but now in the evening, the temperature would drop even more. As a result, Han Shigwa wore so little, just a base layer, a thin sweater vest over the base layer, and a linen jacket outside. That's it. "Yes, a little, you help me cover it." Han Shigwa, who was hugged by his wife's waist, was very satisfied and cooperated. In fact, he was not cold at all. He had so much firepower that he had nowhere to vent it. How could he be cold? He just hoped that she could marry him soon and use her tenderness to neutralize his young fire. Jiang Qian didn't know if she believed it or not. Anyway, she was content to hug his waist. It felt so good.
It was a very strong male dog waist.
Sisters, she will be happy. The inner minions broke the seal again and emerged. This time Jiang Qian didn't suppress it and let it go. So much so that Han Shigua could feel that his wife was touching his belly. But she said, "It's a bit windy on the way back." Okay. Han Shigua raised the corner of his mouth.
He rode slowly. It was getting dark soon at this time.
When he got home, it was completely dark. Fourth brother Jiang Shouchuan was also at home. He came back this afternoon. After returning to the unit to report, he heard Uncle Wu, the gatekeeper, tell him what Jiang Qian had said yesterday. So he came back. When he got home, he found out that his younger sister had gone on a blind date, but the blind date partner had changed. The whole family was very satisfied with the new prospective brother-in-law, and the wedding was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Jiang Shouchuan, of course, wanted to see what this brother-in-law, who would marry his younger sister, looked like. After seeing him, it was no wonder that the family was satisfied, and Jiang Shouchuan was also quite satisfied. He had the height and good looks, and he was also a battalion commander. His sincerity in marrying his younger sister was also very strong. He was very satisfied. Han Shigua came to pick up Jiang Qian today and arranged the entire day's itinerary. He also asked Zhou Guoyan not to keep any dinner for them, as they would come back after eating in the city. They were not in a hurry to return to Hanjiatan at this moment, so they stayed to drink tea. The tea leaves at home were all brought back by Jiang Shouchuan, and they were all good teas. Jiang Shouchuan was a very talkative person. He was the most eloquent among his brothers. Not only was he good at talking, but he was also thick-skinned, a typical socialite. But Jiang Shouchuan was smart, but he had a kind of honesty of a farmer's son, which was quite similar to his brothers like Jiang Shouhai. But Jiang Qian knew that these were all the deceptive behaviors of her monkey-like fourth brother. According to what her mother said, the minds of the 5 brothers and sisters were all in the smiling tiger third brother and the monkey-like fourth brother. But to be honest, Jiang Shouchuan really loved his sister Jiang Qian. Although he felt that Han Shigua had extraordinary potential and might become a great man in the future, he was not as important as his own sister to him. When Han Shigua was about to leave, Jiang Shouchuan sent him all the way to the village entrance and then said, "Qian is a bit lazy. If she does something wrong in the future, you can call our unit at any time to tell me. I am her twin brother, and she will listen to me. But don't be mean to her. She is not very courageous. She will definitely be scared if you are mean to her. Don't hit her. If it really comes to that, just send her back or let us go to pick her up. But if you hit her, my Jiang family will never forgive you. I have to tell you this in advance. Jiang Shouchuan has seen too many men who beat their wives. For such men, hitting each other is just a common occurrence. But Jiang Shouchuan would never let his sister be beaten. This is absolutely impossible. So, even if it would offend people, he would talk to him privately. Do and hit her. If you can't live like this, we will go to pick her up. Han Shigua understood what he meant and said seriously, "Qian, marry me. Fourth brother, don't worry." He didn't say anything else, just the sentence. Jiang Shouchuan just wanted to remind him. He skipped the topic and said with a smile, "It's getting late, brother-in-law, slow down. I'm not praising you, but you have a really good eye. My sister is famous for her good fortune. Everyone who sees her praises her. She will definitely bring good luck to her husband."
Han Shigua smiled.
This fourth brother is an old man in the world. He gave a sweet date after hitting a stick and directly called his brother-in-law. "Fourth brother, go back. I'm leaving," Han Shigua said. "It's getting dark."
"Slow down."
Han Shigua responded and rode his bicycle back. Jiang Shouchuan watched the man leave, then turned back. "Fourth brother, you didn't say anything unpleasant to Shigua, did you?" Jiang Qian saw him coming back and asked suspiciously. The brother and sister are twins, and they grew up together. How could they not understand each other? "Mom, you should take good care of your daughter. She hasn't even married yet, but she's already turning her elbow outward." Jiang Shouchuan shouted immediately. The whole family laughed. Jiang Qian's face turned red, and she stepped on his foot and hurried back to her room. Zhou Guiyun also laughed and scolded her son, and then went into her daughter's room to tell her that the two families had already decided on the marriage today. Your father and I are very satisfied with Shirgua, and we have no objection to the old Han family, so when they came over today, we agreed, and the date is set for the day after tomorrow. Zhou Guiyun and Zhang's father are both straightforward people, and they won't keep people in suspense. If you have chosen it, then there is no need to hesitate. Just decide it.
Jiang Qian blushed and responded, yeah.
It feels like you have grown up in the blink of an eye and are about to get married. Zhou Guiyun looked at her graceful daughter with eyes full of love and kindness. Although she was mentally prepared, she was still reluctant as a mother. She has 4 sons in total, but this is her only daughter. Especially her daughter has been caring since she was young. Jiang Qian leaned in her mother's arms. If mother can't bear to let me go, then I won't get married. I will stay for 2 more years and let Han Shirgua wait for 2 more years. She also couldn't bear to leave her home, her parents, her brothers, sisters-in-law, nephews, and nieces.
How can that be?
Wouldn't mother be like the queen mother who beat the cowherd and the weaver girl with a stick? Zhou Guiyun said with a smile. Talking and joking aside, it is natural to marry a daughter. This matter cannot be delayed. You have to choose the most satisfactory son-in-law to marry off at the best age for your daughter. Let your daughter live her own life. This is the real thing. As for reluctance, that is human nature. Jiang Qian also smiled. Mother still wants to marry me off to save her worries. Zhou Guiyun smiled and said, this is something every girl has to go through. After getting married, you can live a good life with Shirgua. Our family is optimistic about it, and it won't be too bad. A girl is like a dandelion. Wherever she lands, she will take root and sprout there for the rest of her life. What her parents can do is to find a good husband for her so that she can live a happy life in the second half of her life. She will get married the day after tomorrow, and Zhou Guiyun is reluctant to let her daughter go. She stayed at her place for a long time before going back. Jiang Qian smiled and came over to ask her third sister-in-law how she adapted to school today. Su Zhiro adapted very well. She had never taught before, and she didn't know that she actually liked to be a teacher. She felt very good when her students called her teacher Su. Another thing is that she really wants to do this job well. She can't do farm work, and working hard to hold this rice bowl is also a good way out. Knowing that Su Zhiro, the third sister-in-law, adapted very well, Jiang Qian was relieved. She went to bed early after brushing her teeth. Otherwise, why do people say that people have many children at this time? There's basically nothing else to do. If you go to bed early, it is difficult not to have many children. Have a good night's sleep. Starting the next day, Han Shirgua was busy, because he had to clean up the wedding room inside and out, which was a big project. Besides, he also had to inform his elder sister, second sister, and uncles. In addition to these, the chicken, duck, fish, meat, and eggs for the wedding banquet also had to be prepared in advance. Especially this time, Han Shirgua was going to do a good job. He prepared 5 tables. The ingredients needed for these 5 tables were not small, and the cost was not small. But Han Shirgua wanted to do his wedding well this time. Knowing that Han Shirgua was going to set up 5 tables, Li Xia, the eldest sister-in-law, was so jealous that her face was crooked. She didn't dare to say anything in front of him, but complained to Han Shimin in private, when you married me, you only set up 1 table. Now your brother is getting married, and you want to set up 5 tables. Han Shimin was not happy. What was the situation when we got married? It was not a small amount to set up 1 table. Now Shirgua wants to set up 5 tables, and he has the ability to do it, and it doesn't cost you money, so why are you yelling? Li Xia was so angry. What do you mean by not spending her money? Isn't the money allocated to him for his marriage after the division of the family public money? This is because they know that they're going to split up the family, so they spend as much as they can. The $100 was originally allocated to Shirgua for his wedding banquet, and he is an officer now, and he is getting married at this age, so can't he do it properly? And whether he spends it or not, the $100 is his, it has nothing to do with you, so don't make trouble.
Han Shimin varnade.
Li Xia was holding her breath. You dead man. We are both outdone in everything, and instead of helping me, you always help them to scold me. Han Shimin glared at her and said, "What do you want to compare? Why don't you live a good life and compare with Sherwa? Do you want to compete with your third sister to live in the county party committee compound?" Li Xia was speechless. How can this be compared? Why are you complaining when you know you can't compare? Our 4 children are so old, but Sherwa just got married, much later than us. What are you comparing? In a few years, Jiadong will be able to get married and you'll be a nurse, too. I don't understand what you are angry about. Han Shimin really couldn't understand why this woman felt that they had suffered a great loss. The money was earned by Han Sherwa, the younger brother, who raised their children for so many years, and now he can give them so much money when the family is divided. What is she dissatisfied with? Li Xia was angry. I can't make sense with you. If you can't make sense, don't say it. Han Shimin didn't want to listen to her at all. But no matter what they thought, Han Sherwa's wedding went on as usual. Zhou Guiyun also made a rare high profile and announced to the public that her son-in-law would invite 5 tables. But the neighbors were shocked and envious. At present, it is good to invite 1 or 2 tables for a wedding. 5 tables are the best conditions. But do you think that's the end? Far from it. They also heard from Zhou Guiyun that in addition to giving 100 gifts and 48 legs, the man also prepared 3 turns and 1 ring. 3 turns and 1 ring. When this news came out, it was simply blown up. Is it true? 100 gifts, 48 legs, and 3 turns and 1 ring? The neighbors asked hurriedly. Zhou Guiyun laughed and said, "Is this true? Am I the kind of person who jokes about this kind of thing?" Everyone knows what kind of personality Zhou Guiyun has been in these years. What she said is absolutely true. Oh, your son-in-law is incredible, the first one in 10 miles or so. But how much does it cost? Everyone was envious and asked. We don't know the exact price, but Shouchuan said that a brand new set of 48 legs costs about 200 yuan and 3 turns and 1 ring costs about 400 yuan. Zhou Guiyun married her daughter in a high-profile way this time. And when the things are delivered, everyone can see it. Since she can't hide it, she might as well say it openly. She will only marry a daughter once in her life. Everyone quickly calculated the cost. The betrothal gift was 100 yuan, the 48 legs were 200 yuan, and the 3 turns and 1 ring were 400 yuan. Oh, the Han family spent 700 yuan to marry Qianqian? After calculating this number, everyone was shocked. Zhou Guiyun smiled. This is all Sherwa's intention. Otherwise, how could she say that she was satisfied with Han Sherwa as a son-in-law? This intention to marry his daughter is really needless to say. It's not that you have to use money to prove it, but whether a person is sincere or not, don't look at what he says, look at what he does. From the son-in-law's behavior, you can really see his intention to marry his daughter. How can I not go to the second branch of the Jiang family to tell such important news from Zhou Guiyun? You have to know that the old Han family's marriage was originally from the second branch of the Jiang family, so don't you have to see how they will react? Soon, Shiliu's wife heard the sky-high betrothal gift from the old Han family to the first branch. How could she bear it any longer? She immediately ran home and said, "Mom, big news, big news. What are you making such a fuss about?" "What big news?" Sun had just finished mending her grandson's clothes and was in a bad mood. Uncle Jiang and his son Jiang Shiliu were not at home. They had gone to the mountains to collect firewood. 3 turns and 1 ring. The old Han family actually prepared 3 turns and 1 ring for Jiang Qian. Shiliu's wife was very excited and said breathlessly. After these words came out, Sun was obviously stunned for a moment. After she reacted, she looked incredible. You said, the old Han family also prepared 3 turns and 1 ring as a gift to marry Jiang Qian? Sun didn't like to go out these 2 days. It was for no other reason. She was upset. But even if she didn't go out, the news would still reach her ears. Shilia's wife said, "It's absolutely true." The aunt said it herself. The betrothal gift was 100 yuan, the brand new 48 legs were 200 yuan, and the 3 turns and 1 ring were 400 yuan. The old Han family spent a total of 700 yuan to marry Jiang Qian, not to mention the cost of setting up 5 tables. I heard that the cost of each table is estimated to be around 20 yuan, and 5 tables are another 100 yuan. The old Han family spent a lot of money to marry Jiang Qian this time. Hearing this, Sun was dumbfounded. She stopped working and went straight to lie on the Kong. 3 turns and 1 ring. There is no second one in the 8 villages, but this son-in-law was originally from our family. Shalia's wife followed in and muttered. She was really envious. No wonder people said that Jiang Qian, this cousin, was lucky. She had never heard of such a pomp in her life for more than 20 years. 3 turns and 1 ring. That's 3 turns and 1 ring. Sun said nothing. She should have been cruel and forced her daughter to have an abortion. It would be the same if she aborted the child without anyone knowing and remarried. By then, she could make a hole in the house and give false testimony, and then she could hide the truth. But it was too late to say anything now. Jiang Yu also got the news. It was the girl named Jiang Shuihua from the village who ran over to tell her last time. Jiang Yu was also stunned when she heard the news. Really? There is no such part in the original book? Han Shigua married her home according to the marriage contract after returning home, and took her to join the army 3 days after returning home. But there was no 3 turns and 1 ring. Just according to the marriage contract, the 50 gifts and 36 legs that had been returned were gone. How can it be false? Your aunt said it herself. Jiang Shuihua was envious. Do you think Jiang Qian is really born with a good life? The betrothal gift is unmatched in the surrounding villages. The envy was beyond words. People in the village said that in the next 10 years, it is estimated that no family's betrothal gift can exceed Jiang Qian's. Jiang Yu pouted when she heard it. She almost understood what was going on. Because in the original book, she married Han Shigua at the behest of her parents and the matchmaker. Han Shigua may not have any feelings for her at all, and he just married her to fulfill the marriage contract. But now it is different. Now that Han Shigua has returned, Jiang Qian is the one he chose. The last time he saw the two of them coming back from a date in the city, with smiles on their faces, you can tell without thinking that he must be satisfied with Jiang Qian. Because he likes her, he's willing to spend so much money. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu snorted in her heart, but she looked indifferent. Good luck. Good luck. I wish her the best. She was from the future. Although the 3 turns and 1 ring in this era were extraordinary, how could she care about these? It was absolutely impossible for her, a person from the future who had seen the brilliant world, to regard a bicycle as a luxury car and a radio sewing machine as a treasure. She didn't care about these broken copper and iron at all. And she didn't care about changing from 36 legs to 48 legs. Moreover, Han Shigua was destined to sacrifice. Jiang Qian was smiling now, but she would have to wash her face with tears in the future. As long as she thought of this, Jiang Yu felt a lot more comfortable. Jiang Shuihua was really surprised when she heard Jiang Yu's words. She looked at her. You really don't regret it? There was no regret, but there was regret. After all, Han Shigua's external conditions were too good. He was really a handsome guy. Jiang Yu thought so in her heart, with a slight smile on her face. I am willing to break off the engagement. No one forced me. What is there to regret? However, Jiang Yu still brought this matter to Wang Hasong when she was off work. Wang Hasong was stunned. 3 turns and 1 ring? Of course not. Jiang Yu looked at him. It can be seen that Han Shigua is really satisfied with Jiang Qian. Wang Hasong thought that Jiang Qian was so good, and the rough soldier could marry such a girl. Of course he was satisfied. It was simply a blessing accumulated in the previous life. But such a rough man certainly does not know how to be gentle and considerate. Jiang Qian will definitely be wronged if she marries him. No, he has to find a time to talk to Jiang Qian as soon as possible. Don't you have any expression? Jiang Yu said. She told him this not only to let him know that Han Shigua and Jiang Qian are in love, but also because she doesn't want to be compared. Although she doesn't care about those broken copper and iron of 3 turns and 1 ring, but the same thing is that she wants what Jiang Qian has. Wang Hasong didn't pay attention for a moment. What? Jiang Yu frowned and said, I want 3 turns and 1 ring too. Wang Hasong was stunned, looked at her, and said, Are you crazy? Do you know how much 3 turns and 1 ring cost? I don't care, I want it. Jiang Yu couldn't help but said, if you don't give me 3 turns and 1 ring, then you don't value me. And don't hide it from me. I know you were planning to buy a sewing machine to propose marriage. There is such a description in the original book. Although Jiang Qian's marriage to Wang Hesong was not as grand as her marriage to Han Sherbanao, she was also famous in this area. Because having a sewing machine is already amazing. Has the sewing machine been bought? Just add a bicycle, a radio, and a watch. Jiang Yu looked at him and said. Wang Hesong frowned. What are you thinking about? Not to mention the 3 turns and 1 ring, my mother even returned the sewing machine that was originally reserved. This matter could not be concealed, so he told Jiang Yu directly. The sewing machine was originally reserved by his mother to propose to Jiang Qian. Now that the person to be married is changed, his mother returned the sewing machine and just gave some gift money. Why would she want a sewing machine? When he said this, Jiang Yu exploded. What do you mean? What does your mother mean? Jiang Yu stared at Wang Hesong with eyes that looked like she wanted to eat someone. Wang Hesong, if you don't explain yourself clearly, I will never let you go. Originally, she wanted the 3 turns and 1 ring, but now she doesn't even give her a sewing machine? She planned to buy a sewing machine to propose to Jiang Qian, but there is no one when it's her turn? She won't agree. Wang Hesong was also annoyed at this time, and he didn't indulge her. He said directly, my mother means that if you want to marry, then marry. If you don't marry, then forget it. As for the baby in your belly, my family can compensate you with some money, and you can go and get rid of it. But if you dare to make a fuss, then everyone will forget it. If my job is ruined, your job will be the same. Don't do it. This kind of thing can't be solved by one hand. Wang Hesong, what do you mean, are you threatening me? Jiang Yu said angrily. I'm telling you the truth. Either you marry me properly and don't think about the 3 turns and 1 ring, or we'll be ruined. It's up to you. Wang Hesong was not in a good mood. Jiang Yu was almost furious. He dared to treat her like this before she got married. If she got married, would she still have status? This is against the sky. But thinking of Wang Hesong's words, she could only suppress her anger. Because he was right, they were grasshoppers on the same boat now. If she really ruined his job, she would get nothing. She seduced Wang Hesong and gave herself to him early on. Wasn't it for his promising future? You're just bullying me like this? Jiang Yu quickly changed her strategy and looked at him aggrievedly. I gave you my innocent body, and I have your child in my belly. Don't I just want to marry you decently? Han Shigua's 3 turns and 1 ring were originally intended for me, but I don't want them for you. Can't you give them to me instead? Wang Hesong did not accept such pua and reminded her, I didn't force you to give up the 3 turns and 1 ring. You were the one who took the initiative in our relationship. He regretted it now. He was blinded by her at the beginning. She asked him if he wanted it in the woods. How could he care about anything else when he was so excited? Now she said that she gave up the 3 turns and 1 ring for him, but he would not accept it. It was obviously what she did not want. On the contrary, he and Jiang Qian were originally good, and they would soon have a blind date and get married. Jiang Yu was so angry, but she had to suppress her anger and said coquettishly, That's because I like you. Since you like me, don't make so many demands on me. Just wait until the time comes and marry me peacefully. Wang Hesong said. Jiang Yu was very angry, but thinking of Wang Hesong as future achievements, she could only comfort herself to take a long-term view. Because she was pregnant before marriage and snatched Jiang Qian's marriage, it was normal for Mrs. Wang, who was originally satisfied with Jiang Qian, to be dissatisfied with her. But as long as she got married, how could she distinguish between inside and outside when the child was born? And when she got married, of course, she would be able to be the master of the house. By then, she would definitely be able to hold Wang Hesong firmly in her hands. After thinking about it, Jiang Yu suppressed her anger and said, I know. Please send me back today. Aren't you afraid of being seen by the people in your village? Wang Hesong glanced at her. What are you afraid of? We are a serious couple. Jiang Yu originally wanted to wait, but now she doesn't plan to hide it. Even if outsiders say something, she doesn't care. But she has to take Wang Hasung back to show the villagers, so that they don't always say that she is blind and actually gave up such a good marriage with Han Shirgua. There is still a long time to go, and there will be plenty of opportunities for her to prove that her choice is the right one. Wang Hasung also wanted to see if he could meet Jiang Qian, so he followed her back. Seeing that he didn't back down, Jiang Yu was also satisfied. When the two returned to the village, the villagers also saw them and asked, "Hey, Jiang Yu, who is this?" "This is my boyfriend, Wang Hasung, who works in the town unit." Jiang Yu introduced him to the villagers. It was quite prestigious to say that Wang Hasung worked in the town unit. "Do you have a boyfriend?" The lady looked at Wang Hasung and suddenly realized something, then quickly smiled and said, "Congratulations, you are such a handsome man." Seeing Jiang Yu taking Wang Hasung away, the lady turned around and told others that Jiang Yu had a boyfriend. This surprised many people. After all, since knowing that Jiang Yu broke off the engagement, many people in the village have set their sights on Jiang Yu. Some even went to the supply and marketing cooperative to show their affection. But they didn't expect that she already had a boyfriend. There were also some smart people among the gossipers, so they said, could it be that Jiang Yu has been dating someone for a long time, so she broke off the marriage with the Han family? Oh, I didn't expect it until you said it, but now that you mention it, I think it's almost certain. That must be the case. Otherwise, she would have waited for 3 years, and now that the person has returned, she still comes to cancel the engagement? But if she is dating someone else and doesn't want to join the army, that makes sense. I heard that she works in a town unit. Then it can't be wrong. She is dating someone, so she broke off the engagement. What does he look like? This person is not as good as Han Shirgua. He is not as tall, not as good-looking, and his aura is not as impressive. Isn't that picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons? No matter what people outside talked about, Jiang Yu held her head high and brought Wang Hasung to her house. Wang Hasung was a little impatient on the way here. All those gossipy country folks. They treated him like a monkey. Now he arrived at the door of the second branch of the Jiang family. Looking at the low house, a trace of disgust flashed across his eyebrows, but he still came in. But he almost tripped when he entered the door, because the house was a mess. At this time, Zhang Ershu and Zhang Shiliu and the others came back and were all at home. The firewood they brought back today was scattered and not cleaned up, making a mess. Wang Hasung was almost knocked down by the bundle of firewood. Sun was serving water to Zhang Ershu and Zhang Shiliu and only looked over when she heard the noise. The family was stunned when they saw Wang Hasung coming, and they hurried to entertain him after they reacted. At the same time, Sun couldn't help but secretly glared at Jiang Yu. He didn't tell her in advance when he brought someone back. Sister-in-law, why don't you know to clean it up? Jiang Yu didn't notice her mother, but she felt a little embarrassed when she saw the messy yard and said unhappily. The first thing Shiliu's wife looked at was Wang Hasung's hands. When she heard this, she rolled her eyes. Isn't it because I didn't know you brought someone back? You're pregnant before you get married. What's so proud about it? And the first time you come to the house, you're empty-handed. You know, the first time the old Han family came to the house, they had cigarettes, alcohol, and candy. Just want her to treat them warmly? In fact, if it weren't for Han Shirgua as a comparison, Shilia's wife wouldn't dare to think so. But this person is afraid of comparison, and people will be thrown away when compared. It's because of Han Shirgua as a reference that Wang Hasung seems so insincere. But after all, he is from the town unit and Shilia's wife doesn't want to offend him, so she can only clean up quickly. I didn't know that Hasung was coming, and I didn't prepare for this. The house is a little messy, don't mind it. Sun said to Wang Hasung with a smile. Although she smiled brightly, she was actually uncomfortable. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Although she didn't specifically ask, the neighbors are all gossipy. Who doesn't know about the gift Han Shirgua sent to the door? That was a gift he brought with his heart, unlike this one, who came empty-handed. Her family really picked up sesame seeds and lost watermelons. Han Shirgua is the big watermelon, and Wang Hasung is the small sesame. It's okay, I just sent Jiang Yu back. Wang Hasung didn't want to stay here any longer, But the Jiang family was so welcoming, and since he was here, he could only sit for a while. However, he didn't think it was a big deal that he came empty-handed, because Jiang Yu suddenly asked him to come, and he didn't think about it. So of course he didn't prepare anything. But since he came, Jiang Ershu and Jiang Shiliu also sat down to chat with him. And Sun Shi, she was not very polite. After all, her daughter gave up the marriage of the old Han family, which was hard to find even with a lantern, for his Wang family. The old Wang family must show some expression, right? Taking advantage of the chat, he asked Wang Hesong when he planned to come to propose marriage. It's all right. It depends on when it's convenient for you. If it's convenient, I'll go back and tell my mother and then ask the matchmaker to come. Wang Hesong also knew that he had to marry Jiang Yu, and now Jiang Yu was pregnant with his child. Hearing his attitude, Sun was a little satisfied, so she mentioned Han Shiguo's betrothal gift of 3 turns and 1 ring. When Zhou Guiyun, the eldest sister-in-law, came to inform them before, she also asked what the betrothal gift would be. Zhou Guiyun smiled and said a sewing machine. But now, in addition to this sewing machine, do they have to buy a bicycle, a radio, and a watch? If the Wang family could also give 3 turns and 1 ring, her family would not be laughed at. But this is impossible. Wang Hesong did not respond. I have already told Jiang Yu. Aunt, you can ask Jiang Yu, it's getting late. I'm going back first. He didn't stay here for long, and got up and went back directly. His attitude still made Jiang Ershu's son feel uneasy. Sun couldn't help but ask her daughter. Hesong said he told you? How did he tell you? Jiang Yu was a little embarrassed to talk about this, but she couldn't hide it, so she could only tell the truth. Originally, I reserved a sewing machine, but his mother canceled it. What do you mean? Sun's face was stiff. His mother said that I'm not the daughter-in-law she likes, so she won't give me a sewing machine, just 50 yuan as a gift and 36 legs. Jiang Yu said truthfully. After Sun realized what was going on, she was shaking with anger. You gave up such a good marriage with the Han family for Wang Hesong, but they treated you like this? This sewing machine that was reserved can be returned, and 48 legs became 36 legs? Jiang's second uncle's forehead was throbbing. Jiang Shiliu frowned, and Shilia's wife's eyes flashed with gloating. Facing the family's attitude, Jiang Yu also felt ashamed. She remembered this matter. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. If she embarrasses her now, she will deal with that old woman when she gets married. But at this time, she can only support herself and said indifferently, it's just some broken copper and rotten iron. I don't care about it. If I don't have it, I don't have it. Can I live like this? Oh, little sister, it's really amazing. After 3 turns and 1 ring, it becomes broken copper and rotten iron in your mouth. Right, you don't care, you don't look down on it. Shilia's wife couldn't help it and ridiculed directly. But this time Sun didn't help her daughter. She couldn't help scolding. If you treat you like this now, you will suffer when you get married, but you deserve it. You asked for it. Don't come back to cry in the future. In fact, in this day and age, 50 yuan in gift money and 36 legs are also acceptable gifts, which can be considered decent. After all, there is Wang Hesong, a son-in-law who works in a town unit, who is also very impressive. But now the old Han family, whose engagement they had broken off, had spent so much money to marry Jiang Qian, which put the Wang family in the dust. The gap was so huge that Sun felt ashamed and angry. Not to mention her, even second Uncle Jiang was ashamed. But what can they do? No matter what, their daughter is still not decent. She gave her body to someone else so early and got pregnant with someone else's child. Now she can only be controlled by others. Wang Hesong doesn't care about these. It's rare for him to come to the 5-star brigade. He was obviously unwilling to not see Jiang Qian. After leaving the village, he saw a boy and simply took out a dime and asked him to call someone. The boy in the village who came to find Jiang Qian was the nephew of her second grandfather. Aunt, someone is looking for you. Jiang Qian was feeding chickens in the yard. When she heard this, she said, Who is it? I don't know him. A man. He said he is looking for you. At the entrance of the village, let you go. The boy said. Jiang Qian responded, Okay, I know, you go and do your own thing. Seeing that she agreed, The boy touched the dime in his pocket and went to play happily. Jiang Qian, who had just finished feeding the chickens, didn't care about this matter. She just heard her sister-in-law come back and say that Jiang Yu brought Wang Hasong back. So the person who was looking for her was Wang Hasong? Then why did she go? She had nothing to do with Wang Hasong, and they didn't even have time to get along, so what was there to say? So she ignored him. But her third brother Jiang Shoha, who was chopping firewood, narrowed his eyes. Seeing that his younger sister didn't take it seriously, he smiled slightly, took a sack and went out. He had wanted to give that rascal a good beating, but he couldn't find a chance. Now that he was delivered to his door, could he let him go? Wang Hasong was waiting at the entrance of the village. He was blown by the cold wind for more than an hour, and his face was frozen. In the end, he didn't wait for anyone. He couldn't help but curse him inwardly, saying that he was a rascal who took money, but didn't do anything. He wanted to come to Jiang Qian to tell her not to marry so impulsively, just to make him angry. They just met, who knew who the other person was? In the end, they couldn't meet each other. But if Wang Hasong went to her house to find her, he would definitely not dare to do it. After all, she had several brothers. If he was caught in the past, he would suffer. In the end, Wang Hasong, who couldn't wait for anyone, could only leave reluctantly. When he passed by the small woods at the entrance of the Wuxing Brigade village, someone put a sack on him and beat him up. The man was ruthless, and Wang Hasong was beaten so hard that he had no power to fight back, and the more he resisted, the harder he was beaten. He didn't dare to resist, and he didn't dare to take the sack until he felt that the other party had finished beating him and left, but his face was already bruised and swollen. But he didn't even dare to curse his mother, and he ran away. He was just limping. Wang's mother had only this one son, and she was reluctant to beat him since he was a child. As a result, he was beaten like this. How could she bear it? Who did this? How much hatred and resentment is there? Maybe it's Jiang Yu's suitor. Wang Hasong expressed his thoughts. He knew that Jiang Yu had many suitors. He sent Jiang Yu back this time, and it was most likely because of jealousy, so he was beaten. Fox spirit. This is a shameless fox spirit who flirts with other women. The Queen Mother got even angrier when she heard this. Wang Hasong let out a sigh of relief. Although he was beaten badly, it was just superficial injuries. He would be fine after a few days of rest. He knew his mother would not agree, but he still conveyed the idea of son's second uncle Jiang to have a 3-turn ring. The Queen Mother sneered, "Let them dream about the spring and autumn period. 3-turn ring? 50 yuan for 36 legs. If they want to marry, they can marry. If they don't want to marry, forget it. Who cares about her family? She was not the one she liked in the first place. She was just a despicable person who seduced her son to do something in the grove. She could do such a shameless thing. What good could such a person be? If you don't want to marry, that's fine. Go and marry Qian to me. I will be satisfied with Qian." The Queen Mother said so. She still couldn't forget Jiang Qian. Especially after this comparison, Jiang Qian's goodness was even more prominent. Wang Hasong said dejectedly, "That's probably impossible." Her family told her that Jiang Yu broke off the engagement with the soldier. The soldier was very generous and gave 100 yuan as a gift, 48 legs and 3 turns and 1 ring, which were not available in the surrounding villages. Her parents were very satisfied, and she will marry him the day after tomorrow. When Wang's mother heard this, she couldn't help but scolded. "It's all because of you, you useless thing. You didn't want a girl as good as Qian, but were seduced by such a rascal. Look at him. He spent so much money, which shows how satisfied he is with Qian. Look how much he knows about things." Han Shigua, who was praised for his knowledge of things, had already cleaned up his new home. The day before the wedding, Han Shigua, the third sister, specially found a truck to help transport the reserved 48 legs, bicycles, sewing machines, and radios back home. Han Jiadan hadn't seen such a scene for many years, and it became lively all of a sudden. The 48 legs that were transported back were placed in their new house by Han Shigua. All the old furniture was replaced, but there wasn't much furniture. After all, he was a bachelor before, and there was only a single bed and an old cabinet in the room, but now they were all given to his nephew Han Jiadong. All the new furniture was replaced. Looking at the brand new furniture, Han Shirwa was satisfied from the bottom of his heart. As for the big items for the engagement, Han Shirwa didn't delay and took his eldest brother Han Shimin to borrow a donkey cart from his uncle's house and delivered them first. 3 turns and 1 sound, a brand new sewing machine, a shiny 28-bar bicycle, and a radio that was said to be able to hear the voice of the capital, comparable to a 1,000-mile ear. The villagers were amazed. Zhou Guoyun talked to Han Shirwa for a long time and asked him if the things for the dinner were ready. Han Shirwa smiled and said, "Don't worry, Auntie. Everything is ready." As he said that, he looked at Jiang Qian, who blushed, looked at him, and went back to his room. Han Shirwa also knew that she was shy, but he was not in a hurry. He could marry his wife home tomorrow, so he didn't have to wait even for this little while. When the 2 brothers returned, the neighbors gathered around to take a good look at the 3 turn and 1 ring. It was so rare. The bicycle, sewing machine, and radio were left behind, and the watch was brought to Jiang Qian by Zhou Guoyun. Jiang Qian looked at the watch with a smile on her face. Zhou Guoyun was also happy. On the night before her daughter's wedding, Zhou Guoyun was also in the house counting the dowry prepared for her daughter. After making sure that everything was ready, she finally opened the locker, took out a wooden box, and began to count the remaining money in her hand. "Boss, in addition to the 100 gift money for Qianqian to take back, let's take another 100 for Qianqian to keep as a deposit?" Zhou Guoyun looked at Zhang's father and asked in a low voice. Zhang's father looked at the money in her hand and said, "How much do you have left?" "There are 300 in cash on hand." "A little more than 300. Give Qianqian 200 yuan. Zhang's father said when he heard it. Zhang's father has never been a person who is good at expressing himself, but his feelings for his daughter are beyond doubt. Zhou Guoyun was very happy and smiled at him. "Then 200 yuan? Zhang's father nodded. Zhou Guoyun smiled. As a mother, how could she not want to give her daughter more dowry? These are the confidence for her daughter to marry. She counted out 20 big unity bills and put them in a red envelope made of red paper. She took out another passbook from the box. This was opened by her daughter. When she opened it, she saw that there was a full 1,300 yuan in it. Zhou Guoyun said regretfully, "If I had known earlier, I would not have sold those gold jewelry. How nice it would be to keep them for Qianqian as a dowry. Come on, you don't know if they're clean or not. What if they come out of the tomb? Don't you think it's unlucky to give them to your daughter as a dowry?" Zhang's father complained in a low voice. It was the year before last. Zhou Guoyun took her daughter to pick mushrooms in the mountains. Those things were found in the mountains, but only the couple and their daughter Jiang Qian knew about this. After picking them up, they sold them quietly and sporadically, and the family also had a huge amount of savings. It's just that they're used to keeping a low profile, and no one knows that the Jiang family has such a heritage. But among the things sold, there are a few gold jewelry that are really beautiful. Zhou Guoyun thought so too. She broached the subject, put away the passbook and cash. As for the red envelope for getting married, she gave it to their daughter. Jiang Qian knew that her parents would definitely give her a red envelope, but she didn't expect that the couple would give her so much. The gift money of 100 was given to her, and her parents also prepared 200 for her. "Mom, there's no need for so much, there's so many people in the family," Jiang Qian said hurriedly. "We still have some money at home. You helped save it with your mother. Don't you know? And the second house also owes us some money. I will go to collect it from them every month. You don't have to worry about the family." Zhou Guoyun stuffed it into her hand. "Go and open a passbook to save it yourself." Zhou Guoyun not only prepared enough dowry for her daughter, but also kept her room. "When you are free in the future, you can come back anytime you want. There will always be a room for you at home." Her mother's words made Jiang Qian burst into tears. "Silly girl, why are you crying? This is a happy event." Although she said so, Zhou Guoyun's eyes were a little red, and she couldn't bear to leave her daughter. "Mom, don't worry, I will live a good life." Jiang Qian wiped her tears and said. Picking up gold in the mountains was of course her doing, but she still had a lot in her space. She hoarded a lot at that time and only took out 1/10 of it as a windfall for the family. Although we have made a clear judgment, we can't guarantee that we have made a mistake. If Sherwood treats you badly and bullies you, don't endure it. Dad, Mom, and your brothers will make the decision for you. At worst, you can divorce and come back. Zhou Guiyun didn't know all this, she whispered to her daughter. She had come here alone in her early years, which shows how strong her character is. The shame of divorce does not exist for her. Nothing is more important than living a good life. Jiang Qian's eyes reddened again. She knew that her mother really loved her. But it was not only her parents who gave Jiang Qian private money. After her mother left, her sister-in-law Zhao Aiying also came. Zhao Aiying also came to add to her bottom line, but she didn't have much money. Only 10 yuan, but it was also what she saved with great difficulty. Sister-in-law. Jiang Qian didn't want to accept her sister-in-law's gift. A woman only gets married once in her life. This is a little gift from your sister-in-law. Don't think it's too little, just accept it. Zhao Aiying smiled. Also, her second sister-in-law Zhao Aifeng and third sister-in-law Su Jiro came in and gave her some money. It wasn't much, but it was all from their hearts. In the end, Jiang Qian calculated and realized that she had become a wealthy woman. The gift money was 100 yuan, her parents gave 200 yuan and several sisters-in-law gave 10 yuan each. There was also 10 yuan from her second uncle and aunt, and the money from her great-grandfather's family and second grandfather's family. Father Jiang and second uncle Jiang also had a big uncle and a second uncle, and the deceased grandfather had 3 brothers, but grandfather Jiang was the third oldest. Those uncles and aunts would also give money. So just the money added up to 100 yuan. It was more than 300 yuan, a real rich woman. Of course, it was all due to personal relationships and all had to be paid back, but her mother gave it all to her after receiving it. In order to prevent it from being lost, Jiang Qian put all the money in the space, sorted out her mood, and lay down to sleep. Early the next morning, the fourth brother Jiang Shouchuan brought her good friend Su Lily and her boyfriend Qin Fu over. They all took half a day off and had to go to work in the afternoon. After sending her off to get married, they had to go back. But Jiang Qian was also very happy and gave Su Lily a big hug. Happy wedding. Qin Fu smiled and presented the gift. He and Su Lily prepared a pair of pillowcases, Mandarin duck pillows. Jiang Qian took it. Thank you, you're getting married. You must write to me in advance. Okay. Su Lily smiled and nodded. Jiang Shouchuan waited for them to finish talking, then smiled and called his younger sister into the room, took out a red envelope. Little sister, this is for you to keep in the bottom of the box. Don't tell anyone else. 100 yuan, but it was the private money he had saved with great difficulty. Jiang Qian knew it was a lot as soon as she saw the red envelope. Then I won't be polite to you, fourth brother. Hey, don't even push it away. Jiang Shouchuan smiled. Jiang Qian also smiled. I won't push it away. I know you are a rich man. I will accept it if you give it to me. Jiang Shouchuan whispered. Han Shihua is not bad. He looks good, has a good personality, and is capable, but our family is not bad either. You don't have to worry about feeling inferior to the new daughter-in-law after you marry him. You have our Jiang family to support you. If you can make it, then make it. If not, pack up and come back home. Don't be bullied by him. I know. Jiang Qian wanted to cry again. She was a little hypocritical and didn't want to get married. It was really because her family treated her so well that she was reluctant to leave. But no matter how reluctant she was, she had to get married. At 9:30, Han Shihua came on a bicycle with a wedding procession. No one knew where he borrowed 4 bicycles from. The 4 bicycles were all from his cousins, some young men who were not married yet. They were also well prepared, and each bicycle had a large basket of wedding candies. From the moment they entered the village, they distributed candies to everyone they saw, no matter if they were men, women, young, or old. They grabbed a handful of candies from everyone they saw, and they smiled and said to each other, "This is the wedding candy for my brother Han Shihua and sister-in-law Jiang Qian. Everyone should get some good luck." They distributed candies all the way to the door of the Jiang family. Almost everyone got wedding candies. How could they not be happy? There were people surrounding them in 3 layers. The groom is so generous. An old lady laughed. Others also praised. The atmosphere was getting lively. Amidst everyone's laughter, Zhou Guoyan smiled and asked the cousins-in-law who were invited to help her to take out the dowry prepared for their daughter. For brand new quilts, new clothes and new shoes, towels and kettles, wash basins and spittoons, and other daily necessities. These things were put on the back seat of the cousin's car, and a basket was prepared for them to be sent to the old Han's house later. And this dowry also made everyone see how much the Jiang family was willing to spend on their daughter. Because the chosen time had arrived, Jiang Qian came out of the house with a red face, surrounded by her brother and sister-in-law and friends. The beautiful bride is coming out. Everyone cheered happily. The phrase beautiful bride was absolutely right. Although there was no so-called wedding dress or anything, Jiang Qian at this time was more beautiful than flowers. She was originally a famous beauty in the village, whose boy has not coveted her. But now looking at Han Shigua's tall and handsome appearance, they have to admit that only such a man is worthy of the daughter of the Jiang family. However, just when Jiang Qian was about to sit on Han Shigua's bicycle, a group of nephews and nieces suddenly cried out and burst into tears at the same time. Aunt, don't go. They're still young and don't really understand what marriage means, but they know that their aunt is leaving, and they don't want her to leave. Jiang Qian was already in a low mood, and when her nephews and nieces cried, she couldn't hold back her tears. But they also have this custom here. When a girl gets married, she has to cry to show her gratitude and reluctance to her natal family. The sisters-in-law Zhao Aiying and Zhao Eifeng hurried to coax the children. Your aunt is getting married, but she is still your aunt. We want your aunt. We want your aunt. The children cried very sadly. But the onlookers were all smiling, because they all knew that this was because the aunt loved her nephews and nieces, so these younger generations were so reluctant to let their aunt get married. But they couldn't do anything about it, and their aunt was taken home by their uncle with a smile on his face. Don't cry, I will treat you well. Han Shigua promised as he drove his wife home. His young wife could cry so hard that it could kill you. She didn't say a word, but her peach blossom eyes were filled with tears, and the tears fell like pearls with a broken string. In other words, this was a Qiong Yao-style crying scene, broken and beautiful. But Jiang Qian was born with this kind of crying habit. She just cried like that. It's just that his original intention was good, but his words were ambiguous, as if she was crying while grabbing the quilt afterwards, and he was making a promise to her. Jiang Qian's sadness quickly disappeared, and she even wanted to laugh. She gathered her emotions and said, I'm fine, I just can't bear to leave. Well, we'll be back in 3 days. Han Shigua breathed a sigh of relief. Of course a daughter will be reluctant to leave her parents' home after getting married, because that is the root of a woman. Of course, only a mother's home like the Jiang family can be the root of a daughter. Otherwise, it will be a nightmare for a lifetime. Putting these aside, Han Shigua happily took his wife back. At this time, the old Han family was very lively. Han Shigua's eldest sister Han Shikai, second sister Han Shiyun, and third sister Han Shijia, who had met, were all back. Not only did he come back, but his 3 brothers-in-law also came with him, including Zhao Shushu, the third brother-in-law from the city. The third sister came back yesterday, but he came early this morning. There are also eldest cousin Han Shijun and others, as well as some aunts and sisters, are all here. Seeing that Han Shigua brought Jiang Qian back, these aunts and sisters were all smiling. Oh, the bride is so beautiful. This little face is white and rosy like a big apple, and it looks healthy at a glance. Isn't it? She's really white, not like our country people at all. Of course she is white. I heard from Adong that her elder brother and sister-in-law never let this girl go to the fields since she was a child. Really? Adong is her aunt. How can she be false? I heard that too. I heard that there are 4 sons, but this is the only daughter. She is so precious. She also went to high school, and her grades are very good. She could have been admitted to university, but she didn't catch up. I said that Shigua's daughter-in-law is very literary. She teaches in the town primary school. There were more than a dozen applicants, but only 2 vacancies were needed, and she was one of them. Except for Han Shijia, the third sister of Jiang Qian, who had met her, everyone else praised Jiang Qian. As for Adong, they were talking about Jiang Tong, Jiang Xiaogu's name. Jiang Xiaogu was also in this group of people at this time, but she didn't say much. She just smiled at her niece with pride on her face. The niece is beautiful and educated, and everyone's praise is very real. Although Jiang Qian's face was a little red, she was also very calm. But this was not the end, because Han Shigua's cousins had also arrived with their dowries. When these dowries came, everyone in the yard exclaimed again and again. The bride's family also prepared so much dowry. Oh, this quilt must be 4 pounds, right? And it's the most popular fabric. My sister-in-law said 2 5-pound ones and 2 3-pound ones, a total of 70 yuan. It's incredible. Are these the bride's new clothes and shoes? They are also prepared. Of course, brand new, they are linen suits hanging on the counters in the city. 2 sets of ready-made clothes and new shoes cost about 50 yuan. Look, there are also kettles, wash basins, spittoons, towels. These also cost a lot of money, right? Of course, my family spent money just on buying a kettle. The Jiang family is really willing to spend money. How much did it cost to buy all this? These things plus the bottom of the box my sister-in-law gave me privately. Anyway, I got the bicycles, sewing machines, and radios, so the Jiang family didn't get any bargains. Really? I was thinking that his family made a lot of money by marrying off their daughter this time. They are all good things, not worse than 3 turns and 1 ring. It's rare to love your daughter so much, and you have to spend so much time to prepare so much. Listening to everyone's exclamation, Jiang Xiaogu was very satisfied, and she helped to explain if there were any mistakes. But everyone was really amazed. They had known that the Jiang family valued this daughter, but they didn't expect it to be so important. They actually prepared such a generous dowry. The daughter-in-law brought so much dowry, and Han's mother, as a mother-in-law, was also very proud, because anyone with eyes could see that the Jiang family was very willing to spend money on their daughter. Thinking of this, she also glanced at the eldest daughter-in-law, Li Xia. Her face was a little stiff because she came empty-handed when she got married. But she was stubborn and thought that if her in-laws also prepared such a generous betrothal gift for her, her family would also be able to give so many things as a dowry. But to be crazy, her family would not be able to give so many things as a dowry, not to mention the high price. The key is that it is not easy to get. Some time ago, how many connections did Jiang Shouchuan, the 4th brother who worked in the procurement department, run? It took a lot of effort to get those tickets and prepare such a dowry for his sister. How could it be easy for a countryman to get these tickets and things? This dowry undoubtedly made Jiang Qian straighten her back. After getting off the bicycle, she followed Han Shigua and came to the wedding room surrounded by people. Han's third sister Han Shijia smiled and introduced the aunts, sisters-in-law, and young ladies in the house to Jiang Qian. After introducing them all, there were still some people she didn't know. Aunt Jiang helped to introduce. This is Uncle Hanzho's daughter-in-law. Her name is Wang Ni. She came into the family last year. Shijia, you haven't been back for a long time, so you can't even recognize all the new daughters-in-law in our family. The other aunts and sisters-in-law also started to tease Han Shijia. You live in the county party committee compound. You don't know the countryside. That's right, I don't come back once a year, and the last time you came back I didn't even have a chance to talk to you before I left in a hurry. Alas, how can you look down on us poor relatives? Han Shijia quickly apologized. 6th aunt, it's my fault, I admit it. When we drink later, I will accompany you all to have a drink, as an apology to you. You can't accompany us to have a drink, you have to punish yourself with a drink. Okay, I'll punish myself with a drink. If I get drunk, I'll ask Uncle Gio to drive the donkey cart to take me back. Han Shijia was a generous person, and it was so lively when he greeted guests. While they were talking and laughing, the second brother-in-law Qin Yuquan, the third brother-in-law Zhao Shushu, Han Shimin, Han Shijun, and a group of young men came in, handed Han Shirwa a small book and said with a smile, "It's time to swear." Han Shirgwa took the small book. The wedding room was decorated with wedding characters and portraits of leaders, and the two swore in public under the portraits of leaders. Han Shirgwa read a sentence and said, "Two hearts become one heart, and the revolution does not change." Jiang Qian followed the local customs and said seriously, "Don't forget your roots when you get married, and always do revolution." In such a serious occasion, Jiang Qian almost couldn't hold back her laughter, and her face turned a little red, looking like she was shy. And this is the way to get married in this era. This ceremony is completed. Even if she and Han Shirgwa don't get a marriage certificate, they are officially a couple in the eyes of everyone. After the two finished swearing, everyone applauded very warmly. "Come on, let's have some candy and tea." Han Shirgwa smiled and invited everyone out to prepare tea and candy. Han Shirgwa greeted his brother-in-law and cousins. Jiang Xiaogu stayed and looked at Jiang Qian and smiled. Shirgwa's elder sister and second sister are helping in the kitchen. They are not as eloquent as his third sister. They told me that they would come to see you after they are done. Although Han Shirkai and Han Shiryun's two sisters are not good at dancing, they are really happy for their brother Han Shirgwa. At this time, they are busy in the kitchen with some ants. There is no hurry to come. After they are done, they can see their brother's wife later. Jiang Qian smiled and said, "Okay, I will get to know her after I am done." As she was talking, Han Shirgwa came in again. "Shirgwa, talk to Qian Qian. I will go out to help entertain people. Those monkeys can't be handled by your third sister alone." Jiang Xiaogu smiled. "Thank you for troubling me, aunt." Han Shirgwa smiled and nodded. If he followed this way, he would have to call her sister-in-law. Jiang Xiaogu's father-in-law was of the same generation as Han's father and mother. Jiang Xiaogu's husband was Han Shirgwa and Han Shimon's cousin from the next room, and he was not young. But Han Shirgwa still followed his wife to call her sister-in-law. Jiang Xiaogu was also happy. It was closer this way. She left them some space and went out. Jiang Qian felt a little embarrassed at this time. She didn't dare to look at Han Shirgwa. Han Shirgwa looked at the door, and when he saw that there was no one, he immediately leaned over and kissed her. He had wanted to kiss her for a long time, but it was not appropriate before. Now that he had married her home, of course he would not be polite. Jiang Qian didn't expect him to do this, and quickly looked outside the door, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no one. But she also gave him a glare. "Don't be silly." Just as she said this, she thought of something. Her face turned red again, looked at Han Shirgwa, opened her mouth to say something, but in the end she didn't dare to say it. "What's wrong?" Han Shirgwa asked in a low voice. "Let us talk about it tonight." Jiang Qian blushed. "Okay, let's talk about it tonight."
Han Shirgwa looked at her deeply.
He also had a lot to say to her in the evening. Not long after, the banquet began. It also opened everyone's eyes. There were a total of 5 tables, and each table had 10 dishes, which meant perfection. The first dish was vegetarian, just an ordinary stewed cabbage, which was nothing special. But starting from the second dish, everyone's eyes were straight. The second dish was meat, the most authentic braised pork belly. As soon as this dish came up, the fragrance made everyone who couldn't eat a bite of meat for a whole year drool quickly. The third dish that came up immediately after was the fried chicken with peppers that everyone in their local area liked. When the domineering fragrance came up, it made everyone drool. The fourth dish was also meat. It was twice cooked pork fried with hot peppers. The pork belly was fat and lean, and even the hot peppers were moist and shiny. The fifth dish was a little ordinary, but it was also fragrant. It was fried eggs with leeks. The portion was particularly large. It was estimated that there were more than a dozen eggs on that plate, otherwise it would not have been fried to such an effect. The sixth dish was braised fish. Such a big fish was really full of fish fragrance. The seventh, eighth, ninth, and 10th dishes were stewed with potatoes with ribs, green vegetables with oil residue, and lotus root bone soup. There were a total of 10 dishes. Not only were the quantities abundant, but the portions of each dish were also sufficient. In this era, such a wedding banquet was also a veritable feast. Anyone who had eaten it at the table would praise it. They all ate it with their mouths full of oil and praised it endlessly. They praised it as the most sumptuous wedding banquet they had ever eaten. Moreover, Han Shirguo was also thoughtful and matched each table with wine. It was not to say that it was Maotai Wuliangya, but it was also a very famous local wine. He took Jiang Qian to toast each table. Everyone was very happy and praised them. Such a lively scene was really rare. After the banquet, several aunts and sisters-in-law stayed to help clean up. Jiang Qian, of course, followed and cleaned the house. There were also those borrowed tables, chairs, pots, pans, and bowls. Of course, they couldn't have so many at home, so they were all borrowed from relatives and friends. But they were all returned after being washed, and each family also sent a bowl of meat with a large portion. All the food on the table was eaten up, and these were not put into the pot, because it was impossible to arrange less, so they prepared more. Now these remaining ones are regarded as a thank you. Relatives and friends are also happy. Now it has spread all over the village that Han Shirguo's wedding banquet was really well organized, and Han Shirguo was also very generous. He confiscated everyone's gift money, but anyone who was invited could come to the banquet empty-handed. They really praised Han's mother, praising her for giving birth to a promising son. There is no second such a promising son in 10 miles and 8 villages, and he also married a good daughter-in-law. This daughter-in-law is beautiful and educated. She looks like a lucky woman for her husband. The compliment really touched Han's mother's heart. She returned the bowls and chopsticks without hurrying to go back. She chatted with others and came back after a while. When she came back, she saw that several daughters and sons-in-law were also going back. "Mom, you're chatting with third aunt. You haven't come back after sending her off for a long time. We are all leaving." Third sister, Han Shijia, said with a smile. Han's mother hurriedly said, "Do aunt leave in a hurry. There are still many dishes. Take some back." "No, I'll just take some wedding candies back to get some joy." Han's mother was not happy. "I know you are not bad, but these meat and vegetables have not been touched. The lunch box you brought us last time with stewed meat is still there. I'll pack a box for you to take back and give to Yushu, Hong, and Sheng." After washing the lunchbox, half of the food box was filled with braised pork belly and half of the stir-fried pork with chili peppers. "Okay, I won't be polite to you, Mother." Han Shijia accepted it with a smile. Although they lived in the county party committee compound, they could not eat meat every day. Zhao Shushu also smiled. "Dad, Mom, and eldest brother Shirga, we'll go back first." "Okay, drive slowly on the way." Han's father drank some wine, but he was obviously in a very good mood. The couple rode their bicycles back with the farewell of the whole family. Then came the eldest sister Han Shirkai and the eldest brother-in-law Zhang Fa, both of whom had very honest faces. But there were no lunchboxes, so Han's mother directly used a large bowl to fill a large bowl with meat dishes, including stewed meat, fried meat, and scrambled eggs with leeks. Anyway, they were all put together. Han's mother also gave a large bowl to the second sister Han Shiyun and the second brother-in-law Chen Yuquan, and Chen Yuquan winked at Han Shiyun. Han Shiyun was a little embarrassed, but she could only say, "Mom, Xiaoyang likes to eat fish. Don't give him so much meat, just give him a fish." Xiaoyang is her son, a son she had after giving birth to 3 daughters. Chen Yuquan was a little dissatisfied when he heard her words, but he was happy soon, because Han's mother-in-law did not reduce the meat, but brought a plate and added a fish, but Han's mother also added one for Han's eldest sister, which was fair and just. The 2 sisters did not come empty-handed, and they all brought baskets to exchange for some eggs. So just put the bowls in the basket and let them take them back. The 2 daughters and sons-in-law did not keep more. Li Xia saw that the meat and vegetables were reduced by half, and the remaining ones were enough for tonight. She was so embarrassed that she was too lazy to send them out. Only Han Shimin, Han Shirgua, Jiang Qian, and Han's mother, because Han's father also went back to sleep and drank a little wine. "Slow down," Han's mother said to the 2 daughters and sons-in-law.
Okay.
They all agreed. After watching them go back, Han Shirgua took Jiang Qian and his mother home. Han Shimin smiled and said, "We are finally done. We have been tired for a long time. Let's go back and have a rest." Although Han's mother felt tired, she was obviously happy. The marriage of her youngest son was a big stone in her heart, and now it has really fallen to the ground. Han Shimin nodded and went back to his room. However, when he came back, he saw Li Xia with a frown on her face. He was puzzled and asked what's wrong. Why is her face so dark for no reason? Is she looking for trouble? You still ask me what's wrong. Mother is really, she gave so many meat and vegetables to the neighbors. Isn't it just borrowing some bowls, chopsticks and benches? Is it necessary to give so much? Li Xia whispered. Every family does this when doing good things. What should be given must be given. Shirgua's wedding is so good, and he doesn't care about that bowl of meat.
Han Shimin glänzte her.
And what about the ones you brought back for the eldest sister and the others? Don't you know that we have such a big family of our own? Li Xia said unhappily. Forget about the third sister. She lives in the county party committee compound, so it's no big deal to ask her to bring some back. This relative can really visit more often. After all, they can help. But why did the eldest and second sisters give so much? They are all so poor. Especially the second brother-in-law. He winked at the second sister to ask for more. Don't think she didn't see it. It's so shameless. Asking for more is not enough. It's not you who spent money on the wedding banquet. Shirgua and his sister-in-law didn't say anything, but you are unhappy first. Han Shimin thought it was something. His eldest and second sisters came early in the morning with eggs, and they washed the pots and vegetables as soon as they came. The eldest brother-in-law also helped to kill chickens and fish. Although the second brother-in-law was a little lazy, he helped to entertain people and did not lose the atmosphere. Now that he has returned, he should bring some leftover wedding candies and meat dishes back for his nephews and nieces to eat. Isn't that what he should do? It's all given. Don't be unhappy about this.
Han Shimin varnade. Li Xia.
Did this dead man forget that they still have 4 children? If others eat more meat, their children will eat less. You know, even with their family conditions, they only eat meat twice a month, not every day. So much meat has been distributed, and there is not much left for their family. How can she be happy? Han Shirgua didn't talk about this with Jiang Qian. Han Shirgua thought it was right. His eldest sister and second sister were not in good conditions, and there were many children in the family. It was okay to bring some back for his nephews and nieces to taste. As for Jiang Qian, she was not born and raised here after all, so she really didn't take these things seriously. Getting married is really tiring, and everyone wants to take a break. As soon as she returned to the room, the door was locked by Han Shirgua. Although it is normal to lock the door, Jiang Qian couldn't help but feel a little hot when she saw him like that and muttered, "Why did you lock the door?" "Nothing. Isn't it to take a rest first? To avoid Jiawei and others coming in to disturb us," Han Shirgua said innocently. Although it was true that he was in a hurry to eat his wife, it was impossible in broad daylight. It was already 2:30, and he couldn't wait for even this little time. Jiang Qian saw that she had misunderstood, and her face became even hotter. She reacted and glared at him coquettishly. He did it on purpose. Han Shirgua did it on purpose. Although he didn't plan to eat his wife now, it didn't mean that he wouldn't charge interest. The delicate wife looked so tempting that he pounced on her directly. Jiang Qian blushed and said quickly, "You don't do anything stupid. It's broad daylight, and I'm having my period." Han Shirgua wanted to say what this was if it wasn't seduction after hearing the first part, but he was also stunned by the second part. "What?" he said in surprise. Although he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. At his age, he shouldn't be unaware that women have those days every month because he has comrades who know that women will be in a bad mood during those days and need to be coaxed. But he didn't expect that his wedding night, on which he had been thinking about and planning to show off his skills, would happen at this time.
Pucci.
Jiang Qian couldn't help laughing. His expression could really be included in the textbooks of Beijing Film Academy. Absolutely true feelings. But how could it not be true feelings? Don't you see how old Han Shirgua is this year? Now he marries the girl he fell in love with at first sight. How can he be so obsessed with her? In the end, he can only look but not eat. Forget it, I've married her anyway, you can't run away, it doesn't matter if we eat later. Han Shigwa kissed her lips resignedly. Let us go get the marriage certificate tomorrow. Jiang Qian blushed and said him softly. Han Shigwa felt heartbroken when he saw how well-behaved his wife was, but he didn't dare to kiss her anymore. He could only hug her and pat her waist, saying to comfort himself, "You've been busy all day. Take a nap." Jiang Qian was a little tired. Everyone knows about marriage. Even if there are not so many ceremonies, you still have to cheer up to entertain guests and so on. After eating, you have to help clean up the dishes and so on, which is quite mentally and physically demanding. And I don't know if it's because she likes him, she actually has a different sense of security in his arms, and she feels very calm when she smells his breath. Look, she fell asleep soon. Han Shigwa looked at his wife in his arms, with a smile in his eyes and a sense of pride. She was finally married to him. He closed his eyes for a while. It was almost 4 o'clock when he woke up. Han's father and mother also got up, as well as Han Shimin and Li Xia. Han Shimin was more energetic after a good sleep. He was really happy about his brother's wedding and helped with everything. But Li Xia had a sour face and was still thinking about how much meat was given away. Seeing Han Shigwa and Jiang Qian coming out, Li Xia's eldest daughter Han Jieyue immediately said, "Aunt, are you going to give us a red envelope for meeting us?" Jiang Qian glanced at her niece and smiled. "Have you eaten the wedding candy? Wedding candy is wedding candy, and red envelopes are red envelopes." Han Jieyue said, "My uncle gave your family so much dowry, you wouldn't be reluctant to give even a red envelope, right?" After Han Jieyue said this, Jiang Qian glanced at Li Xia, the eldest sister-in-law. Li Xia pretended not to see it and turned away. Because of her action, Han's mother's face turned dark, and she yelled at her granddaughter, "You are born by a father but not taught by a mother, right? What does the betrothal gift given by your uncle have to do with you?
Does the family need you to eat or drink?
You ask your aunt for a red envelope as soon as she came in. It's not a festival. Where did you learn this rule?" Li Xia wanted to watch the show, but she was scolded. "Mom, your words are too harsh, right? What do you mean by born by a father but not taught by a mother? Isn't this just a child who is ignorant? Do you have to scold her like that? You have raised your daughter to be like this, and you still have the face to do that?" Han's mother scolded. Han Shimin felt ashamed and directly took out a bamboo stick to beat Han Jieyue. Han Jieyue was scared to death. Jiang Qian saw that Han Shigwa didn't move, so she could only step forward to stop him. "Brother, don't hit people. They're just children playing tricks." Han Jieyue was annoyed. "You don't need to be a good person. I will beat you to death, you rebellious girl." Han Shimin was angry. This time Jiang Qian didn't stop her, and her expression faded. Her family tradition is very good. Her nephews and nieces are the kind of people who are naughty but polite. They are not the kind of people who don't know how to respect others and are annoying. So she was not interested in stopping them. Han Jieyue wanted to run away, but the door was closed by Han Shigwa. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Han Jieyue said in horror. But Han Shimin's bamboo stick had already hit her, and Han Jieyue screamed. Li Xia, the mother, wanted to stop her, but was stopped by Han Shigwa. After not seeing her for a few years, Jieyue has become so cunning and ignorant. "Sister-in-law, you don't have to stop her. Let Big Brother teach her the rules. After she is well taught, come and apologize to her aunt." "Shigwa, Jieyue is still young." Li Xia's face was ugly. 10 years old is still young? If it's earlier, you can get married in a few years. You'd better teach her well. Han Shigwa's face was cold. He didn't care about the matter of dividing the family before, but now she dared to make things difficult as soon as her aunt came in. It was outrageous. So Han Jieyue was severely beaten by Han Shimin, the father, in front of the whole family. She cried and wiped her tears, but no one stopped her. After the beating, Han Shigwa spoke, and this time his eyes and voice were very serious. "Come here and apologize to your aunt." "Why don't you go over and apologize to your aunt?" Han Shimin threw away the broken bamboo stick and cursed. Although Han Jieyue was unwilling, the beating was not in vain, so she could only come to Jiang Qian to apologize. "Aunt, I'm sorry." Jiang Qian didn't like this niece from the bottom of her heart, but it was her first day at the door after all. She took a look at her and said something that didn't mean it. Does it hurt? Do you want some medicine to apply it? Li Xia rolled her eyes. She's just a country girl, with thick skin and flesh. Why does she need to apply medicine? He caused his daughter to be beaten as soon as he came home, and he still pretended to be a good person. Jiang Qian nodded. Forget it then. She knew that her daughter must have a reason for speaking like that, and she and her sister-in-law Li Xia would not be friends, so they just needed to keep a distance. Li Xia was choked and glanced at the sister-in-law. She looked delicate and pampered, but she had a big temper. Han's mother was an experienced person, and, of course, she saw the relationship between her son and daughter-in-law. She was a little annoyed, and after glancing at her granddaughter, she said unhappily, "Heat up the food, and after dinner while it's still early, I'll divide the house for you." Originally, she wanted to wait until tomorrow to talk about it, but now she doesn't want to wait any longer, so she wants to divide the family quickly, and then everyone can go their separate ways. Although Han's father didn't say anything, he also agreed. So after heating up the food, everyone gathered together for the last reunion dinner. Because it was Han's mother who divided the food, there was no unpleasantness, and everyone ate their own food. After dinner was over and cleaned up, they began to divide the family. Old Secretary Han, eldest cousin Han Shijun, and Jiang Xiaogu's father-in-law, the team leader, were all invited. Today, Shirgwa just got married, and we're dividing the family. It's not too late to talk about it tomorrow. Old Secretary Han said. Sooner or later it will be divided, so why not divide it among them today? Han's father said. Old Secretary Han didn't say anything, but nodded. Han Shijun took out the accounts that he had kept last time. The accounts were calculated last time. This time, what should be divided is the family's food and pots, bowls, and spoons. Unless you meet someone who is extremely partial and will just divide up his son and daughter-in-law and send them away, some fair parents will divide up all the things in the house. Not only the money that was divided last time, but also the food and daily necessities in the house, even the firewood, must be divided clearly. There is a saying that a broken house is worth a fortune. Although it seems to be worthless if you want to buy new things, it is all money. Even if it is a bowl with a broken corner, you can use it if it can still be used, otherwise it will cost money to buy a new one. So everything must be divided clearly. All the food was weighed, and after it was weighed it was divided into 3 parts. One for Han's father and mother, one for Han Shimin and Li Xia's family of 6, and one for Han Shirgwa and Jiang Qian. But Han Shimin and Li Xia's family of 6 definitely didn't have enough to eat. If they needed it later, they could go to the brigade to buy some to avoid not having enough food. The brigade would leave some food for the members to buy every year. Of course, each family had a limited amount, and they couldn't buy as much as they wanted. This was also to prevent the possibility of speculation. After the family's food was divided, they began to divide the chickens in the family, the remaining eggs, and the pots, bowls, and pans in the family. Everything else was divided, and when it came to the pots, bowls, and pans, Li Xia couldn't help but say, "Today, the eldest sister and the second sister each took a big bowl and brought 2 more plates." Han's mother glanced at her. "What your eldest sister and the second sister took away will be counted as our share." "Mom, there's no need to do this," Han Shimin said quickly. Han's mother didn't want to argue, so she waved her hand. "Just do as I say." All these things in the house were taken out and divided thoroughly. However, there were only 2 pots for cooking at home, and Han Shirgwa said, "I and you, Dad and Mom, will use that one together. We are not at home much." Both Han's mother and father agreed. The 2 pots in the house are brand new. They were bought with the industrial tickets sent by Han Shirgwa, and they have not been used for a few years. There are some differences in the division. Han Shirgwa, the youngest son, is at a disadvantage, but he is a soldier with a good salary and benefits, so the current loss is not a big loss. After the money, food, and pots and pans were divided, the only things left were houses and retirement. But the houses were simple, with 3 rooms for each brother. Han Shimin had 3 rooms in the west, which were the rooms they lived in, and Han Shirgwa had 3 rooms in the east. No one lived in them, and they were built together at the time. Finally, it was retirement. Li Xia was smart, so she said, "How should we arrange for retirement?" The second son is not at home all year round, so the responsibility of taking care of his parents falls on us. No one refuted this, because Han Shurgwa was not at home. If anything really happened, it would definitely be Han Shimin, the son, who would take responsibility. In the future, I will give my parents 100 yuan in pension every year. Han Shurgwa said that he had told his parents about this, and he had also mentioned it to Jiang Qian before the marriage. When Han Shurgwa said this, the old secretary Han, who was his uncle, and the team leader were very satisfied. How much money was distributed after finishing the work in the fields for a year? Han Shurgwa gave 100 yuan a year for living expenses, and no one could say it was not good. Because according to the current price of rice outside, the best rice is 1.7 cents a caddy, and 100 yuan can buy 588 caddies of the best rice. But these days, which family only eats rice for staple food? Most people eat sweet potatoes and corn in exchange. If you use coarse grains and fine grains to eat, you can save half of the money with this 100 yuan. It can't be spent. It can't be spent at all. So even Li Xia was speechless for a moment. She didn't expect that Han Shurgwa, her brother-in-law, would be so generous and willing to spend. Han Shijun smiled and said, "What about you, Shimin? How much money do you plan to give a year?" Old party secretary Han knew that Han Shimin could not afford the money, so he asked Han's father, "Why don't we ask Shimin to give us 100 kilograms of food every year?" Han's father, "We can still work now, so we don't need the eldest brother to give us food. After we are 60 years old, you can give us another 100 kilograms every year. The same goes for the second brother. You don't need to give the 100 yuan now. You can send it to us after we are 60 years old. We don't need them to support us now." "Dad, I will give it to you," Han Shurgwa said. Han Shimin opened his mouth to say that he would give the food, but was stopped by Li Xia. Li Xia was very dissatisfied with the division of the family this time. She always felt that her family had suffered a great loss. The fact that her father-in-law asked them not to give her food anymore was the only thing that satisfied her. She would not let a man ruin things. Han Shimin thought of his 4 children, and he had to hold back the words on his lips, but he was somewhat ashamed. Seeing that the eldest son did not stand up, Han's father was not disappointed. After all, the eldest son was different from the second son. The eldest son relied on work in the fields, but he had 4 children to support. Han's father did not want to add burden to the eldest son. As he said, he can still do it. Han's father said to the youngest son, "Dad knows your filial piety, but let's wait until we are 60 years old. You have suffered a loss in the division of the family this time. There is no reason to ask you to send money back to support us." Han Shurgwa saw that his father insisted, so he didn't object. Not to mention the new daughter-in-law Jiang Qian, unless it was particularly unfair, she didn't need to intervene in such matters. "You have no objection, right? If you have no objection, then it's settled." Old Secretary Han, the eldest uncle, said, "No objection." Han Shurgwa and Han Shimin both agreed. Old Secretary Han nodded, and he wrote a family division and pension agreement in duplicate for the 2 brothers to sign. After this matter is done, Old Secretary Han will divide their households, including work points, books, and so on. However, in order to make things go smoothly, Han Shurgwa's household registration had actually been moved out a long time ago, and he had his own household registration book. There was no need to divide more. Just divide according to Han Shimin's needs. Han Shurgwa didn't need to care about these things. After Old Secretary Han and his men went back, Han Shurgwa moved the rice, flour, pots and bowls that were distributed to them into their house. The fact that the old Han family married a daughter-in-law today and divided the family together was of course spread in Hanjian. After Jiang Xiaogu heard about it, because it was still early, she came to find Jiang Qian. "What happened? They're dividing the family right after they got married. They can't wait for a day."
Aunt Jiang asked.
Jiang Qian told her about Han Jiue's mischief. Aunt Jiang cursed, "Mother and daughter are of the same kind. It's better not to go too far." She heard about the result of the division from her father-in-law and whispered, "Although 100 yuan a year after the age of 60 is not a small amount, Shurgwa has a high salary, so we don't have to care about this." The main thing is not to be criticized by the villagers. This is because she was afraid that Jiang Qian would think that 100 yuan was too much. But after all, he might not come back once a year. If the money was not returned after the division, he would be an ungrateful person in the eyes of the villagers. But with this 100 yuan, no matter who comes, they can't say a bad word about Han Shihua. This is filial piety. It is also good for Han Shihua's future. Jiang Qian smiled and said, "Aunt, don't worry, I'm not that short-sighted. Filial piety is a natural thing. I have no objection to such an arrangement." Han Shihua had already told her that she didn't intend to intervene in such matters. Aunt Jiang smiled when she heard it. "Aunt knew you were sensible. If it were Jiang Yu, she might not agree to make a fuss, thinking she was at a disadvantage, but this niece was magnanimous and had a broad mind. This might seem like a disadvantage, but the reputation of filial piety belongs to them as a couple. Reputation is very important in the village. If you have a good reputation, people won't believe anything that happens easily. If you have a bad reputation, people will make groundless accusations. Moreover, Han Shihua, the niece-in-law, is pursuing a career in politics. If he really gets a reputation for being unfilial to his parents, he won't be able to go far." There was nothing else to do. So Aunt Jiang smiled and said, "Live a good life with Shihua, and your future blessings are still to come." The more she looked at her niece, the more satisfied she was. She had a face that would bring good luck to her husband. Jiang Qian smiled and nodded, and sent her aunt out. Han Shihua had just been chatting with his childhood friends outside, and after the chat, he followed his wife back to the house. Jiang Qian's face became hot when she met his eyes. "I want to take a bath. Can you boil some water for me?" Although it was a bit cold, she just got married today and wanted to wash herself.
Okay.
Han Shihua agreed, but stood still.
Huh.
Jiang Qian didn't understand. "Should I give you a reward?" Han Shihua pointed at his face. Jiang Qian's face turned red, but she sat there without moving. Han Shihua came over. Jiang Qian looked at the handsome face of the man. She liked it too. She came over to kiss him, but Han Shihua turned his face away, so she kissed him on the lips. Han Shihua, who successfully provoked his wife to be coquettish, went to boil water for her to take a bath with satisfaction. When Li Xia knew about it, she came back and said to Han Shimin, "Look at your brother. He is boiling water for your wife to take a bath, but you haven't served me at all. Why not? I didn't boil water for her to take a bath when we just got married. You are too lazy to take a bath." Han Shimin said directly.
Li Xia.
But taking a bath in such a cold weather is really a torture. After the water was boiled, Jiang Qian also washed herself in her room. Han Shihua wanted to stay in the room, but she drove him out. There is a bathhouse in the army. We all go there to take a bath in winter. It's not cold at all. After she finished washing, Han Shihua came in and poured her some water and said. Jiang Qian smiled and glanced at him. "Will you take me with you then?"
"Yes."
Han Shihua responded with a smile. When Han's mother came out to pour water for washing feet, she saw the young couple going back to the house sweetly, and a smile appeared on her face. The only important thing in her heart has finally been settled. Other people's wedding nights are so passionate, but on Han Shihua and Jiang Qian's wedding night, the couple slept in each other's arms. However, because she slept a little too long in the afternoon, she was not so sleepy this time. After lying down, they chatted. Jiang Qian was hugged by Han Shihua, and Jiang Qian talked about her high school life. But she didn't talk much, mainly to listen to Han Shihua talk about his years in the army. She also liked to listen to these. But when she heard about the dangers encountered during the mission, her heart beat faster. "It's okay, these are all normal." Han Shihua smiled and comforted. Jiang Qian couldn't laugh. She leaned in his arms and said, "When you go out, you must pay attention to safety.
You are not alone now.
You have me, and we will have children in the future. You have to think about us." Han Shihua's heart softened. "I know. Don't worry. I will accompany you until old age." He regretted talking about this. It would really scare her, so he changed the subject. "There were a lot of interesting things when we were training." Jiang Qian just listened to him quietly, asking a question or two from time to time, because they couldn't do anything, just covered with the quilt and chatting. But even so, the feeling was very different. And Han Shirgwa was not as honest as imagined, and he didn't want to be honest. This was his wife, and he married her home legitimately. Even if he couldn't do anything, he had to collect interest. He originally wanted to sleep with a vegetarian, but in the end he got angry, so he gave up. But this night was undoubtedly the sweetest night Han Shirwa had in his adult life. It was only after he had a wife that he realized that his wife was so fragrant, and it was so comfortable to sleep in his arms. No wonder those married comrades advised him that arranged marriages were not good. It must be bad. It's so cold, it's different to have a wife in bed. You should get married quickly. It's not right to be single all the time. Han Shirwa didn't understand these things before, but now he understands. They are right. It's good to have a wife. Before Jiang Qian got married, she slept alone. Only when it was the coldest in November and December, she would call her niece Jiang Weihong to sleep with her. Otherwise, it would be too cold. But Jiang Qian felt that she would never feel cold again. Han Shirgwa was like a big stove. She couldn't help but want to stay away from him, but he would hug her from behind. Emma, Jiang Qian had no resistance at this time. The feeling of being hugged from behind by him was so safe. That's right, his hands were a little dishonest. Jiang Qian took his hand to her lower abdomen. My stomach is a little uncomfortable. You rub it for me. It was a little painful. I'll make you brown sugar tea. Han Shirwa said immediately. No need. Jiang Qian laughed. It's so late, don't bother. I don't want to drink it. Just make it for me tomorrow. But Han Shirgwa had already stood up and opened the cupboard to get brown sugar. What time is it now? Not even 8 o'clock. Wait a minute. He took the brown sugar and went straight to make brown sugar soup for her. Han's mother was not asleep either. She heard the noise and came out to see what was going on. She asked and found out what was going on. She wanted to laugh at her son's silly look, but she didn't say anything in person. She just couldn't help but take it back and tell Han's father. Han's father. You re-getting married at such an old age. Just let it go. 26 years old. In the eyes of Han's father, who got married at the age of 17, isn't it an old age? Han's mother smiled and said, Qianqian's situation is the same as when I married you. You old man didn't make brown sugar soup for me. She was in trouble when she married Han's father. Han's father. You can just talk. Why are you bringing up the past? Back then, eating was a problem. Where did I get the brown sugar to make soup for you? Han's mother sighed, who said it wasn't. We were really poor back then. The topic began to reminisce about the good old days. It was bitter, but it was also sweet. Shirgwa is filial, and he doesn't want us to work hard. He only gives us 100 a year. Old man, you should take it easy in the future. Han's mother was smiling when she talked about this. Of course, the father is happy that his son is filial. Han's father said with a comfortable voice, I know. I will naturally not work if I can't do it. I'm okay now. You just don't want to admit that you are old. I'm not even 60 yet. I'm not old yet. Let's talk about it when I'm 60. Han's father felt that he was in good health and had no problems. Not to mention the old couple, Han Shirwa cooked the brown sugar soup and brought it back to his wife. Jiang Qian was really embarrassed. She just heard her mother-in-law's voice, and her mother-in-law also knew it. Mother is very happy that I know how to love my wife, and she praised me. Han Shirwa told her not to be embarrassed. Jiang Qian was a new bride, and she didn't have the calmness to accept it calmly. Don't cook this so late next time. Okay, I'll cook it for you earlier next time. Han Shirwa smiled and nodded. Jiang Qian drank the brown sugar soup while it was hot. Don't mention it, after drinking this bowl of soup, her stomach felt warm. When it was time to go to bed, Han Shirwa rubbed her stomach and coaxed her. Go to sleep quickly. I'll make dumplings for you tomorrow. Jiang Qian was tired after her period, so she fell asleep soon. When she woke up, it was already the next day. She heard Li Xia beating the children outside. She was beating her youngest son, Han Jiawei. Han Shirwa had gone out to buy meat early in the morning and came back to chop the stuffing and make dumplings. The delicious dumplings were out of the pot, which made Han Jiawei so greedy that he clamored to eat them. But the family business was divided yesterday, and Han Shirwa had no intention of giving them to her, mainly because he didn't intend to spoil his eldest sister-in-law Li Xia. So when Han Joe's nephew cried for dumplings, Han Sherwood didn't care and brought the dumplings back to the house. "Wife, are you awake?" Han Sherwood said with a smile. "What's going on outside?" "You got up early in the morning to beat the children," Jiang Qian said. Han Sherwood smiled and raised his chin towards the buns, and Jiang Qian understood, but like Han Sherwood, she didn't plan to pay attention. If they split up, they should act like a split up, and everyone should just live their own lives. Besides, she and Han Sherwood didn't plan to have to eat coarse food, so would they just give it to them after every fuss? If Li Xia was a good person, that would be fine, but she asked her daughter to show her power on the first day she came home, and she still wanted to eat buns? "Have you sent them to your parents?" Jiang Qian only asked her parents-in-law. "I sent them." Han Sherwood certainly didn't forget this. Jiang Qian nodded and came out to brush her teeth and wash her face. Li Xia saw her coming out and said to her youngest son in a sarcastic tone, "Eat buns, eat buns. Do you think you are so lucky?" Jiang Qian calmly brushed her teeth, washed her face, and went back to the room to eat buns, not taking her seriously at all. Li Xia's face was almost twisted with anger. Han Sherwood made buns stuffed with pork and cabbage today. He sent them to the family last time. Although Jiang Qian didn't eat them, she heard her mother praise them later. She said that the buns he made were very fragrant. This time Jiang Qian tasted it, and it was indeed very fragrant. "Who did you learn from? You can even make buns and make them so well." Jiang Qian looked at him in amazement. Han Sherwood was obviously in a good mood after being praised. "Not only can I make buns, I can also make dumplings. Will I make dumplings for you tomorrow?" If he had a tail, it would definitely be wagging now. "Then I have to try it," Jiang Qian said with a smile. Han Sherwood looked at his wife. She was worthy of his affection at first sight. She was exactly what he wanted. After eating the buns, the two did not stay at home for long. Han Sherwood went to his uncle Han Lao, the old secretary of the village, to borrow a bicycle and took Jiang Qian to the city. As soon as the couple went out, Li Xia couldn't help but said, "Look at the rich people. They eat buns and go to the city to go shopping early in the morning, unlike us, who can only stay in the village all day." Han Shimin was unhappily. "You'd better shut up. It's embarrassing to beat the child so early in the morning. Why, I can't even say a word at home now," Li Xia said angrily. Han Shimin didn't want to talk to her about this and only said, "Let's find a time to go to the city. We have to open a passbook and put the money in the bank to earn interest." Hearing this, Li Xia stopped talking. This is right. It is not safe to keep so much money at home. It is better to open a passbook to save it. If the family has the awareness of saving this money in the bank to earn interest, it is really thanks to Han Shijia, the daughter, who married into the city. Before the family was divided, the money Han Shijia sent back was saved at her suggestion. Although Li Xia has never seen it, she has heard from her mother-in-law that the interest is not small. The first thing Han Shijia and Jiang Qian did when they came to the city was to save money. Not only their own, but also Han's mother's. Han's mother took out the money they had saved before this time when the family was divided, and now Han's mother wanted to deposit it again. It happened that they were going to the city too, so they asked them to help save it. Secretly speaking, Han's mother also secretly gave Jiang Qian, the younger daughter-in-law, an extra 100 yuan, saying that the division of the family should be divided fairly, but she knew that the money the family got was all the hard-working money of the youngest son, so she subsidized her a little in private. Jiang Qian and Han Shijia were on this matter after Han Shijia asked her to accept it. Jiang Qian accepted it. Jiang Qian started to save for their family after Han's mother's retirement money was saved. But Han Shijia didn't have a passbook from his hometown. His passbook was from the army, and it couldn't be circulated nationwide. So Jiang Qian used her own identity information to make a new one. She took out an integer of 400 from her bottom of the box, 100 from Han's mother, and more than 500 from the family division, and she only saved 400 because she had looked through it and had to save some money for him to buy clothes, shoes, etc. He is a bachelor who really doesn't care about anything. He lacks everything, but he can get by. Coming out of the post office, Jiang Qian sat on his bicycle and said, My mother gave me all the gift money you gave her without keeping a penny, and she also gave me another 200 yuan to keep as a safe deposit. My fourth brother also gave me 100 yuan, and my eldest sister-in-law, and others. Han Shigwa smiled and said, Dad and Mom all love you. It's really rare for a girl's family to love her so much. Of course, so if you bully me, I'm not afraid of you. I have my family to support me. Jiang Qian said proudly. Han Shigwa smiled. I dare not. I definitely don't dare. Jiang Qian also smiled and whispered, If you don't bully me, I will live a good life with you and accompany you all my life. Okay. Han Shigwa's heart softened. How could he bully her? He wouldn't even have time to love her. Jiang Qian began to calculate the total savings of the family. They had just saved 900 yuan, and there was also 2,000 yuan that Han Shigwa saved in the army. Now they had 2,900 yuan in fixed deposits. 2,900 yuan in the future was less than an ordinary person's monthly salary, but it was only 1968, and this amount of money at this time was simply an astronomical figure. This did not include the nearly 200 yuan in her hands.
How much money do you have?
Jiang Qian also had to have an approximate amount. Not much. After spending, there are only more than 70 left in my pocket. Han Shigwa stopped the car and honestly took the money out of his pocket and gave it to his wife for safekeeping. Jiang Qian smiled and said, No need to give it to me. Keep it yourself. She just asked for an approximate amount, not that he had to be penniless. There was no need for that, and she would not control men like that. Han Shigwa smiled and put the money away because he had to buy a ticket when he returned. The couple came to the photo studio to take a photo. The black and white photo showed a young couple. The man was handsome and masculine, and the daughter was youthful and pretty. They were really good-looking. Jiang Qian was very satisfied, and Han Shigwa was also satisfied after seeing it. The two came together to get a marriage certificate. At that time, the marriage certificate was handwritten, but there would be a seal to prove the legality of this marriage certificate. After the marriage certificate was obtained, of course, the household registration was to be registered.
This was also very fast.
The household registration transfer certificate was obtained in no time, and they would go to the army to apply for it. After coming out of the bureau, Jiang Qian was still a little dazed. She really married Han Shigwa and moved her household registration to his household registration book. Han Shigwa was obviously in a very good mood. From now on, he was no longer alone. He was also a man with a family. Wife, it's getting late. Shall we go for dinner?
Okay.
Jiang Qian looked at his handsome face, and her mood improved immediately. She would not suffer any loss by marrying him, so there was no need to be hypocritical about belonging to someone else's family in the future. Although she was married, she was still herself, just changing the place and the lifestyle. This is also a life process that every girl has to go through. Unless she doesn't want to get married, but now she still wants to get married, so she married Han Shigwa. What is there to be sad about? The two came to the state-owned restaurant for dinner. Han Shigwa wanted to order dishes, but Jiang Qian had no appetite, and she had just eaten meat buns in the morning, so she just wanted an egg noodle. Han Shigwa whispered, No need to save. He thought she was reluctant to spend money after getting married. I'm not saving, I just don't have a good appetite. I want to eat something light. Jiang Qian smiled and glanced at him. She still had so many supplies in her space. She had no shortage of meat, and she was not that eager for meat. Han Shigwa nodded when he heard this, and he also ordered an egg noodle. But Jiang Qian gave him some. She couldn't eat so much. Han Shigwa wanted to stop him, but thinking that she didn't have a big appetite, he let her do it. Look at other girls, how much they love their partners. A man at the next table was still talking. The girl opposite him didn't accept such PUA. Then you go find someone else to date. Why are you looking for me? Others have small appetites and can't eat, but my appetite is just big and not enough, and I don't see you giving me some. After saying that, she got angry and called the waiter directly. I'll pay for my bowl of noodles. After saying that, she gave the money and the ticket and left directly. The man panicked and hurriedly gave the money and the ticket and chased out. You're not going to break up, are you? Han Shigwa said. Jiang Qian said with disgust. If they want to break up, then break up. He wants the horse to run away without giving the horse grass. She knows this kind of man. He is the kind who is stingy, selfish, and likes to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. He deserves to be single for the rest of his life. Don't bring harm to the girl. Han Shirwa agreed. It's not generous. It was just a bowl of noodles, but he still felt that the girl was taking advantage of him. When he saw his wife mixing noodles for him, he started to lecture the girl. Judging from the small details, it is obvious that he is not a good partner for life. Jiang Qian thought that if they could break up, it would be her merit. The girl looked like an open-minded person, and the guy was not worthy of her. Although there was a little episode, the taste of these two simple bowls of egg noodles was very good, and they were both very satisfied with the meal. After eating, they followed Han Shirwa to watch a movie. After all, there are not many leisure times like this. While we are free now, we should enjoy the rare world of two people. We went a step further last night. The rough man is very greedy, and it is simply life-threatening. Because of such close contact last night, my heart won't beat so fast like a thief when I hold hands behind people's backs while watching a movie today. But it doesn't affect the good mood of the date. It was only 3 o'clock when they came out of the movie. Let's go to the mall to find Lily. Let's invite her, Qin Fu, and my fourth brother to have a meal together? Jiang Qian asked Han Shirwa.
Okay.
Han Shirwa certainly had no objection. The two of them first came to the mall to find Su Lily. Su Lily was gossiping with her colleagues. She didn't know what she heard. Her eyes widened, she covered her mouth, and whispered something to her colleagues. Lily. Jiang Qian called her with a smile. Seeing her, Su Lily's eyes lit up. Qian. Seeing her friend coming, Su Lily's colleague went back to her post. You talk to Comrade Su, I'll go see if there's anything to buy. Han Shirwa said. Okay. Jiang Qian agreed. Han Shirwa went shopping by himself. What were you talking about with your colleague just now? I think you've heard a lot of news. Jiang Qian came up to chat with Su Lily. You don't know, her neighbor's man is a nutch, born with a bad temper, and he started making trouble right after getting married. I just found out what a nutch is, and I was shocked.
Su Lily whispered immediately.
Jiang Qian, who was well-read, knew what a nutch was without her explanation, but after listening to Su Lily's whispered explanation, she also showed that she was surprised. Su Lily laughed softly. But there is no need to say about your family's one. It is very strong at first glance. Little Qian suffered a lot last night, right? Jiang Qian's face turned red, and she cursed with a smile. But you have to say, she was a little scared because it was really proportional to his figure, not a big tree-hanging millet chili. When I find a house, I will get married too. Su Lily looked at her best friend's face full of ripples, and was really envious. So impatient. Jiang Qian laughed at her. You are a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. These married people want to get it. How can they know that they are lonely and cold single people, really? The two best friends talked and laughed in a low voice for a while, and then Jiang Qian made an appointment for dinner. We'll treat today. Invite Qin Fu and my fourth brother. Let's go to the restaurant for a meal together. Order whatever you want. Then we won't be polite with you. Su Lily was also happy. Of course, she was happy for her good sister to find such a good home. After a while, Han Shirwa also came back with a can of vanishing cream. Why did you buy this? Jiang Qian said with a smile. I think your can is almost used up.
Han Shigu smiled.
Oh, Shirwa, you are too thoughtful. Qin Fu doesn't have this kind of vision. I have to let him learn from you.
Su Lily teased.
Jiang Qian smiled and scolded. Qin Fu has worked hard too. He has to deal with you, little goblin.
Su Lily laughed.
Let's go find my fourth brother. You can go find Qin Fu after work. It's over at South 3rd Road. We have been to that restaurant together before. Jiang Qian said to her. Okay.
Su Lily agreed.
After saying goodbye to Su Lily, Jiang Qian followed Han Shirwa to Jiang Shouchuan's unit to see if Jiang Shouchuan was there. But this time Jiang Shouchuan was there. Jiang Shouchuan was very happy to see his sister and brother-in-law coming. He also looked at his sister's expression carefully. There was no sadness on her face after marriage. It can be seen that she is living a good life, which also made him feel relieved. Fourth brother, Lily, Qin Fu, and I have a dinner appointment. wait for you to get off work and go together so we can all get together. Jiang Qian said with a smile. Okay, but I still have an hour before I get off work.
Jiang Shouchuan said.
He got off work at about the same time as Su Lily and Qin Fu. Let's go to the park first. Han Shihua said. Okay. Han Shihua took Jiang Qian to a nearby small park for a walk. It was called a small park, but in fact there was nothing there, but it did not prevent Han Shihua from dating Jiang Qian. And because there was no one there, Han Shihua wanted to kiss his little wife. Jiang Qian's face turned red, and she refused directly. What are you doing? If someone sees us having an affair, it will be over. Nowadays, even couples cannot get too close. Holding hands is even more unacceptable, let alone kissing outside if someone sees them. Han Shihua looked at his wife's pretty and fair face. It's okay. I can tell whether there are people nearby. It's better to be safe than sorry. Besides, when you kiss me, will you pay attention to whether there are people there? Jiang Qian said angrily. Han Shihua looked around, but there was still no one. He still wanted to kiss his wife, who was too sweet. But Jiang Qian wouldn't let him. Let us talk about it when we get home. He can kiss her however he wants at home, but he can't do that outside, absolutely not.
He can't get used to it. Okay.
Han Shihua nodded and smiled as he took a walk with her and found a place to sit. Jiang Qian was willing to stay next to him only when she saw that he was obedient. As for him wanting to hold hands, she let him do it. The two of them were in a good mood when they were together, even if they did nothing. It didn't take long, and it was almost time. They went to the door of the state-owned restaurant to wait. When the time came, Su Lily came on Qin Fu's bicycle. Jiang Shouchuan was a little late, but it was less than 10 minutes. The group came in to eat together. They ordered braised pork trotters, braised lamb chops, scrambled eggs, cabbage with oil residue, eggplant stewed with minced meat, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and a soup. Su Lily said quickly, "This is too much. Return the lamb chops." "No need to return it. Just leave it like this." Jiang Qian smiled and glanced at her. "Besides, you have been thinking about it for a long time, waiting for me to get married, and you will have a meal with me. Today I come to let you eat." Su Lily smiled. "Okay, since the bride has spoken, let's eat." Jiang Shouchuan, Qin Fu, and others chatted with Han Shihua. As a man who doesn't yearn for the army, but not everyone can go. Han Shihua also said something that could be said. As they chatted, they talked about the issue of housing allocation. Su Lily asked Han Shihua, "Qian Qian will go with the army. Will you live in the house allocated to you by the army?"
Yes. Han Shihua did.
That's great. Su Lily was obviously envious. Jiang Shouchuan asked Qin Fu, "I heard that your factory is going to allocate a batch of houses? You're going to allocate houses?" Su Lily quickly looked at Qin Fu, wanting her to not know yet. Qin Fu nodded. "It's going to be divided, but it has little to do with us. It's all welfare for those old employees." Su Lily was disappointed when she heard this, and Qin Fu also knew her thoughts, and asked Jiang Shouchuan about renting a house. After all, Jiang Shouchuan had a wide network of contacts. "Rent a house?" "Yes, there is an auntie in our place. Her house is very good. The house has 2 bedrooms and a living room. I also want to see it with my colleagues, but the rent is a bit expensive. It's 2.8 yuan a month. And the auntie is very clean. She returned the money and kicked out a tenant who didn't like cleanliness before. If you want, I'll take you to see it after dinner. I personally think it's very good," Jiang Shouchuan said. Qin Fu and Su Lily looked at each other. Their eyes were a little bright. "Then let's go and see it after dinner."
Okay.
Jiang Shouchuan agreed. Several people happily gathered for a meal, and after dinner, Jiang Shouchuan took Qin Fu and Su Lily to see a house, and Han Shihua drove Jiang Qian home. Jiang Qian sighed. "I don't know when we'll get together again next time." Han Shihua also had a good impression of his uncle, Qin Fu and Su Lily. "Don't worry, I will bring you back when I have time."
Let's talk about it then.
Jiang Qian leaned on his back. "Shihua." Han Shihua answered her while pedaling his bicycle. Jiang Qian. "No, I just wanted to call you." Still a little emotional. I really didn't expect that she would marry herself off, and she had only known him for a few days. But fate is so wonderful. Some people have been in love for 7 or 8 years or even 10 years, but they still broke up in the end, but some are like their situation. They fall in love at first sight. But who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe he will change his mind. But Jiang Qian's personality is like this. She is a very easygoing person. In layman's terms, she is a salted fish. There is a saying that salted fish will live well no matter where they are. For example, now, although I married him after knowing him for a short time, I have no regrets. In life, the most important thing is the present. Jiang Qian hugged his waist at this moment, and now that they have received the certificate, she did not suppress the little yellow man in her heart and stretched out her hand to touch his belly. Han Shigwa glanced down with a smile in his eyes. It's windy now. You reach inside. If you say so, then I won't be polite. Jiang Qian happily reached her hand in and began to touch the abdominal muscles she had been thinking about and said, "How did you train this? How did you train it so well?" Han Shigwa asked with a smile, "Do you like it?" "Yes." Jiang Qian was very frank, and it was a very good way to enhance feelings to express her appreciation to her lover appropriately. As expected, Han Shigwa enjoyed it very much. "If you like me, touch me more. You can touch me anytime and anywhere. I am yours." This sentence was especially true for Jiang Qian's feelings. He was hers. She could do whatever she wanted. She could kiss him whenever she wanted. Well, she couldn't kiss him yet. But after touching him for a while, she took her hand away and sat in the back obediently. When they returned to Hanjiatan, it was already dark. It was Han Shigwa. No one else would dare to do it so late. Don't think that there would be no crimes because the atmosphere was good at this time. There were still some, but Han Shigwa was not afraid at all. He returned the bicycle and went home. "Are you back? Have you eaten?" Han's mother asked with a smile. "Mom, we have eaten." Jiang Qian smiled. "That's good." Han's mother nodded. Han Shimin, Li Xia, Han Jiadong, and Han Jieyue were all in their own rooms. It was dark. They washed up and prepared to go to bed. Jiang Qian also went back to the house, while Han Shigwa followed his mother back to the house and gave the passbook to his mother for safekeeping. It's a 3-year fixed deposit. His mother decided how long to deposit. "Okay." Han's mother responded in a low voice and then smiled and said, "Go and make some more brown sugar soup for Qianqian." "Yes." Han Shigwa came out to the kitchen to boil water. First, he boiled a large basin of water for Jiang Qian to wash her body. Today was a little colder than yesterday. In this weather, there was no need to take a bath every day. It was not like she was going to work in the fields and sweat all over, but Jiang Qian still wanted to wipe herself. She would feel refreshed and comfortable. When she finished washing and opened the door, Han Shigwa brought her the cooked brown sugar soup. She had been out all day, and she was a little tired because of her work, so she drank the brown sugar soup and brushed her teeth, and then Jiang Qian prepared to go to bed. But as Jiang Qian expected, Han Shigwa still wanted to enjoy the pleasure of having a wife before going to bed. Although he couldn't eat it, it was good to play with his wife. Jiang Qian finally fell asleep in his arms, and in this cold weather, her sleep quality was also very good, and she slept all night. But when he woke up, Han Shigwa was no longer in the room. Han Shigwa got up early in the morning to scoop flour and knead the dough. When the dough was waking up, he went to cut the meat and came back. After chopping the stuffing, he started to make dumplings. But Li Xia also heard when he was chopping the stuffing. He couldn't help but push Han Shimin, and Han Shimin was annoyed. "What are you doing so early in the morning?" He is not Li Xia. He is not lazy when he goes to work in the fields. He gets full work points for men. There is no way he can support 4 children. Even if there is money sent back by his younger brother Han Shigwa, he will not be lazy or anything. Because he knows that sooner or later, the family will be divided, and his younger brother can't always raise children for him. Besides, he is the older brother, and he doesn't have the face to take advantage of this. He has to do what he should do. This is his responsibility. So after a year, it is really tiring. It is impossible to rest at other times. Only in this hibernation season can you rest, restore your energy, and recuperate from physical fatigue. It is too comfortable to sleep in the early morning, and it is noisy. Listen, she is chopping stuffing again. Is she going to make dumplings again? Li Xia couldn't help but say. Han Shimin also heard it, and it must be said that he was a little greedy. He looked at her and said, "Give me some money, so I can buy some meat too? Are you going to die? How much money did we divide? You can eat meat if you want." Han Shimin was not happy. 1 or 2 meals of meat, I can still afford it. More than 500 yuan, this division of the family, he is counted in the village. Li Xia rolled her eyes. Get lost. If you don't want to buy it, don't bother me. I'll sleep a little longer. Li Xia ignored him, but she couldn't sleep anymore, so she got up and came over to see Han Shirwa starting to roll out the dumpling wrappers and said, "Shirwa, are you making dumplings?" "Yeah." Han Shirwa glanced at her. His movements were very skillful. After rolling out the dumpling wrappers, he began to make dumplings, and when he finished wrapping the few dumplings left in his hands, he put them in the pot to cook. After the dumplings were cooked, he sent a bowl to his parents and took the rest back to the house. As for Li Xia, the eagerly waiting sister-in-law, there was not a bit of the noodle soup left after the dumplings were cooked. Jiang Qian had already woken up, but was just lazing in bed. When she saw Han Shirwa come in, she smiled. Han Shirwa came over and kissed her. "Wife, get up and eat while it's hot. I'll stew chicken for you at noon." The couple got a chicken and some eggs. Jiang Qian smiled at him. "Will your mother not say anything about you if you live like this? The family is divided, so how we live won't be interfered by mother." Han Shirwa said as a matter of course. "Besides, when we go back tomorrow, we will pack up and leave, and it will be difficult to keep the chickens." This is true. Every household has a limited number of chickens. Jiang Qian stretched and got up to brush his teeth and wash his face. He also met Li Xia, the eldest sister-in-law. The sisters-in-law greeted each other with a good morning, and that was it. Jiang Qian came back for breakfast after washing up. I have to say that Han Shirwa's cooking skills are really good. Yesterday's buns were very fragrant and delicious, and so are today's dumplings. Each one has a thin skin and a large filling, and the filling is well seasoned. It tastes really good. Jiang Qian even drank up the soup. If I get pregnant and my belly is big, it will be inconvenient for me to cook. Can you cook for me and make dumplings? Jiang Qian asked as she looked at him after finishing her meal. Which man can stand such words? How could Han Shirwa not respond? He leaned over and kissed her greasy little mouth. What do you want to eat then? I'll make it for you. I've learned a few tricks from the kitchen staff, and I can do basically anything. Jiang Qian held him tightly. Did I find a treasure? Faced with such love words, Han Shirwa had no power to resist at all and was almost defeated. In the end, he was very proud to take the dishes and chopsticks to wash them, while Jiang Qian continued to lie on the bed like a salted fish. If this happened in the future, someone would definitely say, "You are so good at acting like a spoiled child. Are you going to die?" But Han Shirwa likes it. He likes her very much. Han Shirwa, whose temper had been almost touched by that salted fish in his family just 2 days after his marriage, cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks, and then boiled water to kill the chicken. Li Xia was cooking sweet potatoes in the stove next door. Seeing that Han Shirwa was busy again, she couldn't help but said, "Shirwa, why are you boiling water again? Kill a chicken and stew it for my wife to nourish her body."
Li Xia.
How can people live like this? Going to buy meat to make dumplings early in the morning, and now killing a chicken to nourish the body. How can life be unbearable with this way of eating? But Han Shirwa didn't care what his sister-in-law thought. He killed the chicken after boiling the water. The chicken screams spread throughout the yard, so Han's father and mother also knew about it. But as Han Shirwa said, they had separated since they had a family, and the two elders really didn't say anything. The nephews came over and helped pluck the chicken feathers. "Uncle, give me these chicken feathers. I want to make a chicken feather shuttlecock with them." The little nephew Han Jiawei, who was beaten for the steamed buns yesterday and didn't get to eat a bite in the end, said. The oldest one is Han Jiadong, who is 12 years old. Han Jiayue is 10 years old, and the next one is Han Jiawei, who is 7 years old this year. The youngest is the niece Han Jiaxing, who is only 4 years old this year. Han Shimin and Li Xia have 2 sons and 2 daughters. But when Han Jiaxing heard about the chicken feather shuttlecock, his eyes sparkled and he looked at his uncle Han Shihua. Okay, pick it up and play with it if you like it. Han Shihua actually loves these nephews and nieces. He used to send them a lot of cloth and cotton coupons, and from time to time he would also send some milk candies and other things. It can be said that except for Han Jiahua, the other three all respect their uncle Han Shihua very much. Seeing that their uncle agreed, Han Jiawei and Han Jiaxing were very happy. Han Jiadong was not very interested in these things. He just helped to pluck the chicken feathers. Han Shihua looked at his eldest nephew. How are your grades in school? Not bad.
Han ger dem smiled en barasedly.
Although the college entrance examination is cancelled now, you still have to study hard and try to finish high school by then. Han Shihua said. Han Jiadong shook his head. I should not go to high school. Studying is useless. How can studying be useless?
Han Shihua ned.
Didn't the educated youth go to the countryside after finishing school? If I had that time, I might as well go to the fields to earn more work points. Han Jiadong planned to stop studying after 5 years of elementary school. Jiang Qian, a salted fish, came out of the house and just heard what Han Jiadong said. Don't mention it. This is the general idea of the public nowadays that studying is useless, and you still have to come back to work in the fields after finishing school. Although Jiang Qian disagreed, no one asked her, as she was not in the habit of lecturing. But Han Shihua was his uncle, so he said, You are wrong to think so, and you are very wrong. Han Jiadong was stunned. He was willing to listen to his uncle because his uncle was the most promising and powerful person in Hanjiadan. If you don't study, then your life will basically be doomed. You will just go to work every day to earn work points. But if you study, have the education and the skills, once there is an opportunity, you can be arranged. As long as you are arranged, your life will be completely changed. Han Shihua looked at his nephew. Jiang Qian smiled slightly when she heard this. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Although she didn't say much, Han Shihua had said this, so she didn't mind saying a few words. Sure enough, when these words came out, Han Shihua looked at his wife with a smile in his eyes, the look of meeting a confidant. Jiang Qian threw him a coquettish look, which made Han Shihua cough dryly. In front of his nephews and nieces, he was embarrassed to look at his seductive wife again, so he said to his nephew, Your aunt is right. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Make your own choice. Han Jiadong seemed to be thinking about something. And it was these words from his uncle and aunt that directly changed the trajectory of his future life. Even when he recalled it many years later, he couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he listened to his uncle and aunt, and his life has become completely different since then. Let's not talk about these funeral matters for now. Jiang Qian watched Han Shihua stew a chicken for her. After the chicken was killed, Han Shihua put it in the pot to stew it. The young couple chatted while roasting the fire in the kitchen. Li Xia couldn't stand it after seeing it and couldn't help but take it back and muttered to Han Shimin, It's like it's sticky with rice paste. It sticks to everything you go, and you have to squeeze together when stewing a chicken. You put a handful of grass, and I put a piece of firewood into the stove.
Han Shimin.
Are you bored? What are you looking at them doing? The second brother and his wife just got married. It's the time of honeymoon. Isn't it normal to be a little clingy? It's a bit embarrassing to say it, but when he first got married, he also liked to follow her around. He remembered that she was very passionate with him at that time, and he liked it too.
Li Xia.
She was actually just jealous. Just kill a chicken. If you want to kill it, you have a chicken to eat.
Han Shimin replied.
What are you thinking? Why don't you kill the chicken to lay eggs? How can the family withstand your behavior? How could Li Xia bear to do that? It would be better to take her life than to kill her chicken. Han Shimin didn't want to pay attention to her. Li Xia continued to mutter, Just now I heard the couple encourage Jiadong to study. They don't have to pay for tuition and living expenses. They are happy to be good people. What are you talking about? Shihua and his sister-in-law are both educated people, especially his sister-in-law. If she hadn't graduated from high school, could she have taught in the town primary school? She knew that studying is good, so she encouraged Jiadong to study. You took their kindness for granted.
Han Shimin said.
What's the use of studying? The 3 educated youths in our village can't even lift anything. I heard that there will be more educated youths coming next year. Don't bother yourself. Anyway, if Jiadong can pass the exam, let him study. Han Shimon's attitude on this point is very clear. If his son can read and wants to study, then he should continue to study and at least get a high school diploma. Li Xia kept saying that studying is useless. But Han Shimon ignored her. This matter was not negotiable. She made the decisions on other matters, but he had the final say when the family encountered real big things. Li Xia rolled her eyes and didn't say anything in the end. It was just that when the second child and his wife ate chicken noodle soup at noon, her family could only continue to eat sweet potatoes. The overbearing aroma wafting over was simply mouth-watering. Han Jiyue imitated Li Xia's mother's tone and found excuses to scold her brother. What are you looking at? You still want to eat chicken? Don't you see if you have the fate? Han Jiyue got beaten up for asking to eat buns yesterday, and he didn't get to eat them. He learned his lesson and knew it was useless, so he didn't make a fuss. But he was also stunned by his sister's sudden scolding. The eldest brother Han Jiadong said to her, "What do you think Joey is doing? I'm just laughing at you guys for rushing to help, but in the end you didn't even get to drink a sip of soup." Han Jiyue mocked him. As a result, just after he finished speaking, Han Shirwa came out and heard it and said to Han Jiadong, "Jiadong, Joey, Joshing, your aunt is calling you three to come and eat chicken." Jiang Qian in the room. I didn't call, but she didn't object either. So Han Jiadong, Han Joey, and Han Joshing, who helped to pluck the chicken feathers, each of the three siblings got 2 pieces of meat and a bowl of soup for them to share. After drinking, Han Joey came back to learn to speak, which he learned from his sister. Although this boy is naive, he is not stupid, sister. Why don't you go and drink? The chicken is delicious, and the chicken soup is fragrant too. This is a sarcastic remark to his sister. Han Jiyue was so angry that she wanted to hit her, but Han Joey shouted, "You dare to hit me?" Over the years, the family has had a good life with the money sent back by their uncle Han Shirwa, and Han's mother is not a harsh child. Not only can they eat meat twice a month, but Han's mother is also willing to give eggs to her grandchildren. From time to time, she will steam some egg custard for them to eat. So, Han Jiyue, this naughty boy, looks like a calf. If he really fights with his sister, Han Jiyue may not be able to beat him even if he is 3 years older. After all, Han Jiyue quarrels with other girls outside, but the boys are all good at fighting with their hands, which can be regarded as practice. Han Jiyue was also intimidated, and then began to scold. "You are so capable. Why don't you be your uncle's son?" "That's a good thing you said." Han Joey's eyes lit up, and he ran to the door and asked, "Uncle, I will be your son?" Han Shirwa replied directly, "No, your aunt and I can give birth to the baby ourselves." Han Jiyue felt sorry, okay. Jiang Qian in the room couldn't help laughing and burst out laughing. Han Shirwa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This silly nephew. Han's father and mother, who were weaving straw mats in the room, had smiles in their eyes. Han Shimon's expression was speechless. This rascal boy was seduced by a mouthful of chicken and a mouthful of chicken soup, and wanted to be his uncle's son. Li Xia rolled her eyes and stopped them from eating sweet potatoes quickly. The children didn't dare to make trouble again, and ate quickly. After eating, Li Xia came out to find someone to chat. She shared with everyone that Han Shirwa had been eating buns, dumplings, and stewed chicken these 2 days. But after everyone knew that she had divided so much money when the family was divided, they were very jealous and said sarcastically, "Eat it if you want. It's not your money anyway, and they can't eat their own chicken?" That's right. They divided so much money. You can kill it if you want to eat it. Why are you blaming your uncle if you don't want to eat it? Hearing this, Li Xia said, "We only divided so much money." Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted. "Oh, listen, these rich families are different. They think more than 500 yuan is too little? Who says it's not? They built several houses for you and raised 4 children for nothing. Now they divided up so much money for you. You still suffer a loss? This is really a big loss. She really hasn't taken advantage of you enough." She might be thinking about her brother-in-law's military position. It was Shirjia who introduced her brother to the army. What does it have to do with her? In the past, Everyone was good friends, and they would get together to chat about gossip and have a great relationship. But now it's different. Li Xia, her former good partner, got so much money after the family division, and the gap between her and them was too big. So, they got jealous, and the friendship was overturned. In the end, Li Xia came back very angry and complained to Han Shimin that Han Shijun must have been a big mouth. He must have told his wife about how much money was divided, and then his wife told everyone about it. Han Shimin never thought that this could be kept secret, which family's financial situation wouldn't be known by others after the division. But their family was well off, so they were not afraid of that. But they still had to guard against theft, and Han Shimin was also on guard against his mother-in-law, and said, "Let us go to the city tomorrow and deposit the money in to avoid being targeted by thieves." But before they could go to the city, Li Xia's mother came to the house the next day after smelling the smell. This is someone who is going to marry in Hanjiatan. After knowing this yesterday, she went back, without stopping to tell her. So now the mother-in-law came to borrow money. But these have nothing to do with Han Shigua and Jiang Qian. The young couple has now returned to her parents' home happily with gifts. The old Jiang family is looking forward to their return, especially Zhou Guiyun, the mother. After her daughter got married, she tossed and turned and couldn't sleep much. She was afraid that her daughter would be wronged after marrying into her husband's family. She also regretted not keeping her daughter for another 2 years, but was scolded by Jiang's father. He said that Jiang Xiaogu, the younger sister, was in Hanjiatan, and she would not just stand by and watch if anything happened. Besides, they also investigated the old Han family. Han's father and mother were not the kind of harsh and sarcastic people, and they were satisfied with Han Shigua, the son-in-law. Moreover, he would return in 3 days, and then he could ask his daughter in person. Why think so much? But Zhou Guiyun would still be worried. Aunt Jiang probably also understood Zhou Guiyun, her elder sister-in-law, and knew that she was thinking about her. So after Jiang Qian got married, she made a special trip back. The main purpose was to let her elder sister-in-law rest assured that her niece would be fine at her husband's house. That's how Zhou Guiyun felt relieved. But today is the day when her daughter and son-in-law come back, so Zhou Guiyun got up early, made breakfast for the whole family, and started waiting. Not only her, but also her nephews and nieces, knew that their aunt would come back today, and they specially reminded their parents last night to remember to wake them up. So when Jiang Qian and Han Shigua came back, the whole family was already waiting for them. "Dad, Mom, we back." Jiang Qian didn't know what to do. She was obviously very happy, but when she said this, her eyes were a little red. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Zhou Guiyun was happy at first, but seeing her daughter like this, she hurriedly said. Jiang Qian immediately felt a little embarrassed and wiped her tears. "I'm fine, I just miss you, Dad and Mom." Han Shigua smiled and said, "Mom, I didn't bully Qian. You can't wrongly accuse me." Zhou Guiyun said with a smile, "Mom knows you love Qian. She is not used to marrying into your family, so she behaved like this when she came back. Aunt, we miss you so much." Except for the older Jiang Weigua who felt embarrassed, the 4 little kids, Wei Hong, Wei Jun, Wei Dang, and Wei Min, all came over, especially the 2 3-year-olds, Wei Dang and Wei Min, who had tears in their eyes. They missed their aunt so much after not seeing her for so many days. All of them felt wronged. Jiang Qian also hugged these nephews and nieces in her arms and coaxed them, "Aunt misses you too, and she even dreams about you." That's true. Although I'm married, I still dream these days of being a girl at home, steaming cakes and making egg custard for my nephews and nieces. The 3 brothers Zhang Shouhai, Zhang Shoutao, and Zhang Shouhe, as well as the 2 sisters-in-law Zhao Aiying and Zhao Eifeng, all had smiles on their faces. As for the 3rd sister-in-law Su Jiro, she was sent to school to work by Jiang Shouhe after breakfast in the morning. Han Shigua smiled and took out the snacks he brought. These were the egg cakes and milk candies he bought in the city yesterday. These were to coax the children, but Han Shigua also brought a bottle of mitai and a pack of good cigarettes for old Taishan, and brought back 2 kilograms of brown sugar for his mother-in-law. Of course, Zhang's father and Zhou Guiyun were satisfied. After gathering outside for a while, Han Shihua chatted with Zhang's father and others, and Jiang Qian was called back to the house by Zhou Guiyun. How have you been at old Han's house these days? Zhou Guiyun looked at her daughter and asked in a low voice. In fact, she asked this, but she also saw with her eyes. Although her daughter cried as soon as she entered the door, her little face was rosy, and the delicate expression between her eyebrows was no different from before she got married. It can be seen that she was not wronged. And Zhou Guiyun still has confidence in Han Shihua, her son-in-law. My parents-in-law are very nice people. Although we lived together after the separation, they basically don't care about our affairs. No matter whether Shihua cooks for me or I sleep until noon, they never say a word. Jiang Qian pursed her lips and smiled. You still let Shihua cook for you? Zhou Guiyun said with a smile. Mom, you don't know, Shihua is amazing. He can do everything. He made buns for me the day before yesterday, and the buns were so delicious. He cooked dumplings for me yesterday morning, and stewed chicken and made chicken noodle soup for me at noon and in the evening. And this morning, before going out, I ate a big bowl of wontons. Although his hands are rough, they are very skillful. The wontons he made are like gold ingots. He said he learned this skill from the master in the kitchen class. Jiang Qian counted on her fingers and told her mother about her life in the past few days after marriage. This salted fish has been living too comfortably in the past few days after marriage. Of course, this is not without price. Han Shihua will make trouble when sleeping at night, but the bad guy especially dotes on her, so she lets the bad guy do whatever he wants. Zhou Guiyun's eyes were full of smiles. After her daughter finished speaking, she whispered, Husband and wife should also be mutual. You can't be too lazy. Let him do something at home in his spare time, but if he is busy and comes home from outside, you have to let him have a hot meal. You can't let him face the cold pot and cold stove. Don't worry, mother, I know. Jiang Qian is not a person who doesn't know what to do. It's also a pleasure for the couple to let him show off his abilities at home after getting married. Mom knows you are sensible. Live a good life with Shihua and give him a big fat boy soon. Zhou Guiyun said with a smile. Jiang Qian blushed and whispered about her period on the day of her wedding. Zhou Guiyun smiled. This is too coincidental. Is Ant God torturing the son-in-law? Shihua cooks brown sugar and soup for me every day. Jiang Qian smiled again. Zhou Guiyun also smiled. She was basically relieved. Her daughter couldn't stand being wronged after marrying her son-in-law. Then she asked about the affairs between the sisters-in-law. Jiang Qian had a general and negative impression of Li Xia. We won't stay at home for too long. It's not that we can't get along even if we live here for such a short time. You don't have to worry about this, Mom. Zhou Guiyun was very satisfied. Although her daughter looked naive, she was very clear-headed. She just talked about Jiang Yu, the man came to propose yesterday. She will get married in the middle of next month. Jiang Qian. She got what she wanted. I think the man doesn't care about her at all. He might dislike her for being pregnant before marriage. I think there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Zhou Guiyun whispered. How could it be? Jiang Qian was surprised. Doesn't Wang Hasong have to have her? I don't know whether that guy surnamed Wang is really determined, but his mother must be dissatisfied. Originally, it was agreed that you would get a sewing machine, 48 legs, and 50 yuan as a gift. I also mentioned it to your second aunt before. But when it came to Jiang Yu, there were only 50 yuan as a gift and 36 legs left, and the sewing machine was gone.
Gone?
Jiang Qian was surprised. That's right. It's because your second uncle thought it was too embarrassing, so he bought a sewing machine to save face and told others that it was a dowry from the man. Speaking of the second house's forced efforts to save its reputation, Zhou Guiyun had a cold and even sarcastic expression on her face. She thought that as the eldest sister-in-law, she had reached that level, but she would never be able to get over what the second house had done. Moreover, the second house still hadn't repaid the first house's money. In fact, she wanted to go to their house to ask for it, but she gave up because she still cared about the relationship between relatives. But buying a sewing machine won't help, right? Jiang Qian told the truth. That's not the case. Second Uncle Jiang wanted to buy a sewing machine for himself to show off, but even so, he couldn't avoid being laughed at. because what Han Shirgwa, whose engagement they had broken off, brought to their door was a gift from a wealthy family. It's not just a sewing machine. And not only that, there were also gifts and gifts. Which one wasn't more than what the Wang family gave? Everyone was laughing at the second house for picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. They gave up the military officer son-in-law who was a wealthy family and chose the stingy one who only gave a sewing machine. This is because everyone didn't know that second Uncle Jiang paid out of his own pocket to save face. Otherwise, they would really laugh their heads off. Jiang Qian was speechless when she heard this.
But she didn't say anything.
Although Wang Hasong went back on his word, she had already slapped him twice, and the matter was over for her. Wang Hasong was also a stranger. As for Jiang Yu's situation, Jiang Qian didn't sympathize with her. She wasn't so sanctimonious. She was sure that Jiang Yu knew about it and was trying to steal her away on purpose. The current situation was the result of her own actions. However, even if the Wang family was reluctant to give a high betrothal gift, it didn't mean that Jiang Yu would be unhappy. If Jiang Yu got married, had children, and lived a good life, Wang's mother would surely accept her slowly. After all, the Wang family only had one son, Wang Hasong, and Wang's mother couldn't turn her face away forever. But based on Jiang Qian's understanding of Jiang Yu's temper, this matter must be a big knot in her heart, and she must have been holding her breath. When she got married, there would be conflicts, but these were other people's business and had nothing to do with her. After chatting in the room for a while, the mother and daughter came out. Zhou Guiyun also smiled and said to Han Shirgwa, "Shirgwa, have a drink with your father and Shohai at noon, and your mother will make you some snacks." "Thank you, mother."
Han Shigu smiled.
Today's dishes are very rich. Jiang Shohai was sent out to buy meat early in the morning. There was a piece of pork belly, a few ribs, and 2 big fat fish, and this didn't count as their own chicken. This egg-laying hen is a little old. It is from the same batch as the old hen that Han Shirgwa, the son-in-law, killed for the first time. It doesn't lay many eggs, so this one was also slaughtered and stewed today, but it will not be eaten at noon, and will be saved for chicken noodle soup for dinner. Zhao Aiying and Zhao Eifeng also came to the kitchen to help. The ingredients were all prepared by Jiang Shohai and his brothers. It was not troublesome. The main thing was to come over and talk. With a smile, he asked Jiang Qian, the younger sister-in-law, how her life would be after she got married. "Don't worry, sister-in-law, everything will be fine." Jiang Qian smiled. "I know it's good when I see it," Zhao Aiying said with a smile. Zhao Eifeng asked, "When are you leaving?" "Let your brother take you. Tomorrow morning, we will take a donkey cart into the city," Jiang Qian said. Han Shirgwa's vacation is almost over, and he will have to take a bus to go to the army with him tomorrow. "Are you in such a hurry?" Zhou Guiyun was reluctant to hear that. It's a bit urgent, but his vacation is limited. Jiang Qian also wanted to stay longer, but couldn't, and had to go. "Let your third brother send you off tomorrow," Zhou Guiyun said. "Third brother has to send third sister-in-law to school, so there's no need to send her off. We will leave at 5:30 tomorrow morning," Jiang Qian said. Zhou Guiyun heard it and said, "Then you have to be careful. I heard from your third brother that there are a lot of pickpockets on the train, and it's chaotic. No matter how many pickpockets there are or how chaotic it is, I'm not afraid with Shirga here." Jiang Qian knew that train stations in that era were very chaotic, but Han Shirgwa was so upright that those petty thieves would avoid him as if he were a mouse seeing a cat. Not to mention approaching him, they would avoid him from a distance. Her proud tone also made her mother and sisters-in-law laugh. Zhou Guiyun asked with a smile, "How long does it take to get there by train from the provincial capital?" "1 day and 1 night. Jiang Qian had asked Han Shirgwa before and was very familiar with the itinerary. "It takes such a long train ride. Can I buy a soft sleeper ticket?" Zhou Guiyun understood. Because later she took Zhang's father back to her hometown in her memory, and they also took a train. At the beginning, she and Zhang's father were reluctant to spend money and bought hard seats, but they were so tired that their bones were about to fall apart. But they didn't care. Now it was their daughter's turn, so they wanted to ask about the soft sleeper tickets. "Shirgwa, you can buy soft sleeper tickets." Jiang Qian nodded. Soft sleeper tickets are indeed hard to buy these days, and are usually reserved for civil servants. Only Han Shirwa can buy them. That's good. Zhou Guoyun was very satisfied. The first house was undoubtedly lively because Jiang Qian and Han Shirwa came back. But the second house was a bit dull. Uncle Jiang and Jiang Shiliu and his son went into the mountains to chop firewood. I heard from Delu's wife that when the young couple came back, Han Shirwa had his hands full of things, Maotai and good cigarettes, and Jiang Qian was the same. I heard that her little face was rosy, and you can tell at a glance that she is living well in her husband's family. Shilia's wife brought back all the words she heard from the outside and told them to her mother-in-law. Sunday Sun's face was not good-looking. Why do you ask so many questions? If you have nothing to do, you should clean up the house. It's so dirty that it's unbearable to look at. Mom, don't take your anger out on me. I'm not a punching bag. Shiliu's wife was not happy. Sun glared at her. What's the matter? Do you want to rebel? You say 3 times what I say? Mom, if you say that, I can't control my mouth. If people outside know that the sewing machine is bought by our family, I can't guarantee how they will laugh. Sun was almost angry to death. You are also a member of the family. If our family is laughed at by others, how can you be well? Come on, I'm just a daughter-in-law. I don't have the ability to be laughed at. People will only say that my sister-in-law has good eyesight and that you and Dad are capable of making your daughter look good. What does it have to do with me? Shilia's wife mocked. Sun was so angry that she could only scold. Hurry up and do what you need to do. Shilia's wife rolled her eyes. She was also very angry. How much did that B brand sewing machine cost? Although the Wang family gave the ticket like alms, Jiang Shiliu went to the city to ask his cousin Jiang Shouchuan and found out that it would cost 150 yuan to buy it. On weekdays, her son would cry poor when he wanted to eat an egg, saying that he had no money and was in debt. As a result, this time the family savings were emptied just to buy this thing for her daughter to show off. Although it is a good thing to have such a big item at home, the key is that it must be used. After all, the family will not use it twice a year. After all, it is bought back to be covered with dust. But the family still owes a lot of money to the eldest wife. If she were to say, it would be better to pay back the money saved to the eldest wife as soon as possible, so as to be debt-free. You brought a lot of things back to visit relatives. I saw it with my own eyes. There were cigarettes, alcohol, brown sugar, milk candy, snacks, and so on. I think you are really trying to outdo your partner. It was the same girl named Jiang Shuihua from before. She had nothing to do, so she came to the supply and marketing cooperative to find Jiang Yu and talked about Jiang Qian and Han Shirgua's return today. Her tone was really full of envy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's face was full of sneer and contempt. Now she and Jiang Qian have become the biggest contrast in the village. Everyone is laughing at her, saying that she lost the big picture for the small and missed such a good husband candidate. Although this marriage in the town is one of the best, it was before the Han family's marriage was mentioned. Now that the two families are compared, it really provokes a lot of sour people to sneer and ridicule. But Jiang Yu really despises these things. They're just some scrap copper and iron, and some cigarettes, alcohol, and candies. They can be bought at small shops on the streets in the future. How much are they worth? She doesn't care, but Zhou, everyone around cares about it. Just because her husband's family didn't give her anything, her family had to buy a sewing machine out of their own pocket to save face. Her father said that he had to buy it because he couldn't afford to lose face. But even if the news was released that her husband's family would give her a sewing machine, the villagers were still laughing, saying that the Han family gave 3 turns and 1 ring, but the Wang family gave a sewing machine. Although Jiang Yu was angry, there was nothing she could do. But this also forced out her potential. She hadn't thought about it before, but now she was too short of money, which made her, who had traveled through the book, remember that the book wrote about a place where she could speculate. Speculation these days is very profitable. If she got the money, why would her parents be so unfriendly to her, and how dare her sister-in-law be sarcastic to her? Wouldn't her parents' family treat her like a cult? And how could old Wang's family not value her? Would her mother-in-law still be obsessed with Jiang Qian by then? Jiang Yu's attention is now focused on this. She plans to go do something after her salary comes in a few days. Because of this plan, the fact that Jiang Qian returns home is just a trivial matter for Jiang Yu. It's okay as long as Jiang Qian lives a good life. She is my cousin. I wish her good life. Jiang Yu put away her contempt and said with a smile, "How could she, Jiang Yu, live a life like that? That is impossible. If she, Jiang Yu, wants to live the best life, she wants to live like a superior person. This girl named Jiang Shuihua really admires her. Jiang Yu, tell me the truth. Do you really not regret breaking off the engagement at all? That's really a great marriage." Jiang Shuihua felt that if it were her, she would really regret it. Jiang Yu thought of Han Shigua's talent and appearance, and thought that such a handsome man was a short-lived ghost. She would not want him even if he was given to her, so this blessing should be given to Jiang Qian. She was looking forward to the day when Jiang Qian would become a widow and remarry. What are you regretting? I didn't marry a bad person. I don't care about what the villagers say. Jiang Yu was in a good mood and said with a smile. Jiang Shuihua was really surprised, but also said, "You are right, those people in the village are just jealous. The Wang family is from the town, and your partner works in a town unit. They are willing to give you a sewing machine. What's wrong with that? Except for the Han family, no other family in the surrounding villages is willing to give a sewing machine when getting married. This is the truth. Most families only give a few legs and some gifts as gifts, which is very good. It is impossible to give a big item like a sewing machine." Jiang Yu didn't say anything. Now the sewing machine has not been bought yet. Her family plans to buy it after her salary comes down this month. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel upset. She was angry that the Wang family looked down on her. They bought it for Jiang Qian, but returned the big item after marrying her. Isn't this different treatment? How is she worse than Jiang Qian? Jiang Yu took a deep breath. She took a breath and suppressed her dissatisfaction. She has other plans now. Her mind is focused on this, and she didn't pay much attention to these things. Let's talk about the village. Han Shiguo had a sumptuous lunch prepared by his mother-in-law. Because he also had a drink with his father-in-law and uncles, and he was leaving for the army tomorrow, he was not in a hurry to go back today. Zhou Guoyan asked them to take a rest at noon and leave after dinner. So Jiang Qian is staying in her room with Han Shiguo. Just as her mother said, although she is married, this room is her mother's. All the things that belonged to her were left there, and they were all clean, as if she had not married yet. Jiang Qian went back to the room and took a look, and she was filled with emotion. She really didn't expect that she would get married in such a short time. She never dared to think about it before. Han Shiguo sat on his wife's bed, looking at the small room, and his face, which was a little red because of drinking, was also gentle. He knew that the Jiang family really loved his wife. Although she was a girl from the countryside, many girls in the city did not have such living conditions as her. She had a room to herself, and a set of bed, cabinets, tables, and chairs. And the bookshelf, although not big, was full of books. He could imagine what she looked like when she was studying and reading in the room. She must be very well behaved. Thinking of this, Han Shiguo hugged his wife in his arms. Jiang Qian looked up at him in confusion, and was pressed down on the bed by him and kissed. Jiang Qian widened her eyes, but she could not resist and could only be forced to bear it. After a long time he let go, and she couldn't help but whispered, "What are you doing?" "Nothing, I just wanted to kiss you in your room." Han Shiguo had a smile in his eyes, and he wanted more than just a kiss. "You bad guy." "My dear wife, how many days will this take?" Han Shiguo felt like he was really going to explode. The young wife's voice was soft and sweet. "Usually 5 days." "That's soon." Han Shiguo's eyes lit up. "Counting it up, this is the 4th day, right? You have to wait a day or 2 to make sure it doesn't come again. Otherwise, it's not good for your health. Jiang Qian also takes good care of her body. If you don't take care of yourself, who will take care of you?" "Okay, I'll listen to you. Tell me when it's okay."
Han Shiguo kissed her.
Jiang Qian really didn't expect that one day she would talk about this kind of topic with a man. People's bottom line is really meant to be broken. You've been drinking, you should go to sleep, Jiang Qian said angrily. Han Shirwa smiled and hugged his wife to sleep. When they woke up, they had a delicious chicken noodle soup at the Jiang family's house. The couple returned to the Han family with the reluctant farewell of the Jiang family.
Dad, Mom.
It was not late when they got home. Han's father and mother were in the yard, so Jiang Qian smiled and called them. Han's father and mother saw them back with smiles on their faces. Did you come back after dinner? Well, my mother made chicken noodle soup for us and asked us to eat before coming back. Jiang Qian smiled. When the nephews and nieces in the yard heard the words chicken noodle soup, they slurped and were envious. As for Han Shimin and Li Xia, they were both in the house. Ignoring them, Jiang Qian and Han Shirguo went to Jiang Xiaogu's house to sit for a while and say goodbye to Jiang Xiaogu. They would leave tomorrow. Jiang Xiaogu also knew about it and asked them to be careful on the road. The two came back not long after staying and went directly to Han's father and mother's room. When we go out, the doors of the 3 rooms must be locked, but the keys are with you, Dad and Mom. Han Shirwa said. His eldest brother got the 3 rooms in the west, and he got the 3 rooms in the east, but he still suffered a little because one of the 3 rooms was used to store sundries before. Of course, it has been cleared out now, and it can still be lived in after it is cleaned. Han's father nodded, okay. Han's mother said to Jiang Qian, Qian, this is your first time there, and it's winter. It's colder there than here. You have to take care of yourself. Jiang Qian, don't worry, Mom. I can take care of myself. Besides, there is Shirgua. Even if I can adapt, I will learn to adapt. Han's mother was very satisfied. When she was about to say something, she heard Han Shimin and Li Xia arguing outside. What's wrong with brother and sister-in-law? Han Shirwei asked. Before they returned home today, Li's mother had almost arrived, so he knew that Li's mother had been here. His mother-in-law came to borrow money today. You don't know, but I have never seen a lion ask for so much. She knew that her daughter got more than 500 yuan when the family was divided, so she asked to borrow 500 yuan back. She said that the house at home was leaking, and if it snowed this year, it would probably be crushed. She wanted to rebuild a brick house before it snowed. Mother Han's tone was full of contempt when she talked about what Motherly said. In her eyes, Motherly was just asking for trouble. As a result, Li Xia, as a daughter, actually wanted to borrow money. Although it was not 500 yuan, she also planned to lend 200 yuan to her mother. But Mother Han was not going to stop her. Even if all 500 yuan was lent out, she would not stop her. After the separation, she would not interfere in the affairs of their small family. Even if there was no food to eat, she would watch them starve because they would not learn their lesson if they did not starve. She and Father Han could help for a while, but not for a lifetime. Some sufferings had to be experienced by oneself. But in the end, they did not lend it because Han Shimin disagreed. He was not a wimp and directly rejected his mother-in-law, saying that if necessary, he could lend 50 yuan, but he wanted his uncle to come and borrow it, and he had to write an IOU. Motherly was really furious when she heard it and asked Han Shimin what the son-in-law meant. Is this looking down on her, or what? Li Xia also stood on her mother's side and said arrogantly that if she didn't lend the money today, she would divorce. This sentence directly annoyed Han Shimin completely. He directly took out the marriage certificate and dragged Li Xia to divorce. Whoever didn't divorce would be a grandson. Li Xia was suppressed. She was just threatening him. How dare he divorce? Where would she live after the divorce? She got divorced because she was crazy. Not to mention divorce. Even when her mother wanted to take her back to her parents' home, she didn't dare to go back. There was no other reason. Han Shimin didn't stop her, but left a cold sentence. If you dare to leave this door today, I will let Widow Zhao come in and set the table tomorrow. If you don't believe me, try it. Li Xia was really scared to death. She wanted to get rid of those little thoughts of Qiao completely. Even if her mother pointed at her nose and scolded them and told them not to go back to visit relatives in the future, she didn't dare to leave. But now she started to act like a demon again. If she said something wrong, she would quarrel with Han Shimin and question Han Shimin when he got together with Widow Zhao. Han Shirgua and Jiang Qian. With us here, there won't be any big waves in their family, don't worry. Han's mother said with a smile. Although the eldest couple will have trouble next, she is still satisfied with her eldest son's performance today. If he is really caught, it will be really disgusting. Han Shihua and Jiang Qian didn't say anything. After the separation, of course, each family will take care of their own affairs. Can you come back for the new year this year?
Han's mother said again.
Jiang Qian wanted to. She looked at Han Shihua. Han Shihua hesitated and said, I don't know yet, but I guess I can't come back. It's October now, and it's only 2 months away from the new year. Han's father said, You just came back, and the train tickets are so expensive. If you can't come back, just spend the new year there. It will be the same if you can come back next year. Han's mother didn't say anything. After all, the train tickets are really expensive. Dad and Mom, take good care of yourselves at home. If there is anything, just call us. Jiang Qian said. Han's mother was very relieved to hear that. What can happen to us at home? In the past, when I called Shihua, I urged him to find a partner and get married. Now that he has you, your father and I are relieved. Jiang Qian smiled and Han Shihua smiled and said, You don't know. Mom was thinking of pretending to be sick to trick me into taking leave to come back and get married.
Can you blame me?
It's not your problem? Han's mother laughed and scolded. Of course it's not my problem. I just feel that it's not my fate, so I'm not very interested. If you had arranged for me to be Qian, wouldn't I have come back a long time ago? Han Shihua said. This sentence made Jiang Qian smile and glare at him. Han's mother also smiled and said to Jiang Qian, He is right. He has been dragging his feet and didn't have that intention before, but this time when he came back and the matchmaker mentioned you, he didn't know how much he cared, for fear that Qian would look down on him. Because they were leaving tomorrow, Han Shihua and Jiang Qian stayed in the old couple's room for more than an hour, just chatting. Han's father and mother were very happy. Until Han Joey ran in and said, Grandpa, Grandma, my father and mother are fighting. There was no fight, but Li Xia slapped Han Shimin, and after being slapped back by Han Shimin who didn't tolerate her, she fell to the ground and rolled over. Han Shihua and Jiang Qian came over with Han's father and mother. Li Xia lay on the ground and said that she didn't want to live anymore, and she wanted to drink pesticide. Mom, if you die, then Widow Zhao will come in, and she will abuse us.
Han ger ju krig.
Li Xia, who was still trying to commit suicide, cried even louder when she heard it. Oh my God. Han Shihua's forehead was throbbing when he saw his sister-in-law. When Jiang Qian went to bed at night, he heard him say, When my parents told me about marriage, I didn't want it from the bottom of my heart, because I was afraid to marry such a person. His comrade's wife was someone his family had arranged for him to marry. She was very good at throwing tantrums and would lie on the ground when she was not satisfied. She really had no peace in her life. He had seen so much that he had a psychological trauma. So when he knew his family had arranged a marriage for him, he wanted to cancel it without a second thought, but his mother disagreed. He really didn't want to come back to get married because he couldn't postpone it. He came back this time because he had no other choice. When he got home and found out that his engagement was broken off, his eyes lit up and he was anxious to marry the girl he fell in love with at first sight. And it turned out that he was lucky. Jiang Qian, who felt how scared he was of arranged marriages, sympathized with him, but wanted to laugh. Are you satisfied now? Jiang Qian smiled at him. Han Shihua rushed over and showed with his actions how satisfied he was. The next morning, Han Shihua and Jiang Qian got up before daybreak. They had packed their things long ago. The luggage was not much. They packed a suitcase with their clothes for changing, a bag with some miscellaneous items, and the rest were the quilts that Jiang Qian brought as a dowry. They had to take these away. But they didn't take things like the kettle. Because Han Shihua said that everything was there, he bought some furniture and daily necessities after repairing the house and cleaning it. They had everything they needed for life. If they really needed something, they could go there to buy it. It was also very convenient with the shuttle bus. The young couple got up early and originally wanted to go to the city to eat, but Han's mother got up early and cooked egg porridge for them. In addition to the egg porridge, she also cooked 10 eggs for them to eat on the way. While they were having breakfast, Han's father and Han Shimin also got up, as well as Han Jiadong, the eldest nephew, who had grown up. When he heard the noise and knew that his uncle and aunt were leaving, he also got up to see them off. Shimin, aren't you going into the city with us? Eat something too. Mother Han called her eldest son. Han Shimin nodded, brushed his teeth, and sat down to eat breakfast. While eating, Uncle Hanjio, who raised donkeys in Hanjiatan, drove a donkey cart. Father Han went to give him cigarettes and chatted with him. Soon Han Shirgua, Jiang Qian, and Han Shimin had finished eating. Mother Han also brought Jiang Qian 10 boiled eggs, wrapped in a piece of old mended cloth. Take it with you on the way. Thank you, Mother. Jiang Qian took it. Time is limited, so there is no need to say anything else. The three of them rode Uncle Hanjio's donkey cart to the city under the watchful eyes of Father Han, Mother Han, and Han Jiadong. However, just after leaving the entrance of Hanjiatan village, they met the brothers Jiang Shoutao and Jiang Shouhe, who came on bicycles. Second brother and third brother. Jiang Qian was surprised to see them. Jiang Shoutao smiled and said, "Mom said you would come at this time, so I prepared some food for you to take with you." A basket was handed over, which contained not only buns wrapped in oil paper, but also 4 apples. "Why are there apples?" Jiang Qian said. Jiang Shouhe smiled and said, "Yesterday I went to pick up your third sister-in-law and took a look at the supply and marketing cooperative. I happened to buy a few pounds. I'll give you some to eat on the road." After chatting for a few words, the second brother Jiang Shoutao said, "Okay, no more greetings, you can go into the city. Remember to be careful on the road." Second brother and third brother, you also go back. I will send you a telegram when you are waiting. Jiang Qian said. Okay. Jiang Shoutao and Jiang Shouhe agreed. Han Shirgua also asked his 2 uncles to go back slowly. When the donkey cart drove to the city, Jiang Qian brought buns to Han Jushu, Han Shirgua, and Han Shimin. Her mother must have gotten up in the middle of the night to make them, and they were all big buns. Han Jushu didn't want any, but Han Shirgua stuffed them into his hands, so he smiled and ate them. But he couldn't help but praise the Jiang family. You know, the dowry that the Jiang family gave to Jiang Qian, their daughter, was spread all over Hanjiatan. It is said that Han Shirgua's betrothal gift was generous, but the dowry he brought back was not stingy either. And after hearing from Jiang Xiaogu, everyone also knew the watch was given to Jiang Qian, and the gift money of 100 yuan was also for her daughter to take back to her husband's house as private money. However, after her parents accepted the bicycle, sewing machine, and radio, they gave her an additional 200 yuan as a dowry. The total cost of the dowry was about 150 yuan. There is nothing wrong with saying these things, and they can be expressed openly. So it is true that the Jiang family received a high betrothal gift when marrying off their daughter, but this was something the man was willing to give. The woman's family did not raise the price, and the dowry was not small, so the man did not take advantage of them at all. This time, marrying their daughter really made Jiang Qian, the daughter of the Jiang family, have a good reputation.
Sound.
Han Shimin didn't eat the buns he had eaten at home, but he couldn't help but feel a little envious. He envied his brother's wife's family for being so well off. His mother-in-law said yesterday that he had the ability to never come to her house again. What's more, Han Shimin didn't plan to go to her house. Every time he went to her house without bringing enough things, she would not be happy, but after bringing enough things, she would think he was well off and cry poor to him, asking him to help more. He himself has 4 children to support, and he is under so much pressure, so why should he help his mother-in-law's family? Are the 3 uncles in his mother-in-law's family just for show? Now that they have fallen out, it's just right. I won't bother to go to her house in the future. As for the money, he will deposit it today and put the passbook in his mother's room for her to keep. Don't even think about touching that woman of his own. Han Shimin knew very well that these savings were the basis for him to support several children. He would not panic if he had these savings, otherwise he would not be able to make ends meet. The donkey cart was still moving very fast, but it was a little cold in the morning. Jiang Qian couldn't help but lean on Han Shirgua. Han Shirgua saw that she was cold and quickly hugged her in his arms. Jiang Qian was a little embarrassed, but She didn't struggle much and leaned on him. Han Shimin pretended not to see it and chatted with Uncle Hanjio. After Uncle Hanjio finished talking about the Jiang family, he smiled and said to him, "Will you not be able to visit your mother-in-law's house in the future?"
What?
Han Shimin was stunned. "Your mother-in-law cursed all the way back yesterday, saying that she wanted to borrow a few dollars from you, but you didn't want to lend it. After all, she is your mother-in-law. You are not afraid of being struck by lightning for doing this. From now on, you will be treated as a son-in-law, and you don't have to visit her house again," Uncle Hanjio said with a smile. Han Shimin knew his mother-in-law. This was deliberately to discredit him, but it was exactly what Han Shimin wanted, because with the example of his mother-in-law, other people who wanted to borrow some money would basically give up the idea. The mother-in-law couldn't even borrow a few dollars, let alone others. So Han Shimin was in a good mood, but he looked helpless and said in an annoying way, "If she thinks so, then I can't do anything about it." Jiang Qian wanted to laugh when she heard it. They chatted like this and went into the city. Uncle Hanjio knew the location of the county bus station and sent them directly. It was still early, and the bus to the provincial capital would leave in about 40 minutes. Han Shirgwa gave Uncle Hanjio the money, but Uncle Hanjio said he didn't want anything. "It's just this trip. Why do you want money? You just gave me a big bun, and at the wedding banquet the day before yesterday, you also gave me a pack of good cigarettes." Uncle Hanjio also came to the banquet in front. Han Shirgwa invited him personally. During the banquet, other peers were not present, but for the table of respected people who were all elders in the family, Han Shirgwa gave another person a pack of wedding cigarettes. He really handled the social etiquette very well. When he sent them in, Uncle Hanjio said he would not charge any money. "Okay, I won't be polite to you, Uncle Jio."
Han Shigu led.
"No need to be polite." Uncle Hanjio waved his hand. "You guys get in the car and wait, Shimin and I will go to the post office." Han Shimin came to see them off today and also came in to deposit money. He waved to the second brother and his wife and followed Uncle Hanjio's donkey cart to the post office. After Uncle Hanjio and Han Shimin left, Jiang Qian said to Han Shirgwa, "Has Uncle Jio ever served in the army and fought against the Japanese before? I heard from my aunt."
"Yes."
Han Shirgwa nodded. "Uncle Jio has made great contributions in the past. He just has a limp due to a leg injury and can't read. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the village now." Uncle Hanjio and Jiang Xiaogu's father-in-law, Captain Han, are from the same family, but if you count further back, they are also from the same family as Han's father and Han's uncle, the old secretary of the branch, and they all have the same great-grandfather. And Uncle Hanjiu is also a well-known figure in Hanjiatan. You can tell from the fact that his family can privately raise a donkey, but they are not afraid of being reported by others because this is allowed by the state. This is given to him by the state, and he can receive this pension until he dies. It is a unique treatment in Hanjiatan. So Uncle Hanjio's house is also a brick and tile house, and it was built several years ago. As they were talking, the couple after they put their luggage away, they got on the bus. There were not many people on the bus at this time, so they found 2 parking spaces, sat down, and bought tickets from the conductor. Later, other people came to get on the bus one after another. When the time came, the conductor called out, and the driver started the bus. Jiang Qian is not prone to motion sickness, but the road was bumpy at this time, the car's shockproofness was not that good, and the gasoline smell was also quite strong, so the whole journey was very uncomfortable. This time, Jiang Qian felt even worse. She leaned directly into Han Shirgwa's arms. Han Shirgwa thought she was motion sick, so he quickly rubbed her back. "Bear with it. We'll be there soon." Jiang Qian hummed. Because she got up early, and the car was in this condition, Jiang Qian, who never gets carsick, got carsick. Her head was dizzy, and she leaned on Han Shirgwa's arms and fell asleep unknowingly. She didn't know whether she fell asleep or fainted. Anyway, when Han Shirgwa called her, they had already arrived. Jiang Qian quickly followed him out of the car. As soon as she got off the car, she felt like a fish that had come alive. Han Shirgwa used a shoulder pole to pick up all the quilts and took away the suitcase that Jiang Qian brought as a dowry. Jiang Qian was carrying a small bag and a basket with food in her hands. This was a feature of this era. People carried large and small bags wherever they went. They had to come and take a bus. It took more than 10 minutes for the bus to arrive. After getting on, after buying the ticket, they took another hour to reach the train station. It was almost noon. Han Shirwa immediately took out his ID and bought a soft sleeper ticket. The train was at 2 p.m., so it was still early. Han Shirwa also made a phone call. He asked the messenger to tell his comrade in arms about his arrival time and to pick him up at that time. After the call, the couple went to a state-owned restaurant for dinner. Jiang Qian would not get carsick when taking the bus in the provincial capital later, but his appetite was a little poor at the moment, so he only ordered a bowl of mutton noodles and gave half to Han Shirwa. Han Shirwa was not affected at all. This man is as strong as iron. Jiang Qian was envious and admired, and said softly, "How come you are in such good health?" "It's nothing. When we were on duty, the conditions were 10 or 100 times more difficult than this, and we got through it smoothly." Han Shirwa smiled. So for him, the difficulties encountered when taking the car are not a big deal at all. Jiang Qian glanced at him. "Am I too squeamish?" "No, you are different from me. You have not received professional training, and this is your first time traveling far away. It's normal to be unaccustomed to it. You don't have to bear it." Han Shirwa is very good at comforting people. Jiang Qian told the truth. "It's not the first time. I came to the provincial capital with my fourth brother before." "When did you come, and what are you doing here?" Han Shirwa also talked to her. 2 years ago, I wanted to come here to take on the job of translation," Jiang Qian said while blowing noodles. When she crossed over, she had nothing to do at first, but she didn't want to eat at home, so she made an appointment with her fourth brother and wanted to come to the bookstore in the provincial capital to take on the English translation job. When she was in high school, her English teacher talked about this job. Before going to the provincial capital, she and her fourth brother went to the English teacher's house to ask about it. The English teacher also recommended Jiang Qian to do it because this student has a talent for learning foreign languages. The English teacher cherishes talents very much, so he suggested that she try to do the translation work, and she can go to her house to ask anytime and anywhere if she doesn't understand. He also wrote a letter of recommendation and asked her to bring it to the Xinhua bookstore in the provincial capital. Because the English teacher himself also takes this translation job, being a recommender would increase the chances of getting the job successfully. Unfortunately, when she and her fourth brother went to the provincial capital, it was in the most chaotic time. Jiang Shouchuan was afraid that his sister would be affected, so he advised her to forget it. Although her family was of good origin and was not afraid of any investigation, she was also afraid that the scholar would not be able to explain herself to the soldiers, and she didn't know anyone in the provincial capital. It would be difficult to deal with if something happened. Jiang Qian was also a little scared, because she really didn't want to encounter that scene again. She thought that her family was not in trouble, and she still had so many valuable things in her space, so it was better to have less trouble. After returning, she happened to encounter recruitment for the town primary school, so she wanted to be a teacher honestly. Han Shirwa was really surprised when he heard it. "Translation work? You can do this?" "I don't know if I can do it. I haven't done it, but my English grades are pretty good." Jiang Qian said that she graduated from university in her previous life and had taken a special English test. Although she did not work in the relevant industry after graduation and switched to self-media, she did not give up and taught herself. It is not a big problem to communicate normally with foreigners. And she still has English books in her space, but they're not hoarded in her previous life. They are all collected from this era, but now it is too chaotic outside. It is not easy to take them out, and she will take them out to read them at home. It's just that there is a job of translation in this era. As long as you have a good identity and the ability, you can do it. For example, her English teacher, as early as when the chaos started, the principal was innocently implicated, and he did not hesitate to resign from teaching and specialize in this translation work. The last time she saw the English teacher was a year ago. Later, she and Su Lily went there again, and learned that she had moved. I heard from the neighbors that she was specially hired by some department in the provincial capital, and the whole family went together. Han Shirwa found that his wife was like a treasure. This is not obvious, and the more you dig, the more you find. But he also supports his wife's career and said, "It seems that the Xinhua bookstore in the provincial capital of the army has this job. If you want to do it, I will take you to ask. Jiang Qian's eyes lit up. How do you know there is one there?
Han Shigu smiled.
I happened to hear them talking about this when I went to borrow a book. The store manager was very distressed, saying that there were too few talents and he could not complete the translation tasks assigned to him. Han Shigua did not ask much at the time, but he also remembered this matter. Okay, take me to ask when the time comes. I want to find something to do. Jiang Qian said happily. It is true that she was willing to come to the army, but if she didn't have something to do, life would not be easy. Waiting for him to come back at home all day long. Life would revolve around the stove, which would be too selfless. Although she is a salted fish, she is not an ordinary salted fish. She is a salted fish with ideals. Don't be afraid of having nothing to do. I will report it to you when the time comes. If there are positions in the army, they will also give priority to the families of soldiers. Han Shigua said, Can you also arrange jobs for the families? Jiang Qian didn't know this yet, and he hadn't said it before.
Yeah.
Han Shigua saw that she was interested and nodded with a smile. What jobs are there? Jiang Qian was really interested. Like nurseries and the schools where we are, there is still a shortage of teachers in elementary schools, junior high schools, and high schools. Han Shigua said, Nurseries are not bad, and you don't need any academic qualifications, as long as you have the patience to take care of children. But for elementary schools, junior high schools, and high schools, the requirements are not low, and you have to pass the assessment. But in the past, many of the wives of soldiers who followed the army came from the countryside. It was considered very good if they could learn to read and write, and there was basically no need to think about teaching. So there are very few family members who can meet the requirements of the job. Jiang Qian has been engaged in education for 2 years. She now thinks that teaching is really good, but if there are other options, she still wants to try something else. You have academic qualifications, and you are smart. You can also go to the propaganda department.
Han Shigua said again.
What do you mainly do? It's propaganda and so on. Jiang Qian smiled and said, What about the salary and benefits? I'm not sure about that, I haven't asked, but it's probably around 30 yuan, said Han Shigua. 30 yuan is not a small amount. That's how much Jiang Qian earned before. Of course, that's also because it's a small place in the countryside and the salary and benefits are generally not that high, but it's also a stable job, which is still enviable. Don't think about the money. It depends on whether you are comfortable with your job. Han Shigua said. His salary is more than enough to support his family, and she doesn't need to share the pressure of supporting the family, so her job is mainly about comfort. If there is pressure, she won't do it. This is what Han Shigua thinks. But don't say, it's exactly what he wants. This salted fish and his family think so too. He will support the family. She only needs to be responsible for finding something to do, so that she won't get sick from being idle, and she can also have some social interaction. After all, there is nothing in this era, and being bored at home all the time can really cause trouble. Because there is no pressure to support the family, so whether the job is comfortable or not is really the first thing to consider. I listen to you. Jiang Qian glanced at him tenderly. The young wife was so well behaved that Han Shigua wanted to hug her and kiss her, but it was impossible to do so outside. After eating the noodles, the couple came to wait for the bus. While waiting for the bus, Jiang Qian took out an apple and ate it. She didn't wash it. She didn't have the conditions. She just rubbed it and ate it directly. It wouldn't make her sick if she ate it dirty. She asked Han Shigua politely if he wanted to eat it. Han Shigua came over and took a bite. Jiang Qian looked at the bitten apple in her hand. If you want to eat it, just take one yourself. There are more in the basket. Why are you eating mine? But she could only continue eating the part that he had bitten, and her face turned a little red. I didn't expect that she would share an apple with a man without feeling disgusted. Seeing Han Shigua looking at her with a smile, Jiang Qian glared at him and took one for him to eat. Han Shigua asked her to take a bite, and Jiang Qian didn't hesitate to let him taste her saliva too. But Han Shigua didn't care about this at all. They ate each other a lot at night. The couple fed each other apples and were seen by other passengers. Some people who had passed by even smiled. You don't need to ask to know that these two, they were a newly married couple. A talkative lady started talking to Han Shigua and asked him if he was a soldier. Han Shirgwa also chatted with her, and when the ladies' train arrived, he even helped her carry her luggage. After waiting for the train for a long time, it finally came. Jiang Qian carried her bag and basket and got on the train next to Han Shirgwa. After a series of crowds, she successfully arrived at the soft sleeper car with Han Shirgwa, which made Jiang Qian breathe a sigh of relief. There were 4 seats in the car, but 2 were empty. No one had come yet, so Jiang Qian and Han Shirgwa chose the upper and lower bunks on one side. After putting away the luggage, Han Shirgwa said, "Take a rest first." Jiang Qian looked at him and said, "Are you going out? I'll go take a look and be back soon." Jiang Qian hummed, "I'll wait for you to come back before going to sleep." Han Shirgwa smiled, came over and kissed the clingy little wife. He took out his military water bottle and asked her to wait. He went out to take a look around and then came back with some hot water for her. Jiang Qian drank some water and lay down without any burden. This sleep was too comfortable. It was already evening when she woke up. Looking at the watch, it was already 4:30, and she had slept for almost 2 hours. Han Shirgwa saw that she woke up and poured her some water and handed it to her. "Wife, are you hungry?" "A little bit." Jiang Qian nodded. After she recovered her spirits, she felt hungry, so Han Shirgwa brought her some buns and eggs. They were cold, of course, but given the conditions, Jiang Qian was not so hypocritical as to insist on eating hot food. After eating 2 buns and 2 eggs and drinking half a cup of warm water, she was full. Han Shirgwa ate all the remaining buns and didn't keep them because they would go bad easily. As for the boiled eggs, they could still be kept, so they were saved for tomorrow. Jiang Qian wanted to go to the toilet and wash up. Han Shirgwa had already figured out everything on the train, so he closed the door and took her out with a wash basin, towel, and enamel cup. Jiang Qian experienced for the first time the difficulty of solving these personal problems on a train in this era. But for a day and a night, she could still hold on. If it lasted longer, it would be impossible. "Is there no one coming to our carriage yet?" Jiang Qian said after they came back from washing up together. Han Shirgwa, "Someone will probably get on at the next stop." Hearing this, Jiang Qian locked the door. Han Shirgwa looked at his wife in confusion, and she sat directly on his arms. Han Shirgwa subconsciously hugged his wife's waist. Jiang Qian hugged his neck with both hands, looking into his black and white eyes. "There's no one here now. Don't you want to love me?" With these words, Han Shirgwa's throat rolled. It's rare for his young wife to be so proactive. If he can still hold back, he's not a man. The next morning at dawn, the train was about to stop at the station. But long before that, Jiang Qian quickly came over with toiletries and took care of her personal hygiene. After she was done, she went back to the upper bunk. Well, they both slept in Han Shirgwa's lower bunk last night. Jiang Qian wanted to go up, but Han Shirgwa wouldn't let her. Although it was crowded, it didn't matter if they squeezed a little. And it was so cold, Jiang Qian let him do it. And it was also very sweet. Jiang Qian had to admit that being with someone you like is a different feeling, and it can make people feel happy. The sweetness of this night made Han Shirgwa feel very good. When he saw his wife going up, he smiled and went to wash up. After that, he came back and said, "Wife, stay a while. I'll get off the train to buy some food." "Okay," Jiang Qian responded. Han Shirgwa went to wait for the stop, and he got off quickly as soon as the train stopped because the stop was not long. When he came back, he brought a few twisted dough sticks, a portion of steamed buns, and several big apples. At the same time, there were 2 more people in the carriage. Both were gay men. Han Shirgwa took a look at them and greeted them, and the other party introduced themselves to him. After a while, he knew what units the 2 men were from, where they were going, and what they were doing. At this time, people are really not afraid of being known what they are doing, but they are more suspicious when they are secretive. Of course, people also asked Han Shirgwa, and Han Shirgwa did not hide it. He came back to get married and bring his family to follow the army. Han Shirgwa looked at her after he got to know them. "Wife, it's time for breakfast."
"Yeah."
Jiang Qian looked at the things in his hand. "No twisted dough sticks. I'll just eat steamed buns and apples." While Han Shirgwa was serving her the buns, he politely asked the 2 men if they wanted apples. Of course, they didn't want any. Jiang Qian was eating buns. Han Shihua also peeled eggs for her and brought her some water. While he was busy with these things, his mouth was not idle either, as he was chatting with the two of them. Jiang Qian admired his social skills. She couldn't do that and habitually kept a distance from strangers. When Jiang Qian was full, Han Shihua continued to chat with them while eating. He was also very talkative. Jiang Qian ignored them and started to catch up on her sleep. It was sweet last night, but she didn't sleep much. Although she didn't do anything, there were many ways to stir up the fire. There was nothing to do now, so she could just close her eyes and sleep. Han Shihua didn't need to catch up on his sleep. This man was extremely energetic. Besides, last night was also a spiritual feast for him, and he was very full. Feeling that she was beginning to fall asleep, Han Shihua stopped chatting with the two opposite and took out a book to read. The other party also took out a book to read. Jiang Qian slept very sweetly. Woke up around 10 o'clock, went to solve some personal problems, and then went back to the upper bunk to continue lying. Around 11 o'clock, the train stopped at the station again. Han Shihua got off the train again and bought a roast chicken. This roast chicken was so fragrant that the two male colleagues in the carriage drooled at the smell. Jiang Qian had finished her morning meal. After all, she was still young and her body had just had her period. Her body needed nutrition, and she was really hungry. She ate half of the roast chicken, and when she finished, Han Shihua ate the rest. Jiang Qian only ate half of the fried dough twist, and Han Shihua didn't keep the rest, including the remaining 2 apples, which he ate up. Because the next stop was coming, there was no need to keep these. There would be hot meals when we got back. They arrived at their destination at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Han Shihua carried the luggage and got off the train with Jiang Qian. When they got off the train, the cold air made Jiang Qian shiver. So cold? It's still over 10 degrees in my hometown, but it's probably only 6 or 7 degrees here. I didn't feel it that much on the train, but the temperature difference is huge when I get off the train. However, Han Shihua knew this, so before getting off the train, he wrapped her up like a dumpling and said with a smile, "Do you want to wear more? If you wear more, I won't be able to walk." Jiang Qian gave him a funny look. It was only when she just got off the train that she felt her face was a little cold, but after covering her face with a scarf and adapting, she didn't feel it anymore. She really didn't feel cold on her body. "Okay, let's go out. Lao Ma should be waiting."
Han Shihua smiled.
Jiang Qian nodded, and as soon as the couple left the station, someone called them. Shihua. The full name of Lao Ma in Han Shihua's mouth is Ma Zhonghua. He noticed Han Shihua's outstanding height at the first time and called him quickly. Han Shihua also saw him, turned to Jiang Qian, and smiled. "Wife, over there." Jiang Qian nodded. After the two sides met, Han Shihua introduced his wife to Ma Zhonghua with a smile. "Lao Ma, this is my wife, Jiang Qian." "Wife, this is the comrade in arms I told you about, Ma Zhonghua. You can just call him Lao Ma." Jiang Qian didn't call Lao Ma directly. She just smiled and said, "Thank you for coming to pick us up." "You're welcome, sister-in-law. I'll hold it for you." Ma Zhonghua took Jiang Qian's bag. "Thank you." Jiang Qian thanked politely. "What are you polite about?" Ma Zhonghua smiled and led them out while saying, let's get in the car first. It might snow today. It wasn't so cold yesterday." Han Shihua looked at the sky and said, "I remember it snowed at this time last year." "That's not the case." While talking, they saw the army's car. After getting in the car, the extremely cold wind outside was blocked out. Jiang Qian sat in the back, Ma Zhonghua drove, and Han Shihua sat in the passenger seat. The two chatted all the way, and Han Shihua would occasionally ask Jiang Qian if she felt unwell. Will she still get carsick? This concern surprised Ma Zhonghua, his old comrade. Is this old comrade finally coming to fruition? He had been dragging his feet and was unwilling to go back to get married, but now that he is back after getting married, his attitude has changed 360 degrees. However, when he waited for the car to arrive at the army and saw Jiang Qian's full appearance, he was also stunned. When they came out of the station, Jiang Qian covered her face with a scarf, so Ma Zhonghua could only see her eyes. Now that he saw her, he realized that she was a very beautiful and gentle girl. If his comrade hadn't said that she was from the countryside, She would have felt like a female college student from a big city, not at all the image of a country girl in his imagination. With this appearance, it's no wonder that the old comrade's attitude changed drastically. He changed from being reluctant to go back before to being so attentive and curious. So when avoiding Jiang Qian, Ma Zhonghua gave Han Shihua a thumbs up. Han Shihua smiled. Let's go back first. Okay. Ma Zhonghua smiled and nodded. Ma Zhonghua went to return the car, and Han Shihua took Jiang Qian home. Although it was cold now, there were people coming in and out of the family compound, and they saw Han Shihua coming back with a girl. Captain Han, are you bringing your family with you? A sister-in-law looked at Jiang Qian with shining eyes. Everyone in the family compound knew that Han Shihua was going back on vacation this time to get married. Sister-in-law Nian, this is my wife, Jiang Qian. Han Shihua introduced her to sister-in-law Nian openly, and also introduced her to his wife. Wife, this is sister-in-law Nian, Lao Ma's family member. Although Jiang Qian had not been married to him for a long time, she could still tell his attitude from his body language. She should have a good impression of Ma Zhonghua's family member sister-in-law. So Jiang Qian also smiled. Hello, sister-in-law Nian. I am Shihua's family member. My name is Jiang Qian. I'm new here, so please bear with me if there's anything I don't understand. By the way, Captain Ma has gone to return the car and will be back soon. It's okay. You're so nice to hear, but do and be polite. If you don't understand anything, we all live here. Just come and ask me. Sister Nian said with a smile. Jiang Qian nodded with a smile. Then we'll go back first. Go back quickly. You must be tired after taking the train. Sister Nian watched the couple go back, turned around, and went next door to find other military wives. Soon, everyone in the family compound knew that Captain Han, who had been single for many years and seemed to have some unspeakable secrets, had brought his young wife to follow the army. A military wife asked curiously, "What does Captain Han's wife look like?" Sister Nian said frankly, "You hit the nail on the head. Captain Han's young wife looks like a flower, just like a female college student from a big city." You flowery female college student, you brag, without thinking. I heard that Captain Han doesn't want to go back and get married. Isn't this a morning glory? After these words came out, the other military wives couldn't help laughing. Believe it or not, Mrs. Nian was not happy. Jiang Qian had prepared herself mentally before coming. Han Shihua was talking about an old house, which had been renovated after it was divided. But after coming here to see it, it was much better than she had expected. This is a small bungalow with 3 bedrooms and a living room. Although it is a bit simple, as Han Shihua said, he had renovated it before leaving, and the house inside and outside is very safe. Jiang Qian put down her bag and took a good look around. There is a master bedroom, 2 secondary bedrooms, and a kitchen. There is also a cabinet in the kitchen. When she opened it, she saw the rice and flour that Han Shihua bought before he left, as well as a lot of pots and pans. Han Shihua smiled and said that he wanted to ask Mrs. Nian what to buy, so he bought them all back, and then he would see what was missing and buy it later. There are beds, cabinets, tables, and chairs in the bedrooms. There is also a coal stove for heating. The whole house was clean, tidy, and it is basically the kind that you can move in with your luggage. After Jiang Qian saw it, she was very satisfied and looked at Han Shihua with a smile. This will be our home in the future. Han Shihua liked this sentence very much and hugged her and said, "Yes, this will be our home from now on." Jiang Qian stood on tiptoes and kissed the man's lips. Han Shihua could not resist the temptation of his wife, so he kissed her directly. After a while, he reluctantly separated from her and said softly, "Let's go to the cafeteria for dinner? You go eat first, and then help me get a portion back and I'll put things in order." Han Shihua wanted to take his wife with him. "It's cold when I get back." In fact, he wanted to take his wife out for a walk so that those sisters-in-law who like to gossip and talk about him can see if he has any unspeakable secrets. Jiang Qian didn't know all this yet and thought that there was no hurry to put things in order, so he put on his coat and wrapped a scarf and went out with him. As soon as the couple came out, they saw 2 military wives coming towards them. "Oh, Captain Han, is this your family member?" Just as sister-in-law Nian said, "She is so beautiful, just like a female college student." A taller sister-in-law looked at Jiang Qian and smiled warmly and heartily. There was another shorter and fatter sister-in-law next to her. After looking at Jiang Qian, she forced a smile. I thought Sister Nian was joking. Seeing the two of them, Han Shirgua's slightly raised mouth corners turned cold, and he said, "This is my family member, Jiang Qian." He then said to Jiang Qian, "This is Sister Gao, and this is Sister Ge." Sister Gao is the tall one, and Sister Ge is the short one. Jiang Qian understood Han Shirgua's attitude, looked at them and smiled slightly. Sister Gao, Sister Ge, hello. Hello, my family lives over there, and we are neighbors. If you have any problems in the future, just give me a call. Sister Gao smiled and pointed to the house over there, and said. Jiang Qian smiled politely. Thank you, sister-in-law. Han Shirgua said, let's go to the cafeteria to eat first. Go ahead. Han Shirgua took Jiang Qian to the cafeteria. Seeing that there was no one on the road, Jiang Qian whispered, these two sisters-in-law don't look as friendly as the older sister-in-law. They are the ones who like to gossip the most in the family compound. Han Shirgua obviously didn't like them. Jiang Qian nodded and whispered, what kind of people are the neighbors? Tell me in the evening so that I can have an idea. Okay.
Han Shirgua nodded.
While talking, they met other people who came to the cafeteria to eat. They all greeted them. Captain Han, is this your family member? Yes, my family member, Jiang Qian. Han Shirgua nodded in response and introduced to Jiang Qian, this is Captain Feng. Hello, Captain Feng, I am Shirgua's family member, Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian smiled and greeted the other party. But this Captain Feng was just the beginning. Jiang Qian met many people along the way, and her face was stiff with smile. I forgot who I met. Jiang Qian said to Han Shirgua. It's okay, you'll know after you live here for a while. Han Shirgua didn't care about this, and he was obviously in a very good mood at the moment, because he received a lot of envious eyes. Jiang Qian smiled and glanced at him. This grown man was really a little childish and cute. She knew his vanity, but didn't expose him. The time was just right at this time. There were quite a few people in the cafeteria. Han Shirgua brought Jiang Qian to order food and ate at an empty table. Jiang Qian had never eaten the army's food except for the military training in her previous life. Not to mention, it tasted pretty good. However, it was mealtime at this time, and many single soldiers came to the cafeteria to eat. Those who knew Han Shirgua came to say hello and called her sister-in-law. As a result, Jiang Qian smiled at people while eating. Although she couldn't remember people, she couldn't do without smiling. Because of her friendly attitude, those who met her praised that Captain Han's family members were particularly fair and beautiful, like female college students. It was still early after dinner, and Han Shirgua, who was in a very good mood, asked, Wife, do you want to go to the bathhouse to take a bath? Yes. Jiang Qian had just finished taking a train today, so of course, she wanted to take a good bath. Han Shirgua smiled and took her back to get clothes. When they came to the bathhouse, they were given bath tickets and went to take a bath. There were quite a few people in the women's bathhouse, but they were all strangers to Jiang Qian. But Jiang Qian was very lucky because she saw a beauty, the kind with fair skin, beautiful face, and a particularly good figure. Gu Yunlan was also stunned when she saw Jiang Qian and then smiled. Are you new here? I haven't seen you before. If you have seen such a beautiful and elegant girl, you will definitely remember it. When the beautiful woman greeted her, Jiang Qian of course responded politely and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Jiang Qian, and I am the family member of Captain Han Shirgua. Are you the family member of Captain Han? Nice to meet you. I am Gu Yunlan, the family member of Lu Changzheng. I wonder if Shirgua has told you about it? Gu Yunlan's eyes lit up when she heard that, and she immediately smiled and stretched out her hand. If Jiang Yu were here, she would probably jump up. Gu Yunlan? Isn't this her destined nemesis? Jiang Qian also realized at this moment that Lu Changzheng, Ma Zhonghua, and Wang Aiguo were all comrades in arms of Han Shirgua who had risked their lives for each other. Han Shirgua had mentioned this to her, and laughed that he, Ma Zhonghua, and Wang Aiguo were the romance of the three kingdoms. Knowing that the other party was a family member of Han Shirgua's brother, she could also feel the other party's kindness. Jiang Qian smiled and shook hands with her. Nice to meet you. Gu Yunlon smiled and said, I asked Chongjing a few days ago why I hadn't seen Captain Han for a while. Was he on a mission? I just learned from Chongjing that he went home to get married and would bring his family to follow the army. But you are so beautiful. There are not many people who can be truly praised by such a beautiful woman like Gu Yunlon, but Jiang Qian is one of them. Thank you. You are also very beautiful. Jiang Qian smiled. Everyone loves beauty, and since the beautiful woman was so friendly to her, of course, she would praise her back. Gu Yunlon listened to her very standard Mandarin. Did you go to school in a big city? No, I went to school in our county. Gu Yunlon didn't say anything. She put down her hair to be washed and said, I really admire your old Han. Admire what? Jiang Qian also let her hair down. Her period hasn't come since this morning. According to her regular pattern, she probably has already passed, so she wants to wash her hair comfortably. I admire him for leaving such a beautiful fiancée, like you at home for 3 years before going back to marry you. Isn't he afraid that you will be snatched away by someone else? Jiang Qian smiled and asked, Is he unwilling to go back and get married? That's because he has never met you and thinks it is an arranged marriage. He is afraid of marrying a bad one, so he resists. But when he goes back to see you this time, he must be very grateful to his parents for arranging such a beautiful wife like you, right? Gu Yunlon is very talkative and speaks in a humorous way. Jiang Qian laughed immediately, but she understood the principle of talking about deep things when you are not familiar with her. She had just met Gu Yunlon, and although she had a good impression of her, she would not say that her cousin Jiang Yu had replaced her with a married woman. The two of them were taking a bath and chatting here, and Han Shigua and Lu Chongjing were chatting next door. Han Shigua also saw Lu Chongjing when he came in. I said you should be back soon. Lu Chongjing said with a smile. Han Shigua smiled. Isn't the vacation over? I have to come back. Lu Chongjing has been with his brother for many years. How can he not tell whether he is in a good mood or not? He raised his eyebrows and said, It seems that the groom is in a good mood. Is he marrying his ideal wife? Han Shigua laughed. My wife is here to take a shower. I will introduce you to her later. Lu Chongjing said, My wife is also taking a shower next door. I don't know if they get along well. Han Shigua didn't say anything. It was their business to have a good relationship. They would not force their wives to get along well. For example, Gu Yunlon, a family member of Lu Chongjing, did not get along with the families of Ma Zhonghua and Wang Aigua. She was also proud and aloof. It was hard to say whether he could talk to his wife. Are you satisfied with the marriage arranged by your family? Lu Chongjing smiled when he saw his brother like this. Han Shigua explained, My wife and I were not arranged to be married. Jiang Qian didn't say much to Gu Yunlon, but there was no need to explain his relationship with Lu Chongjing. It was not a big deal, so he simply told them what happened. Lu Chongjing smiled suddenly and said, I was wondering why your attitude has changed so much. You can't stop looking so happy. This brother is a real monk. They have all advised him. After all, he is old. Even Lu Chongjing is about the same age as Han Shigua, but his twins with Gu Yunlon are already 3 years old. Not to mention Ma Zhonghua and Wang Aigua, who got married earlier. They have more children, and a bunch of them. He is still a single man. Those gossipers say that he must have some unspeakable secrets. Otherwise, why wouldn't he want to get married? But you know what? Lu Chongjing can really understand it. The marriage was arranged by his parents in his hometown. Such an arranged marriage is simply a big bet. Just like the family member of their good friend Wang Aigua, Lu Chongjing was scared when he saw it. He would lie on the ground and cry if he said something wrong. Not only that, he also likes to get into the crowd on weekdays and likes to talk about those unfounded things, and he can't control it. Knowing that Han Shigua is afraid that the girl he marries will be like this, they urged him, but they also understand it. But now it's all right. Lu Chongjing is also happy for Han Shigua. This is the girl he has chosen and has set his sights on. Of course, life will be different. Han Shigua washed his hair and threw the bath towel to him. Come and rub it for me. Lu Chongjing rubbed his hair and couldn't help but said, You didn't take a bath after you went back? I washed it. If I don't wash it, my wife won't let me get on the Kong. He thinks his hygiene conditions are pretty good, but his wife is better than him. Not only does she have to wash her ace and feet every day before getting on the Kong, but she also asks him to use soap when washing his hands and also requires him to brush his teeth again before going to bed. Otherwise, he won't let him kiss. Then why are you so dusty? It's just that we don't have the conditions to rub it, so we just rinse it with hot water. Han Shirgwa sighed. It's still more comfortable in the army. He has been in the army for so many years, and he is really used to the life in the army. Although he is happy to see his parents and relatives after returning, he is not used to the life there. Not to mention, Lu Chongjing thinks so too. After he returned, he felt uncomfortable everywhere. It was really not comparable to the army. After rubbing, Han Shirgwa rubbed him, and the two brothers felt comfortable after taking a shower. Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan next door were also the same. Jiang Qian really felt comfortable and felt that the whole person was transparent. Your skin is so good. Gu Yunlan praised generously. Jiang Qian laughed. Don't talk about me. It's only when I saw you that I know the concrete meaning of the skin like cream in the book. You are really a natural beauty. Gu Yunlan laughed at the praise. I can't compare with you. I am a mother of 2 children. Look at the meat in my belly. It's all loose. Is it true you have given birth to 2 children? Jiang Qian looked at her belly in surprise. How can it be sagging? Yes, they are twins, a boy and a girl. They are already 3 years old. Can't you tell? Gu Yunlan said with a smile. I really can't tell. I thought you had just got married and had 2 children. Then you have maintained your figure so well. Do you have any secret? Jiang Qian wanted to ask from the bottom of her heart. Jiang Qian was right when she said that Gu Yunlan was born with natural beauty. Her figure was still so great after giving birth to twins. The body was convex where it should be convex and thin where it should be thin. The key is that there is no sagging at all. Such body management is simply amazing. Gu Yunlan was in a very good mood after being praised. In the end, the two came out of the bathroom talking and laughing. Han Shirgwa and Lu Chongjing, who came out first and were waiting for them, saw the two of them like this, looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. Well, these two get along well. Chongjing, this is Qianqian, the relative of old Han. Seeing them, Gu Yunlan smiled and introduced them to her man and called Qianqian.
Hello, I'm Lu Chongjing.
Lu Chongjing smiled and stretched out his hand. Hello, Captain Lu. I am Han Shirgwa's relative, Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian shook hands with him politely. Gu Yunlan smiled and looked at Han Shirgwa. Captain Han, congratulations. You have to prepare a dinner party and give out wedding candies. Han Shirgwa smiled and said, Okay, I'll treat you tomorrow night. After chatting for a while, they parted ways. On the way home with Lu Chongjing and Gu Yunlan was still praising Jiang Qian and said that Han Shirgwa was a little ungrateful and he had left such a beautiful daughter-in-law at home for 3 years without paying any attention. Lu Chongjing didn't want his brother to be misunderstood, so he explained the reason. Gu Yunlan suddenly realized, I thought so. This is really a blessing in disguise for him. I bet the one his parents arranged for him will definitely not be able to compare with Qianqian. For some reason, she had a very good impression of Jiang Qian, but she didn't have a good impression of the one who didn't show up and was arranged by the elders. This shouldn't be the case. She shouldn't dislike someone she has never met. If Jiang Yu was here, her face would definitely be gloomy. They were destined to be rivals and enemies, so it would be strange for them to have a good impression of each other. Seeing her like this, Lu Chongjing said with a smile, You just took a shower together and your relationship is so good? You hit it off at first sight. It's a pity that we didn't meet earlier, do you know? Gu Yunlan smiled and glared at him. She rarely had anyone to talk to here, but she could really chat with Jiang Qian. Qianqian also praised my good figure. When she heard that I had given birth to twins, she was even more surprised. She asked me how I maintained this figure. Gu Yunlan was in a good mood. Lu Chongjing took a look at his wife's figure. To be honest, it didn't change much from when she was a girl. He whispered, Is the matter over? Now, smelling the jasmine soap scent on his wife, His mind is a little unsettled. Gu Yunlon blushed and gave him a coquettish look. Go away. She twisted her waist and walked away. Lu Chongjing looked at his wife's seductive back and followed her distractedly. Well, he knew it was clean and he could eat meat tonight. After Han Shirwa came home, he also asked, Wife, can you get along with Gu Yunlon? What's wrong? Jiang Qian was a little confused. No, I didn't expect you two could chat together. When Jiang Qian heard the hidden meaning in his words, she said, Is there anything wrong with Gu Yunlon? In the current environment, she has to ask clearly before deciding whether they can become friends. It's nothing, wife. Don't be nervous.
Han Shigu comforted her.
Then he told her about Gu Yunlon's life story. Gu Yunlon was the daughter of his leader, but she was taken away by mistake since childhood. Real or fake daughter? Jiang Qian asked as soon as she heard it. Isn't this a common plot in novels?
Yes. Han Shigu did.
Tell me what happened quickly. I should be more careful when speaking and not offend others without knowing it. Jiang Qian's reason was very reasonable. Han Shirwa smiled and told him what he knew. Gu Yunlon was the real daughter of the Gu family who was living outside. The conditions were limited at that time. When Chief Gu and his wife passed by that village, they happened to encounter a heavy rainstorm and had to stop and stay in the home of a local villager to rest. Mrs. Gu had already started at that time, and the daughter-in-law of that family also started with her. They both gave birth to the child at the same time, but somehow they took the wrong child. Jiang Qian's face showed sarcasm when he heard this. I don't know what happened. No one would believe this. Han Shirwa did not comment on this matter and continued to talk about what he heard from Lu Chongjing. No one discovered this matter until 5 years ago when the art troupe went to select people. The art troupe is also famous for its high requirements. Only those with tall stature and excellent looks can come in. Gu Yunlon was just selected. But in fact, Gu Yunlon didn't have that opportunity at the beginning. Her family wanted to marry her to an old widower in the deep mountains and forests as a daughter-in-law. Forced into a poor alley, Gu Yunlon stole the family's money and ran away. Later, by chance, she was selected by the art troupe. So Gu Yunlon lied to her adoptive parents and found a job. In the future, she will send money home regularly every month, thus resolving the conflict with her adoptive parents. But the fact is that Gu Yunlon joined the art troupe and made a big splash at a performance party. It was because of that party that some leaders were very surprised. Because Gu Yunlon looks exactly like Mrs. Gu when she was young. Not only does she look like Mrs. Gu, but she also has a heroic spirit similar to that of Chief Gu. When the news reached Chief Gu and Mrs. Gu, the couple were also stunned until they saw Gu Yunlon with their own eyes. Her true identity was revealed. It turned out that she was the real daughter of the Gu family, and the one they raised was actually the daughter of that farmer. Where is the fake daughter? Jiang Qian asked. Han Shirwa said, She is now living in the Gu family as the adopted daughter of the Gu family. Still living in the Gu family? Not married? Married, but that person died 2 years ago. What's her name?
Gu Xiaolan.
Jiang Qian knew what it meant as soon as she heard it. After all, she was the daughter raised by the Gu family. Although she knew that she was taken away by mistake, the affection they had for many years was not fake, so they still couldn't bear to let her go. But if she were Gu Yunlon, she would be more or less disgusted. Her life was maliciously tampered with, and she was taken over by someone else. The key was that the family didn't treat her well, and she was almost sold to an old widower in the mountains. She finally struggled out of the quagmire and came back, but her family actually had feelings for the child of that dove and were reluctant to kick her out. Others didn't know, but Jiang Qian herself couldn't agree with this kind of feeling. But she just listened and knew what was going on, and she didn't just ask about Gu Yunlon, but also about the neighbors. You've met old Ma's family, sister-in-law Nian. She's a good person and quite open-minded. But old Wang's family. Han Shirwa paused when he talked about Wang Aigua's family, and then continued. You'll know what kind of person she is later. I don't think you can get along with her. Jiang Qian understood. It was the one who was in an arranged marriage and lay on the ground at any time, which left a psychological trauma on him. In addition to the families of his brothers, there are also the neighbors who live here. For example, Gao Xiaozi and Gu Xiaozi, the two whom Han Shihua disliked, have a particularly good relationship with Wang Aigua's family, and they are like-minded. There are also some other people who are difficult to get along with. Han Shihua also pointed them out. It doesn't matter if Jiang Qian doesn't remember them. At least, he has some impression of them. If he meets them in the future, he just doesn't have to interact with them. Jiang Qian listened to the general idea, nodded, and said, "Don't worry, I won't hold you back." There was nothing he could do to help him. The only thing he could do was not to hold him back. Don't think about it. Living here, everything is based on your own comfort. You don't have to suffer for me. Han Shihua raised his hand and touched the face of his little wife. His little wife was so well behaved that he wanted to hurt her. But he couldn't hurt her. Jiang Qian took good care of his body. Let's clean up the house together. Although Han Shihua had cleaned up the house before he left, and asked Lu Chongjing and the others to come and clean up, there was still some dust during the days he was away from home. So it needed to be cleaned up, but it only needed to be scrubbed once. The work was not big, and Jiang Qian didn't even need to come. Han Shihua could do it himself. He cleaned the house, and Jiang Qian put the things he brought with him. He changed the quilt she brought as a wedding dowry for their bedroom. It was too cold now, so Jiang Qian put a 5-jean and a 3-jean quilt in. As for the bottom, there was also a mattress so that they wouldn't feel cold. After all, there was Han Shihua in the quilt, which was like a stove, and being hugged by him was very comfortable. After sitting here, both the body and mind were relaxed. Jiang Qian also covered the table with a lace tablecloth. This was brought back by the third sister Han Shijia when they got married. It was very beautiful. There were also small curtains, but there was no place to hang them, so Han Shihua nailed them and hung them up. As the young couple was busy, the simple little home was suddenly filled with the breath of life. This made Han Shihua very emotional. He didn't feel anything when he moved here alone, but now that he has a wife, this home is different. You can tell at a glance that this is a place to live. Thinking of this, Han Shihua wanted to hug his wife in his arms and kiss her. As a result, Wang Aigua's voice came from outside at this time. "Shihua, is it here?" Han Shihua had to give up and open the door, and saw Wang Aigua. He was carrying a net bag of fruits, including apples and oranges. "Is this for us?" Wang Aigua handed it to him with a smile. "I heard from Lao Ma that you're going back today. Where's your sister-in-law?" Han Shihua didn't bother to be polite with him. He took him in, and Jiang Qian also came out of the house. Wang Aigua was obviously stunned when he saw the person, and looked at his comrade. "Shihua, who is this?" No way. "My wife, Jiang Qian." Han Shihua introduced with a smile. "Qian, this is the comrade Wang Aigua I told you about." Jiang Qian stretched out her hand to greet him. "Hello, Captain Wang. I am Han Shihua's family member." Hello. Wang Aigua also stretched out his hand to shake her. My God, his comrade's wife is different from what he imagined. How come she looks so good? And she has such a bookish air, and you can tell at a glance that she is a cultured intellectual. Could it be that the wife arranged for him by his parents is a shrew? Jiang Qian went to take the boiled water from the coal stove and made a cup of tea for both of them. "You guys sit down. I still have some things to clean up in my room. I'll be there later. You take a rest." Han Shihua said. "It's not a big deal." Jiang Qian smiled and gave him a glare, then turned and went back to the house. As she went back to the room, Wang Aigua couldn't help but whispered, "Is this the marriage your parents arranged for you?" Han Shihua had already seen the shock on his comrade's face, and smiled and told him about this trip back. He was the one who fell in love with this daughter-in-law at first sight, and it was not a marriage arranged by his parents. Wang Aigua was slightly comforted by hearing this. "I thought, your sister-in-law doesn't look very old. 6 years younger than me." Wang Aigua immediately had an expression of "you old cow eating young grass," and then he was envious. As a result, his brother got lucky. The arranged marriage was cancelled, and he was asked to marry a daughter-in-law who was fair-skinned and educated, like a female college student. He originally wanted to keep his brother company, but now that his brother has gone solo, he can only bear it by himself. "We'll treat you tomorrow night, and then come to our house to get together," Han Shihua said. "Okay." Wang Aigua readily agreed. He came over to meet the people and went back without disturbing them anymore. Why are you leaving so soon? Jiang Qian came out and saw the people leaving. I was shocked. Han Shigwa looked at his young wife with a smile. The gap is too big, and his brother probably needs to take it easy. Jiang Qian understood and gave him a glare. She was also a person who knew how to act coquettishly. She hugged his neck with both hands, looked into his eyes. Did your wife embarrass you?
No.
Han Shigwa hugged his wife's waist with delight. Then, how are you going to repay me? Jiang Qian leaned over and kissed her. How do you want me to repay you? Han Shigwa looked at her with something wrong in his eyes. Repay me like you did on the train. Jiang Qian winked at him. Han Shigwa directly carried this life-threatening young wife back to the house. Jiang Qian was just deliberately making a fuss and hurriedly said, No, it's not dark yet. Someone could come at any time. It's getting late, no one will come. Han Shigwa said. As a result, the weather was not good. Knowing that he had returned with his wife, some other comrades who had never met Jiang Qian and had a good relationship with him came to visit. Coming to visit is the norm in the family compound.
Han Shiku.
Jiang Qian chuckled and pushed him. Hurry up and entertain the guests. Han Shigwa kissed her. I'll deal with you tonight. Jiang Qian decided not to tease him that night. This man could not stand it at all. Her body was not completely clean yet, so she didn't want to make everyone angry. She just followed the comrades who came out to entertain him and helped to make tea. Han Shigwa introduced them to her separately because there were only 3 of them, all of whom were company commanders in his battalion. So Jiang Qian would not be confused and remembered them at once. The 3 comrades did not stay long and went back in about half an hour. It was really late at this time. Han Shigwa knew that no one else would come, so he closed the door and took his wife back to the room. It is really cold here in the army, much colder than back home. You can hear the whistling of the cold wind outside all night, but the house is warm. Because there is a human-shaped fireplace, Han Shigwa, in the quilt. It is so warm to sleep with him in your arms. A good night's sleep. The next morning, Jiang Qian got up early with Han Shigwa because they had to treat guests tonight and go shopping for vegetables in the morning. But Jiang Qian didn't know where the vegetable market was, so he got up early and came together. But before going out, Jiang Qian still scooped out flour and made a dough, and followed him out when the dough was waking up. The vegetable market is not far away, only a 15-minute walk from home. When they came with 2 vegetable baskets, the vegetable market was already open. The 2 of them were the first customers. Speaking of which, the supply here is really good, and there is really everything you need. However, Han Shigwa is actually quite unfamiliar with the vegetable market because he basically doesn't come here. He eats in the cafeteria by himself, so who would cook? So when they saw that they were all strangers, they were a little surprised and asked about it. When they heard that it was a battalion commander who had just come to the army, they were also very enthusiastic. But Jiang Qian really had to do the shopping. She bought carrots and white radishes, potatoes, cabbage, leeks, as well as tofu, pickles, onions, garlic, and peppers. After buying these vegetarian items, she came to buy meat and eggs. There were only 2 kilograms of egg tickets, so she asked for 2 kilograms of eggs. But Jiang Qian had more meat tickets, all given by Han Shigwa. She asked for 2 kilograms of pork belly, 1 kilogram of lean meat, 3 kilograms of fat meat to be taken back for oil refining, and several ribs. Oh, so much? The old man selling meat couldn't help but say. Before my man married me, he often went to his comrades' homes to eat and drink. Now that I'm here to follow the army, he shouldn't show his appreciation, right? We have to invite them to our house for a meal. We can't just serve pickled vegetables on the table, don't you think so, sir? Jiang Qian said with a smile. The old man selling meat just smiled and said, You are right. Then he cut it according to what Jiang Qian wanted. With one knife, he cut as much as Jiang Qian wanted, without any deviation. Sir, your knife skills are amazing, Jiang Qian praised. The old man selling meat was also very proud of his skill, but Jiang Qian was too good at talking. He said, Do you want this big bone? It doesn't cost a ticket. Thank you, sir. Give it to me. I'll take it back to make soup.
Okay.
They moved from the meat stall to the mutton stall. The mutton here was also very fresh, and Jiang Qian liked it all, especially the lamb chops. Jiang Qian directly ordered 3 pounds, planning to make braised lamb chops. He also ordered 2 pounds of mutton, planning to make mutton dumplings for lunch. The last one was the fish stall. Look at the big sister selling fish. Those fish are really fresh, all pure wild and natural, not comparable to those fed with feed hormones in later generations. Big sister, please help me catch these 2 fish. Jiang Qian liked it all and pointed at the fish. Okay. The big sister scooped up the fish quickly. There is no fish killing service here. You have to take them back and kill them yourself, unlike the southern part of later generations, where you can get everything done with one-stop service. After buying meat, eggs, and vegetables, the couple went home with a basket each. Look, I told you to take 2 baskets and you said it was too much. Is it still too much now? On the way back, Jiang Qian was still talking about the man beside her. It was obvious at a glance that he had never bought vegetables. Han Shurwa smiled and said, I am ignorant, but since I came here with you today, I know how to buy vegetables. I will buy vegetables in the morning from now on. After saying this, Jiang Qian, who liked to sleep in the morning, looked at him and said coquettishly, Why do you love me so much? You are my wife. Who should I love if I don't love you? Han Shurwa's IQ dropped sharply. Then buy whatever you want to eat in the future, and I will cook it for you. Jiang Qian made the decision. She would cook whatever he wanted to eat. Just ask where to find such a good wife. Leave it to me. Han Shurwa, who had an IQ of 0, agreed directly. Jiang Qian also smiled with satisfaction. In such a cold day, she still had to walk for 15 minutes to the vegetable market, which was not friendly to a lazy person like her. It was great that he was willing to come and buy. When they were halfway there, they met Sister Nian, whom they had met yesterday. She was also out buying vegetables with a basket.
Sister Nian.
Han Shurwa and Jiang Qian both greeted her. Sister Nian also smiled when she saw them. Are you here to buy vegetables? Oh, why did you buy so much? Looking at their baskets, she saw 2 baskets. Jiang Qian smiled and said, I heard from Shurwa that he used to eat there often, so this time when he came, I will also be the host. I will invite Captain Ma and the others to come to my house for a meal in the evening. I wanted to buy some and say hello to you, sister-in-law, on the way back, but I ran into you, your sister-in-law. Mrs. Nian looked at her delicate appearance, but she was very open and frank in her words and deeds. It made people feel comfortable to hear her. She couldn't help but said to Han Shurwa, Shurwa, you really married a good wife. This girl looked delicate, and her first impression was that she didn't seem to know how to live, but she was completely wrong. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. You can't measure the sea by its depth. Han Shurwa's cold eyebrows were smiling. Sister-in-law, you should go quickly. Okay. Mrs. Nian smiled. After saying goodbye to each other, Jiang Qian and Han Shurwa continued to walk home. Along the way, they met other sisters-in-law who went out to buy vegetables. Han Shurwa basically took Jiang Qian down to say hello. Jiang Qian. Whoever wants to buy the vegetables can buy it. She won't come. She is not an extroverted person. She really can't stand the greetings along the way. And it's not okay not to greet. People didn't say anything in person, but as soon as they turned around, they would say that someone's family member ignored her when they greeted her and was so arrogant. So, in the future, let Han Shurwa buy the vegetables in the morning. Thinking of this, when passing by Gao's house, Mrs. Gao came out with a basket. When she saw the couple, she immediately smiled and said, Captain Han, are you two going to buy vegetables? Yes, sister-in-law, you should go quickly. There are fresh fish today, and it's cheap. Don't let others buy them up later.
Han Shiganu did.
Mrs. Gao said as soon as she heard it, Okay, I'll go over first, and we'll talk later. The latter part was said to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian just smiled politely. Han Shurwa brought Jiang Qian back, but as soon as they got home, Jiang Qian remembered and asked, Is there no salt at home? He forgot to buy this. I'll go buy it now. Han Shurwa said. Jiang Qian brought him a clean jar and smiled. Go ahead, I'll make noodles for you when your salt comes back. Han Shurwa came over and asked his wife to kiss him. Of course, Jiang Qian didn't refuse and gave him a kiss. This made her old cow smile and go out. Han Shigua went to work after eating noodles in the morning. His wife loved him very much. She put a lot of thinly sliced pork in the bowl of noodles she cooked for him, not to mention 2 eggs, and finally sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions. After eating this bowl of fragrant noodles, Han Shigua's stomach was full, and his heart was warm. When he came to distribute the wedding candies to his comrades, he couldn't hide the high spirits between his eyebrows and eyes, and said, "Let's go to my house for dinner tonight. My wife has already bought the vegetables." Before Ma Zhengwa came to work, he also heard sister-in-law Nian go home and say that she saw the couple going to buy vegetables. It's different with a wife. At least we don't have a stern face anymore. Who said it wasn't? Wang Igua said sourly. Before, Han Shigua was famous for his stern face. When there was no smile on his face, he was very serious. Those big-headed soldiers were most afraid of him. Once he came over, they would wail. Now it's different. Look, they're all happy. The stern-faced Bao Gong is no longer stern. While talking, Lu Chongjing also came over. "What are you talking about so lively?" "Nothing. Eating wedding candies." Han Shigua grabbed a handful for him. "Let's go to my house for dinner tonight." "Okay." Lu Chongjing's handsome face was also moist because he had eaten and drunk enough last night. But there were still a lot of things to do today, so after chatting for a while, they went about their own business. At home, Jiang Qian boiled the lard and started making mutton and carrot dumplings. This was for lunch, and there was no rush for dinner, so it wouldn't be too late to make them in the afternoon. She had just finished making the dumplings when she saw that it was already 9 o'clock. Since there was nothing else to do, and she couldn't sleep at the moment, she planned to go out for a walk because she made a list and found that she still needed to buy some in person. But just after washing her hands, she heard the voice of her sister-in-law Nian Yuji outside. "Qian, are you home?" "At home." Jiang Qian wiped her hands and came out to open the door for her. Seeing a bunch of green onions in Nian Yuji's hand, she smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, why did you bring green onions over?" "I grew them in my own field. I brought them over for you to try. Do you have any more field?" Jiang Qian invited her to sit down and made her a cup of sugar water. It's the same all over the country these days. When guests come to your home and it's their first time, if you have the means, you'll treat them with a cup of sugar water to show your appreciation. There is no land here. I just opened it up when I had nothing to do. I didn't plan anything else but some green onions and cabbages, so I didn't have to buy any more. Nian Yuji took the water and saw that there was sugar in it, so she said, "No need to add sugar to me. You're not an important guest." Jiang Qian smiled. "Sister-in-law, I won't be polite next time you come over." "You re-welcome." Nian Yuji smiled. "You just came here, and you don't know anyone here, so I came to visit you. You can also come to my house, when you are free. Everyone in the family compound knows that Captain Han's family is here, and they are so beautiful." Jiang Qian smiled. "What beautiful?" "I saw Captain Lu's family member Gu Yunlan yesterday. She was beautiful." Of course, Nian Yuji knew Gu Yunlan. "Teacher Gu is beautiful, but you are not bad either. You too have your own merits." The phrase is, each has his own merits, right?
Yes.
Jiang Qian smiled. Nian Yuji smiled and stayed here for a while. She had a good chat with Jiang Qian. Just when she was about to leave, the Gao sister next door came. Gao's sister's name was Gao Tsuetsue. She took a bowl and came to borrow oil. Because she smelled the fragrance of refined lard, she saw Nian Yuji and asked immediately, "You are here too? What's wrong with me? Can I come?" Nian Yuji asked back. Gao Tsuetsue ignored her and said to Jiang Qian with a smile, "Qian, I'm out of oil at home. Lend me some. I'll buy some and return it to you next time." Jiang Qian was about to speak when Nian Yuji said angrily, "You are so shameless. I saw you buy that big piece of fat meat half a month ago. Today you say you've run out of it and want to borrow it? You are bullying Qian who just came here. Don't you know what's wrong with you?" Gao Tsuetsue looked a little embarrassed. "You remembered it wrongly. I bought that piece of fat meat 2 months ago. You'd better go away. Otherwise, when I meet your old Gao, I will ask him if he didn't give you living expenses, so you have to borrow even a little lard." After Nian Yuji said this, Gao Tsuetsue hurriedly said, "Don't talk nonsense in front of old Gao. I just forgot to buy it. If you don't want to lend it, then don't lend it. What's the big deal?" After that, she turned and left. Jiang Qian is also a person who has read 3,000 novels. Now she reacted. Is this Gao Tsuetsue coming to take advantage of her? Don't be fooled by Gao Tsuetsue's seeming hospitality. She is well known in our family compound for taking advantage of others. She also has a nickname of stealing things when there is an opportunity. She is most likely here to take advantage of you today. She sees that you are young and wants to bully you. You should be careful with her in the future. Don't lend her anything, even a scallion. Say you don't have it. Otherwise, she will be arrogant, and the things you lend her will be like throwing meat buns at a dog. They will never come back. Nian Yuji was talking about Gao Tsuetsue with contempt on her face. Of course, she smelled the aroma of lard as soon as she entered the door, but she also had lard at home, so there was nothing to say. She is taking advantage of you like this? Jiang Qian curled her lips. She was experienced and didn't make a fuss, but it was a bit unlucky for her neighbor to be like this. Who said it wasn't? Her husband's salary is not low, and they have 3 children, not many. How can they not support them? But she likes to do this kind of thing, and she does the same when she goes to other people's houses. She takes whatever she sees, without any self-awareness. She really brings shame to us military wives. I have never seen such a shameless person. Nian Yuji had a very bad impression of Gao Tsuetsue, because Gao Tsuetsue often went to her vegetable garden to steal vegetables. Jiang Qian. It's really an eye-opener. And Guli Xia, who hangs out with her. Yesterday, when they heard me say that you are as beautiful as a flower, her face turned unhappy. Did she come to see you later? Jiang Qian remembered. I met her at the door when Shirgua and I went to the cafeteria for dinner. Yesterday, Han Shirgua introduced her that the short and dark one was Mrs. Ge. Shirgua has a reputation that is hard to tell, and she was the one who spread the rumor. Nian Yuji said. Jiang Qian was stunned for a moment when she heard this. What? Nian Yuji, you don't know yet? In the family compound, Shirgua has been rumored like this before, but don't worry, we all know it. When Ma Zhonghua and the others heard this, they all complained that it was ridiculous. They are all friends for life and death. How could they not know whether it is normal or not? They are just normal men, there is no secret. Jiang Qian was also a little angry. Why spread such rumors? Didn't the army deal with it? This is a blatant false rumor. Yes, the director of the women's department came over and criticized her, and Deputy Battalion Commander Huang was also called over by the leader and scolded, saying that he did not control the family members well. Later we learned that Ge Lixia wanted to introduce a partner to Shirgua and wanted to introduce her sister to Shirgua, but was rejected by Shirgua without any mercy, so she spread such rumors. Jiang Qian's face was cold when she heard it. No wonder Han Shirgua had obvious dislike and disgust on his face when he talked about these two. He is really a top-notch person. After Nian Yuji went back, Jiang Qian closed the door and took the basket out again. She came to the market and bought a small earthenware pot and bought more plates and bowls and more ordinary bowls and chopsticks. There were also soy sauce, sugar, chili powder, and other seasonings, which were not available at home. Han Shirgua knew nothing about these, and Jiang Qian thought that he would be well disciplined in the future, but this time she bought them all again. After shopping, she went home. Of course, she also met some military wives and some children playing and chasing each other. Forget about the children. If the military wives she met greeted her, she would respond politely. If they didn't greet her, she didn't care about them. She decided to keep a good distance from her neighbors and let everyone live their own lives. She still understood the principle that things far away are fragrant and things near are smelly. After buying things, she washed them and rinsed them with boiling water, and they were ready to use. But when she looked at the time, it was still early, only 10:30, and it was a bit early to make lunch now. After all, the dumplings were wrapped and could be put into the pot as soon as the water boiled. Since there was nothing else to do, she came to the small second bedroom. Han Shirwa used the small second bedroom as a study room and even put a bookshelf there. It's true that there were quite a few books. And judging from the age of those books, Han Shirwa had read them a lot, and there were some notes on them after he read them. Jiang Qian had no doubt about this. Although the man she chose looked rough, he was rough but delicate. When he was quiet, he was gentle. But when she thought of last night, her face was shy again. What gentle? He was just an old pervert, shameless. But she was quite rare. Jiang Qian read a book for a while. She was also a person who liked to read books. It felt like a short while, and time had passed. Seeing that it was 11:30, Jiang Qian folded a corner of the book as a mark so that it would be convenient to read it next time. Just as she came out to boil the water, Han Shirwa came back. "Wait a minute, I'll cook you some mutton dumplings." Jiang Qian smiled when she saw him. But dumplings aside, the first thing Han Shirwa did was to hug his wife in his arms and give her a good kiss. "Miss me?" Han Shirwa said with satisfaction after kissing his wife. In fact, Jiang Qian didn't think much about it. After she made mutton dumplings, Nian Yuji and Gao Tsuetsue came. They went back and forth, and she went out to buy some tableware. She only thought of him when she came back and saw the notes in the book. But it didn't prevent her little mouth from being like honey. She hugged his strong waist and said softly, "I have been looking forward to your return since you left home." Han Shirwa couldn't help it, so he held his wife's face and kissed her again. Until Jiang Qian came to cook dumplings, he also hugged her from behind and refused to let go. "Jiang Qian, this is too clingy. Don't do this, I can't cook dumplings for you." Han Shirwa always felt that his wife was seducing him, just like this sentence. It was too gentle and obedient. But he was unwilling to let go. "I just hugged you. I didn't do anything." Jiang Qian. He didn't sit down and eat obediently until the dumplings were cooked. Jiang Qian's cooking skills are beyond words. Although they are simple mutton dumplings, the mutton doesn't have any smell after being cooked by her. And the freshness of the green onion and carrot makes it taste really great. Han Shirwa ate one by one with satisfaction. Jiang Qian smiled. "Is it enough?" "It's enough." Han Shirwa looked at his wife. He could feel that his wife's eyes were all on him, which made the man feel extremely satisfied. Because he felt that in this relationship, he was not in love with her alone, but a two-way relationship. His wife's love for him was as strong as his love for her. This marriage was really the result of his great luck. How could he not like it? Jiang Qian also had a certain understanding of his appetite. Of course, she prepared enough food, so she continued to give him chicken soup for the soul. "Have a good rest after eating. You've been busy all morning." However, Han Shirwa was very conscious after finishing his meal, and he quickly cleaned up the pots and pans. Then he came back to kiss his wife. Unfortunately, Jiang Qian got up early this morning, and while he was washing the dishes, she fell asleep on the bed. Han Shirwa smiled when he saw her. He took off his outer clothes and came up to sleep with her. It was a little colder today than yesterday, so he came up. She felt it and opened her eyes dazedly to look at him. After confirming that it was him, she got into his arms. "Really?" Han Shirwa's heart softened, and he took a good nap with his wife in his arms. The two woke up at the same time. After Han Shirwa kissed her, he went to work. Jiang Qian enjoyed the afterglow of the moment in bed for a while, then got up and started preparing dinner for tonight. Jiang Qian prepared 2 pounds of pork belly, which she made into braised pork with pickled cabbage. This is one of her specialties. Every year during the Chinese New Year, she would serve it at the New Year's Eve dinner at home. Prepare this dish. The whole family will be very satisfied with the meal. All the nephews will give a thumbs up to their aunt, praising her braised pork as the best. It was arranged today as one of the main dishes. The second main dish is lamb chops. Jiang Qian marinated it and then started to make braised lamb chops. Speaking of this, I have to praise the stove at home. Although it is a bit difficult to use the pull box, it is indeed very convenient to cook. The third one is spare ribs. Jiang Qian directly uses it to stew potatoes. Spare ribs stewed with potatoes is also a main dish. The fourth dish is tofu stewed with mincemeat. The fifth one is braised fish. The taste here is not as light as that in the southern Guangdong and Guangxi regions. The taste here is heavier. The two braised fish were cooked by Jiang Qian with color, fragrance, and taste. When Han Shigua brought Lu Chongzheng, Ma Zhonghua, Wang Aigua, and the deputy battalion commander and company commander under Han Shigua to come home together. Before entering the door, I could smell the fragrance wafting from the house. "Oh, is my sister-in-law so good at cooking?" Ma Zhonghua said in surprise. "Yeah, it smells too good, doesn't it?" Lu Chongzheng couldn't help but say. Han Shigua had tried hard to suppress his smile, but he still couldn't suppress the slightly raised corners of his mouth. He smiled and knocked on the door. "Qian, we're back." Jiang Qian heard it and came out to open the door. Seeing them coming back, she smiled and said, "Come in, sit for a while. There are only 2 dishes left to be prepared." Don't worry. I'm sorry to bother you, my sister-in-law," Ma Zhonghua said with a smile. Lu Chongzheng, Wang Aigua, and the other 3 deputy battalion commanders and company commanders all smiled and said they were sorry to bother their sister-in-law. Jiang Qian smiled and went to make tea, then looked at Han Shigua. "Shigua, you ask everyone to take a seat."
Okay, Han Shigua did.
Jiang Qian served the tea and went back to the kitchen. Lu Chongzheng, Ma Zhonghua, Wang Aigua, and others all gave Han Shigua a thumbs up, and Wang Aigua looked envious. Why didn't he have the luck to marry such a wife? Han Shigua had agreed with his wife that she would support him in front of brothers and outsiders. So let his wife be busy first, and he would clean up later, so she doesn't have to do it. After Jiang Qian finished cooking the last eggs with leeks and cabbage stewed with oil residue, she smiled and called Han Shigua. "Shigua, come and help serve the dishes." "Okay." Han Shigua got up and came over. The deputy battalion commander and the company commander also wanted to help, but were pushed back by Han Shigua. "Just sit down." Han Shigua came into the kitchen to help serve the dishes. The first thing he did was to kiss his wife away from others, which made his wife look at him coquettishly and then whispered, "Wife, did you save your share?" Well then, Jiang Qian smiled and pointed at the plate. There were meat and vegetables, and the portion was enough, so Han Shigua brought the dishes out with a smile. One dish after another made Lu Chongzheng, Ma Zhonghua, and others subconsciously drool. You can tell that the cooking skills are good when you smell the fragrance, but as the dishes are served, the color, aroma, and taste are almost as good as those in state-owned restaurants. After Jiang Qian brought up the last carrot and bone soup, she left the space for them. Since they were all men, of course, she would not stay for dinner. She came to the small bedroom to eat by herself and read a book after dinner, instead of going out. Han Shigua and his friends spent more than an hour on this meal, chatting while eating. When they finished eating and went back, it was already dark. Jiang Qian and Han Shigua sent them off together, asking them to go slowly. After everyone had left, the couple returned to the house. But as soon as the door was closed, Jiang Qian was hugged by Han Shigua. "Wife, you are so nice. I am so happy." His wife is just like someone who came out of his ideal state. How can she be so good? The comrades were all convinced by this meal. They kept praising him for being so lucky to marry such a capable wife. Wang Aigua was even more jealous and envious. Han Shigua's vanity was really satisfied like never before. Jiang Qian raised her face from his arms and looked at him with a smile in her eyes. "Isn't it embarrassing for you?" "No. I'm doing me a great honor." Jiang Qian smiled. "Then you go and clean up. I've been preparing this meal for the whole afternoon. My waist is sore, and I need to take a break. Of course, these are all my jobs. You don't have to worry about my wife." Han Shigua rolled up his sleeves and went to clean up. After cleaning the kitchen, he also mopped the floor at home and made the house clean. After that, he came over to massage the waist of his wife, who was reading a book. Jiang Qian smiled and glanced at him and let him go. After all, she would be tired if she cooked so many dishes by herself. She was not made of iron. But he was considerate and good at handling things, so this little hardship was nothing. What he was afraid of was that she would be so open-hearted, but he was used to it and took it for granted, which was what Jiang Qian could not tolerate. But this massage is just a massage. How come it changes while massaging? What are you doing? Jiang Qian pressed his outstretched hand. Wife, I'm giving you a massage, I don't mean anything else.
Han Shihua said so.
But if men's words can be believed, sows can climb trees and are not honest at all. Finally, Jiang Qianshu couldn't bear it anymore, so she simply hugged his neck and gave him a kiss. Han Shihua was of course not polite and tasted his wife well. After a long while, the two let go. Wife, is it clean? Han Shihua felt that he was about to suffocate, and he really wanted his wife, and wanted her badly.
Clean.
Jiang Qian's face flushed. This is completely gone. And she really missed him, so there was no need to hesitate. The marriage certificate had been obtained, so what was there to hesitate about? Han Shihua was like a shot of chicken blood when he heard it, and immediately went to get his clothes. Wife, wait a minute, I'll be back as soon as I finish washing. I didn't exercise in the morning, but I did in the afternoon. I'm sweating and need to take a shower. Let's go together. I want to take another shower too. Jiang Qian called him with a red face. She had taken a shower yesterday, but she smelled of oil smoke after cooking so many dishes today. Okay. Han Shihua nodded with a smile. Jiang Qian took clothes and went to the bathhouse with him. The military bathhouse would not close until after 9 o'clock. The couple was able to take a comfortable bath. Jiang Qian washed his hair again. It was a bit cold to go home wrapped in a towel, but fortunately they were wearing more clothes. Mrs. Gao happened to come out to pour water and saw the backs of the couple. She couldn't help but go home and tell Deputy Battalion Commander Gao, the couple next door are really sticky. They had to go together to buy vegetables in the morning, and now they are taking a shower together again. They just took a shower yesterday. Who knows what will happen at night? Deputy Battalion Commander Gao was reading a newspaper. He glanced at her and said, "Why do you care about what they do? If they get married and get close to their wife, that's their business. Don't meddle in other people's business." He and Gao Tsuetsue are from the same village and have the same ancestor, but they're already 5 generations apart. How can I interfere in other people's affairs? I was just talking. I bought so many dishes home today, and the aroma of cooking has spread to our house, but I didn't see Han Shihua invite you to dinner. Gao's wife pouted. Deputy Battalion Commander Gao was not too surprised. Han Shihua had never come to his house for dinner. This time, the main reason for the dinner was that his family wanted to thank Han Shihua for going to Ma Zhongguo's house for dinner. Not to mention, Deputy Battalion Commander Gao felt that Han Shihua had married the right wife, who knew how to behave and do things. Let's talk about this. After Jiang Qian and Han Shihua returned home, he asked him to wipe her hair. Han Shihua was very willing to do this. Wife, your hair is so well maintained, black and smooth. Han Shihua praised while wiping her hair. Jiang Qian glanced at him softly. Is it beautiful? Beautiful.
Han Shihua did.
Then do you like it? I like it. Jiang Qian smiled and leaned over to kiss her. Han Shihua wanted to kiss back immediately, but Jiang Qian refused. Don't make trouble. Your hair isn't dry yet. You can't sleep with wet hair. It's easy to lose your hair. Han Shihua continued to wipe his hair obediently. The fragrance of his wife kept coming into his nose, making him distracted even when he was wiping his hair. Until he was almost done, he was no longer polite. The wedding night, although late, it finally came. The wind howled on the November night, so cold that it made people shiver. But in Han Shihua and Jiang Qian's cabin, it was warm and flowers were blooming that night. After a night of ups and downs, when Jiang Qian woke up the next day, it was already noon. Jiang Qian woke up and found her head dizzy. And the events of last night quickly appeared in her mind, making Jiang Qian's charming little face shy and pale. She knew that marrying him would probably make her life happy, but she didn't expect it to be so happy. It was so happy that she was scared. She knew that there was a very thick barrier between the men in novels and the men in reality. The two-dimensional world is the two-dimensional world, and the three-dimensional world is the three-dimensional world. Don't substitute the men in the two-dimensional novels into the three-dimensional world, because those are not available in reality. It is precisely because of what cannot be obtained in reality that people want to be satisfied in novels, thus this kind of supply and demand relationship appears. Jiang Qian is a very down-to-earth person. She did not hold too high hopes for Han Shihua. She thought that it would be enough if it was almost there, and her demands were not that great. Just like a normal couple. This request is not that excessive, right? As a result, God is particularly kind to this contented girl. The man she married is extremely strong. The man in the novel is reflected in reality. Thinking of what happened to her last night, Jiang Qian was really scared. She was wondering if it was too late for her to divorce now, but she felt like crying but had no tears. It must be too late. Han Shihua would never divorce her. And if she divorces him because of this, she would probably be envied. Thinking of this, Jiang Qian's stomach growled with hunger, so she no longer lingered in the warmth of the bed and got up slowly. When she came out to brush her teeth and wash her face, she didn't dare to look at the hanging mattress, but she couldn't help but take a look, for fear that Han Shihua would not wash it clean and leave some traces that would be seen by the neighbors. Fortunately, Han Shihua did not make any mistakes in this matter. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she came back to look in the mirror and put on makeup, and she saw a different self in the mirror. Before yesterday, she was still a girl, but now she is a real woman, with a sense of charm and seductiveness between her eyebrows. Jiang Qian looked at herself and was more and more satisfied. She was grateful to her parents for giving birth to such a good girl. After admiring herself in front of the mirror, she applied some vanishing cream. Although there were many other skincare products in the space, she felt that the vanishing cream was not bad at all and was very moisturizing. After she got herself ready, she came to have breakfast. Han Shihua got up early today. Not only did he buy the vegetables, he also packed breakfast and brought it back to simmer on the warm stove, including steamed buns and soy milk. Because there was a coal stove, both the steamed buns and soy milk were still a little warm. Jiang Qian was hungry, so of course they tasted delicious. She thought of Han Shihua again. Although she was scary last night, this man was still very considerate. After eating, she came to the kitchen to see what vegetables he bought. Han Shihua found someone to exchange some tickets yesterday, so he bought some eggs, pork, mutton, cabbage, potatoes, and radishes. Jiang Qian washed some rice and steamed it. They had rice for lunch. As for the side dishes, a lamb stewed with radish was enough. It was already 10 o'clock, so she arranged to stew the lamb. The radish didn't need to be put in so quickly. Just wait until it was almost done before pouring it into stew. This way, it wouldn't be too soft and mushy when it came out of the pot, but would be very fresh and sweet. She had made this dish many times and was very skilled, and the taste of the stewed lamb was also impeccable. While stewing the lamb, Jiang Qian took a book and continued to lie down in bed. It was still very comfortable to read while leaning against the head of the bed. Han Shihua came to her mind again. I wonder what he was doing at this time. What was Han Shihua doing? He was training soldiers. Although he was the battalion commander, this was also one of their daily trainings, especially since the drill was about to be carried out in half a month, so they had to hurry up to train. And a soldier was caught by Han Shihua because he made a mistake. The soldier's face turned pale because he knew that he would definitely be severely punished. The black-faced Bao Gong was famous for his severity. Do you still think you can handle it if you fall into his hands? But today Han Shihua said, it's just a momentary mistake. Keep up the good work. Go. The soldier, who was prepared to face the thunder and gale, was completely stunned. At the same time, he also thought of it. Everyone said that Captain Han got married, and his wife was very beautiful. They knew the news, but they haven't seen the sister-in-law yet, and they don't know whether it is true or not. But looking at the appearance of Captain Han today, it seems to be true. Because Captain Han today is completely different from before. The soldier who escaped the disaster came to his senses, quickly responded, and ran over to catch up with the team. Lu Changzheng also understood Han Shihua's temper. He wanted to walk over and say a few words to let him go. Don't be too strict and be moderate, right? As a result, he heard these words. Immediately. What's wrong? Han Shihua looked at him in confusion. Lu Changzheng nudged him with his elbow and laughed. Your temper has improved a lot. It seems that you are different after getting married. He used to be a hot-tempered and irritable dragon, but now he is so calm. However, he understands. He has been through it all, and knows what it is like to be nourished by love. It must be different after having a wife. Hans Sherwood didn't tell him that. He looked at his watch. There were still 2 hours before he got off work, but he missed his wife very much. I don't know if she woke up yet. He bought breakfast for her. I don't know if it suits her appetite. He will make some dumplings in advance when he goes back tonight and save them for tomorrow morning. Anyway, it's cold, and he's not afraid that they will go bad. But of course, these things don't need to be told to the outside world. He turned and said, "For this exercise, the first place belongs to our battalion." Lu Chongjing didn't like to hear this. That's difficult. Our battalion is full of good players. We must be the first. Just as he said this, 2 soldiers over there accidentally tripped and fell. Lu Chongjing was a little embarrassed and went over to scold them with a dark face. Hans Sherwood advised him, "It's nothing. It's inevitable." Lu Chongjing. This black-faced Baogong is trying to persuade others. It's simply against the will of heaven. I don't know if it's against the will of heaven or not. Anyway, Hans Sherwood went home quickly after work. Some other singles who used to go to the cafeteria to eat with him were very envious. Captain Han brought his family to follow the army, and he will no longer go to the cafeteria to eat with them, and go home to eat what his wife cooks. When Han Sherwood came back, he saw Gao Tsuetsue coming out of the house with an empty bowl, and her face was not very good. "Oh, Captain Han is back. You really married a capable wife," Gao Tsuetsue said sarcastically when she saw him. Hans Sherwood glanced at the bowl in her hand. He could smell the fragrance coming from the house. He knew what Gao Tsuetsue was here for without asking. But before this, Hans Sherwood had heard Nian Yuji say that she liked to take advantage, but he had never seen it because he was single. Now he has come to the family compound, so he came here. I don't know if his wife has suffered a loss or been angry. Thinking of this, Hans Sherwood's face became a little gloomy. Gao Tsuetsue didn't have that kind of eyesight and was waiting for him to ask, but he didn't ask, so she said herself, "I got up late today, and I couldn't buy meat in the market. The children at home were clamoring for food, so I thought about coming to your house to borrow some first, and then I would buy it tomorrow and bring it back. As a result, your wife didn't even lend me a little soup." I'm not saying that your wife is a little stingy. We all live here together, and everyone has difficulties. When she said this, Jiang Qian just came out and saw 2 military wives standing outside the gate of the fence watching the fun. She certainly would not let Gao Tsuetsue confuse right and wrong like this. She smiled and said, "Sister-in-law smelled me making lard yesterday, and she remembered that she forgot to buy lard, so she wanted to come and borrow lard. Today she smelled me stewing mutton, and she forgot to buy mutton, so she wanted to come and ask for mutton. Sister-in-law is specifically keeping an eye on my family. What did my family make that you forgot to buy?" The 2 military wives who were watching the fun immediately covered their mouths and laughed when they heard this, and looked at Gao Tsuetsue with mockery. They have been here for a long time. How could they not know who Gao Tsuetsue is? It is obvious that they think that Captain Han's family is new and easy to bully. Unexpectedly, she looks delicate and weak, but she is not polite at all when she speaks. After Nian Yuji's reminder yesterday, Jiang Qian certainly didn't want to be polite to Gao Tsuetsue. As Nian Yuji said, people like Gao Tsuetsue are typical of those who are greedy for more. It's not that she can't afford a bowl of mutton soup. She gave it this time, but what about next time? What about the next time? Let Gao Tsuetsue taste the sweetness. She will definitely come to harass her endlessly. How can she live? Does she have to give it every time Gao Tsuetsue smells the smell and asks for it? She was always treated as a sucker by others, but if she didn't give him money just once, all the money she gave him before would be in vain. So it would be better not to give him any soup from now on, so as to avoid this big trouble. It's all over. The most important thing is that she doesn't want to have anything to do with such a person at all. Everyone lives their own life, so there is really no need to be polite. Hans Sherwood was relieved to know that his wife didn't suffer any loss or bullying, and looked at Gao Tsuetsue. "Sister-in-law, if you need anything, I'll go ask Lao Gao later. Do you need my help to think of a solution?" Gao Tsuetsue's face tightened with just one sentence. No, I just saw that the child was greedy, and these debt collectors howling gave me a headache, so I came here to borrow some. It's nothing, it's nothing. You don't have to tell Lao Gao, I'll go back first. After saying that, she ran away. The two military wives who were watching the fun did not stay for long, but one of them saw Jiang Qian looking at them, and she gave Jiang Qian a thumbs up. Jiang Qian felt the other party's kindness and smiled immediately. And the military wife turned around and told others about Gao Tsuetsue's past to take advantage of Captain Han's house. Let's not talk about this matter for now. Han Shihua took his wife home. Next time if she comes to take advantage, you don't have to indulge her. Just tell Deputy Captain Gao later. She will definitely not dare to make trouble. Jiang Qian also saw that Gao Tsuetsue was scared to death and laughed. Is she so afraid of Deputy Captain Gao? Yesterday, Nian Yuji also said that she would tell Deputy Captain Gao, which scared Gao Tsuetsue enough. What she fears most is that others will tell Deputy Captain Gao about her affairs. There was a quarrel before, and Deputy Captain Gao wanted to drag her onto the train to send her and her children back to her hometown, but she refused to do so. In the end, the leader came, and Deputy Captain Gao decided to give her another chance. Han Shihua talked about this. Gao Tsuetsue is very restrained now. When he first came, Han Shihua heard Nian Yuji say that she went directly into other people's homes to get food, just like going into her own home. Jiang Qian also learned a lot from such a top-notch person. After listening for a while, she said, "It's not that I can't bear to give up a bowl of soup. If it's a good one, I'm willing to give some meat back to the children to satisfy their cravings. It's just that I can't get along with her like this. I don't want to cause such a big trouble with her, let alone have such contact with her, so I just refused." Han Shihua hugged her. "Wife, you did the right thing. This kind of thing should be done like this." Jiang Qian gave him a glare, which made Han Shihua's body, which had just started eating meat, hot. He whispered, "Wife, I'm sorry, last night I..." Jiang Qian blushed and pushed him. "Go wash your hands and get ready to eat. It's broad daylight. She shouldn't say dirty words to him." Han Shihua came over and kissed her. The shy look of the young wife was really endearing. After washing their hands, they sat down to eat. Lamb stewed with radish. That was really delicious. I don't know how Jiang Qian prepared it. The lamb tasted very light, with only a scent of meat. Stewed with radish, it was really sweet and delicious. But Jiang Qian didn't have a big appetite and didn't eat much. Han Shihua basically ate it all. Well, after all, the consumption was a bit high. He went to lead the troops in training this morning. After eating, he cleaned up very quickly and cleaned himself up as well. He washed his feet again, and then came to the study to find Jiang Qian. "Wife, it's time for a nap." Jiang Qian blushed and glared at him. "I'm not sleepy. You go to sleep by yourself. Aren't you sleepy? It's good to lie down for a while." "No need." But her objection was ineffective, and she was carried back to the house by Han Shihua. However, she really did nothing. Not only that, he also came to apologize to his wife. "Wife, I will never do that again." His attitude was very sincere. Because he could feel his wife's resistance to him, but it was not his wife's fault, but only his fault. Jiang Qian was satisfied when she saw this, and said with relief, "I've been busy outside all morning. You should go to bed soon." "Okay." Han Shihua smiled immediately, came over and kissed his wife. This made his wife glare at him. It was because Jiang Qian was inexperienced and easy to coax, so she really believed his lies. Later she knew that what men say in bed can never be believed. After waking up from a nap, Han Shihua was no longer at home. Jiang Qian was reading at home. At 3 o'clock, Nian Yuji came over. She asked Gao Tsuetsue if she came to ask for mutton soup in the morning. "How did you know, sister-in-law?" Jiang Qian smiled. Li Guifan said so. Jiang Qian thought about one of the two military wives and said, "Actually, a bowl of mutton soup is nothing, but Sister Gao has that kind of personality. She comes to borrow things every day. I'm afraid that if she does it once, she will come twice, 3 or 4 times. So I simply refused and didn't start this business." "You right to do so." Nian Yuji agreed. "Don't start this business with her. Otherwise you'll be annoyed to death."
Jiang Qian smiled. "Ikke si offended her."
"What are you afraid of?" Nianyuji was very insightful. Shirgua's military rank is higher than her husband Gao. She is not afraid of offending you. What he said is absolutely true. Deputy Battalion Commander Gao is already over 30 years old, but he is still only a deputy battalion commander. However, Han Shirgua is only 26 years old this year and is already a regular battalion commander. Moreover, Han Shirgua has 2 second-class merits and 5 third-class merits. Speaking of the future, Han Shirgua's is much brighter than Deputy Battalion Commander Gao. Gao Tsuetsue is not afraid of offending her, so why would she be afraid of offending the other party? That is impossible. Nianyuji began to praise again, praising Jiang Qian's dinner party yesterday. After my husband Ma went back, he praised you to me, saying that you are generous and have good skills. He was worried that Shirgua would marry someone like Song Zhaodi like Aigua. Now, it is just too much to think about it. Shirgua is really lucky to marry you. It was not only Ma Zhonghua who was praised. At the dinner last night, Jiang Qian's status as a family member accompanying the army was established. Gu Yunman had no classes in the afternoon, so she accompanied the twins to sleep. When the brother and sister woke up, she carried a net bag of apples and brought the brother and sister to visit Jiang Qian. Yunman, you are here. When Jiang Qian opened the door and saw that it was her, she smiled immediately, but her eyes were immediately attracted by the twins. The twins looked like delicate jade sculptures, so adorable. Whose 2 lovely children are these?
Hello, Auntie.
The twin brother and sister had never been greeted like this before, and they both smiled and shouted to Jiang Qian. Hello, it's cold outside, come in quickly. Jiang Qian said with a smile. Gu Yunman smiled, carrying apples and bringing the brother and sister into the house. Jiang Qian immediately went to make malted milk and took out some candy. Thank you, Auntie. Seeing the malted milk and candy, the twin brother and sister were very happy. Jiang Qian smiled. You re-welcome. What are your names? My name is Lu Ming. My name is Lu Shuang. The brother and sister both gave their names generously. Jiang Qian asked, from now on, I'll call you Ming Ming and Shuang Shuang, okay? Okay, everyone calls them that. The brother and sister nodded. Jiang Qian smiled and said to Gu Yunlan, you have taught them so well. Gu Yunlan smiled. When they are well-behaved, I can't wait to hug them and kiss them. When they are naughty, it's so troublesome. Jiang Qian also has many years of experience in taking care of nephews and nieces, and he has some understanding of children. But in fact, to be honest, children at this age are indeed more solid and easy to satisfy. Make a plate of cakes for the nephews and nieces at home. Even if each person can only get 1 or 2 pieces, they can be happy all day long. In the summer, buy a watermelon, and they will jump for joy, wishing to eat even the watermelon rind. On weekdays, they basically don't need to be taken care of. They go out to play and run around the village by themselves. Facts have proved that without those beggars, the children will really not be lost. Gu Yunman chatted with Jiang Qian and also talked about Lu Chongjing's praise when he went back. Old Lu said that my cooking skills were not good after the meal and asked me to come and learn from you. Don't listen to Captain Lu. My cooking is not that great. It's just that they haven't eaten it before. They want to try it for fun. If he and Shirgua come to eat it a few more times, he won't think it's delicious anymore. Jiang Qian said with a smile. Gu Yunlan smiled. You don't know how picky his tongue is. It's all a bad habit he has developed. Jiang Qian smiled. Shirgua has told you about my background, right? Gu Yunlan smiled. Jiang Qian was a little embarrassed. He has. After all, he was talking behind people's backs. Gu Yunlan smiled. My story is no secret here. Shirgua would definitely have mentioned it to you. It's nothing. I heard from Shirgua that you went to college? Jiang Qian asked. I only studied for 1 year, but my admission to college had nothing to do with that family. They didn't let me go to school at all. Gu Yunlan didn't have a good impression of her adoptive parents.
She didn't know her life story.
She just thought her family valued boys over girls and didn't let her go to school because of this. But there was a fairy in the village, and the fairy died later. But when the fairy was alive, she told her that she was born in a small village and shouldn't have been born in such a small village. She told her that she must go to school and that only by studying could she have a chance to go out. Gu Yunlon heard this, so even if her family didn't agree, she insisted on studying. She was also lucky to have picked up some things by accident such as yuan dadu and so on. And only after she exchanged it for money could she pay her own tuition. She was also very talented, and she could learn in 1 year what others could learn in 2 or 3 years. However, after she returned home, she had to take care of all the housework and take it out on her adoptive parents when they were unhappy. However, the more this happened, the more determined she was to study, and she didn't want to live like that for the rest of her life. In the end, she went all the way to high school and even got admitted to university. During that time, her adoptive parents were against it, but Gu Yunlon was lucky enough to pick up treasures and sell them for money to support her studies. But later they stopped objecting, and she thought they were willing to help her and finally found out that it was because she went to college and could be sold for a good price in the future. When she was in college, there was a commotion outside, and her family tricked her back that time, intending to sell her to a cave in the mountains to be the wife of a fool. Because she was admitted to college, the family gave her a sky-high betrothal gift. Gu Yunlon was so angry that she stole the money from home and ran away. But their school was too chaotic to go back, and it was easy to be found. Finally, through someone's introduction, she joined the art troupe by chance. What happened next is Han Shihua, that's enough. She returned to the Gu family, and not only did she change her surname, but also her name. She hated her adoptive parents who tampered with her fate. She was kind enough not to sue them for baby swapping and sending them to prison, and she was grateful. Jiang Qian only had one feeling after listening to it, that Gu Yunlon was definitely playing the role of a rich girl. By the way, could she have traveled through a book? But thinking back, she hadn't read it either. Otherwise, even if she couldn't remember the specific plot, she should have had some impression. But she didn't think about these anymore, and Jiang Qian comforted her. The boat has passed through thousands of mountains, and the long road is also bright. Gu Yunlon felt very comfortable to hear this, which was more useful than any comfort, and said, "You rewrite." The mother and her 2 children didn't go back until almost 4:30. At 5 o'clock, Han Shihua and the others got off work. Han Shihua came back and took his clothes to take a shower first. He had a special training today, so his body was not very clean. "You can eat when you come back." Jiang Qian smiled and gave him a glare. Han Shihua came over and kissed his wife, then went out with a smile. When he came back from taking a shower, Jiang Qian had prepared the meal, including Chinese cabbage with oil residue and twice-cooked pork stewed with potatoes, and the staple food was also rice. These 2 dishes were simple, but they were full of the taste of home, and they were simple and appetizing to eat. Jiang Qian had been at home all day, and just now he accompanied Gu Yunlon to drink malted milk and ate the apple she brought. He didn't eat much, and it was basically all eaten by Han Shihua. Han Shihua went to clean up the dishes after eating and drinking. But he was very honest today, knowing that he was too greedy last night, and his wife had not recovered today, so she definitely couldn't come. So he didn't dare to do anything honestly, and came to read with his wife. Said, "Wife, I reported your information yesterday, and I know that you graduated from high school. Today the leader asked me if you want to go to the propaganda department." Jiang Qian heard this and said, "Is it Yunlon's unit?" Gu Yunlon came over and said, "Yes, they're still missing someone." Han Shihua nodded. "Although it's for publicity, the work content is still very leisurely. I'll go and try." This kind of days of cooking at home and waiting for him to come back is okay for a short time, but if she lives like this every day, no matter how lazy she is, she probably can't stand it because she will really go crazy. For example, after Gu Yunlon retired from the art troupe, except for when she was pregnant and couldn't go out, she didn't want to stay at home for a moment after the children's lives. Her mother helped to take care of the twins, and she went to work very quickly. She said that when she was at home, her thinking was really slow, but when she went to work, she was not only confident, but also energetic. "Okay, I'll take you to report tomorrow morning." Han Shihua nodded. Jiang Qian also had to ask about the salary. Although the work should be based on one's own comfort level, the treatment cannot be bad. You can't work for nothing at any time. There must be give and take to achieve a win-win situation. 35 yuan a month. Han Shirwa talked about the salary. A salary of 35 yuan and various tickets are issued every month. Jiang Qian was very satisfied when she heard it. This treatment is still very good. Han Shirwa smiled at her. Don't worry about these. Our family has money, enough for you to spend. Any ticket you want, I can also get it for you. Just do what you like. His salary is enough to support the family. He doesn't need her to consider these. Although the rough man refused to let go after eating last night, he was really considerate when he spoke this time. Jiang Qian came over and hugged his neck and kissed him. Her little mouth was sweeter than honey. I know you love me, but it's good to have a career of your own. Today, Yunlan brought the twins to see me and asked me to find something to do. Otherwise, if you stay at home for too long, you'll get moldy easily. Han Shirwa could no longer listen to these words. His eyes were fixed on his wife's sweet little mouth. He couldn't help but hugged his wife's waist and kissed her. But his wife couldn't come. So, he didn't take any further action. He just hugged his wife, gently patted her waist, and tried to calm himself. Jiang Qian didn't mean to do that either. Her body hadn't recovered yet. Although he couldn't continue eating, Han Shirwa was satisfied and hugged his wife to sleep together. The cold wind was howling outside, and the house was full of warm flowers. The next morning, because she had to report to the unit, Jiang Qian didn't continue to sleep in. After Han Shirwa went to buy vegetables and breakfast, she got up, but she was lazy. Han Shirwa looked at his little wife. Her little face was white and rosy. It was really too moist. He really liked it when he saw it. He came over and kissed her twice. He also said, "Wife, why don't you stop going to the unit and sleep for a while? If I go to the propaganda department, I won't be able to sleep in the future." He could see that his young wife really liked to sleep in. When she woke up, she was very lazy, like a beautiful cat. Jiang Qian. She found that he really spoiled her. He actually wanted her to sleep in at home instead of going to work. Although it was quite tempting, she still wanted to create her own value. In this era, there was nothing. It was really hard to stay at home. It would be out of touch. Unlike the various software in the future, you can know what's going on in the world without leaving home. The news is faster than those who work outside. It is impossible to be out of touch. Go away. Jiang Qian pushed him away and got up to wash up. 35 yuan a month, it would be a waste not to make money, and the propaganda department of the army is also a formal organization. How many people want such a job but don't have it? Han Shirwa smiled and followed his wife to watch her wash up, which made his wife glare at him. He came over and kissed her again. Jiang Qian. He really likes to kiss her. But forget it, she also likes being kissed by him. After all, it's the passionate love period, not the period when middle-aged couples feel sick for several days after a kiss. Now is the honeymoon period. It's normal to be a little sticky. After breakfast, the young couple went out together. Just then, Gao Tsue from next door came out to pour water. Seeing that they were in a pair again, she immediately rolled her eyes. When chatting with Galicia about gossip, she said, "They are really sticky. They do everything together, including buying vegetables and going out together in the morning. Yesterday, I saw a mattress hanging on the rope at the door of her house. Today, her little face looks like she has taken a 10-in-1 tonic pill." When it comes to the last one, Gao Tsue's tone is full of envy and jealousy. It can be seen from one look that the newlyweds are in a hot relationship. Isn't this what makes her, who has long passed the passionate love period, envious? It's really the best age in life. Galicia couldn't help but ask, "Are you so cruel? Of course, you don't even look at your age. You just got married, so you have to use all your strength, right?" She really thought that Han Shirwa could become her brother-in-law, but she didn't expect that it would not happen. Go and tell your sister to give up that idea. She married such a delicate wife and looked down on her. Gao Tsue remembered and said so to her. Although Gao Tsue was angry that Jiang Qian didn't even give her a bowl of mutton soup, this young wife's appearance and figure were really amazing. Galicia's sister Ge Saixia couldn't even flatter her. Galicia was also afraid that her sister would be delayed. She had a chance before, But now other people's wives have been brought here to follow the army, and her sister has no chance. So she came to the hospital specially. Now her sister Good Saixia is working as a cleaner here. The two sisters are indeed biological children. They look very similar. They are both short and dark. Sister, wait a minute, I'll be done soon. Seeing her sister, Good Saixia, who was cleaning up the hospital garbage, hurriedly said. Soon she also cleaned up, washed her hands, and went out to find her sister. Galicia, are you very busy on weekdays? There are a lot of things, but not too busy.
Ye Kaisia smiled.
Galicia really didn't want to discourage her, but still said, well, Captain Han is already married, and he brought his family to follow the army, so you don't have to think about him anymore.
Captain Han.
The one you wanted to introduce to me, sister? Good Saixia was stunned for a moment before she remembered this.
Yes.
I've told you that he doesn't like me anymore, sister. You still don't believe it. Good Saixia didn't care. When her sister was in confinement, she came from her hometown to take care of her, and her sister wanted to introduce her to this marriage, but was directly rejected by Captain Han. Her sister was so angry that she started to spread rumors that the man had a hidden secret as soon as she got out of confinement, hoping to force him to submit. As a result, she failed and was scolded by her brother-in-law. But Good Saixia herself did not dare to dream of such a good thing from the beginning. How could such a person be interested in me? My father is not his leader, and I am not a beauty, Good Saixia said.
Ye Lixia.
Do you have so little confidence in yourself? Good Saixia thought to herself that I know my own weight, but she didn't say that, and instead happily shared her own things, sister. I am doing very well here now. The head nurse also praised me for my attention to hygiene and diligence. I have applied for a regular job. I will no longer be a temporary worker, but a formal employee in the future.
Ye Lixia.
With this little bit of ability, if I become an officer's wife, won't I be able to live a good life with my man in the future? Is there any need for me to come here to sweep the floor? But Good Saixia likes this job very much. After becoming a regular employee, she can earn 25 yuan a month. You know, when she was in the village before, she not only had to take care of the housework but also the farm work. She was exhausted every day. The key is that she couldn't eat enough, either sweet potatoes or sweet potatoes. But after coming here, she doesn't know how much better she eats. She is even fatter. And the work in the hospital is much easier than in the village, because she will enthusiastically show people the way, and those who come to see the doctor also praise her. Last time, there was an old lady who was hospitalized and was well taken care of by her. She paid attention to the hygiene of the old lady and helped to pour water when she went over. After she was discharged from the hospital, the old lady brought her 2 apples to eat. Good Saixia has received a kind of recognition and a realization of self-worth here, which is better than anything else. If possible, she really wants to work here for the rest of her life. Nothing else, sister. Go back. Don't worry about me. I know my conditions. Good Saixia said. Galicia was speechless, but she was open-minded, and it was indeed a good thing that she could get a permanent job. I'll ask your brother-in-law to see if there is anyone suitable. If there is, I'll introduce you to one. Galicia said. Good Saixia agreed, and after her sister went back, she continued to be busy. She never dared to think about marrying the battalion commander from the beginning to the end. Han Shihua and Jiang Qian certainly didn't know about these things. The couple had already come to the propaganda department. After Han Shihua brought Jiang Qian to introduce her to Director Zhang of the propaganda department, he went to do his own things. Jiang Qian followed Director Zhang to the office by herself. Qian. Gu Yunlan, who was already in the office, saw her and her eyes lit up. Are you here to see me? Yes, so today I came to apply for a job in the propaganda department. If I pass, we will be colleagues in the future. Jiang Qian smiled. Gu Yunlan was very happy to hear this, and couldn't help asking Director Zhang, why didn't I know that our propaganda department was short of people? If she knew, she would have told Jiang Qian. You are too busy, so I'm looking for a helper for you. Director Zhang smiled. You two happen to know each other. Why don't you take Comrade Jiang to familiarize him with our department? Okay, leave it to me. Gu Yunlan agreed immediately. Director Zhang nodded with satisfaction and handed Jiang Qian to her. Gu Yunlan pulled Jiang Qian to sit down. Qian, please sit down. I'll go get you a glass of water. She was very happy, so she used a clean cup to pour water for Jiang Qian and then sat down and talked to Jiang Qian about the scope of the unit's work. As they were chatting, a male clerk came to work. He was listless at first, but when he saw Jiang Qian, his eyes suddenly lit up. Secretary Gu. Who is this? This is Secretary Feng Bowen, the leader of our propaganda department. Gu Yunlan introduced Jiang Qian and Jiang Qian to Feng Bowen with a smile. This is the family member of Battalion Commander Han, Comrade Jiang Qian. If nothing unexpected happens, you will become our colleague. Hello, my name is Feng Bowen. Feng Bowen's eyes were on Jiang Qian, and he didn't listen to what Gu Yunlan said at all, and stretched out his hand. Hello, my name is Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian stretched out his hand. From now on, we will be colleagues. If you need any help, just let me know. Feng Bowen said. Thank you. Jiang Qian felt the other party's kindness and smiled. Gu Yunlan said, Come on, I'll take you around and get familiar with the environment here. I tell you, it's right for you to come to work in our department. The two chatted and got familiar with the environment. Feng Bowen watched them leave. Then he realized what Gu Yunlan had just said. He was stunned for a moment and hurried over to find Director Zhang. He couldn't help asking, Director, I just heard from Officer Gu that Comrade Jiang is the relative of Captain Han? The Captain Han who came to our department to promote the drill before? Did he hear it wrong?
Yes.
Is Teacher Jiang really married to him? Of course. Is that so? Feng Bowen suddenly felt that his love affair had ended before it even began. How come the ones he liked were all married? Gu Yunlan was, and now Jiang Qian was too. Director Zhang glanced at him and didn't want to pay attention to him. He was already an adult, but his standards were still so high. His niece just had a flat nose, a short neck, and a big body, but everything else was pretty good. But this old guy didn't like her. But now he doesn't care about him anymore. His niece is dating the quartermaster of the logistics department. The quartermaster is very knowledgeable and knows that his niece is a good one. The two get along very well and are getting married next month. Feng Bowen, who loves looks. Thank you, Chief Logistics Officer. I'll treat him to steamed buns next time. Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan took a walk and came back to the office. They were talking about their work when they saw another female clerk come in with a pale face. Xiaolan, didn't you take sick leave? Why are you here? Another female secretary in the office said with concern. Jiang Qian looked over and saw the other person. Gu Xiaolan, the fake daughter. Although it is impossible to say that she will be determined as soon as she meets her, it is really like the novels I have read before. This fake daughter really has the strength of a willow facing the wind. Although she was born in a poor family, she was spoiled and raised in the Gu family since she was a child because she was taken away by mistake. Moreover, she has not been in good health since she was a child. She married a husband, but the other party unfortunately died. Now she is a young widow. As a widow, she is so weak and unable to take care of herself. She is really a little white flower swaying in the wind, which makes people feel pity. And because she has the support of the big tree of the Gu family, she has many suitors. In comparison, Gu Yunlan does not have such a weak temperament. Gu Yunlan is more like a proud plum. Even after experiencing wind and frost, she still has her own unyielding pride and can bloom her own fragrance in the bitter cold. These real and fake daughters are really completely different types. Gu Xiaolan smiled at the female secretary who cared about her. I'm fine. I can't keep asking for leave.
You are just too dedicated,
said the female secretary named Cheng Miao.
Gu Xiaolan, this is what I should do.
As she said that, she looked over here, looked at Gu Yunlan with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes, walked over and said with a smile, Sister, good morning. Gu Yunlan glanced at her and said bluntly, Don't try to be related. I don't have any sisters. Gu Xiaolan sighed. Her look was so distressing that people couldn't help but feel distressed. She didn't say anything but turned to look at Jiang Qian and was suddenly confused. Who are you? I'm the new propagandist in the department, Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian replied politely. Gu Xiaolan was stunned for a moment. New colleague? She remembered that in her last life, there was such a new female director in the propaganda department. Yes, she was reborn. It was because of this illness that she was reborn. This is very wonderful and mysterious, but it also gave Gu Xiaolan a brand new opportunity. After the matter of the real and fake daughter was exposed in the last life, she became a widow because her newlywed husband died unexpectedly outside. So under the hypocritical retention of her adoptive mother, Mrs. Gu, she lingered in the Gu family for a few years. Why is it lingering? Because the Gu family treated her well on the surface, but in fact they didn't look down on her at all. In addition to Gu Yunlan's suppression of her and the Gu family's partiality, she had to fight back. In the end, the Gu family really chose Gu Yunlan, their biological daughter, and she was sent back to her biological parents by the Gu family. Her biological parents really loved her. Otherwise, they wouldn't have helped her to have such a rich life. This accident of taking the wrong child was not an accident at all. Her parents did it on purpose. Knowing that Chief Gu and Madame Gu were of special status, they secretly swapped the two children. They just wanted her to live a good life. After she went back, her biological parents treated her very well, and she didn't have to work in the fields. But she was used to the good life outside, and she really couldn't live like this after she went back. So, she quickly found a partner in the city. But she didn't expect that the partner was an incompetent man. He coaxed her body before getting married. She had been married before and knew about this, but this man was fine before marriage, but he was not after marriage. The key point is that she's been married to him for more than half a year, and there is no news of her pregnancy. Combined with his little ability, this is probably a can't have a baby, right? When Gu Xiaolan went back to tell her mother said that it was probably impossible. She really felt like the sky was falling. So, she listened to her mother and went back to her village to borrow money from the unmarried neighbor in the village. The unmarried man was strong and had real skills. So much so that after giving birth to the child, she still had contact with the man and made appointments from time to time. So when she walked on the road too much at night, she encountered ghosts. One time, the neighbor man came to the city and came to see her as her cousin. When the two were doing things in the house, they were caught by her incompetent husband. She was scared to death when she was dragged out to break her shoes. Unexpectedly, she was reborn. Because she was too confused for a while, she took sick leave to sort out her thoughts. After confirming that she was really reborn, she replanned. She has given up her life, and she will never be so depressed to go back to her hometown in this life. Gu Xiaolan took a deep breath. Not only will she not go back, she will also stay in the old Gu family completely. So today she packed up and came to work. She also changed her previous behavior and came to say hello to Gu Yunlan. She never paid attention to Gu Yunlan before because the two of them were like water and fire. Gu Yunlan blamed her for occupying the magpie's nest, and Gu Xiaolan blamed her for grabbing everything she had. And although Gu Xiaolan was weak since she was a child, she was also arrogant. How could she bow to Gu Yunlan? But after living a new life, Gu Xiaolan's thoughts have completely changed. But it seems that something is different. For example, the new colleague in front of her, she remembers very clearly that she didn't exist in the previous life. But Gu Xiaolan didn't leak it. She went to her own seat and sat down, and asked Cheng Miao in a low voice, "Where did Secretary Zhang come from?" When Cheng Miao first came to work, he also heard Gu Yunlan's introduction and said, "She is the family member of Battalion Commander Han." Gu Xiaolan was stunned by this sentence. What? Captain Han's family? How is this possible? Gu Xiaolan said in astonishment. She knew who Captain Han was. Han Shiguo was Lu Chongjing's best brother and had a bright future. But in his previous life, Han Shiguo clearly married Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was very nice to her, and she always used her as a gun to deal with Gu Yunlan. What's impossible about this? She is. Cheng Miao said. Gu Xiaolan couldn't help but glance at Zhang Qian. Could it be that this person was also reborn? Knowing that Han Shiguo had a bright future, he snatched Jiang Yu's marriage? But she soon found out that it was not the case. Because Han Shiguo had no intention of hiding it Everyone in the family compound knew that Jiang Qian was not the marriage arranged by his parents, and theirs was not an arranged marriage. The previous marriage was cancelled by the woman's family. The woman's family bought a job in the supply and marketing cooperative and felt that he was too busy in the army, so they cancelled the marriage. The current wife was the one he chose and brought home. Gu Xiaolan was stunned when she heard the news. What was going on? Could it be that Jiang Yu was the one who was reborn?
Why?
Han Shihua had such a bright future. How could someone like Jiang Yu give up on him? Gu Xiaolan thought about it all the way home, and finally she figured out. She remembered that Han Shihua and his team were on a mission once, but there was news of his death, and the whole base was in an uproar at the time. But that time they all survived unexpectedly and made great contributions. Could it be that Jiang Yu was reborn because she couldn't bear it after hearing the false news? Just like she was scared to death by a broken shoe and then reborn. She thought it was very likely. Jiang Yu most likely thought that Han Shihua would die, so she quickly broke off the engagement after rebirth. Because only this could explain it. Of course, she also had to find a chance to test Jiang Qian again to see if she had any tricks. Jiang Qian certainly didn't know about the things she planned. After she successfully completed the entry process and placed her desk next to Gu Yunlan, she took some past promotional materials from Feng Bowen, who was a little distraught for some reason, and came back. Seeing the mutton that Han Shihua bought in the morning, Jiang Qian chopped the stuffing and made dumplings for lunch. Jiang Qian also liked carrot and mutton dumplings very much. In order to save trouble, she made the evening portion as well, so she didn't have to cook again at night. It was so cold that my hands were freezing, so it would be better to solve the 3 meals a day simply instead of making it so cumbersome. She wrapped the mutton dumplings very quickly, and it was almost time, but she was not in a hurry to put them in the pot, waiting for Han Shihua to come back. Han Shihua would not let his wife wait, and he would go home as soon as he got off work. Look at him. He doesn't even stay a moment longer after work now, and he left halfway through writing the report. In the past, he would have finished it anyway. Lu Changzheng said with a smile. Ma Zhonghua, Wang Aigua, and others all laughed, who said it wasn't. Anyone can see how much Han Shihua loves his family now. Not only that, his temper has improved more than twice as much. He doesn't scold anyone anymore. He also tells people to take a break when they are tired and continue to work hard. This was something he couldn't even think of before. Wang Aigua was extremely envious. He knew that his brother was so happy. Han Shihua didn't care what they said about him behind his back. His wife must have missed him after not seeing him for a whole morning. So there was no time to delay. Sure enough, when he came back, his wife's eyes lit up when she saw him. She came over and hugged him, saying to him softly, "Are you tired?" Actually, it was Jiang Qian who was hugged by Han Shihua. "Wife, did you miss me?" Han Shihua looked at her with a smile. "Yes, I did." Jiang Qian smiled and glared at him. "Go wash your hands, I'll cook dumplings for you." Han Shihua hugged his wife for a long time before letting her go. Jiang Qian came over and put the dumplings in the boiling water. While cooking the dumplings, she said, "I will officially start work tomorrow, and I will be a little busy later. Sometimes I don't have time to cook and have to eat in the cafeteria."
It's okay.
Han Shihua didn't care about this. Just do and get tired. Jiang Qian felt that this man was really good at providing emotional value. How comfortable was it to hear this? "I'm not as delicate as you think." Jiang Qian smiled. Han Shihua thought of something else after hearing this. He came over and hugged her and said in a dark voice, then, "Wife, have you recovered?" This made the young wife's face hot. "Go away." Han Shihua was happy. He knew he could start working again. "Duet make trouble. Go sit down and wait for the meal." Jiang Qian couldn't stand his look and said angrily. Han Shihua didn't want to go. He just wanted to accompany his wife. Jiang Qian had no choice but to change the subject. "When are you free? Take me to the provincial capital for a walk. I want to go to the bookstore to ask if there is any translation work." "Do you still want to do translation?" "I'm already going to the propaganda department," Han Shihua said after hearing this. "Yulmon told me that the propaganda department is not busy. Occasionally, I need to do publicity and write articles, but generally speaking, it is very leisurely. More than 80% of the time, I go to the office to make tea, read newspapers, and gossip. Jiang Qian liked this kind of work before she even started it. It was tailor-made for her. However, Jiang Qian still wanted to do some translation work to improve her English level and not regress. Of course, she also wanted to go out from time to time and go on a date with him. She didn't want to stay in a closed-door army all the time. Han Shigwe didn't object. After thinking for a while, he said, "I'm afraid I won't be free for a while. We will have an exercise soon. We will be free after the exercise. Then I will find time to take you for a walk, okay? He is really busy now and can't spare the time." Okay. Jiang Qian had no objection, of course. That's good.
Han Shigwe kissed Tekken.
This made his young wife hit him lightly. After the dumplings were cooked, the couple sat down to eat. As soon as Han Shigwe tasted the mutton dumplings, he started to praise, "Wife, why are the mutton dumplings you make so delicious? They are better than those in the restaurants outside." No cook doesn't like to be praised. Jiang Qian smiled and said, "You just know how to make me happy. Really, I'm not kidding you. It's just better than the ones in the restaurants outside." Han Shigwe smiled. And since coming here to have a meal, which of the comrades in arms is not envious? They all know that he has married such a wife, and he'll have a good meal in the future. "Eat more," Jiang Qian said. After the meal, Han Shigwe went to clean up and then came to the small study to accompany his wife. Jiang Qian was reading a book, and when he saw him coming, he couldn't help but praise him. "Have you read all these books?" There are quite a few books on the bookshelf, at least 100 of them, but as for the books she took down to read, there were some of his notes on them. Needless to say, he has read them. "I've read them all." Han Shigwe nodded, and he had read some books more than once. "Why are you so studious?" Jiang Qian looked at the man. Han Shigwe's mouth curled up, and his words were quite humble. "I hadn't read any books before I came here, and I didn't know the importance of reading. I didn't know it until I came here, so I would read when I have time." This is true. The man knows that he can't compare with those who come from good families, so he can only try his best to catch up with studious. So Han Shigwe has really read these books, understood the knowledge in them, and took notes seriously. Jiang Qian looked at him with more appreciation in her eyes. A man who loves reading will never be bad. Buy some books later, and read more when you have time. Okay, my wife and I will make progress together.
Han Shigwe did.
But they didn't talk much about this topic. Jiang Qian was pushed to the bed by him, her face flushed. "What are you doing in broad daylight?" "Nothing, just taking a nap." But this man's words in bed are simply unbearable. In broad daylight, Jiang Qian was eaten up again. She was eaten up in broad daylight, so Jiang Qian had a good sleep in the afternoon. When she woke up, she was lazy and didn't want to move in bed. But all she could think about was her rough man. Although Jiang Qian was shy, she admitted that she enjoyed it. After lingering on the bed for a while, she got up. "Drink a cup of warm water to replenish water. It's too dry in winter now." She took an apple and came to the study. She will go to work tomorrow. Today, she must look through the propaganda materials of the propaganda department. She won't do anything without confidence. Although she had never done it before, but publicity was a piece of cake for her. After reading it for an hour or so, she was almost done. So she also read some of the content written by Gu Yunlan and Feng Bowen again. It's different to have something to do. Jiang Qian felt energetic. After reading the content of the work, she felt stable. Seeing that it was still early, she took her clothes and took a shower. After the shower, she went home comfortably. But there was a group of people on the way. Jiang Qian came over and saw that it was two women fighting. To be precise, one woman was riding on another woman. "It's just a fight between children. Do you have to join in?" said the military wife who was trying to stop the fight. "Bah, how old is her child?" "She bullied my child because she was a few years older. She beat my child so hard that he refused to leave the house. I told Song Zhaodi that she still thought her son was capable. I don't want her to know how powerful she is," the military wife riding on Song Zhaodi said, while pinching Song Zhaodi. Jiang Qian recognized that this military wife was the one called Li Guifan. Song Zhaodi couldn't beat her, and when Li Guifan was dragged away, She didn't get up and rolled on the ground and cried. This female soldier relies on her skills to bully others. I want the army to make a decision for me. I want to find the director of women's affairs to make a decision for me. Jiang Qian dodged quickly because of a burst of dust. She had just taken a shower. And she also recognized that the one on the ground was Wang Aigua's family member, Song Zhaodi. It was not good to watch this excitement for too long, so she turned around and went back without staying. But this matter was heard by her ears later, and Nian Yuji came to share it. Jiang Qian was also a little curious. Was that Sister Guifan a female soldier before? Yes, Guifan was a female soldier before, and she retired later. Otherwise, how could she beat Song Zhaodi? She is very strong. Nian Yuji nodded. Jiang Qian said, I also took a look at it at that time. They said it was because of a fight between children? You don't know how naughty her children are. They especially like to bully Guifan and the other two. Guifan has gone to their house several times, and Aigua has also beaten them with a belt several times, but Song Zhaodi doesn't take it seriously. She always says which children don't fight. This time Guifan was also very angry. The child was pushed and had a nosebleed. Then she went over and beat Song Zhaodi. This time, she completely tore her face off. She said that if she didn't discipline the children well in the future, she would beat the children of old Wang's family every time she saw them, and she would never let them off easily. When Nian Yuji talked about this, it was obvious that she was on Li Guifan's side. Although Ma Zhonghua and Wang Aigua were close, she had a good relationship with Li Guifan, but she didn't get along with Song Zhaodi. Song Zhaodi, Gao Cuizue, and Ge Lixia were like-minded. Military wives also had their own small groups. Nian Yuji also invited Jiang Qian to get together with military wives more often when she was free. Jiang Qian. She really didn't get along. So she told Nian Yuji that she would go to work in the propaganda department starting tomorrow. She didn't tell Nian Yuji specifically, but since she came to her house, she might as well mention it, so that she wouldn't think that she was keeping everything secret and being distant with her. She had a good impression of Nian Yuji. Nian Yuji was stunned when she heard it. Really? You just got into the propaganda department? The requirements there are very high. How come you are so capable? Although I will officially start work tomorrow, I'm not sure if I can stay. I have to wait and see. Jiang Qian smiled. You can do it, Nian Yuji said. She looked at Jiang Qian and felt that he was very good at reading and had a high level of culture. She heard from her husband Ma, and of course she heard it from Han Shigua, that he was also a school teacher in his hometown. But she didn't expect that he would be assigned to the propaganda department as soon as he came in, which is a place where people make a living by writing. Nian Yuji didn't read much, so of course she had a different filter for scholars. After all, influenced by the idea that everything is inferior except for reading, people who can read will be looked up to in their own country. Especially in the army, everyone values education and is willing to send their children to school. If you don't study and become a blind person, what kind of job can you find? Which of the good jobs and promising jobs in the army can be done by a blind person? Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about the propaganda department that Jiang Qian joined. Those propaganda manuscripts were written by their department, and they all require education. Not long after, the family compound learned that Captain Han's family members were employed in the propaganda department as soon as they came here. Some military wives were envious and talked about what they knew, saying that when Captain Han's family members were in their hometown, they were teachers in the school and had a high level of education, so it was not surprising that they could enter the propaganda department. But there were also some sour ones, such as Gao Cuizue. I haven't heard that the propaganda department is short of people. I'm afraid that Captain Han helped to get in through the back door. That requires that person to have that ability. If Deputy Captain Gao helps you through the back door, can you get in? Nian Yuji asked back. That's right, and there is indeed a position in the propaganda department. I heard about it last time, but I just don't have the ability. Another military wife also said. Gao Cuizue was not convinced anyway, but she couldn't say anything. She applied for a job in a nursery before, but was persuaded to withdraw by the nursery in one day, saying that she couldn't do it. As a result, Jiang Qian, who is stingy, came and joined the propaganda department. It was really enviable. But no matter what, Jiang Qian, the young wife of Captain Han, became famous again. Ma Zhonghua and others were surprised to know about this when they came back from work. The next day at work, they said to Han Shihua, this old guy kept it secret very tightly and didn't leak any wind. His wife is so powerful that she can even enter the propaganda department, but you didn't say a word. Han Shihua kept his mouth shut. Of course, he knew how good his wife was, and he wouldn't mention his wife in front of these brothers. But it didn't hinder this guy's good mood when he was questioned by Ma Zhonghua and others after coming to work. His wife just won face for him. In this regard, Wang Aigua, who went back last night to deal with a lot of family conflicts and neighborhood disputes, was once again envious. Jiang Qian came to work today. Because she had to go to work today, Han Shihua was sensible and didn't ask for more last night. He only sent her to the sky twice and gave it to her. However, there is also a mentality of parents who are worried about their children going to school on the first day, and they comforted her that if she is too busy or too tired, she should stop working and go home, and he will support her. But Jiang Qian left. But she was also very happy in her heart. Perhaps it was because of the new marriage that this man really loves her now. I don't know if it will continue in the future, but even if it fades later, she can bear it. After all, it doesn't matter how long it lasts, it only cares about having it once. It's pretty good to have such a period of time. It's a bit difficult to ask for a long-term pampering of her. Because, to be honest, she can't guarantee that she will always be so patient with Han Shihua. But Han Shihua's worry was obviously unnecessary. Although Jiang Qian did not go to college in this life, she graduated from a key university in 1985 in her previous life. Gu Yilman had told her about the work here yesterday, and Jiang Qian had no problem at all. Because it was cold recently, the propaganda department planned to publish a propaganda article on cold and frost prevention, and Jiang Qian also joined in. In one morning, Jiang Qian wrote a propaganda article. She focused on preventing coal poisoning. This is an issue that the propaganda department has never publicized. In winter, it is cold and there are coal stoves here, but if coal stoves are used, it is easy to use them improperly, gas poisoning, and fire. Jiang Qian focused on the above problems and gave a description. The article she presented at the end made Director Zhang very satisfied. It was also passed to everyone in the office to read it. Qian, you are amazing. Gu Yunman was the first to praise after reading it. Jiang Qian smiled. This is just a rough draft, and it will be polished by you senior staff later. She is not a person who likes to show off, but she has just joined the company, so she has to show some real skills, otherwise people will think she is a half-baked person who came in through the back door. If she wants to be respected in the company, she must have her own strengths. Okay, I'll polish it, Gu Yunlan said, and she helped to polish it, but after reading it, she couldn't help but say, in fact, there is no need to modify it. Just put it up as it is. Qian, your writing is really amazing. Director Zhang smiled and said, I don't think it needs to be polished either. Xiaofeng, you and Xiao Chen will take it to the family compound for publicity later. Okay. Feng Bowen agreed, and Cheng Miaocheng, the staff member, did not object. It's amazing that Secretary Jiang wrote such a good publicity manuscript on his first day at work today. Gu Xiaolan also came over to say hello to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian said politely, Thank you. We will all be colleagues in the future, so let's get together more often when we are free. Gu Xiaolan said with a smile. Jiang Qian just smiled. Adults should know what she meant, but Gu Xiaolan still smiled and went back. Gu Yunman glanced at her and whispered, Gu Xiaolan seems to have become a different person after she recovered from her illness this time. Qian, remember to be more careful. Jiang Qian was originally a little wary of Gu Xiaolan because she always felt that Gu Xiaolan wanted to spy on something, and the look in her eyes when she looked at her was sizing, but she was also stunned when she heard this, like a different person? No way. Could it be that the fake daughter was reborn or traveled through a book? Yeah. Gu Yunman nodded. She moved out of her home before and lived in the dormitory. My mother came to persuade her to move back. Her family treated her as always, but she didn't want to. But yesterday she suddenly packed up and moved back. She was also very attentive to my mother and changed her previous pride. Speaking of this, Gu Yunlan was sarcastic. She didn't understand why her mother could treat the daughter of the man who stole her biological daughter as her own daughter, but Gu Xiaolan was quite arrogant before. Although I don't know what she was arrogant about, she was willing to lower herself after being sick. After returning home yesterday, she coaxed her mother to smile. But Gu Yunman felt weird when she saw it. She felt that there was something different about Gu Xiaolan, but she couldn't tell what was different. Jiang Qian couldn't help but look at Gu Xiaolan. She didn't find any kind of aura from Gu Xiaolan. If she really traveled through time like her, she should be able to feel it. But it didn't prevent Gu Xiaolan from disguising well. Jiang Qian nodded cautiously and said, "I'll pay attention. She's moved back, so you have to take good care of the child." Needless to say, Gu Yunman couldn't help but said, "I don't want to live under the same roof with her. My mother is very happy that she's moved back now, but I want to move out. Who will take care of the child after we move out? You and Lao Lu both have to go to work. Send the child to my mother when I go to work, and take him home when I get off work," Gu Yunman said. Jiang Qian thought it was feasible. That's a good idea. "Have you discussed it with Lao Lu?" "I told him last night, and he wants to move out more than I do," Gu Yunman said. Jiang Qian thought it was because the son-in-law was embarrassed to live in his father-in-law's house, but Gu Yunman whispered, "Gu Xiaolan also liked Lao Lu before, but Lao Lu didn't like her. Now that she's moved back, how can Lao Lu continue to live there?" Jiang Qian. Sure enough, there is no escape from the law that real and fake daughters fall in love with the same man. She really had reason to suspect that she had really traveled through the book, but she just didn't know it. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Jiang Qian got back to the point and said, "Let's move quickly. So as to avoid bringing up some bloody plot about the sister-in-law and brother-in-law. Wait until old Lu cleans up the house over there, then we'll move." Gu Yunman nodded. Of course, Lu Changjung had a house allotted to him, and he had lived there before, and he lived in that house after marrying Gu Yunman. But later, when he had a child and had no one to take care of him, he moved back to his mother's house, and Lu Changjung followed him there. Now the house is still there, and they can move after cleaning it up. "Where is it? I'll ask Shergua to go over and help," Jiang Qian asked. "It's just to the east, close to your place, and it only takes 6 or 7 minutes to walk there." Gu Yunman was quite happy to say that. "That's fine, it will be convenient for us to visit each other then." Jiang Qian also smiled. Over there, Gu Xiaolan looked at the two of them talking and laughing, with a hint of deep thought between her eyebrows. She could not detect anything from Jiang Qian, but Han Shergua's previous wife was a sworn enemy of Gu Yunman, but this wife was as close to Gu Yunman as anything. This also made her a little unhappy. Without Jiang Yu as a vanguard, Gu Yunman would have saved a lot of trouble. But forget it. She is back to the Gu family now, and next, she will gain a firm foothold in the Gu family. Gu Xiaolan's eyes were filled with determination. At noon, Jiang Qian was dragged back to the Gu family by Gu Yunman for dinner. Because she knew that Lu Changjung and Han Sherbo were not in the camp today, they all went out for special training. So she had already told her family yesterday. Jiang Qian felt a little embarrassed and said to Madame Gu, "Aunt, I haven't prepared anything. It's really rude of me to come empty-handed for my first visit." Madame Gu was not surprised. "What's rude about that? You don't need to bring anything when you come home. I heard from Yunlan and Changjing the other day that Sherwa came back with his family. He is an outstanding person. I'm very happy that you and Yunlan can become friends. My daughter wasn't raised by my side since she was little, but I have gotten to know her a little bit over the years. She has a rather aloof personality, just like she was when she was young. But because of this, she doesn't have many friends." Jiang Qian was the first one to be brought home for dinner. Mrs. Gu was of course welcoming. "Aunt, Grandma made a delicious stew today," said little Lu Ming. "It's delicious." Little sister Xiao Lu Shuang nodded seriously. The brother and sister had just come to visit the family the day before, so of course they remembered Jiang Qian. "Then can you ask Aunt to try it later?" Jiang Qian also liked this lovely pair of twins. "Okay, Aunt, just eat." The brother and sister were very generous. Jiang Qian smiled. "Thank you. Next time I visit Aunt, I will treat you to a big meal." While saying this and laughing, Mrs. Gu also brought the food and said with a smile, Xiaolon said she won't be back for lunch, so let's eat by ourselves. Gu Yunlon doesn't care whether Gu Xiaolan comes back or not. It's just right that she doesn't come back. Mrs. Gu cooked 4 dishes and 1 soup today, a braised pork, a roast chicken, a Chinese cabbage, a fish, and finally a mushroom soup. It can be seen that Mrs. Gu's cooking skills are excellent, and the dishes are delicious. The twin brother and sister have a good appetite. They are very serious about eating and climbed onto the chairs and sat down very quickly. Seeing the 2 little grandsons like this, Mrs. Gu smiled even more deeply. While feeding them, she said to Jiang Qian, Shirgua is really... He didn't bring you to his house to sit down. Jiang Qian hurriedly explained, Shirgua said he would bring me here, but he said that the leader was not here for a while, and he would bring me here when he comes back. Leader Gu is Han Shirgua's master. It was because he was not at home. Otherwise Han Shirgua would have brought her to his house to sit down. Mrs. Gu was satisfied after hearing this. It doesn't matter if his master is not at home. It's the same if he brings you here for me to take a look first. As long as Shirgua is satisfied, he still needs your approval, Mom. Gu Yunlon said with a smile. Just take a look. Mrs. Gu smiled and invited Jiang Qian to eat. Qian, try your aunt's cooking. If you like it, you can bring Shirgua to eat often in the future. Then Shirgua will say that I'm greedy. Jiang Qian smiled. What's the big deal? Didn't Changzheng also come to your house for dinner? He came back and praised you for your good cooking skills. Shirgua's comrades in arms don't dislike me. In the future, let Shirgua bring him here often to eat. He won't come here after a few times. After chatting and laughing for a while, Mrs. Gu asked her, Yunlon said that you are working in the propaganda department now? Yes, I have nothing to do at home, so I want to find a job to keep busy and have something to rely on. Jiang Qian said with a smile. Madame Gu said, You are right to think so. If you stay at home all day, you will become stupid. When Yunlon wanted to go to work after giving birth, I supported her. Women should have their own careers. Jiang Qian, yes, with a job, life will be regular and punctual. Gu Yunlon talked about the manuscript Jiang Qian wrote today. It is very well written. Madame Gu also praised, I think Qian is also very literary. It's just that she didn't catch up with the time. Otherwise, they were all female college students. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very good while they ate and chatted. After the meal, Jiang Qian didn't stay for long and met some other military wives on the way home. Now they all called her Secretary Jiang. Hello, sister-in-law. Jiang Qian also responded politely. Secretary Jiang, you are so awesome. Just now, Secretary Feng and Secretary Cheng came to the propaganda board to post the propaganda knowledge and read it to us. I heard from Secretary Feng that the manuscript was written by you today. A talkative military wife even pulled her aside to have a conversation. Jiang Qian, who was not good at dealing with this, said, Everyone always has something they are good at, just like you are good at taking care of the household, and everyone around here knows that you are good at managing the household. If there is a chance, I will ask you for advice. When you don't know what to say, just praise. Sure enough, the military wife was overjoyed. After letting Jiang Qian go back, she couldn't help but tell others, Captain Han's family is really amazing. Not only are they beautiful, but they are also well-educated and speak well. The key is to know how to praise people. Isn't she good at managing the household? The praise really touched her heart. I heard that Captain Han's family was broken off by the original partner of his family, and he chose teacher Jiang and married her. That's right. Captain Han's vision is really impeccable, but the one his family has chosen must be blind. Fortunately, you didn't get married, otherwise you might be in a lot of trouble. Arranged marriages don't have any good results. Isn't that girl over there the best example? These words reached Song Zhaodi's ears. Gao Tsuetsue said, They want to praise Captain Han's family, but they dragged you out to say that arranged marriages are bad. What's wrong with it? Among the sons you gave birth to for Lao Wang, which one of them didn't grow up to be a good soldier? And you are the only one who manages the whole family. Even if you have no credit, you have worked hard. Even if you have no hard work, you have worked hard, right? They actually said that. I really can't stand it. It's not worth it for you. Song Zhaodi snorted coldly. I think Captain Han's family is also a. I don't believe that Han Shigua's girlfriend broke off the engagement. Maybe he fell for this and abandoned her to break off the engagement. Gao Tsuetsue couldn't help but say, don't say it. Don't say it. I have the same suspicion. What girl has waited for 3 years, and now she breaks off the engagement after seeing that he has gone back to get married? It's hard to believe. Seeing that her idea was affirmed, Song Zhaodi was even more contemptuous. All men are the same. They just like that kind of. By the way, did you give a lesson to the nurse in the hospital who likes Captain Wang? Gao Tsuetsue asked. When Song Zhaodi heard it, she stood up suddenly. What? What did you say? Gao Tsuetsue couldn't help but say, oh my god, you don't know it yet, do you? It spread everywhere, saying that a nurse in the hospital deliberately inserted the wrong blood when drawing Captain Wang's blood the other day, and then ran to talk to Captain Wang with her red face. Song Zhaodi was about to explode, rolled up her sleeves, and went to the hospital. I want to see which little dares to hit on my Aigua. I'll skin her alive. Jiang Qian took a nap before going to work. But there was nothing to do in the afternoon, and the manuscripts written in the morning had been promoted at noon. So, she just chatted in the office to kill time in the afternoon. Just when she was going home from work, she heard that Song Zhaodi had gone to the hospital and made a big scene. This time it was not Nian Yuji who said it, but the military wife named Su Fenglian, who was praised by her for being good at housekeeping at noon. Su Fenglian was gossiping with other sisters-in-law, and when she saw Jiang Qian coming home from work, she hurriedly called her. Secretary Jiang, come here quickly. I have something to tell you. Jiang Qian. I didn't want to listen, but it was hard to refuse their kindness, and she still learned from them that Song Zhaodi had made a scene in the hospital to catch the who seduced Wang Aigua. Jiang Qian was stunned for a moment. Isn't this impossible? Wang Aigua is a married man, and he is not that handsome. He has several children, and he is a nurse with a proper job. Who is so desperate to be his mistress? Who said it's not true? Su Fenglian said. Now we understand everything. The young nurse was new, so she inserted the blood into the wrong vein. It wasn't just Captain Wang who was inserted wrongly, there were others as well. The young nurse went to apologize to them all, but in the eyes of some gossiper, it was like the young nurse seduced Captain Wang with a blushing face. Jiang Qian. Song Zhaodi is worthy of being a person who can leave a psychological trauma on Han Shigua. The destructive power is simply unbelievable. But do you think this matter is over? Not yet. The young nurse was wrongly accused for no reason, and her reputation was damaged. She couldn't think straight and actually committed suicide by cutting her wrists. Of course, she was discovered in time and rescued. But the impact of this incident is also very bad. Because it was just a little bit off, it would have been a life. Wang Aigua didn't know about this at first. He and Han Shigua and a group of people went out for special training. After a busy day, he came back and was called over by the leader and scolded. Han Shigua and others who were waiting for him to go back together saw him coming out of the leader's room. His face was already very dark. What's the matter? Ma Zhonghua asked. Wang Aigua didn't say anything. He went back quickly with a dark face. Han Shigua, Ma Zhonghua, and Lu Chongjing looked at each other, but didn't say anything and went back together. It was only after returning home that Ma Zhonghua learned about this from Nian Yuji. Jiang Qian also told Han Shigua, I heard that the young nurse couldn't get over it and wanted to cut her wrists. This is a big deal.
Han Shigu.
He just said why his comrade in arms' face was so dark. But he certainly would not get involved. He took his clothes and went to take a shower. Lu Chongzheng and Ma Zhonghua also knew about it, but they tacitly agreed not to mention it in the bathhouse. After Wang Aigua finished his housework, he went to find Ma Zhonghua to drink. Nian Yuji came to find Han Shigua to accompany him. Han Shigua also came, but he and Ma Zhonghua did not drink. Only Wang Aigua drank until he cried. He felt so bitter. He worked so hard outside, but there was always a fire in his backyard. This time, he was lucky that the young nurse was rescued. Otherwise, his future would be over. Nian Yuji also sighed on Jiang Qian's side. Aigua is the oldest among them. Logically, he should have been promoted to deputy regiment commander, but he has not been promoted for a long time. It should have been his turn this year, but after this incident, I think it will be difficult. Jiang Qian said. He must be very aggrieved, right? She felt a little sorry when she heard it. That's right. I asked them to drink in the kitchen. When I closed the door and came out, I saw Aigwa crying. A real man sheds blood, but not tears. How aggrieved must he be? He worked so hard outside and never complained of being tired. When he came home, he was treated like this by that woman. He still has no one to complain about his suffering. Nian Yuji has been here for a long time, so of course she knows how powerful Song Zhaodi is. Moreover, Wang Aigwa cannot deal with Song Zhaodi in the same way that Deputy Battalion Commander Gao dealt with Gao Tsuetsue. Because Gao Tsuetsue was reluctant to die, but Song Zhaodi would drink pesticides, and she really drank them. She had drunk it once before, and she was almost not saved. That time, Wang Aigwa was stunned. In fact, Wang Aigwa didn't care whether she lived or died, but there were still several children. If the children thought that he forced their mother to death, wouldn't they hate him to death? And they would also grow up crooked. So, what can he do? What can he do? No matter how angry he is, he can only blame his bad luck. Nian Yuji is also from the countryside. She and Ma Zhonghua are actually arranged marriages, but they get along well. But as women, they should empathize with women, but they can't empathize with Song Zhaodi. Instead, they sympathize with Wang Aigwa. Jiang Qian thinks that Wang Aigwa has a hard time. Otherwise, why would Han Shiba be so afraid of arranged marriages? He dragged it on for 3 years and only went back when he couldn't drag it on any longer. But don't say it, Han Shiba really dragged it down. This rough guy also has some luck. Jiang Qian is not a narcissistic person, but there is no doubt that she is better than Jiang Yu. Han Shiba marrying Jiang Yu is definitely not as worry-free as marrying her. Of course, she probably didn't marry Wang Hasong as freely as Han Shiba. After all, Wang Hasong could be seduced away before marriage, and if there is a chance after marriage, he will not be able to control his belt. So she is also a little lucky. It can only be said that this is her fate with Han Shiba. Han Shiba was particularly moved by what happened to his brother Wang Aigwa. The result of his emotion was that Jiang Qian fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. Han Shiba then gently embraced his wife in his arms and kissed her forehead. His little wife was so lovable that he could never kiss her enough. Jiang Qian remembered that she had to go to work the next day, so she didn't sleep in. When she woke up and saw that Han Shiba had not only bought vegetables but also buns, she couldn't help but glare at him. Han Shiba put down his breakfast and the vegetables in the basket and came up to her shamelessly. Wife, why did you get up so early? Go away, I don't want to talk to you. Jiang Qian decided to leave him alone. Han Shiba quickly apologized. Wife, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have kept talking and made you angry, but don't make yourself angry. I'll take it if you want to hit or scold me. Is that what I'm angry about? I'm angry that you don't take care of your body. You went out all day yesterday and didn't rest early when you came back. You think you're made of iron because you're young now, don't you? Jiang Qian glared at him. But her voice was soft to begin with, and even if she was arguing, she sounded like a spoiled child. But she couldn't lack momentum. It was just that the little wife was more liked by Han Shiba like this, and he immediately hugged her in his arms. Wife, I must have accumulated blessings in my previous life to marry you in this life. Although Jiang Qian wanted to have a cold war with Han Shiba, but in the end, she failed because Han Shiba was too good at dealing with things, and he was very humble to coax her. When she was hugged in his arms and apologized, her anger disappeared. It was just a little unrestrained, but it wasn't a big deal. He had already apologized, so there was no need to make a big deal out of it. Because to be honest, after her run and due meridians were opened, she could bear it. She was only angry because she was worried about his health. So she asked him not to do that again in the future, and Han Shiba agreed obediently, and of course the matter was over. Wife, you're so good. After the matter was over, Han Shiba was still hugging her and rocking her. Jiang Qian felt that it was no wonder that there were so many incompetent emperors in the past. If she were an empress, She would also be confused with such a handsome man around her. The young couple had breakfast, and Han Shirwa sent his wife to work. On the way, they also ran into other people. Everyone greeted each other, but when they saw the young couple walking together, everyone would tease them privately. Han Shirwa was a famous monk in the past. Where had they ever seen him like this? But they also praised Jiang Qian for being beautiful. Who would not love and pamper such a wife after marrying her? No matter what others said, Han Shirwa sent his wife to the office door, and then turned around to go to work with a smile, but he was obviously in a very good mood. His state was a sharp contrast to Wang Aigua's state. Of course, in order to take care of his brother's mood, Han Shirwa also restrained himself. They had a lot of things to do today, and were very busy. After Gu Yunlan came to work, she asked Jiang Qian about what happened yesterday. She didn't live there, so the news was still relatively behind. After work, she went home and heard Lu Chongjin go back and say that a young nurse in the hospital was wrongly beaten and scolded by Song Zhaodi and committed suicide. Jiang Qian briefly told her about the matter. Gu Yunlan's eyes were full of contempt. Some people are just bored and love to talk about things that are based on hearsay. When she was in the art troupe, she was rumored to have an affair with someone and was secretly hugging someone, saying that she had a messy relationship with men and women and was a who specialized in seducing men. But at that time, she was already dating Lu Chongjin. It was only when the mystery of her identity was solved and she was found out to be the real daughter of Commander Gu that all the rumors vanished. But since then, Gu Yunlan had a particularly bad impression of those military wives. Of course, she also knew that not all military wives were like that, but they just hated Song Zhaodi and her kind. Jiang Qian didn't say much and asked, "Did Changzhen go to clean up the house?" Shirwa didn't go to help either. He went to comfort Aigua yesterday. What's the big deal? He called a few soldiers over yesterday, and they have already cleaned up. We will tidy up today and move tomorrow, Sunday,
Gu Yunlan said.
Jiang Qian could see that she didn't want to live under the same roof with Gu Xiaolan. But Gu Xiaolan insisted on competing with Gu Yunlan. Even when Gu Yunlan came to work in the propaganda department, Gu Xiaolan followed. It was just that Gu Xiaolan's ability was average, and in the unit, Gu Yunlan was always better than her. Gu Xiaolan felt very aggrieved and moved out in a rage. Instead, Gu Yunlan was very satisfied. But now that Gu Xiaolan has moved back and the children have grown up, Lu Chongjin doesn't want to live in his father-in-law's house forever, so Gu Yunlan simply moved out. The two of them have been competing from beginning to end. While chatting, Gu Xiaolan came over with a witch look on her face. "Sister, don't be so impulsive. Although I moved back, it has no effect on you and brother-in-law. If you really hate me that much, then I can move back to the dormitory." Jiang Qian. Really teasing. Gu Yunlan glanced at her. "Okay, then you move out." "If you move out, I won't move." Gu Xiaolan continued to be a witch, "But my mother is very happy that I moved back. Sister, let me stay for a while. I will accompany my mother more and then I will move out, okay?" Jiang Qian. Really teasing. "You are the one who said to move back to the dormitory, and you are also the one who said not to move. You can say all the good and bad things. You are really good." Gu Yunlan mocked. Gu Xiaolan looked helpless, not knowing how to respond, and looked at Jiang Qian for help. Jiang Qian lowered her head and started to busy herself.
She didn't want to get involved in this.
Gu Xiaolan sighed and said, "Sister, I'll go first." The female secretary named Cheng Miao followed Gu Xiaolan out and couldn't help whispering, "Why do you have to bear that anger? You are so arrogant all day long, and you think you are someone." She couldn't stand Gu Yunlan's arrogant look. "Although it was because my adoptive parents were in a hurry to leave that year that they took us away by mistake, but in the end I was sorry for her and she should blame me, and I deserve all this." Gu Xiaolan was sarcastic in her heart and shook her head with a bitter smile. "See, you were very proud before, with some pride as a daughter of the Gu family, but this time you got sick and became like this," Gu Yunlan said to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian also felt that the tea taste was too strong, and she had indigestion just listening to it. At noon, the two of them came to the cafeteria to eat together, and then went home after eating. After lunch, they went to work again. Although it was a bit busy because of the cold weather recently promoting anti-cold, anti-freeze, anti-poisoning, and fire prevention, Jiang Qian actually likes this kind of regular life, which is very suitable for her. I came back early in the afternoon, so I stewed a fish for Han Shigua, stewed sweet and sour pork ribs and cabbage. After the meal was ready, Han Shigua came home. Did you come back because of the smell? Jiang Qian smiled immediately. Han Shigua, who was tired all day outside, felt relaxed when he came home. He smiled and came over to kiss his wife. It's not because of the smell, but because I heard my wife calling me in my heart to go home for dinner, so I hurried back. You're so funny. Jiang Qian smiled and glared at him. Wash your hands and eat first. Han Shigua smiled and went to wash his hands. After eating the delicious dinner cooked by his wife, he felt full of energy. He wanted to clean up the dishes and the kitchen, but Jiang Qian could see that he was tired. How could he not be tired? He did a lot of exercise during the day, and he was busy all night without a rest. I'll clean up, you go take a shower. Jiang Qian didn't need him to do it. It's okay, I'm not tired. Han Shigua had recovered after having a full meal and didn't feel tired at all. If his wife thought he was tired, she would definitely not let him come at night. Jiang Qian, who didn't know his plan, saw that he insisted, so she let him go. She wanted him to take a break, but since he didn't feel tired, she let him go. This is her character, a free and easy little salted fish. Han Shigua was very diligent. He cleaned up the kitchen and mopped the floor before taking his clothes to take a shower. It was cold, so there was no need to take a shower every day, but they were in special training every day. It was okay, for bachelors no one cared. But for married people, especially when they met wives like them who loved cleanliness, they had to take a shower. They couldn't even get into bed without taking a shower. Han Shigua and Lu Chongjing met again in the bathhouse. After taking a shower, they went back to hug their wives. Han Shigua was so satisfied when he hugged his sweet and soft wife. Jiang Qian was still reading a book in her hand. She glanced at him. What are you doing? Han Shigua kissed his wife, and he remembered. Have you adapted to going to work these 2 days?
Don't worry about me.
I'm doing well at work. Jiang Qian felt comfortable being hugged by him. She liked the hug of this man. That's good. Han Shigua was relieved. Jiang Qian, you should go to bed early. I'll read some more books. No, I'm not tired. Wife, let me give you a massage. Han Shigua said. Jiang Qian felt that he was going to be dishonest again. Facts proved that her feeling was right. It all started with a massage. The next day, Gu Yunlan moved. Jiang Qian came to help, but there was no need to work hard, because knowing that they were going to move today, Lu Chongzeng brought all the clothes and some supplies last night. He was not free during the day and could only do it at night. Moreover, when she went back to her parents' home, she didn't take these things with her. She only brought some supplies and clothes. So there was really nothing to move. Just pack up and move in a small bag. Mrs. Gu also followed. She couldn't help but say to Gu Yunlan, "You are living well at home. Why do you have to move? The children are still so young, and it's cold now, so they can sleep a little longer in the morning. If you move over, they will have to get up with you in the morning." Mom, don't say any more. Chongzhen and I both want to move. It's not convenient to live over there.
Gu Yunlan said.
Madame Gu also knew that it was related to her adopted daughter. You should move out when Xiaolan goes back. She told me last night that it was her fault. She just came back to accompany me for a while because she missed me, and she won't stay long. Okay, Mom. Don't say anything about her. Gu Yunlan didn't want to hear anything about Gu Xiaolan. Madame Gu sighed, but didn't say anything else. Jiang Qian was responsible for holding the twin brother and sister and just kept silent about the conversation between the mother and daughter. She was not Madame Gu, so of course she couldn't empathize. Perhaps for Madame Gu, Gu Xiaolan, who was raised by her own hands, was actually no different from her own daughter. After all, Gu Xiaolan was not in good health when she was a child, and Madame Gu really put a lot of effort into her. Another reason why Madame Gu felt indebted was that it was she who arranged Gu Xiaolan's last marriage. As a result, Gu Xiaolan is now a widow. Especially since Gu Xiaolan never said a bad word about her from beginning to end, She only said that she had a bad fate, and she hugged her and cried last night. Madame Gu was not feeling well either. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Gu Yunlan and Lu Chongjing's house. The house was better than Jiang Qian's. The small courtyard on Jiang Qian's side was surrounded by a fence, and you could see clearly what was drying in the yard. Every time she came home and saw Han Shigwa drying his clothes at the door, the mattress has now been replaced with that cushion, and her face will get hot. But it's different here. The yard is surrounded by a wall. Once the gate is closed, you can't see anything in the yard. And the inside is relatively new. Although it is also a 3-bedroom house, the structure of the house is better than hers. But there is no comparison. Lu Chongzheng and Gu Yunlan separated several years ago. Because Han Shigwa has been reluctant to go back to get married, the house is the one left by others. Han Shigwa regrets it now. He should have chosen a good one earlier. But Jiang Qian is open-minded. It's not like she will live there for the rest of her life. When Han Shigwa gets promoted, there will be other houses vacated, and her family can apply for a new one. So even if the cushion drying in the yard every day will be seen by others, Jiang Qian has no plan to build a yard. It's very expensive, and it's even more obvious if it's built on the ground. Just be thick-skinned. As long as you don't say it, outsiders may not know what the cushion is used for. She comforted herself like this. But Mrs. Gu was obviously not satisfied after seeing this house. Isn't this a little small? Not small. How can a 3-bedroom apartment be small? Gu Yunlan said. Not small, not small. The twin brother and sister also said they were very happy and they didn't dislike that their home was not as good as their grandparents' home. They just looked around. Seeing the children like this, Gu Yunlan smiled. She grew up in the countryside, and she didn't think that such conditions were bad from the bottom of her heart. She could live a good life at Gu's house, and she could also come back to live an ordinary life. Besides, it's not ordinary, it's already very good. There are many people in the countryside who don't even have a proper house and can only live in sheds. I'll cook at noon, Mom. You and Qian don't go back. We can eat here. Gu Yunlan smiled. Okay. Mrs. Gu agreed. Jiang Qian didn't refuse. When Mrs. Gu took her grandchildren out for a walk, she cooked with Gu Yunlan and helped. Do and say it, I feel much more comfortable after moving back. Gu Yunlan said with a smile. Jiang Qian smiled and said, it must be comfortable for your family of 4 to live by yourselves. Gu Yunlan agreed. She was really impatient to see Gu Xiaolan. She always felt that she had some conspiracy. So it's better to stay away. But Gu Xiaolan came to the door herself. She came just after they finished lunch at noon. To express the deep sisterly love, she said in front of Mrs. Gu, Sister, I know you don't want to see me. I will stay with Mom for a while and then move back to the dormitory. You live here for the time being and you can move in later. Gu Yunlan directly retorted, Aren't you tired of pretending like this? Gu Xiaolan's eyes suddenly turned red. Sister, don't say that to me. She had an expression of weakness and about to cry. Mrs. Gu couldn't bear it anymore and hurriedly said, Yunlan, what are you talking about? Gu Yunlan didn't even bother to roll her eyes. Okay, if there's nothing wrong, Mom, take her away so you don't think I'm bullying her. She didn't want to see this thing that had taken over the magpie's nest at all. Madame Gu couldn't do anything with her 2 daughters, but she could only take Gu Xiaolan back first. Of course, she didn't forget to comfort her adopted daughter. Your sister didn't mean that. Mom, you don't have to explain, I know. It's really disgusting. Gu Yunlan complained. Jiang Qian also felt that Gu Xiaolan was really a flawless white lotus that exuded the scent of tea, and it was right to stay away from such people. Jiang Qian felt that after joining the army, her life was so comfortable. Although she had a job now, her life was very regular. There was nothing to worry about, so of course she was happy. Jiang Qian was not the only one who felt that her life was happy. Han Shigwa thought so too. Although leading the soldiers for special training was tiring at the end of the day, his body was not tired mentally. On the contrary, when he thought of his young wife at home, no matter how cold the wind was, it could not block the warmth in his heart. However, Han Shigwa was indeed busy in the following days. He went out early and came back late every day, and sometimes he would get home at almost 8 o'clock. But no matter how late he came back, Jiang Qian would cook him a bowl of delicious noodles or make a bowl of delicious dumplings, then sit aside and watch him eat, talk to him, and have a chat. It's not a big deal, but it really makes Han Shihua feel extremely happy. He feels that if days like this are not happy, then what days are happy? In a blink of an eye, it's the day of their drill. Jiang Qian doesn't know what the drill is like, but Han Shihua and his team are very serious about it. The drill lasts for 3 days, and each project will be assessed to see which team is the best. In the past, Han Shihua and Lu Chongjin competed for the first place, and this time is no exception. However, compared to the narrow wins in the past, this time Han Shihua actually won the first place in this drill with an overwhelming victory. Good job. The effect of changing the strategy is remarkable, Lu Chongjin said with a smile. He said that Han Shihua's not cursing now was a change of strategy. Han Shihua did not deny it. He looked at the sky and said, "We have been out for 3 days. Yes, 3 days. We will go back tomorrow." Lu Chongjin also missed home. But Ma Zhonghua and Wang Aigua did not have so many thoughts as them. What they thought was that the exercise and special training were over, and they could relax a little next. Han Shihua thought so too. His wife had always wanted to go to the provincial capital for a walk. She had been in the army for more than half a month, but he had never taken her out.
He took her out for a walk this Sunday.
After resting outside for a night, they came back the next day. When Han Shihua got home, Jiang Qian was at work. This man was also diligent. While his wife was at work, he started cooking. Because Jiang Qian also calculated that he would be back today, the family bought vegetables. Fish, meat, eggs all. Han Shihua stewed meat, stewed fish, and fried some leeks and eggs. After he finished all this, the rice in the pot was cooked. He scooped it out and put it on the bamboo grate to keep it warm, covered it, took his clothes, and went to take a bath. After taking a bath, he went home to wash his clothes. This is a good habit he developed after being single for many years. He washes clothes directly after changing them and does not keep them. As soon as he hung up the clothes, he saw his wife came back. Jiang Qian thought he should be back, so she didn't accompany Gu Yunlan to Gu's house to pick up the twins, but went home first. After seeing her man through the fence of her house, she couldn't hide the smile on the corner of her mouth. She hadn't seen him for 3 days, and she really missed him. "When did you come home?" Jiang Qian stood outside the fence and looked at him with a smile. Han Shihua also looked at his wife. "I came back in the afternoon. I haven't seen you for a few days. It seems that my wife has lost weight. She must be missing him. It's impossible that Jiang Qian hasn't lost weight at all. She is enjoying the good life." But it didn't stop Han Shihua from thinking so. He opened the door and said, "Why are you still standing there? It's so windy outside. It's a little cold, but it won't freeze me." What Jiang Qian was wearing, the scarf around her neck, and the boots on her feet were all very warm. Having said that, she was pulled back into the house by Han Shihua. Just after she closed the door, Han Shihua kissed her. Jiang Qian did not hide her longing for this man. When he was at home, she didn't feel anything. Even if he went out early and came back late, it was just okay because she could still see him at night. But this time she was away from home for 3 days, and she didn't see him for 3 days, which made Jiang Qian a little uncomfortable. Because he brought her here, but he was suddenly not at home, Jiang Qian was really not used to being alone. But that was short-lived. Except for the first day, there was no problem from the second day on. It's just that her longing for this man is real. After kissing for almost the entire time, he let her go. "I'll deal with you tonight." Han Shihua went to bring out the food. Jiang Qian unceremoniously enjoyed the service of her man. Not only did she eat the meal he prepared, but she also asked him to feed her a few more bites. But Han Shihua fell for this trick, because he felt that his young wife missed him very much. So Han Shihua was very patient and fed the meal to her mouth, but Jiang Qian only asked him to feed her 2 bites of meat, but didn't want him to feed her rice. It's just that the couple had a very sweet meal. After the meal, Han Shihua went to clean up without her saying anything, and also cleaned up the house. After all this was done, he came.
Come and stick to Jiang Qian.
Jiang Qian is writing a manuscript for tomorrow. Don't make trouble, I'm busy. Han Shigwa took a look at what she wrote, knowing that it was needed by the company, so he let it go for the time being. However, when she finished writing, he was no longer polite and directly picked her up and went to the bedroom. The young couple also demonstrated what it means to be reunited after a short separation. In the end, Jiang Qian fell asleep directly. It was already the next day when she woke up. Jiang Qian lay in the warm quilt, feeling very lazy. Han Shigwa just came back from buying vegetables, and seeing his young wife woke up, he leaned over and kissed her. Wife, it's rare to have chickens in the vegetable market today, so I bought one and stewed it for you at noon. Okay. Jiang Qian looked at him delicately, with shy eyes. Han Shigwa saw that his young wife seduced him early in the morning, so he was not polite. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Jiang Qian covered her mouth and didn't let him kiss her. It's okay. Jiang Qian didn't let him kiss her in the end, and hurriedly got out of bed to wash. But she almost fell down, and was supported by Han Shigwa with a smile. Wife, go slowly. Hateful. Jiang Qian glared at him. When she went out to wash up, she saw Gao Tsuetsue next door, looking at her house. Jiang Qian ignored her and went to brush her teeth. She came back to have breakfast after brushing. Han Shigwa happily took care of his wife's meal and said, Wife, are you going to have a day off the day after tomorrow? I'll take you for a walk. You're not busy? Jiang Qian looked at him. I can take a day off the day after tomorrow. Han Shigwa also wanted to take her out for a walk, worried that she would be too bored here. Then go for a walk. Jiang Qian also wanted to go out. Okay. Han Shigwa agreed. Jiang Qian was also happy. After dinner, Han Shigwa sent her to work again. On the way, he saw Lu Chongjing sending Gu Yunlan. Jiang Qian went with Gu Yunlan and let the two of them go to work. Okay. Both men had eaten and drunk their fill last night, and were in a good mood today. Seeing that they had company, they turned back to work. You two must have felt so happy after a short separation last night. Gu Yunlan touched Jiang Qian with her arm and chuckled. Jiang Qian was not afraid of her teasing and directly counterattacked. I see that my brother-in-law is in a very good mood today, and you two are very sweet. Gu Yunlan laughed, but she had to admit that last night was very sweet. After not seeing each other for a few days, her man was very enthusiastic. Jiang Qian turned to talk about going to the city for a walk on Sunday and asked her if she wanted to ask Lu Chongjing to take the children with her. We won't go. It's cold recently, and both of us have a runny nose. Gu Yunlan shook her head. By the way, can you buy me a bottle of vanishing cream? My bottle is almost used up.
Okay.
Jiang Qian agreed. Gu Yunlan was still a little envious. I think I haven't been to the provincial capital for 3 years. Jiang Qian was surprised. You haven't been out since you gave birth to the child, have you?
Yes.
Don't you have your aunt to look after you? You can go to your world of two with Lao Lu occasionally. Lao Lu may not be free. When I finally waited for him to be free, I lost interest. As time went by, I really haven't been out of the army much. Gu Yunlan hadn't thought about it before, but now that she thought about it, she really hadn't been out for a long time. Jiang Qian could understand that she really didn't have that much freedom after becoming a mother. Did you avoid it? Gu Yunlan whispered.
No.
Jiang Qian shook her head. Then find time to go to the hospital for a checkup to see if you're pregnant. If not, avoid it. You are still so young. It's not too late to enjoy your own life for a while. Did you want a child as soon as you got married? Jiang Qian asked her. No, I also wanted to have it later, but I got it at the first try. Speaking of this, Gu Yunlan was helpless. She didn't avoid pregnancy on her wedding night, and she didn't think about it at the time. She only remembered it the next day, so she went to get birth control products. As a result, it was too late. Jiang Qian. She is definitely treated like a heroine. Really, you are right to listen to me. Otherwise, if you have a child, you will really lose your freedom. Gu Yunlan said as a person who has experienced it. I don't even know if I am pregnant or not. Jiang Qian felt that it was too late. She and Han Shigwa had not used contraception from the beginning. But Jiang Qian didn't care. If she was pregnant, she would have the baby. It would be better to have it sooner or later, and the sooner it was over, Send me some of your good luck and wish me twins, and it will be solved with one baby. Jiang Qian touched Gu Yunlan's hand. If she could have a pair of twins, she would not give birth. Having a son and a daughter is enough. Gu Yunlan smiled. Pass it on to you. Pass it on to you. Jiang Qian had the same idea as her. Although her mother urged her to have more children, she herself did not want to have more children. Having a brother and a sister was enough. Why give birth to so many? The two of them laughed and saw two people coming towards them. Seeing the two of them talking and laughing, Gu Xiaolan had a smug look in her eyes. She walked over with the man and said, Sister, Secretary Jiang, good morning. Jiang Qian politely replied with a good morning and glanced at the man next to her. Gu Yunlan ignored her and glanced at Gu Xian. I can't believe that the third brother is so considerate that he can even send his sister to work. The man's name is Gu Xian. He is the nominal third son of Chief Gu and Mrs. Gu, because he is not their biological son, but the son of a sacrificed comrade of Chief Gu. Xiaolan said she was feeling unwell, so I sent her off. Gu Xian frowned and looked at Gu Yunlan again. You were living well. Why did you move out again just because Xiaolan came back? Gu Yunlan said lightly, If you want to move, you can move. Gu Xian frowned. Sister, brother came back with dad the day before yesterday. You and brother-in-law bring the children back for a meal? Mom and dad will be very happy too. Gu Xiaolan smiled warmly. Gu Yunlan glanced at her, and seeing that Gu Xiaolan did not hide her smugness, her face was light. Eat by yourselves. What's your attitude? I asked you to go home for a meal, and you are not happy? Gu Xian's face sank slightly, and he scolded.
Oh.
Gu Yunlan sneered. Her nominal third brother is partial to Gu Xiaolan and has a very weak relationship with her. Although he was raised by the Gu family, they did not grow up together and have no feelings. Gu Xiaolan showed a smile and stopped Gu Xian, third brother. Don't be anxious. Let me talk to my sister. Jiang Qian couldn't stand it anymore. This guy named Gu Xian actually scolded Gu Yunlan in front of her, an outsider. He was really a brother. She said, Secretary Gu, we have a lot to do today, so we won't talk anymore.
Okay.
Gu Xiaolan smiled and nodded. Jiang Qian took Gu Yunlan away. Seeing the two of them leave first, Gu Xiaolan glared at Gu Xian. Third brother, be nicer to your sister. You're almost her third sister-in-law, and she still treats you the same way. How can this be? Gu Xian said unhappily. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaolan had a shy expression on her face and said delicately, Third brother, you are not allowed to tell our affairs. Sooner or later, our family will know. Gu Xian changed his previous irritability and looked at her gently.
Wait.
Let's talk about it later. Anyway, I don't allow you to say it now. Okay, I'll listen to you. Gu Xian nodded with tenderness in his eyes. After saying goodbye to Gu Xian, Gu Xiaolan returned to her office in a good mood. She took off the scarf around her neck, revealing her white goose neck with some red marks on it. Gu Xiaolan took out a mirror and looked at herself with a smug smile on the corner of her mouth. But it's not the time to say it yet. She touched her belly. She always had to wait until she had good news before making it public. Jiang Qian, who passed by to pour water, also saw the strawberry mark on her neck. When he returned to his seat, he asked Gu Yunlan, Is Gu Xiaolan in a relationship?
No.
Gu Yunlan was not too sure. After all, she never knew anything about Gu Xiaolan. I just saw a mark on her neck. Jiang Qian whispered. Gu Yunlan also became interested. You didn't see it wrong, did you? Is there anything else I saw wrong? If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. Han Sherd will like to leave such marks on her. It would be strange if she could be wrong. Gu Yunlan said, I will ask my mother when I have time. It would be great if we can have a relationship so that my mother doesn't always feel that she owes her. As for being planted with strawberries when dating, she didn't bother to care. Jiang Qian thought of Gu Xian for some reason. When she saw Gu Xian and Gu Xiaolan standing together today, she always felt something was wrong. It seemed like something flashed vaguely, and just when she was about to catch the light of truth, Director Zhang shouted, Secretary Zhang, come here. The thought that had just come up was shattered. Director Zhang called Jiang Qian, mainly to increase Jiang Qian's work content. Originally, it was Fong Bowen's job, but Fong Bowen asked for leave to go home for a blind date. His family is from the city, and he was forced to go back to solve his life event by a call from his family. These days, Jiang Qian also understood how bumpy Fong Bowen's marriage road was. He was already 25 years old, 1 year younger than Han Shihua. But Han Shihua had already been settled. He just hadn't gone back to get married. But Fong Bowen hasn't even seen the shadow of a partner. I heard that his family kept urging him and were very anxious. In fact, Fong Bowen looks good and has a stable job. The main reason why he doesn't have a partner is that he has high standards. In the past, many people wanted to find him a partner, but no one was interested, so everyone returned empty-handed. Some people even wanted to introduce Chung Miao, who was on good terms with Gu Xiaolan in the office, to Fong Bowen. The two were colleagues and were in the same office, so they felt there should be a chance. So they wanted to help them, but Fong Bowen didn't like Chung Miao. Of course, Chung Miao also she looked down on Fong Bowen, a straight man. Once, she dressed up carefully for class, but Fong Bowen said as soon as they met why she dressed like a big horse monkey. Chung Miao has been against him for the rest of her life. But he has a good personality and is a good person. Otherwise, Director Zhang would not have introduced his niece to him. As a result, Fong Bowen still looked down on him. Just a few days ago, the quartermaster of logistics brought wedding candies to distribute. It was said that he and Director Zhang's niece got married. Fong Bowen was very happy. I don't know why he was so happy about other people's marriage, but he was not there. He was working the documents were given to Jiang Qian to handle. Since she was new here, it wouldn't hurt to have more exposure to these work contents. Jiang Qian also accepted it because it was not a big problem, just a small matter. After working for 2 consecutive days, Sunday came in a blink of an eye. Jiang Qian and Han Shihua both got up early that day. They had to get up early to go to the intersection outside to catch the bus, otherwise they would miss the bus and couldn't go. The two didn't even have breakfast. They came out to wait at 6 o'clock. The bus was at 7 o'clock. A full hour early. Jiang Qian, who waited in the cold wind only to find out that the bus would not arrive until 7 o'clock. Generation gap. This is the generation gap. Oh, Captain Han, are you and Secretary Zhang going to the city? Su Fenglian came over with her daughter in a hurry, and her eyes lit up when she saw them. This sister-in-law was the one that Jiang Qian praised for her housekeeping skills. Her daughter Qian Xiaoyan saw that Jiang Qian was embarrassed to call her aunt, and of course, she called Han Shihua Uncle Han. Han Shihua nodded, and Jiang Qian also smiled and responded, "What a coincidence, sister-in-law. You are here to take the bus too." Ever since Jiang Qian praised her that time, Su Fenglian has had a very good impression of Jiang Qian. Su Fenglian was very happy to see her this time. "I took Shaoran with me today when I was going to the city to buy cloth and cotton. She begged me to take her to the city to buy books." Jiang Qian said it without asking. Jiang Qian gave a high evaluation. "That's very good, but sister-in-law, you also attach great importance to the education of children and love your daughter." She continued to praising her lifestyle and ideological awareness. Anyway, there is always something to praise. But without exception, all of them touched Su Fenglian's heart. After chatting with Jiang Qian for a while, she couldn't help praising Han Shihua. "Captain Han, you have an excellent vision. How come you are so lucky? You actually married a wife like Officer Jiang. It does require some luck. It's all the fate between me and my wife." Han Shihua said modestly. Su Fenglian agreed and said, "But Shihua, you have to say a few words for Officer Jiang. You can't just leave it alone."
What?
Han Shihua was confused. "Don't you know? They all say that Secretary Jiang is a..." Su Fenglian revealed the rumors in the staff quarters.
Ah?
Jiang Qian was stunned. She was also given the reputation of a. When did it happen? Because she had to go to work, she really didn't know this. Han Shihua didn't know either, but at this moment he frowned. "Sister-in-law, tell me." Su Fenglian was not surprised to see that they didn't know about this. After all, the young couple were busy and had no time to listen to this, so she told them what she knew. Mainly, Gao Tsuetsue, Song Zhaodi, Galicia, and the others were talking about it. They said that the last time he went back to get married, he actually fell in love with Jiang Qian. So he canceled the 3-year marriage arranged by his family and married Jiang Qian instead. He also said that he had poor moral character and ethics. The girl had been waiting for him for 3 years, so how could he cancel the engagement so easily? What's the difference between this and Chen Shimi? He also criticized Jiang Qian for her style, dressing properly but seducing other men. Wife, don't worry, I will look for Aigua and Lao Gao after I go back. Han Shigua said with a sullen face. Jiang Qian smiled slightly. Don't get angry. They are also famous in the family compound. I believe that the innocent will be innocent, and you see sister-in-law Finglian, doesn't she believe it? Of course I don't believe it. Officer Jiang is such a good person. How could he do such a thing? Besides, I know what kind of person Captain Han is. They are talking nonsense. Su Finglian immediately stated her position. Thank you for your trust, sister-in-law. Jiang Qian smiled slightly. To be honest with you, sister-in-law, the one who is engaged to Shigua is actually my second uncle's cousin. Their engagement was also initiated by my aunt, and my aunt married someone from Shigua's village. There is nothing wrong with talking about these things. She herself doesn't care about these things, but she doesn't want Han Shigua to be affected. If you want to move up, reputation is crucial. Oh, is the one in front your second uncle's cousin? Su Finglian said in surprise. Jiang Qian nodded. My second uncle's family bought a job in the supply and marketing cooperative, and my cousin is the only one in the family who can do that job. No one else can do it, and Shigua hasn't been home for 3 years. My cousin thinks he has good conditions, but he is too busy. She is afraid that he won't be able to take care of her after marriage, so she found another partner who works in our town unit.
What?
Another partner in the town unit?
Yes.
So my second uncle's family canceled the marriage with Shigua. But the matchmaker thinks the Han family is good and thinks Shigua is good, so she wanted to introduce them to me. I was hesitant at first, but Shigua was engaged to my cousin and hadn't been home for 3 years. In fact, he and my cousin had never even met each other, so I agreed to meet them. In addition, my aunt who married into Han Jiatan has always told me that in the end, she fell in love with him, so she married him and followed him to join the army. This is the whole story. There is no such thing as seduction or not, and Chen Shimi abandoning his wife. These things are also known to our 5-star brigade and Han Jiatan. Jiang Yu is dating someone from the town unit, so she had to tell others about the breakup with Han Shigua. Compared to Han Shigua's reputation of being cheated on, Jiang Qian didn't want him to be known as a man who abandoned his wife. Being cheated on was the other person's fault, but abandoning his wife was a moral issue. If Han Shigua wanted to move up, there couldn't be any stain on his reputation, otherwise he would be easily eliminated during the assessment. Jiang Qian would have known for nothing, but now that she knew, she certainly wouldn't let the rumors go on. Han Shigua understood that his wife was defending him, but he didn't want his wife to bear the reputation of so he said to Su Finglian, "You need to report again if you change your partner when you get married. I have telegraphed back to the chief about these things, and they have allowed it." Su Finglian quickly said, I have always believed that you are not that kind of people, just those gossipers who make groundless accusations. But don't worry, I will definitely explain it to everyone when we get back. I will also go to look for Aigua and Lao Gao. Han Shigua said to Jiang Qian. While they were talking, the car arrived. Jiang Qian looked at the time, 6:45. Didn't you say 7 o'clock? She couldn't help but say. How can it be on time? It's just an approximate time, so you have to wait a little earlier. Su Finglian said as she told her daughter to get ready to get on the bus. Jiang Qian looked at her, and even Han Shigua seemed to be accustomed to it, and immediately said. But no matter what, they got on the bus smoothly and bought tickets. This bus goes to the county town and the provincial capital, and it will pass through the county town when going to the provincial capital. The county town is not far away, and it will take about 30 minutes to get there. Su Finglian and her daughter Qian Xiaonin got off the bus, while Jiang Qian and Han Shigua continued to sit, and it took about 2 hours to get to the provincial capital. Including the first half, this bus took 2.5 hours. When getting off the bus from the station, Jiang Qian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Wife, are you okay? Han Shirgwa supported her. It's okay. Jiang Qian shook her head. Although she had been sitting for a long time, the roads here were still used by cars, which was much better than those in her hometown, and not too bumpy. Let's go find something to eat first. Jiang Qian had no objection. She hadn't eaten in the morning, so, of course, she had to go eat something. She came to the state-owned restaurant and had some noodles, which made her feel comfortable. Jiang Qian looked at him with a smile. Take me to the bookstore first? Han Shirwa took her here and took a bus. Jiang Qian asked him, Are you familiar with the provincial capital? Yes, I'm familiar with it. I've been here when I was free before. Han Shirwa said, This is my master's home. Commander Gu and his wife are from the provincial capital. Sometimes when there are things at home and Commander Gu is too busy to take care of them, he will be sent over to deal with them. Sometimes when he didn't go home for the Chinese New Year, he was sometimes called by Commander Gu to celebrate the Chinese New Year in the provincial capital. Han Shirgwa is also the kind of person with a spirit of exploration. Since he came here, he has also wandered around a lot, and now he is more familiar with this place. Jiang Qian knew that Commander Gu was kind to him and promoted him. When Commander Gu came back the day before yesterday, he took her to visit him. They took 6 stops, and during that time Han Shirgwa gave up his seat to an old lady. The old lady was very happy and praised Han Shirgwa. Young man, are you a soldier? Yes, auntie, please sit down. I knew you were a soldier at first glance. There's no mistake about your temperament. By the way, do you have a boyfriend? My eldest granddaughter is 21 years old this year. She happens to be a female worker in a textile factory. She looks. Auntie, this is my boyfriend. Han Shirgwa immediately introduced his wife. The old lady looked at Jiang Qian. Well, her granddaughter was not as pretty as others. But Han Shirgwa had the sentiment of giving up his position, which did not prevent her from praising her a few words. Oh, your wife is so beautiful. Thank you, Annie. You are also very energetic. You should be 50 this year, right? Jiang Qian, who was not good at dealing with this, showed a professional smile. What 50? I am over 60. She doesn't look like it. You really know how to take care of her. Look at her hair. It's so black. You are such a good talker. The old lady was overjoyed by the praise. But don't tell me. This is because I like to eat black sesame seeds. After a few stops, they got off. After getting off the bus, Jiang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Han Shirgwa looked at her with a smile. Wife, why do you praise everyone you meet? Jiang Qian smiled and glared at him. It's not a loss to say a few auspicious words. The two walked and talked, and soon they came to the Xinhua bookstore here. It was getting late at this time, and the bookstore had already opened. Hello, do you need an interpreter? Jiang Qian asked. Yes. The store manager Dong Liang, who was sorting books, answered subconsciously when he heard the words, and then looked at the two of them, and noticed Han Shirgwa. He recognized him. I remember you have been here before? After all, such a tall and heroic officer would leave a deep impression on people. 3 times. Han Shirgwa said. Dong Liang nodded. He also remembered 2 or 3 times and looked at Jiang Qian. Is this your family member? Yes, my family member heard me say that you seemed to need an interpreter, so she was interested. I brought her here to ask while I was free. Han Shirgwa briefly introduced and said. Dong Liang stretched out his hand to Han Shirgwa and smiled. Let's get to know each other formally. My name is Dong Liang. My name is Han Shirgwa. Han Shirgwa shook hands with him. My family member, Jiang Qian. Hello, Comrade Jiang. Hello, Manager Dong. After shaking hands and getting to know each other, Dong Liang said to Jiang Qian, Comrade Jiang, we are in great need of translators, but I have to test your level first. Only if your level is high enough, you will be qualified to take on our tasks. If your level is not high enough, I'm sorry. Although they are short of people, it is better to have no one than to have unqualified people in translation work. Okay. It is normal to have an assessment, and Jiang Qian was not surprised. Dong Liang took out an English document that he was going to put in a newspaper to recruit translators and said, see if you can translate it. Yes, they were already preparing to put an advertisement in the newspaper to see if there were any translators willing to take the job. They were really short of people, and the tasks were piling up. Jiang Qian just took a look and said, yes. You try to translate it. Dong Liang brought her a blank paper and a pen and asked her to try. Jiang Qian sat there translating, and Han Shihua had nothing to do, so he also went to get a book to read. Dong Liang did not disturb them and went to organize the books by himself. However, less than 10 minutes later, Jiang Qian called him. Manager Dong, I have finished the translation. The level was there and the content of this short article was not difficult, so it was not difficult at all. Dong Liang put down the work in his hands and came to see Jiang Qian's translation. Jiang Qian's handwriting was beautiful and beautiful. After comparing the answers, Dong Liang was very satisfied. He looked at her with a smile and said, Comrade Jiang has a high level and has passed the test. He can start to take on translation tasks for our bookstore. But before that, Comrade Jiang has to give me his identity information for review, and we have to register. Jiang Qian was very happy to accept the task. And because of her status as a military wife, Dong Liang trusted her very much. He only collected a deposit of 10 yuan from her and let her take the tasks that needed to be translated. He also told her that she could bring it to him after the translation, but if she was not free, she could mail it to him. It was the same. Jiang Qian told him to mail it because she was not sure whether she would be willing to take such a long car ride to the provincial capital next time. So, if it can be mailed, just mail it. Whether it is royalties or translation tasks, just mail them directly, right? Dong Liang said no problem. Putting the information into the cloth bag he brought, Jiang Qian left with Han Shihua. This matter was done, and Jiang Qian was obviously in a very good mood. So happy?
Han Shihua smiled.
Of course I am happy. My unit's monthly salary is 35, and now I have taken on this translation job. At my speed, the monthly royalties are estimated to be 50. The two salaries added up are not less than what you earn. Han Shihua nodded. Very impressive. His wife is really capable. She can make more money than others. Jiang Qian smiled and looked at him. If you want to work hard in the army, then I support you. But if you don't want to do it anymore, feel tired and want to retire, you can retire and I will support you. Han Shihua was stunned when he heard this. You support me? He has never heard of women supporting men since he was a child. Yes, isn't it possible? If you don't want to do it anymore, just come home to cook and take care of the children, and I will do the money-making. It's not like I can't support the family. Han Shihua was a little amused. If I really retire and can't make money to support my family, do you still want me? What are you talking about? I didn't marry you because of how much money you can make. I married you because I like you as a person. If I didn't like you, I wouldn't care if you made 100 or 1,000 a month. Although Jiang Qian is a nobody, she still has high aspirations. How could she marry casually? Besides, she has a space that she has hardly used, with so many supplies and so much gold. She is not short of money or food, so of course she has to find someone who is pleasing to the eye and not annoying to the eye. Han Shihua was moved by his young wife's words. He pulled her to a corner to talk and looked into her eyes. Even if I can't make money, you won't despise me at all and think I'm useless? Why do you think so? I never think so. Shihua, I can also support my family. Jiang Qian said seriously. Han Shihua couldn't help but kissed her. It was just a few small pecks, and he didn't dare to do anything too much outside. But Han Shihua was in a particularly good mood after being coaxed by his young wife's words. But his young wife's strategy of winning the heart is not limited to this. She brought him to the mall to shop. Sometimes you have to be nicer to yourself. Don't just be nice to me. You don't change your socks when they are torn. I'll buy you a few new pairs. The sweater you are wearing is not thick, it's just a vest. I'll buy you a complete set. Don't take advantage of your youth and ignore the cold. This wool sweater is different from your military coat. Although it's not as warm as your military coat, you can wear it when it's not that cold. Look at this one. How handsome it looks on you. You have to buy a scarf too. You don't have any scarves. Buy two and alternate between them. I know you don't need them during training, but you can wear them normally. You don't train every day. Shoes are very important. Try this pair of leather shoes. They're made of real leather. You can also replace your belt. The leather has shed. What do you think of these two? They're also made of real leather. I think they both suit your temperament. Han Shirgwa was brought to the mall by his young wife and went on a shopping spree. He wanted to say that he didn't need to buy so many things, but his wife insisted and had reasons. That's fine. The words that came out of her little mouth sounded like a cup of honey soaked in warm water in winter to his ears. Warm and sweet. It's no exaggeration to say that Han Shirgwa has never been treated so well and loved so much since he was a child. Even his mother didn't love him in this way and was reluctant to spend so much money on him. But his wife was willing to spend money on him. She was especially willing to spend money on him. A woolen coat was 3 months' salary for an ordinary person, but she didn't even blink an eye. A scarf cost more than 10 yuan, and she bought him 2 at once and asked him to change them. Yes, he not only had a scarf, but he could also change them. But changing them was really unnecessary. At Han Shirgwa's insistence, he only needed 1 scarf in the end. Jiang Qian let him do what he wanted. Anyway, she tidied him up from head to toe, including the woolen trousers inside. I don't know how many years ago it was bought. It was really too worn out. He just continued to wear it. But now that they were married, she couldn't bear to see him live in such a tight spot. The family had no shortage of money, so they bought everything they needed. In total, they really spent a lot of money, but Jiang Quanjie didn't care. She just spent it on her mood. Her man couldn't suppress his smile at all, and the look in his eyes when he looked at her was 3 times sweeter than honey. Are these the things Han Shirgwa wanted? No, what Han Shirgwa wanted was the thought that his wife was willing to spend money on him, the feeling that his wife valued him, and made him feel that he had a special weight in her. This was the reason why Han Shirgwa's smile was harder to suppress than AK. It's no wonder that those comrades who married the right wives all advised him to marry one quickly. It's really great to have a wife who loves you. The goodness of his wife is also reflected in every aspect of his life. Whether it's in bed or under the bed, whether it's spiritually or materially, there's really a world of difference between having a wife and not having one. Wife, you should buy some too. Han Shirgwa certainly didn't forget his wife. Jiang Qian didn't need it. You've seen my clothes. I have cotton padded jackets, sweaters, hats, scarves, gloves, boots. I have everything. With the space in hand and so many supplies, it is impossible for her to treat herself badly. She is not stupid. After shopping around and buying all of Han Shirgwa's things, it was already noon. The young couple came to the restaurant to eat, but they were not reluctant to eat. They ordered the signature dishes here. It was a rare opportunity for them to come here. Could they go back without eating anything? Of course not. They had to eat something good, so that it would not be a wasted trip. After eating, they took the bus to the station to wait for the bus. After realizing that the scheduled bus was not on time, Jiang Qian learned her lesson, otherwise she would not be able to go back if she missed the bus. They did not bring the letter of introduction, so they could not stay in the guest house when the time came. So they were honest and came here early to wait. Jiang Qian took a nap in the car at the intersection where she was waiting for the bus from the provincial capital to the army. After all, she got up so early in the morning and went to the provincial capital to do some shopping. She had the habit of taking a nap, so she must be sleepy. And with Han Shirgwa around, she could just sleep. When she woke up, they would be almost there. Are you tired? Han Shirgwa said softly. A little bit. Jiang Qian hummed, took the military water bottle he handed over, drank some water, and leaned against him lazily. Are we there? Almost at the intersection. About 15 minutes later, they arrived. The young couple got out of the car, and the cold wind whistled. Let us go back. Han Shirgwa said. Yeah. Jiang Qian carried his own canvas bag, and as for clothes and other things, they were all carried by Han Shirgwa. The young couple returned with a full load this time. As soon as she got home, Jiang Qian took off her coat and lay down on the bed and said to her husband, Shirgwa, I want to eat what you cook for me tonight. Han Shirgwa came over and kissed his young wife hard, then said, What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. There are some noodles in the cupboard. Just boil some water and cook some egg noodles. Jiang Qian smiled at him. Han Shirgwa went to cook the egg noodles. Jiang Qian lay lazily until Han Shirgwa came in with 2 bowls of egg noodles. 1 bowl for each person. Jiang Qian couldn't eat so much, so he shared some with him. After finishing the egg noodles, Jiang Qian went to organize the translation manuscripts he brought back. As for the few chores at home, they were left to Han Shigua, including the newly bought ones that needed to be rinsed in water. After Han Shigua finished his work, he said something to Jiang Qian and went out. Jiang Qian said, "Please help me take the vanishing cream to Yunlan." Okay. After Han Shigua took the vanishing cream to Gu Yunlan, he went to find Wang Aigua and Deputy Battalion Commander Gao and the others. Wang Aigua is a brother, so he ignored the rumors spread by Song Zhaodi and Gu Lixia and the others that he had something to hide. But this time, Song Zhaodi spread rumors about his wife. It would be fine if Han Shigua didn't know, but now that he knew, he certainly wouldn't let Song Zhaodi spread rumors whenever she wanted. The first one to come was his house. Wang Aigua was at home. It was late. Even if he was on duty, he would have gone off work. Han Shigua called him out to talk outside. After telling Wang Aigua what happened, he said, "I didn't care what my sister-in-law said about me before. I'm a grown man, and I can't stand a few rumors. But my wife has just come to join the army, and she is thin-skinned. It's too much for my sister-in-law to say such things. The matter is not like that at all. You go back and explain it to my sister-in-law and tell her to stop talking nonsense outside. I was innocent before I got married to my wife." Wang Aigua felt so ashamed that he quickly said, "I'll take her to apologize to my sister-in-law." "No need to apologize. I know my sister-in-law's temper. Don't quarrel about it. Just talk to her nicely and ask her not to continue making up those unrealistic rumors." Han Shigua also saved face for his brother. After all, the hospital incident happened not long ago. "Okay, I promise she won't say another word," Wang Aigua said, hurriedly. Han Shigua didn't say anything else. He turned around and came to find Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou, who was Gu Lixia's man. Han Shigua was not polite to Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou. After telling him what happened, he directly asked, "For this matter, my sister-in-law has to come to my house to apologize to my wife and personally promise my wife that she won't continue to make up rumors." Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou agreed. He went back to ask Gu Lixia, who couldn't help but say, "It wasn't me who said it. It was Song Zhaodi and Gao Tsuetsue who said it. I just go and apologize." Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou scolded. What else could Gu Lixia do but come over to apologize? When she came, Deputy Battalion Commander Gao brought Gao Tsuetsue with him. Why didn't Song Zhaodi come? If she wanted to apologize, she had to come too, she said the most fiercely. Gao Tsuetsue couldn't help but say, "You apologize yourself. Why do you care what others do? I told you to stay out of it with her. You ignored my words, didn't you?" Deputy Battalion Commander Gao scolded. Gao Tsuetsue was afraid of him, so she didn't dare to say anything. Although they came to apologize, Jiang Qian also showed tolerance. After all, they lived together in this family compound, and it was impossible for them to have a falling out. That would not be good for anyone. Jiang Qian made tea, showing the word magnanimity to the fullest. He was very polite and courteous to Deputy Battalion Commander Gao, Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou, and of course Gao Tsuetsue and Gu Lixia. "Qian, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to say anything about you. Yes, we just heard about it from Song Zhaodi, so we chatted for a few words." Hearing their apologies, Jiang Qian was indifferent, but with a decent smile on her face, she said, "It's not a big deal. Sisters-in-law, if you are curious, just come and ask me in person. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's not something that is difficult to say. But sisters-in-law, you said that I was a who seduced married men. This is too much. I was innocent before I got married to Shigua. Our 5-star brigade, and everyone in Hanjiadan can testify to this. But when you say that, it is not only an insult to Shigua's emphasis on commitment as a soldier, but also an insult to my personality. I'm not so shabby that I can't get married. I used to teach in a school, and many people introduced me to potential partners. I really don't have to worry about getting married, and I won't do the kind of things you sisters-in-law said." "Yes, isn't this Song Zhaodi talking nonsense? She said all that." Gao Tsuetsue was very good at passing the buck. Jiang Qian smiled faintly. I don't care who said it. Anyway, let's just leave it here. What do you think, sisters-in-law? Okay, let's leave it here. Gao Tsuetsue said repeatedly. Guo Lixia also breathed a sigh of relief. When the two families came out of the house, a hint of envy flashed across Deputy Battalion Commander Gao's eyes, and so did Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou. Han Shigua, this rough guy, actually asked him to marry such a gentle, beautiful, well-educated, and generous wife. Look at other people's wives, and then look at his own. Deputy Battalion Commander Gao didn't want to pay attention to Gao Tsuetsue and went back directly. Gao Tsuetsue hurriedly followed. Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou didn't want to pay attention to Guo Lixia either and walked quickly, causing Guo Lixia to follow behind and scold. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Why are you walking so fast?
Crude.
Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou's face darkened and he cursed. Yes, I'm crude. I can't compare to other people's wives who are young, beautiful, and educated. I think your eyes are almost hanging on them. What nonsense are you talking about? Shut up. Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou was shocked by her words and covered the woman's mouth in anger. Guo Lixia also knew it, so she took his hand away and walked away with a turned face. Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou hurriedly followed. I tell you, if you dare to make such rumors, I can't keep you. You have nothing to hide, but you are afraid of me making rumors?
Ge Lixias nere red.
Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou was so angry. After the people left, Han Shigua hugged his young wife in his arms. Wife, you were too generous just now. Jiang Qian smiled and glanced at him. We all live in this family compound together. You and Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou and Deputy Battalion Commander Gao are colleagues. They have sincerely brought their families to apologize. If I keep nagging about it, I would be being unreasonable. That's enough. Because she didn't care, there was no need to make a big fuss. But she also had to express her stance. She couldn't remain indifferent when she knew that she was being slandered. Wouldn't that make her a soft persimmon?
This is how it should be handled now.
Han Shigua knew that his wife was doing all this for him. Wife, I will work hard. He worked so hard that even these mobs didn't dare to say bad things about his wife.
Just try your best.
You don't have to work so hard. Jiang Qian is as indifferent as ever, but she has the confidence to think so. Because this life will not be too bad, they awakened in this era with the memories of their previous lives. No matter what, they can stand at the forefront of the times. Pigs can take off so the two of them can fly, right? So the most important thing is your own health. This is the capital of revolution. Han Shigua, who was unaware of the situation, thought that his wife loved him and held his little wife tightly. Wife, if you are like this, it will be easy for me to slack off. He could really feel that his wife doted on him and loved him so much that she didn't want him to work hard. Jiang Qian, does she really love him that much? How could she not know it herself? But Han Shigua just felt that his wife loved him very much. She spent so much money on him today.
Wife.
Han Shigua pushed his wife to the bed, wanting to have a good chat with his wife on the couch. Jiang Qian blushed slightly and said lightly, Go boil some water for me. I need to wash up. I'll be outside all day today.
It's really cold now.
It's impossible to take a shower every day. It's so dry and cold. If you take a shower every day, you will easily get frozen. The skin will also itch easily. It's too particular. After all, the bathing here is not as good as the showering in Guangdong and Guangxi in the south. Han Shigua quickly went to boil water for his wife. The water was not boiled so quickly. Jiang Qian came to the study and looked at the tasks she received from the city today. To be honest, knowing foreign languages is really popular in this era. Of course, the premise is that there is no problem with her identity and Jiang Qian was born in a farming family. It couldn't be more legitimate. There will be no problem for her to work in this industry. The most important thing is that the tasks are not difficult and the treatment is excellent. She took a rough look and felt that getting 50 yuan a month was too little. Wife, the water is boiled. Han Shigua said after a while. Jiang Qian responded and closed all the books. Han Shigua brought all the water into the house for his wife. You go out. Jiang Qian said. No need to go out? I'll see if I can help you later, he said. But this was impossible. After it was ready, Han Shirwa came in with a smile and took out water to pour it. Wife, why are you being so formal with me? Go away. Jiang Qian glared at him. Han Shirwa poured the water and brought in half a bucket of water to wash and soak his feet with his wife. Jiang Qian saw that he was not honest, so she stepped on his foot and said, I don't know if you are pregnant or not. You should be more careful in the future. The main reason was that this person was too unrestrained, so she had to remind him. Han Shirwa's attention was immediately attracted, and he quickly said, Wife, are you pregnant? I don't know if you are, but even if you are, it's not a rare thing. She is in good health, and he is as strong as a bull. It is normal even if she is pregnant. The reason I told him this is that I want to have a good sleep. I really need to rest. Han Shirwa bought so many things today and felt his wife's love for him. He had a lot of ideas tonight, but now he dare not. Wife, let's go to the hospital for a checkup, Han Shirwa said. Jiang Qian saw that he was very honest, so he said, We don't know whether it is or not. Even if it is, it has been a short time, and it is not easy to check. Let's wait for a while. Han Shirwa kissed his wife when he heard this, I know. After saying that, he couldn't help but touch his wife's belly. He didn't think about it at first, but when his wife said this, he felt that his wife was probably pregnant. After all, he is so strong. Han Shirwa was in a very good mood and said, I'm going to start naming the children. I don't even know whether she is pregnant or not. Duan talk so far. Jiang Qian was speechless. She just wanted to tell him tonight to save him from going on, but he seemed to have concluded that she was pregnant. Han Shirwa was actually still a little uncertain, but he had a dream that night.
Dad. Dad.
Dad. 1, 2, 3 cute little kids called him Dad. Han Shirwa loved them so much that he kissed them one by one, causing the 3 kids to grin at him. He loved them so much that he stretched out his long arms and hugged all 3 children in his arms. Jiang Qian could still hear his laughter in the middle of the night and was a little amused. What kind of beautiful dream did this guy have to make him like this? Because he had such a beautiful dream last night, Han Shirwa was in a very good mood when he woke up this morning. After coming back from shopping, he started to roll out dough for Jiang Qian to make dumplings. Wife, it's getting late, get up. Jiang Qian looked at the time, then got up and washed up. Han Shirwa put the dumplings in the pot when he saw his wife got up. This man is really talented in cooking because the dumplings he made tasted really good. They were delicious and fragrant, which made Jiang Qian's appetite open. Wife, you should pay attention to yourself in your daily life. Don't mention serious things, and protect your stomach. Don't bump into anything, and don't be too tired. You should get more rest. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me immediately. Jiang Qian ate dumplings while listening to the man beside her muttering. Okay, I will pay attention to it, but don't be disappointed if I don't get pregnant. Jiang Qian didn't expect that he was looking forward to the arrival of the child so much. But it's true, after all, he is 26 years old, and in this era, he should have become a father a long time ago. As a result, he only got married this year, which is really a lot later than his peers. What are you talking about? The child is here.
Han Shigusmi led.
He had dreamed about it, but he dreamed too much. He dreamed about 3 children. I wonder which of the 3 little kids will be a son? Jiang Qian. Okay, as long as you are happy. When I came to work today, I saw Feng Bowen came back from vacation. He didn't come back alone, but brought his wife with him. Yes, in such a short time, she has become his wife. He went on a blind date on the first day, he came back, fell in love that day, and got married the next day. There was no wedding banquet, just a betrothal gift, and then he married her. His wife is Zhao Xuemei, a fine arts graduate who was brought here by him. He went to the school to handle the employment procedures yesterday and is now an art teacher at the school. When Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan came to work, they were introduced by the beaming Feng Bowen. Secretary Jiang, Secretary Gu, I'd like to treat you to wedding candy. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Zhao Xuemei. Zhao Xuemei obviously also heard what Feng Bowen said. She looked at Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan in amazement. These two female secretaries were even prettier than the ones Feng Bowen introduced to her. Hello, I'm Zhao Xuemei, the new art teacher of the school. Zhao Xuemei was a little shy and shook hands with them with a smile. Zhao Xuemei was younger than Jiang Qian, and because she was studying art, she was young and pretty and also very elegant. Hello, Teacher Zhao. Congratulations on your wedding to Secretary Feng. Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan both shook hands with her with a smile and also congratulated them on their wedding.
Thank you.
Zhao Xuemei smiled and looked at Feng Bowen a little embarrassedly. Feng Bowen laughed. Do you want to go to the school first? Okay. Zhao Xuemei nodded. She said something to Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan and went to school first. Gu Yunlan asked Feng Bowen, "You're so good. You married her home so quickly, and she is such a beautiful and elegant girl. I think she is younger than Qian, right? 1 year younger than Secretary Jiang." Feng Bowen chuckled. That means she is 6 years younger than him. Gu Yunlan said, "You're the same as Shirgua. Both of you are an old cow eating young grass. It's not too bad. Only 6 years is not too many." Jiang Qian spoke up for Han Shirgua. Feng Bowen also did not admit that he was an old cow eating young grass. That's right. Only 6 years old, not 10. Only when you are over 10 years old can you say that an old cow eats young grass. We are getting married at a normal age. Gu Yunlan smiled and said to Jiang Qian privately, "It's different after getting married. Look at him. His face is full of joy, and he can't hide it. He is in 2 completely different states from before, just like when Shirgua married you. He is different now than before." Jiang Qian smiled and said, "What's the difference?" "It's really different. People used to give him the nickname Black-Faced Bao Gong. I've never seen him smile. He was very serious. Although he doesn't smile now, you can tell that he is in a good mood. When he sent you to see me this morning, I could tell that he must have eaten honey, otherwise he wouldn't be so sweet." Jiang Qian laughed. She also knew that Han Shirgua was happy to marry her. If he was happy, he would be in a good mood. As they were talking, Gu Xiaolan came. "Good morning, Director Jiang." Gu Xiaolan greeted with a smile. "Good morning." Jiang Qian still replied politely. However, Gu Xiaolan and Gu Yunlan did not greet each other again, and they returned to the time when no one paid attention to each other. But Gu Yunlan glanced at Gu Xiaolan and whispered to Jiang Qian, "It seems that you are really in love." Jiang Qian looked at it with the eyes of an experienced person. It was true. The Gu Xiaolan she saw today was just like a flower nourished by love, with a fragrance all over her body. Coupled with her originally fair temperament, she looked even more charming. Gu Xiaolan and Cheng Miao were chatting, and Cheng Miao couldn't help but praise Gu Xiaolan. "You look so good, don't you? Your mother stewed something delicious for you after you went back, right? Not bad." Gu Xiaolan took a mirror and looked at herself. Her complexion did satisfy her. But it was not because of her adoptive mother. After she went back, her adoptive mother only stewed a chicken for her to replenish her body and nothing else. And the reason why she had such a good temperament was because of Gu Xian. He came over every night after turning off the lights and didn't go back until almost dawn in the morning. Gu Xiaolan planned to go to the city after a while to go to the city hospital for a checkup to see if she was pregnant. Of course, she could check it here, but she certainly couldn't check it here. If she gets pregnant, she's going to come clean. She doesn't want to be the adopted daughter of the Gu family. She wants to be the daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Her experience in her previous life taught her that she must never leave the Gu family, and life outside is not as easy as she imagined. Only by clinging to the Gu family can she live a glorious life. However, her adoptive parents are very likely to oppose her marriage, so she wants to enter the house with a big belly so that their opposition will be useless. Gu Xiaolan thought so and glanced at Gu Yunlan. So, what if Gu Yunlan is a biological daughter? She is not a daughter of the Gu family, but she will be the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, and Gu Yunlan will have no share in anything in the Gu family in the future. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaolan was in a good mood. She smiled and said to Jiang Qian, "Secretary Jiang, I heard yesterday that the one who broke off the engagement with Captain Han is your cousin? Are you still paying attention to this?" Jiang Qian glanced at her. After Su Fenglian told everyone in the family compound, Now everyone knew the real reason why Han Shirgua's engagement was broken off. It was because her cousin had a boyfriend in the town unit, and he felt that being a soldier was too busy, so he broke off the engagement. The rumors spread by Song Zhaodi and Gao Tsuetsue were self-defeating. Everyone's impression of those three cobblers became even worse. I just felt it was a surprise. Gu Xiaolan was of course concerned, but now it has been basically confirmed that Jiang Yu was most likely reborn like her, and she thought that something would happen to Han Shirgua, so she found another person and broke off the engagement with Han Shirgua. However, Jiang Yu miscalculated. Not only was Han Shirgua fine, but on the contrary, he would become very successful. But these had nothing to do with her. Anyway, that idiot Jiang Yu was more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything, and it was not worth her risk to remind him. However, for this reason, her spying on Jiang Qian also came to an end. Since Jiang Qian was not reborn, there was no value in her attention. Jiang Qian didn't know what she was thinking, but she could obviously feel that Gu Xiaolan was no longer staring at her. Today was very free. After finishing the work in her hands, she took out the task she received from the bookstore and started translating. Gu Yunlan couldn't help asking what it was after seeing it. Knowing that this was the translation task that Jiang Qian and Han Shirgua received from the Xinhua bookstore in the provincial capital yesterday, Gu Yunlan admired. "You are amazing. Everyone has his or her own strengths. You used to be the mainstay of the art troupe, the center of attention and very famous," Jiang Qian said with a smile. Gu Yunlan immediately smiled. That was all in the past. "But you know what, I really miss you a little."